Chapter 1. The Empress Usurpation and the Bounty of the Human Emperor Banner. Lu Yuan, for your own survival, you have slain 100,000 soldiers in the icy depths of Beihai. Such a crime deserves execution. Considering your past contributions to the Great Jing, you are hereby stripped of your title as Crown Prince, demoted to the King of Yuan, and relieved of all official duties. Do you have any objections? In the Qianqing Palace, the officials kowtow in reverence. Only Lu Yuan stands tall. He gazes intently at the figure seated at the highest point of the hall, the first empress of the Great Jing, familiar yet distant. Within his calm gaze lies a flicker of profound sorrow. 3 years prior, the emperor lay gravely ill, unable to attend to state affairs. The vassal states stirred restlessly, their armies arrayed at the borders, intent on carving up the territory of the Great Jing. The young crown prince, Lu Yuan, was tasked with assembling hundreds of thousands of elite troops for his inaugural campaign. Over the span of 3 years, Lu Yuan led the iron hooves of the Great Jing, shattering palace after palace, instilling terror in the hearts of the nations. The lands of the vassals were thoroughly crushed, reduced to mere provinces of the Great Jing. Until half a month ago, the fabled demon race emerged from the icy depths of Beihai. Demonic flames obscured half the sky, colder than glaciers that had endured for millennia. It was then that Lu Yuan found himself in the northern region, having just breached the last palace of a vassal state. Upon receiving an urgent blood letter from afar, he immediately led the 100,000 Yamlong army to the north, striving to halt the demon race's advance into the Great Jing. Ultimately, at the cost of the lives of 100,000 soldiers, he temporarily sealed the demon's passage. Lu Yuan himself also lost all his cultivation. It took him a fortnight to return to the capital of the Great Jing. He prepared to once again rally the army to eradicate the demon calamity once and for all. Yet, what he encountered was this scene before him. At the highest point of the Qianqing Palace, the throne that rightfully belonged to him was languidly occupied by a resplendent woman clad in a phoenix robe. Lu Yuan, the princess of the Great Jing, and Lu Yuan's younger sister. At the tender age of 6, she received her father's permission to leave the Great Jing and seek enlightenment in a sacred land within the Central Sky Domain. For over a decade, communication was limited to interdomain messages. Now, she had returned unexpectedly. Seated upon Lu Yuan's throne, her gaze was devoid of warmth, as cold as ice. In Lu Yuan's mind, the image of the little girl who would cling to his leg, calling him brother emperor, clashed with the stunning empress before him. As he lowered his gaze, the prime minister, the 6 ministers, and the powerful generals with the right to enter the court knelt in unison, paying their respects. A cold smile crept upon Lu Yuan's lips. His sister was indeed a master of manipulation. While he was out vanquishing nations and suppressing the demon passage, she had managed to bring the entire court under her control. He could only wonder, what price had she paid to appease these officials of the imperial court, transforming Yuan into Qing? Crack! The aged eunuch at the front slammed the gavel, the sound resonating through the hall. In a shrill voice, he demanded once more, Lu Yuan, do you have any objections? Lu Yuan fixed his gaze ahead, enunciating each word clearly. Lu Yuan, what evidence do you possess to assert that I have survived at the cost of 100,000 elite soldiers? Upon the Dragon Phoenix throne, the empress appeared not to hear, lazily leaning back, silent. The aged eunuch retorted sharply, 100,000 loyal soldiers perished on the battlefield, and yet you alone survived. Is that not evidence enough? Lu Yuan's cold eyes snapped. Silence. Why does a eunuch like you have to speak here? A regal pressure emanated from his being. The eunuch trembled in fear, hastily glancing at the sovereign on the throne. Within the hall, the prime minister, listening to Lu Yuan's thunderous roar, felt a pang of regret. Had the crown prince not lost his cultivation and been rendered a mere shell of his former self, perhaps he would not be. At the highest point of the Qianqing Palace, the empress finally lifted her gaze, her eyes still devoid of warmth, her voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Brother emperor, let this end here. Considering your past merits, from this day forth, you shall be the prince of the Great Jing, living as a mere mortal, basking in wealth and honor for the rest of your days. A mere mortal, ha! Indeed, I am now but a mortal devoid of any spiritual energy. A self-deprecating smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. His eyes contemptuously regarded the kneeling officials of the court. So you are aware that I bear the accomplishments of pacifying the 7 vassal states and the 5 barbarian tribes. How many of you, these officials of the court, possess estates in the war-torn lands of the Great Jing? As Lu Yuan uttered the phrase officials of the court, he placed particular emphasis on it. A wave of disappointment and betrayal surged within him, rendering his body cold. The hall fell into silence. No one dared to speak. After a moment, Lu Yuan exhaled softly. The myriad emotions of disappointment faded entirely. It seemed he had finally released something. He fixed his gaze upon the assembled officials and the Empress at the highest point, his voice calm and unwavering. Very well. I shall. Just as he began to speak, a faint, ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host's profound disillusionment with the great Jing. A decision to retreat to pastoral life has been made, forsaking all matters of the court. The free will system is activated. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened, halting his words. Ding. Detection reveals the host has been framed and blamed for the deaths of 100,000 soldiers, erasing all accomplishments. Task 1. Argue your case with the Empress and prove your innocence. Reward. A blank sheet of paper inscribed with the divine item shark arm pair. Task 2. Kneel and thank the Empress, willingly becoming a leisurely prince of the great Jing, enjoying wealth and honor for life. Reward. A set of exquisite turtle shells. Task 3. Depart lightly, free from all burdens, with the sky high and the sea vast for birds to soar. Reward. The Human Emperor Banner. Human Emperor Banner. In the future, should you neglect your cultivation, you shall reside within the Human Emperor Banner as brethren. It is said that a certain ancient being, unable to bear the wandering souls, forged this banner to offer a refuge for countless wandering souls. The more souls within the banner, the higher the rank, the greater the power, until one can manipulate the river of time and reverse the yin and yang. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Having been in this world for 20 years, the system had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The Empress, observing this, furrowed her brow, mistakenly believing he was about to stubbornly resist and argue his case in court. An impatience tinged with murderous intent flickered in her heart. Lu Yuan had no intention of arguing his case. Otherwise, he would truly end up with the shark arm reward from Choice 1, to have his monumental achievements erased, to be framed for the slaughter of 100,000 elite soldiers, and to have his rightful throne usurped. Lu Yuan cared not a whit. This realm of the great Jing, whoever desires it may take it, he could hardly be bothered to cast another glance. With that thought, Lu Yuan, without a shred of hesitation, declared, I choose the third option. Ding. The host has made a choice and obtained the reward. Human Emperor Banner. Will you claim it? No. Lu Yuan completed his thought internally. Without so much as a glance at the Empress, he turned and strode towards the exit of the Qinqing Palace. Upon the throne, the Empress, who had been sitting up slightly, leaned back languidly once more, seeing that Lu Yuan showed no signs of causing a scene in court. Her voice remained calm. From this day forth, Lu Yuan shall be the prince of the great Jing, and no one shall disturb him without cause. She paused for a moment. Her gaze turned to the aged eunuch. Bestow upon Prince Yuan 10 qi refining pills for his arduous journey. At once, the eunuch seemed to have been prepared, swiftly producing a wooden tray covered with bright yellow silk. Seeing Lu Yuan about to exit the hall, he hurriedly ran up to block his path, though his expression betrayed not a hint of joy. With a cold demeanor, he stated, Prince Yuan, the Empress is gracious, granting you 10 qi refining pills. Why do you not kneel in gratitude? Qi refining pills. A medicinal concoction used for cultivation at the first stage of qi induction. Lu Yuan, once a prodigious talent unmatched in a millennium, had broken through to the 7th stage of Yuan's spirit before the age of 20. Yet due to sealing the demon passage, he had lost all cultivation and been rendered a mere mortal. The Empress named reward of qi refining pills was no act of kindness, it was nothing but humiliation. It served as a reminder that he should henceforth behave as a docile mortal prince and refrain from causing further trouble. Lu Yuan halted his steps. Without turning his head, he declared, his voice echoing through the silent hall. Lu Qingwan, from this day forth, I have no ties with you, nor with the great Jing. Out of regard for our past relationship, let me remind you once more, the demon passage in the icy depths of Beihai is of utmost importance. You would do well to send an army forth at once to suppress it, or you shall be the first and last empress of the great Jing. As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, an enraged voice burst forth. Impudent! Lu Yuan, how dare you disrespect Her Majesty? Seize him at once and await Her Majesty's judgment. The speaker was a military general clad in deep blue armor, his presence formidable, his voice booming. Lu Yuan appeared not to hear. He strode purposefully towards the palace exit. His figure quickly vanished from the court. Throughout this process, not a single guard dared to impede his steps. The general was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he glanced at the Empress, only to find her eyes narrowed, her icy gaze fixed upon him. In an instant, Cold sweat drenched his body. The general trembled, kneeling on the ground, banging his head repeatedly in submission. Ding! The host has decisively severed ties with the great Jing and the Empress. Reward: Breakthrough Pills 100 Yellow Grade. Chapter 2. The Reedied Youth and the People's Curses. Outside the hall, upon hearing the reward prompt, Lu Yuan felt an unexpected thrill of joy. Breakthrough pills. As the name suggests, they are elixirs capable of breaking through the barriers of cultivation. Yellow grade. This signifies that, with sufficient spiritual energy in his body, only 3 are required. Lu Yuan, once an ordinary mortal, has managed to transcend the barriers of the 3 realms and reach the transformation origin stage. In the realm of cultivation, the crafting of such a rare breakthrough elixir is exceedingly arduous, and countless individuals have squandered their fortunes in pursuit of a single pill, yet remains a commodity without a market. Presently, Lu Yuan possesses 100 of these precious pills, akin to mere candy, allowing him to playfully consume one and discard another. Let us first return to the prince's residence. It has been 3 years since I last set foot there, and I have nearly forgotten what it looks like. Lu Yuan mused, gathering his thoughts. Just as he was about to depart the palace for the prince's residence, he suddenly sensed a gaze lingering upon him as he exited the grand hall. Turning his head, he beheld a handsome youth with silver hair and red eyes, who regarded him with a smile that bordered on mockery. The youth was tall and elegant, adorned in splendid attire that exuded an air of nobility. However, what captivated attention most were his red pupils, resembling swirling vortices that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "Your Highness." "Oh no, Prince Yuan," the reedied youth said, bowing slightly without lowering his gaze, a hint of a vexatious smile gracing his lips. "Diawer has mentioned you on multiple occasions, and seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation as a prodigy." In response to the youth's smiling overture, Lu Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing him entirely, continuing his descent down the steps and walking towards the palace exit. The reedied youth's smile gradually faded, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the silence. Moments later, a eunuch's voice resonated from within Qianxing Palace, announced the arrival of the supreme reedied youth, Lin Xianran. With a flourish of his sleeve, the reedied youth strode confidently into the hall. Upon exiting the palace, Lu Yuan located his carriage and, with the assistance of the guards, took his seat within. The coachman cracked the whip, guiding the carriage slowly toward the prince's residence. Under the strict edicts of Dejing, flying and rapid carriage travel were prohibited throughout the capital. Lu Yuan, unhurried, seated himself upon the luxurious fur of a high-tier fire beast, formed a hand seal, and slowly closed his eyes. He intended to begin anew on the path of cultivation, starting from the very basics. Approximately 2 hours later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes gradually, feeling a faint trace of elemental energy coursing through his meridians, and couldn't help but sigh. After such an extended period of cultivation, he had barely scraped the surface, transforming from an ordinary mortal into the initial stage of the Qi induction realm. The Qi induction realm is the first stage of a cultivator's journey, requiring one to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their own meridians. At the tender age of 6, Lu Yuan first embarked on his cultivation journey, and within just an hour, he had achieved the pinnacle of Qi induction, much to the delight of his father, the emperor, who rewarded him with numerous rare treasures. In the prior battle at the North Sea Ice Abyss, Lu Yuan had not only lost his cultivation, but also rendered his heavenly spirit body ineffective. It was only due to the remnants within him that he was able to reach the Qi induction realm in less than 2 hours, a feat that would take countless mortals a century of arduous practice to accomplish. Perhaps it is best to return and rest for the night after 3 years of conflict. I should allow myself some well-deserved repose, Lu Yuan contemplated, leaning back against the soft couch. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. In the streets of Qingshi, a throng of capital citizens, having received news from unknown sources, filled the area to capacity. "Is this the prince's carriage?" "Bah, what prince? He is nothing but a scourge upon the nation. Indeed, this fiend has sacrificed a whole 100,000 Yanlong troops for his own survival. He is lower than a beast. 100,000. Our Dejing's 4 symbols divine army has only 3 remaining, a timeless criminal, deserving of 1,000 tortures that cannot be forgiven." The air was thick with angry tirades as the citizens glared at the carriage emblazoned with the prince's emblem, wishing to drown it in their spittle. "Silence!" the coachman shouted, cracking the whip furiously, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You ignorant rabble! His Highness has exerted himself for 3 long years to ensure your peace and prosperity. only to have his cultivation obliterated and be subjected to your baseless slanders and insults. The coachman's ire rose with each word, his grip on the reins trembling, yearning to lash out at the unruly mob. In stark contrast, the guards surrounding the carriage, witnessing the citizens blockading them, dared not utter a word, shrinking back in hopes of remaining unnoticed. The whip cracked through the air, momentarily silencing the crowd before it was quickly drowned out by even louder voices. I recognize this coachman. He was once a general under Lu Yuan's command. He, too, is a deserter, a criminal. Bah! No wonder he speaks in defense of this ancient sinner. It seems you are all in league. Huh! Who do you think you're scaring with that whip? Come and strike me if you dare. Under De Jing's strict orders, private duels were forbidden within the capital, with violators facing imprisonment in the dungeons. The coachman, nearly overwhelmed by the spittle of the irate citizens, felt his body begin to tremble with rage. He could dismiss the insults hurled at him, but how could he allow the prince, who bore the weight of De Jing's glory and had achieved unparalleled military feats, to endure such humiliation? At that moment, a calm voice reached the coachman's ears. Su Qian, do not act rashly. Your Highness. The coachman turned abruptly, gazing at the indistinct figure behind the golden curtains, his voice tinged with reluctance. Nearby, some citizens caught the sound emanating from the carriage, and their jeers grew even more fervent. Once a figure of towering prestige, nearly ascending to the throne of De Jing, Lu Yuan was now subject to their scorn and ridicule, a delightful turn of events for them. Amidst the enraged crowd, a young man clad in scholarly robes emerged, stepping forward a few paces from the carriage. Adjusting his crooked scholar's cap, he fixed his hawk-like gaze upon the blurred figure within the opulent carriage and proclaimed with righteous indignation, Lu Yuan, do you acknowledge your crimes? The scholar, whose method of cultivation revolved around debate and reasoning, was eager to seize this opportunity to elevate his own standing. Without waiting for Lu Yuan's response, he continued to speak loudly, his voice echoing against the clear sky, drowning out all other cacophony. Charge 1. Sacrificing 100,000 Yanlong troops while disregarding the lives of the citizens within the city. Charge 2. Usurping the monumental achievements of the Ice Luan army in annihilating the demon tribes. Charge 3. Attempting to conceal your own misdeeds while scheming to usurp the Emperor's throne. With 3 charges combined, the wrath of both man and heaven is invoked. Such transgressions are intolerable. The scholar grew increasingly animated, his righteous fervor rising, and the long silent barriers of his cultivation realm began to show signs of yielding. Unable to contain his excitement, he felt on the verge of breaking into a triumphant roar. Almost simultaneously, a melodious chime resounded from the heavens, drawing the gaze of all upward. A beam of golden light descended, piercing the sky and enveloping the scholar within its embrace. The slender ray, no thicker than a finger, imbued the scholar with vitality, his complexion brightening instantly. Within him, a resounding crack echoed as the barriers of his cultivation realm shattered, propelling him into the new heights he had long sought. Initially taken aback, the scholar soon trembled with exhilaration, nearly bursting into a joyous cry that echoed through the heavens. Fortune. This is the power of destiny belonging to my grand Jing dynasty. Amidst the crowd, erudite individuals recognized the origin of the golden radiance. After a brief silence, several astute minds, emulating the demeanor of scholars, began enumerating the transgressions, hurling curses at the carriage. Indeed, strands of destiny descended from the heavens like thunderous chimes, infiltrating the bodies of those present, albeit reduced to the width of a thread. The populace, slow to grasp the situation, once again encircled the carriage in a fervent rage, their spittle accumulating thickly upon the ground. Yet, despite their vocal protests, no trace of destiny graced the heavens above. Envious glances were cast towards the scholars and those fortunate enough to receive the gift of fate, while their ire increasingly directed towards Lu Yuan within the carriage, blaming him entirely for the absence of fortune and the chance to alter their fates. Inside the carriage, Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes, letting out a cold chuckle. You desire the power of fortune, do you? Allow me to bestow it upon you. Chapter 3. Abandoning the true dragon's fortune, rewarding the supreme heavenly book. At this moment, within Lu Yuan's body, a sound akin to a dragon's roar, inaudible to ordinary ears, echoed. It seemed as though something was eagerly yearning to surge forth from within him. Lu Yuan cast a glance towards the palace, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the myriad acupoints within himself. In an instant, the sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Massive golden dragon apparitions surged forth from his being, accompanied by fierce howls, spreading out in all directions. Upon reaching the sky, an overwhelming 99% of these formidable dragon forms seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, racing eagerly towards the palace. The remaining few dispersed across the vast lands of the great Jing kingdom. What is this? The throng of citizens encircling the carriage was sent flying by the onslaught of mighty dragon figures, chaos reigning as people and horses tumbled in disarray. All gazed in horror at this astonishing spectacle. Dragon Qi. This is the true dragon imperial aura of our great Jing, a cultivator at the fifth realm. Witnessing the multitude of immense golden dragon forms in the sky was rendered utterly speechless by the shock. Such an abundance of true dragon imperial aura clearly signified the flourishing prosperity of the great Jing. Why would it manifest in the presence of the former prince? Who had committed such grave transgressions? Inside the luxurious carriage, Lu Yuan sure paid no heed to the surging dragon Qi within him, for it was a relinquishment he had consciously chosen. Ding. Detection of ignorant commoners. Detection of a significant dissipation of true dragon Qi within the host. Task 1. Halt the spread of Qi and preserve the imperial dragon fortune of the great Jing. Reward. The art of celestial prognostication. Task 2. Indifferently disregard and allow the Qi to dissipate. Refuse to acknowledge that which is worthless, destined to remain in the refuse bin. Reward. The transcendent heavenly manuscript. What is the transcendent heavenly manuscript? Lu Yuan murmured to himself and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, I choose the second option. Ding. The host has made a choice. And the reward supreme heavenly scripture has been placed into the system space. Lu Yuan gazed at the jade-white tome lying quietly within the confines of the system space. Not a single character adorned its surface, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. Ah well, he thought, perhaps he would ponder it further upon his return. Lu Yuan reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze outside. He observed the ignorant and foolish commoners, eagerly jumping about like monkeys, attempting to grasp the true dragon's fortune that he had cast aside like a worn-out shoe. His heart brimmed with derision. The true dragon's fortune, attainable only by those rare and extraordinary beings that have long since vanished from the world, and by the exceptional prodigies bearing the semblance of a true dragon. Even Lu Yuan himself, despite his innate advantages, had to toil for 3 entire years, amassing a formidable record of triumphs, to gather within him such a substantial amount. Since you desire it, I shall bestow upon you a little more. Lu Yuan curled his lips in disdain, his entire body as acupoints activated. A thunderous roar erupted as an overwhelming surge of golden dragon energy, tenfold in quantity compared to before, erupted from within him, illuminating the vast sky in a resplendent golden hue. The surrounding populace was swept away by this immense force, sent tumbling backward, and the path was rendered clear. Lu Yuan gently closed his eyes once more and softly uttered, "Let us depart." Yes. The coachman, suppressing the fury within, raised the whip and steered the beast-drawn carriage towards the direction of the prince's residence. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the once clear sky transformed into a tempest of dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, submerging the entire capital in a deluge. It was as if the very fabric of the world wept in sorrow at that moment. Only a solitary carriage traversed the curtain of rain, steadily making its way and gradually vanishing at the far end of the long street. The prince's residence lay to the east of the capital. After more than half an hour of languid travel, the carriage finally approached the long avenue leading to the prince's abode. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and discovered that the place the carriage was about to pass was the largest brothel in the capital. The brothel is governed by the Ministry of Rites, one of the 6 ministries. It is a favored venue for court officials and cultured gentlemen to socialize and form friendships. After indulging in libations, one can also rest there for the night and depart the following morning, revitalized and in high spirits. The women of the brothel, apart from those formally recruited, predominantly originate from the wives and daughters of exiled criminals. Among them are well-educated daughters of officials, accomplished young ladies skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as female cultivators endowed with innate powers. Additionally, a portion of these women are those captured as spoils of war during military campaigns, including daughters of noble families, princesses, and even empresses and dowagers. The reason Lu Yuan recalled these memories was primarily due to an event that transpired over half a month ago, when he led the Yanlong army to breach the last royal palace of a vassal state. Within its confines, a most favored princess was ordered by him to be sent to the Bureau of Courtesans. These recollections flitted through his mind like fleeting shadows. Lu Yuan did not take it to heart, retracting his gaze as he awaited the carriage's arrival at the prince's residence. The hour was growing late, and it was time to return for a well-deserved rest. At that moment, the carriage approached the front of the Bureau of Song and Dance. Just as it was about to pass by the lively first floor of the establishment, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! An exceptional furnace body constitution, water-moon body, has been detected, intricately linked to the host. The host must enter the teaching workshop to trigger a random task. Failure to enter within 15 minutes will be considered a forfeiture. Another task awaits? Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. First came the Emperor's Banner, followed by the boundary-breaking pill, and later, the Supreme Heavenly Book. The tasks issued by the system were remarkably straightforward. Yet the rewards were astonishingly generous. Lu Yuan would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. With this thought in mind, he spoke, "Stop the carriage." The coachman, Su Qian, immediately brought the carriage to a halt. Turning back, he respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, what is your command?" "Let us visit the teaching bureau," he replied. Lu Yuan rose to his feet, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and stepped down. Su Qian promptly opened an umbrella. With a cold gaze, he admonished the guards. "Why are you still lingering? Move ahead and clear the way." Lu Yuan cherished tranquility. Within the prince's residence, there were no stewards, guards, or maids. Su Qian had served as a general in military campaigns half a year prior, achieving significant merits. However, he sustained grave injuries in battle, leaving him with lingering ailments and a decline in his abilities. Lu Yuankai kept him by his side, treating him as a trusted confidant while driving. The accompanying guards, dispatched from the palace, cautiously maintained their distance from Lu Yuan, fearful of being implicated in the misdeeds of this sinner. Upon hearing Su Qian's reprimand, these guards lowered their heads and hurriedly moved ahead to clear the way. Lu Yuan, however, had already taken the umbrella. He spoke softly, "There is no need. From now on, return to where you came from. Su Qian, you should also take your leave." "What?" Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly anxious. "Your Highness, do you no longer require my service?" On his rugged and resolute face, a trace of sorrow and grievance was unmistakably evident. Lu Yuan smiled gently and remarked, "You are injured. Do not follow me in this toil. Return home and spend time with your family." Upon saying this, he removed a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to him, stating, "This item is a gift for you. It can withstand the full force of a 7th realm cultivator's strike up to 10 times. With that, he raised his umbrella and stepped into the curtain of rain, swiftly disappearing behind the crimson walls and golden tiles of the Ministry of Rites. Su Qian tightly grasped the jade pendant, a swell of sorrow and indignation rising within him. How could it be that the prince was departing so soon? The head of the guards approached, gazing longingly at the jade pendant in Su Qian's hand, envy nearly spilling from his eyes. Su Qian bowed deeply in the direction of Lu Yuan's departure before turning to take his seat in the carriage, ready to obey Lu Yuan's final command to leave this place. "Su Qian, what are your plans next?" called out one of the guards, a swordsman. Su Qian, a 5th realm cultivator, even with his hidden ailment, was comparable to a peak 4th realm practitioner. If he could be introduced to wealthy merchants as a guardian, he would undoubtedly receive a substantial commission of spirit stones. Without looking back, Su Qian replied coldly as he drove the carriage, "I will return home to take my wife and child away from the capital, seeking refuge in the remote countryside." "Refuge? From what calamity?" one guard could not help but inquire. Su Qian remained silent, his carriage gradually fading from view, a cold smile forming within him. Without the prince's grand vision, there would be doom. Remaining here would only lead to the death of his family alongside these fools. There was no other fate awaiting him. Within the Ministry of Rites, ancient trees towered, offering shade, while the red walls and golden tiles shone brilliantly, filled with the sounds of song and dance, creating a lively atmosphere. However, today, the main hall was rather boisterous. Someone was extravagantly spending 100,000 spirit stones, requesting the ministry's top courtesan, Shui Yu, to entertain guests. Shui Yu had only recently joined the ministry, having made her debut merely half a month prior. She had been quickly ranked among the 4 greatest courtesans by the dashing young men of the capital. Yet, for the past 2 weeks, no one dared to request her services, as she had been brought to the ministry by the valiant regent Prince Lu Yuan. Destined to become a noble of the Grand Dynasty, none other dared to touch Shui Yu, and even the lecherous young gentlemen of the capital, when visiting the ministry, approached with trepidation, suppressing any hint of desire. Until today, the news of Lu Yuan's heinous crimes leading to his removal from the position of crown prince and his subsequent fall to the status of a mere idle prince spread swiftly from the palace. No longer was there the regent crown prince Lu Yuan, only the languid Prince Yuan remained. Immediately, some sought to take advantage of the situation. "Get lost. Do not trouble me. If you dare to interfere again, I shall have you thrown into the Ministry of War's dungeon." As Lu Yuan stepped into the Jiafangxi, he beheld a robust man clad in azure armor, vociferously berating an old matron who obstructed his path. Sui Wang, a vice-general of the Ice-Yuan army, stood at the pinnacle of the 5th realm. Lu Yuan recognized the burly man. The noise on the first floor subsided instantly as numerous onlookers turned their attention towards him, expressions varying widely as they made way. The troublemaker, Sui Wang, sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Turning his head, he beheld Lu Yuan, adorned in exquisite attire and exuding an innate air of nobility, approaching with measured steps. His fierce demeanor transformed, instinctively revealing trepidation as he hastily dropped to one knee in a gesture of respect. However, halfway through, he regained his composure, disdainfully snorting and forcefully grounding himself. With a mocking expression, he declared, "May I ask, Your Highness Lu Yuan, if you have come to the pleasure quarters merely for amusement? Forgive me, but you have arrived too late. The star attraction, Shui Yu, is already in my company. You may wait your turn at the back. Once I have had my fill, should the beauty still be alive, I might allow you to indulge as well." The tale of the Moonwheel Kingdom's young princess, possessing the unparalleled physique of a top-tier furnace cauldron known as the Shui Yu body, had already spread throughout the entire Emotsong domain. Su Yuang's visit was not solely motivated by desire for Shui Yu's exquisite form. He intended to claim her as his furnace cauldron to aid him in breaking through the sixth realm's bottleneck. At this moment, Lu Yuan approached, evidently intent on competing with him. In the past, even if Su Yuang had possessed 1,000 times the courage, he would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. However, time has a way of transforming circumstances. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Su Yuang now stood as a distinguished vice-general of the Ice Luan army, poised to further his cultivation through dual practice with the water-moon physique, paving the way for a boundless future. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan had descended into a state of ruin. His once exalted celestial spirit physique reduced to a mere mortal form, forever barred from the path of cultivation. They were now inhabitants of entirely different realms. Su Yuang felt no fear towards Lu Yuan whatsoever. Rather, he was determined to reclaim every ounce of the submission and caution he had previously exhibited. Lu Yuan came to a halt, his gaze steady as it fell upon Su Yuang. Despite the absence of any discernible fluctuations in his cultivation, Su Yuang felt a tightening in his chest, his heart racing uncontrollably, nearly prompting him to kneel instinctively. Su Yuang, Lu Yuan spoke softly. A year ago, during the Battle of the Polar Canyon, your Ice Luan army fell into an ambush laid by the Blackwater Shin Snake clan. It was I who led my loyal troops, traversing hundreds of miles, to rescue you and your men from peril. Su Yuang's expression fluctuated between dark and light. After a moment of silence, he retorted sullenly, "So what? After that battle, I charged into the fray for you on numerous occasions. I have long since repaid that debt of gratitude." Lu Yuan cast a glance at him and slowly nodded, acknowledging his understanding. All around, the guests of the Ministry of Rites regarded Su Yuang with contemptuous gazes. Although the current Duke of Yuan was indeed a criminal, most of his accolades were tainted by greed and deceit, which was truly detestable. Yet, it was Su Yuang who had fervently publicized the Duke's act of saving him in the capital, portraying himself as a sycophantic servant to the prince. Now, however, he was contradicting himself, rendering the situation utterly ludicrous. As Su Yuang felt the weight of the derisive stares, his expression grew increasingly grim. With a resounding crash, he shattered a pearwood table in frustration. "Lu Yuan, do you comprehend what this is?" In his palm appeared a spirit pill enveloped in a purple aura, emanating an enticing fragrance that instantly wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to swallow in anticipation, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The purple zenith pill, with just one, a mere fortnight of seclusion, would allow me to attain the long-coveted sixth realm. Countless fifth realm cultivators have squandered their fortunes in search of such a treasure. Lu Yuan, I ask you, when faced with a life-altering divine pill like this, could you utter the word refuse? Su Yuang's fierce gaze bore into Lu Yuan's eyes, as if to say that should he dare to utter a no, it would be a scathing mockery of his hypocrisy and arrogance. Lu Yuan cast a glance at the spirit elixir enveloped in purple mist, and a realization dawned upon him. It was merely for this singular purple chime pill, nothing more. Ding. A random quest has been triggered. Quest 1. Withdraw and relinquish the water moon body to Su Yuang, assisting him in breaking through to the coveted sixth realm. Reward. A flask of green wine. Quest 2. Enter the Shadow Plum Pavilion and personally experience the exquisite allure of the water moon body. Rewards. 100 purple chime pills. 100 spirit separation pills. Was there even a need for contemplation? Lu Yuan decisively declared, I choose option 2. A chime resonated, indicating the successful selection of the task. Rewards. 100 purple heaven pills and 100 mind separation pills have been deposited into the system space. The mind separation pills, intended for the 7th realm of the Yuan spirit, are valued 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more than the 6th realm purple heaven pills. He glanced into the system space, where an impressive collection of 200 ethereal pills swirled with spiritual energy. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and took a step towards the inner courtyard of the Bureau of Song and Dance. The courtesans of the Bureau each had their own secluded chambers for repose, providing esteemed guests with a tranquil and undisturbed sanctuary to indulge in the delicate charms of the courtesans. The chamber where Shui Wei resided was called the Shadow Plum Pavilion. Lu Yuan had visited once and was acquainted with the route. Upon noticing that Lu Yuan ignored his question and began to stride toward the inner courtyard, Su Yuang felt a surge of humiliation and anger, veins bulging on his forehead. The mocking gazes of the surrounding crowd intensified his fury. In a fit of rage, he roared and attempted to intercept Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A colossal shadow surged into the courtyard, shattering the red walls and yellow tiles into fragments. An overwhelming aura of malevolence spread, accompanied by a chilling glint and lethal claws that lunged menacingly towards Su Yuang's head. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuang envisioned a realm littered with bones, an ocean of skeletons stretching as far as the eye could see. At the center of this macabre scene loomed a terrifying beast, as imposing as a mountain, sending shivers down one's spine. Years of battlefield instincts kicked in, and Su Yuang let out a fierce roar, channeling his inner energy as he propelled himself backward several meters, narrowly evading the deadly claws. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. As the dust from the fallen bricks gradually settled, the horrifying creature finally revealed itself to the onlookers. It was a monstrous being, reminiscent of both a dragon and a python, stretching over 10 meters in length, adorned with ebony spikes as thick as a man's arm that gleamed ominously. The creature possessed 2 enormous dragon claws capable of crushing the hardest metals. Its face was a grotesque mask, with ghostly pale eyes radiating a chilling malevolence, filled with a bloodthirsty glint. The entire courtyard felt as though it had been plunged into an ice cavern, as if souls were on the verge of freezing. As the horrific entity was discerned, gasps of terror echoed among the crowd, and they scattered in haste, fleeing the scene with all their might. Daring only to observe from a distance, terrified to approach. This was the unparalleled beast under the prince. The one that had recognized him as its master when he broke through the 5th realm at the tender age of 12. Indeed, the memory of that moment was etched in the elder's mind. When the prince transcended, clouds had obscured the sky, leading many to believe it was a sign of auspiciousness, only to reveal this dreadfully fearsome creature. Hush, keep your voices down. This beast is ferocious. It is said to consume hundreds of magical beasts a day, and aside from the prince, none can tame it. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to his surroundings, a smile gracing his face as he reached out to stroke the monstrous guardian that stood protectively before him. Zheng, it has been quite some time. Chapter 5. The Princess of the Moonwheel Kingdom, an exemplary cauldron physique. This ghastly creature, Zheng, had recognized Lu Yuan as its master the year he turned 12. Descending from the heavens. Despite scouring ancient texts of the Great Jing, Lu Yuan found no account of this fearsome being's origins. The name Zheng was one he had bestowed upon it himself, often referring to it simply as Zheng. When Lu Yuan set forth with his army, it was merely at the 4th tier, kept within the prince's residence for nurturing. Now, it has ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. It seems to have sensed his return, emerging from the prince's abode to greet him. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's call, the grotesque visage of the demon turned, its eyes filled with a savage bloodlust, revealing a glimmer of joy. Its head, adorned with sharp, dark spikes, lowered slightly, as if to allow Lu Yuan a more comfortable touch. Witnessing this scene, the entire bureau of courtesans, including the throngs on the streets outside, fell into an eerie silence. Sui Wang stood a dozen paces away, hesitating to advance any further. His expression was rife with trepidation, as if fearing that the fearsome creature would turn its wrath upon him once more. In the stifling quietude, numerous gazes were fixated on Lu Yuan as he withdrew his hand from the demon. As if recollecting something, he flipped his palm, revealing a spirit pill wreathed in purple mist, the coveted Zikenden. Sui Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. He had endured countless hardships to procure a single Zikenden. Why does Lu Yuan possess it as well? If it exists, why was it not granted to him earlier? Had it been bestowed upon him sooner, Sui Wang would have long ascended to the coveted 6th realm. Why endure such prolonged suffering? Before Lu Yuan, Gue Zheng observed the spiritual elixir in his hand, and a hint of ingratiation flickered in his pale, ghostly eyes. His gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, opened slightly. You are so gluttonous. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, flicking his fingers as he cast the precious sickened pill, imbued with a rich fragrance, into the gaping maw of the monstrous Gue Zheng. With a soft gurgle, the elixir entered its belly, transforming into the most refined purple aura, circulating through the creature's meridians and acupoints, enhancing its formidable presence. Sui Wang was on the verge of fainting in disbelief as he witnessed Lu Yuan casually bestow the exceedingly rare Zicken pill upon the beast. This was the very pill he had pursued with great effort and longing, now so brazenly offered to a fierce creature. It was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Moreover, had he received that single Zicken pill, combined with the one he already possessed, he would have had an absolute certainty of breaking through to the 6th realm. After a year of unwavering loyalty to Lu Yuan, he now realized that in Lu Yuan's eyes, he was worth less than a mere beast. His loyalty had been rendered utterly futile. In the next moment, a soft voice floated from Lu Yuan. Eat slowly, there is more. With that, 5 precious Zicken pills appeared in his palm once again. The ghostly figure, with its pale eyes, revealed a flicker of delight. With a deep breath, it devoured the 5 invaluable Zicken pills in succession. Boom, boom, boom. After consuming 6 spiritual pills in rapid succession, the ghostly figure let out a thunderous roar, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, radiating like a tempest from its core. The furniture and benches on the 1st floor shattered into fragments, enveloped in a chilling, sinister energy. The ghostly figure's cultivation level ascended from the peak of the 5th realm to the 6th. And not merely any 6th realm. Those of lesser strength in the 7th realm appeared as fragile as children before it, devoid of any power to resist. The ghostly figure's heavy breathing echoed, a sign of its exhilaration at breaking through its limits. Its cruel, pallid gaze slowly settled on Sui Wang, who lingered behind. Since its transformation from a 1st realm cub, the ghostly figure had always indulged in the flesh of demonic beasts after each breakthrough. Though no demonic beast meat was available now, it seemed that the flesh of a 5th realm cultivator would suffice. Sui Wang's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed all his spiritual energy and fled into the streets in a desperate bid for survival. A ghostly figure of the fifth realm was beyond his capability to contend with, let alone one of the sixth. Although dueling was prohibited in the capital, Lu Yuan had just been demoted from prince to the king of abyss, undoubtedly harboring a wealth of pent-up frustration. In such a moment, he would likely disregard the laws of the great Jing dynasty. If Su Yuang remained, he would undoubtedly become the ghostly figure's feast following its breakthrough. He cast a glance at Su Yuang's panicked retreat. Lu Yuan calmly stated, "Disable his dantian and sever his limbs." A cruel roar erupted from the demon, and its grotesque form, stretching nearly 20 meters, suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, it stood behind Su Yuang, its pale, ghostly eyes gleaming with a savage thirst for blood. Moments later, a chilling scream reverberated through the long street. Taking a life is a trivial endeavor, leading the deceased to their end is even simpler. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped them, plunging them into the underworld. Rendering someone's dantian useless reduces them to a mere shell of their former self. Without hands and feet, they become a living corpse, a fate far worse than death, where survival is impossible and death elusive. The first floor of the brothel lay in utter disarray, while frightened patrons from the second and third floors hastily emerged, their trousers clutched in fear, unwilling to linger for another second. Once a place of revelry and joy, the establishment had transformed into a desolate ruin with Lu Yuan's arrival. Lu Yuan was utterly unconcerned. Retracting his gaze, he continued towards the Yingmei pavilion. Not for the sake of the water moon body, but primarily out of apprehension that failing to complete his task would result in the system reclaiming the rewards. Why linger in a daze? Hurry and guide his highness. The madam had long been terrified out of her wits by the ghastly apparition, yet having endured numerous trials, she managed to regain a semblance of composure. Upon witnessing the menacing figure of Lu Yuan making his way toward the inner courtyard, she quickly arranged for a maid of pleasing appearance to lead the way ahead. Lu Yuan remained indifferent. Soon, under the gaze of countless eyes, he gracefully vanished into the inner courtyard of the brick and tile building. Only then did the madam breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly retrieved a jade slip from her sleeve, detailing the events that transpired here to her master in the palace. The Phoenix Welcoming Palace served as the resting quarters for the Empress, named after the auspicious nine-colored phoenix that appeared during her ascension to the throne. At this moment, within the ethereal spirit pool, obscured by a grand golden curtain, the current Empress, clad in translucent silk, gently caressed the head of a mystical beast. Her silhouette enchanting and graceful. This beast, approximately 3 meters in length, bore sharp claws on its abdomen, its body a pristine white adorned with delicate scales, and 2 horns atop its head resembling that of a dragon. It presently seemed to resist the Empress's touch, its dark, button-like eyes filled with disdain and reluctance. Yet it did not attempt to flee. The spirit dragon, an ancient auspicious beast, was said to be the aquatic steed of the primordial human emperor and one of the few spirit creatures capable of accommodating the fortune of a dynasty. The immense fortune of the true dragon that Lu Yuan had dispersed earlier had been gathered by the grand formation set by the Empress, now housed within this spirit beast. "Be good, release some more fortune. I am still not satiated," the Empress softly murmured, though her gaze remained icy. As her words lingered in the air, the spirit dragon displayed signs of agony, with a surge of rich fortune power erupting from its brow, continuously consumed by the Empress. Only after the Empress straightened her posture, her eyes tightly shut, did an overwhelming and inexplicable aura envelop the space. The golden curtains billowed wildly, captivating all who beheld it. Simultaneously, majestic phantoms of imperial robes and crowns rose behind her, only to vanish swiftly. After a considerable time, the Empress slowly opened her eyes, whispering, "Truly worthy of the supreme Taoist text of the human emperor, it won't be long before I can. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager requests an audience." A palace maid's voice echoed from outside the hall. The Empress turned her gaze toward the door. "Permit her in." Chapter 6. The Music Bureau's Performance. Rewarding the primordial Dao Bone, the current Empress Dowager, the mother of the Empress and once the revered queen, entered the Phoenix Welcoming Palace and beheld the figure of the Empress seated gracefully amidst the golden drapes. A joyful smile lit her dignified countenance. "Wanner, your cultivation has improved once more." In the presence of her mother, the Empress's tone softened. "Yes, thank you for your concern, mother." The Empress Dowager took a seat before the bed's curtain, sipped the spiritual tea offered by a palace maid, and, knowing her daughter was diligent in her cultivation, got straight to the point. "Lu Yuan has gone to the music bureau and is likely indulging with the courtesan there. Is there a way to leverage this matter to extract the true dragon imperial fortune from him?" Previously, the streets had been crowded with commoners spitting at Lu Yuan's carriage, causing great turmoil and complete traffic blockage, yet no officials had appeared. The reason lay in the fact that it was orchestrated by the Empress Dowager herself, all for the sake of seizing the true dragon imperial fortune within Lu Yuan. At the same time, the Music Bureau was under the Ministry of Rites, and its backers were none other than the Empress Dowager. The Empress gazed at the spirit dragon in the ethereal pool and shook her head. Lu Yuan has already voluntarily dispersed most of his fortune. The remaining should be within the Eastern Palace seal bestowed upon him by Father. It is no longer feasible to plunder further using the strength of the common people. What shall we do then? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating a strategy. After a moment, a glint of coldness crossed her eyes. The Deputy General of the Ice Phoenix Army has confirmed Lu Yuan's complete loss of cultivation, rendering him a mere mortal. We shall directly dispatch the Jinui to storm the prince's residence under the cover of night. A mere 6th realm beast and a 5th realm maid cannot withstand the Jinui's formidable tactics. The Empress closed her eyes slightly, her tone calm. Let us wait for a while. After all, Lu Yuan was once a beloved elder brother to me. We must not press too hard. The Empress Dowager nodded and stood to exit the hall. Your Majesty, you may act as you see fit, but remember, Lu Yuan is but a wretched spawn. It is your duty as the reigning Empress to reclaim the true dragon fortune he has usurped. The Ingmei Pavilion stood in the most serene part of the Music Bureau. Despite the significant commotion that had occurred on the first floor earlier, this place remained untouched, tranquil and harmonious. The guiding maid lowered her head, too timid to glance at Lu Yuan, hastily pushing open the tightly shut courtyard door. Lu Yuan spoke. You may take your leave. Yes, your highness. The maid, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply with reverence and trepidation before vanishing along the path from which she came. Not daring to look back, Lu Yuan stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard gate. The first sight that greeted him was a cluster of plum trees, poised to bloom, resonating beautifully with the name of the Shadow Plum Pavilion. Traversing through the small courtyard, he entered the first floor, and without pausing, proceeded directly to the door of the main bedroom of the study. With his keen hearing, he discerned a tense and delicate breathing sound emanating from within. A fleeting image of a woman in a black gown flashed through Lu Yuan's mind as he extended his hand forward with a gentle push. The master bedroom door creaked open, and a wave of warm fragrance enveloped him. Before his eyes lay an opulently adorned chamber, lavishly decorated. The silken fabric embroidered with plum blossoms and auspicious clouds felt soft and comfortable beneath his feet. In the sleeping area in the exquisite hall, there stood an elegantly crafted screen, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty. Through the screen, one could faintly discern a stunningly graceful woman reclining on the fragrant bed. Coupled with the alluring incense wafting from the burner, any male creature entering this space would inevitably find their gaze drawn to the bed, longing to indulge in a fleeting encounter with the enchanting beauty. However, with Lu Yuan's temperament, he remained untouched by such temptations. Yet he still approached the bed step by step. As he navigated through the intricately folded screen, the inviting bed came into view. But the so-called beauty was merely the delicate fabric of a woman's veil draped over the bedding. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air from the side, imbued with a chilling intent, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's temple. The assassin's fate awaited him. Lu Yuan extended 2 fingers, pinching the dagger that gleamed with a cold light, much like a tiger's claw. Turning his head, he beheld a girl clad in a black dress, her skin pale and imbued with the essence of the luminous moonlight. She grasped the dagger firmly with both hands, her face etched with hatred as she fixated her gaze upon him. If mere looks could kill, Lu Yuan would have been slain by the girl countless times over. Crack. Lu Yuan exerted force with his fingers, and the dagger snapped with a resounding crack. The young girl lost her strength and fell onto the silk garment beneath her, dressed in a gown of deep black. It unfurled over the fabric like a wave of darkness, subtly revealing the contours of her figure beneath the dress. Ji Yuechan, the most favored princess of the Moonwell Kingdom, now served as the courtesan Shui Wei of the Imperial Music Bureau. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze towards Ji Yuechan. Meeting her eyes, which were brimming with hatred and murderous intent, he slowly spoke, "Remove your clothes." Ji Yuechan's eyes quivered. She bit her lip tightly, remaining utterly silent. With a sigh, Lu Yuan opened his right hand, and a long sword, gleaming with a silvery cold light, materialized out of thin air. The razor-sharp blade slowly pressed against Ji Yuechan's neck. This is your final warning. Remove your clothing, or face death. A surge of mortal terror blossomed in Ji Yuechan's eyes. Her already pale cheeks turned even more ghostly white. Under Lu Yuan's indifferent gaze, she finally trembled, despair enveloping her as she extended her right hand towards the neckline of her black dress. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye, expressing her resignation to this fate. Lu Yuan was not the least bit surprised, for she feared death. One by one, the buttons of her skirt were undone, revealing skin as smooth as jade, contrasting starkly with the deep, oceanic hue of her dress. A clink resounded. Lu Yuan thrust his sword into the ground before the bed. He bent down to lift Ji Yuechan, who was clad only in a moon-white undergarment after discarding her black skirt, and placed her gently onto the fragrant, warm bed. The red gauze curtains of the bed delicately cascaded down. An hour later, a chime echoed. Host may indulge as desired. The Music Bureau awaits your command. Reward, primordial Daobone. Will you accept? Before the bed, as Lu Yuan had just donned his attire, he was greeted by a system notification that filled him with a sense of delight. The unfathomable. That was the legendary emperor, an entity capable of reversing the very currents of time. The rarity and formidable nature of his Taoist bones were beyond imagination. Lu Yuan replied without hesitation. I shall receive it. The next moment, within the depths of Lu Yuan's being, a profound and mysterious power surged forth. The primordial Daobone, the most supreme divine artifact of the emperors in the world, had already taken root and begun to sprout within him. With merely this singular Daobone, the ethereal form that Lu Yuan had lost has been entirely restored, and his innate qualities have ascended to an even more extraordinary level. Given the passage of time, one can surely anticipate the emergence of a path leading to the realm of the great emperor. Yet, this is merely the inception. The rewards bestowed by the system in the future will undoubtedly surpass even the primordial Daobone in potency. Divine bodies, sacred forms, celestial physiques, and even chaotic entities will be abundantly available, as he feels the power of the primordial Daobone within him. It begins to nourish every fiber of his flesh and every channel of his essence like a gentle spring rain. Lu Yuan glanced at his own cultivation and discovered that he had ascended from the initial stage of qi induction to the pinnacle of qi induction, all within the span of merely 1 hour. The enhancement in his cultivation was not attributed to the recently acquired primordial Daobone, but rather, Lu Yuan turned to gaze at the bed. Ji Huichan was huddled at the foot of the bed, clutching a silk quilt, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared at him, an expression filled with animosity in her gaze. The recent system reward notification from the music bureau, listening to music, was evidently linked to her as well. The character water from the water-moon body carried its own profound significance. Meeting Ji Huichan's reddened eyes, he felt a complex interplay of emotions. Lu Yuan let out a sound of disdain. The illustrious water-moon body has only allowed me to ascend to the pinnacle of the first realm. What use are you? You, a mere waste of talent, are utterly disappointing. Ji Huichan bit her silver teeth in anger, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. Suddenly, she realized something and her gaze froze. The pinnacle of the first realm? Half a month prior, she had been cast into the teaching bureau by Lu Yuan, constantly monitored by maidservants, utterly unaware of the events unfolding outside during this time. Chapter 7. The Prince's Mansion, made lure in an experimental spirit. The Shadow Plum Pavilion continued for another hour. Unfortunately, no reward notification appeared. After her bath, Ji Huichan found her hands bound with white silk. Her head lowered as she was led away from the teaching bureau by Lu Yuan. Her long, slender legs, concealed beneath a black skirt, seemed slightly weak as she walked. The matron did not dare utter a word to obstruct them, watching Lu Yuan with longing as he led one of the 4 renowned courtesans from the teaching bureau away. Once their figures vanished from sight, she hurriedly retrieved a jade slip to report the news to her master in the palace. The prince's mansion, situated in the eastern part of the capital, was built along the river, a secluded and tranquil luxurious residence seldom visited. There were no guards at the grand entrance, and the interior was particularly quiet, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds. Lu Yuan arrived before the grand gate, poised to push it open. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the gate swung wide, revealing a youthful and enchanting visage. Could it truly be His Highness returned? Exclaimed the girl clad in a maid's azure gown, her face alight with genuine joy and astonishment. Earlier, when the ghostly figure had dashed out from the prince's residence, she had surmised that His Highness must have returned from his expedition. Lu Yuan nodded, a smile finally gracing his face as he habitually ruffled the hair of the girl named Lu Er. Lu Er, during my absence, have you been neglecting your cultivation? The young girl, her delicate face aglow with pride, replied, Your Highness, I have already reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm and am prepared to strive for the 6th realm at any moment. Excellent. There shall be a reward for you shortly. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand and pointed towards the bound Ji Huichan, instructing her to be provided with a place to stay and some sustenance. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Er replied, refraining from inquiring about Ji Huichan's origins or the reason she was permitted to reside in the prince's residence. With a gentle demeanor, she grasped the delicate white silk binding Ji Huichan's hands, instinctively running her fingers over its smooth, soft texture, reminiscent of a lady's intimate garments. Though her expression remained cheerful, the grip she exerted on the silk tightened slightly. Ji Huichan, whose cultivation had been sealed for over half a month, was already in a weakened state. After enduring 2 consecutive hours at the Bureau of Courtesans, the sudden tug caused her to falter, collapsing onto the ground and soiling her black gown with dust. Her heart, already heavy with hatred, sorrow, and grievance, shattered in that moment. She lifted her gaze, gritting her teeth in a furious glare at Lu Yuan, the one who commanded the maid to humiliate her. Lu Yuan, just wait, one day. A sharp slap echoed through the air, abruptly silencing her words. Ji Huichan's exquisitely beautiful cheek quickly flushed and swelled on one side. Lu Er withdrew her hand and coldly stated, Is it your place, as a servant, to address the prince so casually? With that, she forcefully led Ji Huichan into the prince's residence, fulfilling the task assigned by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. He was rather indifferent to Ji Huichan. Bringing her back to his residence was merely a way to prevent something he had previously used from being left in the brothel for others to enjoy. He gathered his thoughts. Lu Yuan flipped his right hand, revealing 10 pills enveloped in swirling purple mist, alongside a spirit elixir radiating an aura of the soul. These were the Zikin pill and the Finchen pill. He raised his hand and cast them forward. On the empty ground ahead, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, manifesting the grotesque form of a ghostly creature, approximately 20 meters in length. Its gaping maw devoured the spirit elixir entirely. It is time to retreat and rest. Lu Yuan gently touched the thick, ebony spikes on the face of the ghostly creature, Gue Zheng, before giving it a gentle pat. Gue Zheng emitted a low, haunting howl and soared towards the direction of the prince's mansion's artificial mountain, its habitual abode. Lu Yuan did not linger, leisurely stepping into the prince's residence. With a thunderous sound, the grand gates of the palace closed tightly, enveloped by an invisible layer of spiritual energy that completely shrouded the expansive estate. Lu Yuan leaned against a large wooden tub, surrounded by various ethereal flowers, their pure spiritual essence continuously flowing through his meridians, nourishing his physical being. Behind him, Lu Er gently bathed Lu Yuan with her delicate hands, her eyes glistening with tears. "Your Highness," she lamented, "I never anticipated that so much could transpire during my seclusion. Had I known you would be subjected to such cruelty, I would have done everything in my power to seek justice for you. Even at the cost of my own life." Lu Yuan closed his eyes and softly murmured, "Do not take it to heart. The affairs of this grand realm are no longer of any concern to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Er fell silent, her eyes reddening as she meticulously helped Lu Yuan cleanse his body. After attending to him by drying off the droplets of water and dressing him in silk garments, Lu Er glanced out at the pitch-black sky and inquired, "Your Highness, shall we dine first, or would you prefer to rest?" "Let us rest first. It has been several days since I last slept, and I find myself longing for it," he replied. "Very well," Lu Er answered obediently. She gracefully glided to the bedside, shedding her outer garments to reveal her slender figure clad in gossamer silk. She lifted the bedding and delicately nestled herself within, exposing only her enchanting, youthful visage. Turning her gaze toward the incense burner, she sweetly said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Lu Er will warm the bed before you come to rest." Lu Er was designated as a princess when Lu Yuan was merely 12 years old, a gift from a flourishing sect within the Dejing realm. Possessing the rare water moon body, she was already an exceptional vessel. Yet, beyond the water moon body, there exist two even more extraordinary vessel types, of which Lu Er is one. As the fragrant smoke wafted and enveloped the entire chamber, a profound sense of tranquility descended. The scent of cloud sea and pear blossom, one of the most precious spiritual fragrances in the world, filled the air. Just a single stick of this incense could bankrupt a medium-sized sect. It possesses the ability to calm the spirit and nurture the heart, aiding in cultivation. Even a practitioner of the seventh realm would reap significant benefits from igniting such an incense. On his way back, Lu Yuan swallowed a boundary-breaking pill. His cultivation merely at the second realm. He ignited this incense while sleeping. Should any self-proclaimed affluent cultivator outside behold this, they would surely be envious and denounce him for squandering such precious resources. After a brief wait, Lu Yuan stifled a yawn and strode towards the bed. Lu Er scooted over, offering the warm spot to Lu Yuan. He then embraced her familiar, fragrant form, allowing her to peacefully close her eyes as they both drifted into slumber. In the study of the Prime Minister's residence, several candles flickered quietly. "Father, are the things that Lu Yuan did truly real?" asked Su Kaidai, the daughter of the Prime Minister, with a hint of despondency as she gazed at her father seated at the desk. "Naturally, what His Majesty and the entire court have confirmed is true," her father replied. Upon hearing this, Su Katie's gaze dimmed, as if she could scarcely fathom that her beloved Lu Yuan, whom she had cherished since childhood, could commit such a cruel act against the valiant soldiers of the Great Jing. Lu Yuan has harmed the soldiers of Great Jing, and his cultivation has been entirely extinguished. He has been relegated by His Majesty to a title of idle prince. From now on, you need not see him again, the Prime Minister advised, taking a sip of fragrant tea. The events that transpired at the Imperial Academy that day had already reached the ears of the more discerning courtiers. It was confirmed that Lu Yuan had indeed fallen from being a prodigious warrior of the Seven Realms to a mere mortal without power. As the Prime Minister, Su Jingshun was privy to even more information. For instance, the Islan army, one of the 4 great legions and personally commanded by His Majesty, would not dare to send their subordinates to test Lu Yuan, a prince, without the Emperor's explicit consent. This Empress possessed quite a bit of cunning, at the very least. Her heart was resolute. Father and daughter conversed in the study for a while. During their discussion, the Prime Minister attempted to explain the political situation to his daughter, hoping she would mature and be capable of shouldering part of the family legacy. However, he was ultimately met with her distracted imhums and the innocence sparkling in her eyes. With a sigh, he was about to suggest she return to rest when the butler announced, "Master, the dual pupil supreme, Lin Xianran, requests an audience with Mississippi." "Ah!" Su Kaidai exclaimed, springing to her feet, her face alight with joy. "Father, Xianran has come to play with me." The dual pupil supreme, Lin Xianran, had been seen by the Prime Minister once before, and he was indeed a striking figure of remarkable presence. The Prime Minister felt a great sense of satisfaction. It was said that the dual pupils were a divine gift, rendering their possessor invincible among peers. As long as they did not fall, they were destined to ascend to the legendary realm of supremacy. Remarkably, his daughter had somehow befriended this young supreme and had introduced him to the court, receiving considerable resources and treasures granted by the Empress. She was, in a sense, half a member of the Great Jing dynasty. Originally, Su Kaidai had a childhood bond with Lu Yuan, akin to that of childhood sweethearts. After Lu Yuan assumed control of the Eastern Palace, he harbored intentions to establish Su Kaidai as the crown princess, envisioning her ascendance to the role of empress once he took the throne. At that time, the Prime Minister would be immensely gratified. He endeavored through various means to facilitate private encounters between his daughter and His Highness, hoping for a fervent romance that would lead to an unbreakable bond. Regrettably, Lu Yuan remained excessively pure and ascetic. All the meticulously orchestrated opportunities for solitude devised by the prime minister ultimately came to naught. Subsequently, the late emperor's health deteriorated significantly. Emperor Lu Yuan embarked on a campaign and did not return for 3 long years. It was not until Princess Lu Qinghuan made her triumphant return that she ascended the throne with great authority, becoming the first female emperor of the great Jing dynasty. Lu Yuan, once a resplendent regent prince, has now been transformed into a pariah despised by the masses, his cultivation utterly wasted, with his celestial physique rendered useless. The prospects of a resurgence have vanished. Reflecting on this, the prime minister felt an unexpected relief. Fortunately, Lu Yuan, being of a tranquil disposition, never took his daughter, Su Kaidai, as a consort, nor did he elevate her to the status of a crown princess. Otherwise, he, as the prime minister, would have undoubtedly faced repercussions. As his thoughts turned to the young man with the dual pupils waiting outside, a strong sense of anticipation blossomed within him. The young sovereign with dual pupils. Even the once magnificent regent Prince Lu Yuan would pale in comparison before him. Had the young sovereign appeared sooner, he would have transferred all his investments from Lu Yuan to this young prodigy. Should Lin Xianran successfully ascend to the supreme realm, the entire Su family would soar to unprecedented heights, basking in wealth and glory, an achievement incomparable to that of the Empress of Dejing. Shaking off his reverie, the prime minister turned to his daughter, whose face radiated joy and anticipation. Lin Xianran is seeking you out at such a late hour. He must have earnest intentions. Go and meet him. Wonderful. Thank you, father. Su Kaidai exclaimed, her spirit soaring like a butterfly. She hurriedly made her way to leave the study to meet her beloved. Rui Fu, it is rather late. Accompany Kaidai with a lantern. The prime minister instructed the steward, casting a knowing glance. Yes, sir, the steward responded, fully aware of his master's intentions. After a slight bow, he picked up a lantern and followed the young lady toward the estate's entrance. Once the study fell silent, the prime minister carefully retrieved a treasured elixir from his robe, a crystal-clear, emerald-green pill. His aged eyes glimmered with fervor as he swallowed the elixir, which melted upon entry, releasing gentle energies that coursed through his limbs, bringing a flush to his complexion. The longevity pill, a rare gift from the Empress the day before her coronation, promised an extension of life by 30 years. Meanwhile, millions of miles away from the capital of Dejing, in an untraveled expanse of forest, remnants of the defeated demon tribes gathered to recuperate, preparing for a resurgence. Outside a cavern illuminated by flickering lights, a tribal warrior clad in scales rushed inside, his voice urgent with excitement. My lord, great news. A momentous tidings. Within the cavern, a massive figure, towering at 5 meters, devoured a roasted deer leg. Upon noticing the intruding tribesman, he grumbled in displeasure. What are you shouting about? You disturb my meal. I'll take a leg from you. The warrior, brimming with joy, approached eagerly to convey the news. My lord, Lu Yuan, that man, has met his end. The Mountain King's eyes widened in disbelief, abandoning his meal. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Lu Yuan, the man-eater. He has been the greatest fear of the 5 demon tribes, leading merely 100,000 inferno dragon army. He completely crushed our million-strong coalition. Now, our mountain tribe can barely muster 30,000 people, forced to hide in this desolate forest, a sheer humiliation. Hearing that Lu Yuan is finished must not be taken lightly. Facing the oppressive gaze of the Mountain King, the warrior hastened to explain. A spy concealed within the human city has reported that the man-eater Lu Yuan, in a bid to survive, has caused the demise of a full 100,000 inferno dragon soldiers in the northern sea ice abyss. Now, he has been demoted by the Empress of Dejing to a mere king of the abyss, stripped of all military power and seemingly lost his cultivation, reduced to the status of a commoner. Ha! The Mountain King suddenly stood, unable to contain his laughter. However, he quickly realized something was amiss and glared angrily. You dare to spout nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Yuan shared a brotherly bond with every soldier of the Inferno Dragon Army, always at the forefront in battle, earning their sworn loyalty. How could he sacrifice 100,000 of his own men for his survival? The tribesmen shrank back, feeling aggrieved, but that's what the spy reported. The news has spread throughout the realm, it cannot be false. The Mountain King contemplated for a moment, then waved his hand decisively, immediately summoned the Plague King and the 3 leaders of the demon tribes. I wish to discuss this matter with them. Understood. The tribesmen dashed out of the cavern. Legends speak of the primordial era when supreme beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars and moons, roamed the earth. These powerful entities have since vanished, leaving behind only their descendants, suspected to possess remnants of divine blood, now referred to as the barbarian tribes. They are born with formidable physiques, able to bear great weights even as infants, and occasionally give rise to children exhibiting ancestral traits, such as scales on their skin, horns on their foreheads, wings on their backs, or tails. In the present age, the human race flourishes while the barbarian tribes dwindle. Forced into an alliance with the demon tribes to survive in the more barren regions, 2 tribes of barbarians lie in close proximity to Dejing, the Mountain Tribe and the Plague Tribe. The demon tribes comprise 3 factions, the Blackwater Xianjiao, the colorful Illusion Python, and the silver scale icebird. Among them, the Mountain King possesses the greatest strength. Thus, discussions regarding the 5 major demon tribes often convene at the Mountain Tribe. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the leaders of the 4 demon tribes arrived at the Mountain King's cavern. The Plague King, an elder with a staff and emerald green eyes, was followed by the leader of the Blackwater Shin Jiao, a somewhat taciturn middle-aged man. The leaders of the colorful illusion python and the silver scale icebird were both young, beautiful women, one captivatingly alluring, with curves that flowed like water, and the other exuding an icy demeanor, reminiscent of a glacial beauty, radiating an air of cold detachment. The Mountain King commanded his tribesmen to present a large cauldron of meat dishes to the leaders. In a booming voice, he feigned an air of mystery. You all are aware of the news from Dejing, I presume? As the strongest of the 5 demon tribes, the Mountain King wielded twin axes in battle, a force of nature that could not be contained, even by several formidable opponents of his stature. The other 4 leaders held great respect for his combat prowess, but the Mountain King prided himself on not only his martial strength but also his cunning intellect, believing himself to be exceptionally clever. When he spoke, he imitated the wise sages of human literature, deliberately slowing his tone, concealing his true intentions. The other leaders had grown accustomed to this and unanimously regarded the Mountain King as a supreme intellect. Chapter 9. The Demon Army Moves North, the Supreme Emperor's Scheme. The 4 demon leaders were informed well in advance of the upheaval in Dejing. The Plague King was the first to propose. I suggest we immediately gather the armies of the 5 demon tribes and march southward to seize the province of Tianyuan in Dejing. The Tianyuan province lies in the southwesternmost region of the Great Jing, situated millions of miles away from the imperial capital. It is the most vulnerable to conquest, a fact I readily concede. The chief of the silver-scaled icebird clan spoke next, her voice imbued with an icy chill. The remnants of our tribe reside in the barren cold maple mountains, where spiritual energy is scarce. We must swiftly seize a land of fortune. Within the Emotsong domain, the Great Jing occupies nearly all regions rich in celestial energy, thus attracting the envy of various factions. 3 years prior, when the previous emperor fell gravely ill, the factions eagerly mobilized their forces, seeking to encroach upon the territories of the Great Jing. I concur with this. The leader of the 7-colored illusion python chuckled softly, her enchanting voice penetrating the soul. My 7-colored illusion python clan can muster an elite army of 50,000. Let it be agreed. The mountain-moving king slammed his hand on the table, his imposing figure rising. In 2 days, our 5 clans shall immediately raise our arms and seize the Tianyuan province. However, the Plague King and others refrained from endorsing the decision, their gazes fixated on the leader of the Blackwater Mysterious Flood Dragon clan. The mountain-moving king grumbled, displeased. I have made my decision. Why do you all gaze upon him? The leader of the Blackwater Mysterious Flood Dragon clan is the true strategist among the 5 clans. The only time he faced a setback was at the hands of Lu Yuan. Whenever significant actions are to be taken, his counsel is sought. The mountain-moving king had long harbored resentment towards him, feeling that he overshadowed his own brilliance. Facing the gazes of the clan leaders, the Blackwater Mysterious Flood Dragon clan leader sipped his tea and spoke in a calm tone. The Great Jing has long since weakened, teetering on the brink of collapse. Its prolonged endurance relies entirely on the efforts of Prince Lu Yuan, who has fought valiantly to carve out a path amidst adversity. The Plague King nodded slowly. They do not insult Lu Yuan for other reasons. They merely label him as a butcher, indirectly acknowledging his formidable prowess. It is not the Great Jing that is strong, but rather Prince Lu Yuan and his Inferno Dragon army. And now, that power has dissipated. A smile crept across the face of the Blackwater Mysterious Flood Dragon clan leader. Before my arrival here, I had specifically consulted an oracle, and the divination revealed. He paused momentarily, observing the expectant expressions of the clan leaders before continuing. The omen foretells that the Great Jing is destined for demise. Ha ha ha. Excellent. The mountain-moving king exuded an overwhelming force, eagerly declaring, I shall now rally my men and march upon the Great Jing, aiming directly for the head of the empress. I have one condition. The leader of the 7-colored illusion python interjected, once we breach the capital of the Great Jing, I demand that Lu Yuan be left alive for me. Upon finishing her statement, she sensually flicked her enticing tongue across her ruby lips, a peculiar flush adorning her exquisitely delicate cheeks. The mountain-moving king nodded in agreement. No problem. Lu Yuan was no longer the unparalleled prodigy endowed with a divine physique, but rather a mere shell of his former self. Even though the chieftain of the 7-colored illusory python was adept in the art of persuasion, she could scarcely extract anything of worth from him. The Plague King chuckled, remarking, that little fellow has indeed struck a bargain. The 7-colored illusory python tribe was known for its licentiousness, yet they were fiercely loyal. Once they chose a partner, they would remain steadfast for life. To this day, the chieftain had no husband, having accumulated centuries of longing. Should Lu Yuan fall into her grasp, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon hearing the Plague King's words, the chieftain feigned a delicate demeanor, cooing, what a delightful observation, Plague King. It seems I have indeed struck gold. The mountain-moving king, having witnessed her brutal methods, shuddered along with the Plague King and others. At that moment, the chieftain of the Blackwater mysterious flood dragon spoke. It appears you all have misjudged the situation. A centipede, despite its death, does not stiffen. The Grand Jing has occupied the core region of the Emotsong territory for many years with deep-rooted foundations. Even without the Flame Dragon army, the remaining forces of the three elephants still stand. If our demonic tribes were to recklessly invade Grand Jing's lands now, we would only invite a thorough purge from them. What do you propose we do? We cannot remain idle. The mountain-moving king responded with a steady voice. Let us not forget that besides us, Grand Jing also has 7 vassal states, all eyeing the fertile lands of Grand Jing. Shall we simply watch as these forces seize the territory ahead of us? The Blackwater mysterious flood dragon chieftain smiled faintly. Indeed, mountain-moving king, you are perceptive. You have quickly grasped the situation. The mountain-moving king was taken aback, pondering what situation he had discerned. Yet, to voice his confusion would only reveal his own lack of insight, leaving him speechless, as if he had swallowed a bitter herb. The Blackwater mysterious flood dragon chieftain rose and began to pace slowly in the cavernous hall. The Tianyan province shall surely be ours among the 5 great demon tribes. But not at this moment. We must first gather our forces and create an imposing southern advance to draw the Grand Jing army into action. The remnants of the 7 vassal states, upon witnessing this, will undoubtedly emerge from their hiding places to reclaim their territories amid the chaos. At that time, we will retreat into the vast forests, avoiding battle. Do you think Grand Jing will maintain its troops at the forest's edge? Or will they redirect their forces to confront the remnants of the 7 vassal states now exposed? As the Blackwater mysterious flood dragon chieftain laid out her strategy, the entire cavern fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the mountain-moving king muttered, I concede that you possess a modicum of cleverness beyond my own. Let us proceed as you suggest. The chieftain's lips twitched slightly, not perceiving this as praise. The following evening, an urgent missive from the Tianyan province governor's office rushed into the palace. In the northern part of the Tianyan province, 5 great demon tribes had amassed an elite force of 200,000, marching southward with the intent to seize Grand Jing's territory, urgently requesting the emperor to dispatch reinforcements. In the capital, on a serene morning, Lu Yuan, still in slumber, was stirred by the crisp sound of bamboo. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At the side of the grand bed, a graceful young maiden rose lazily, clad in a light golden silk garment that barely concealed her fair skin. She floated to the window and picked up a compass, which vividly reflected the scene before the gates of the prince's residence, where stood a young woman. Lu Yuan turned her face, and, her voice laced with sleepiness, announced, Your Highness, it is Su Kai-dai from the Prime Minister's household. Lu Yuan let out a soft HM, closing his eyes to continue his slumber, disregarding her presence. With a gentle sigh, Lu Yuan set aside the compass and returned to the bedside, lazily climbing into bed. She nestled her warm and delicate form against Lu Yuan, also shutting her eyes obediently, surrendering to sleep once more. It had been 3 consecutive years since she had enjoyed a proper night's rest. Lu Yuan merely desired a peaceful slumber, wishing for all matters concerning Su Kai-dai and Lu Kai-dai to be cast aside. Ding. The host indulges in his whims, intending to relish a long, leisurely nap. Reward, Supreme Emperor's pouch. Is this truly acceptable? Lu Yuan was taken aback. This system is rather casual. Even indulging in a leisurely slumber comes with rewards. Truly a system that caters to whims. However, what is the matter with this extreme Tao Emperor's pouch? Lu Yuan caressed a silver belly band that had materialized in his hand. It possessed a delightful texture, soft to the touch, reminiscent of the celestial sands from the river of heaven, subtly infused with a fragrance akin to orchid and musk. Embroidered upon it was an enigmatic celestial map, its intricate patterns shimmering with radiant brilliance. At once profound, it seemed as if an entire starfield were enveloped within its design. Unyielding and impervious. This must surely be considered a defensive artifact, wouldn't it? Lu Yuan muttered to himself, his hand caressing the extreme Tao Emperor's pouch. As drowsiness enveloped his mind, and he slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 10. Breaking through 3 realms, the Grand Master of the Great Scenery. Noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Lu Yuan finally awoke from his slumber, stretching leisurely with an unparalleled sense of vitality. After Lu Yuan insisted on attending to him, he rose to alleviate the swelling. Lu Yuan perceived a transformation in his realm. He opened the panel. Host. Lu Yuan. Cultivation. Late stage of transformation realm, 3rd stage. Physique. Primordial Daobone. Treasures. Emperor's Banner. Supreme Heavenly Book. Ultimate Emperor's Cloak. Elixirs. Boundary Breaking Pill 99, Yellow Grade. Purple Dust Pill 84, Spirit Separation Pill 99. Techniques. Heavenly Spirit Scripture. Yesterday, at the teaching workshop, Lu Yuan, an ordinary mortal, utilized the Water Moon physique to elevate his cultivation from the initial stage of Qi induction to the pinnacle of Qi induction. Subsequently, after merely a slumber, his cultivation ascended from the peak of the 1st realm to the latter stage of the 3rd realm, transformation of essence. The primary credit for this remarkable advancement lies in the primordial Daobone and the supreme heavenly scripture. The significance of the primordial Daobone is self-evident. It is a divine artifact belonging to the apex of emperor-level power. With the mere possession of this Daobone, given additional time, perhaps several millennia, Lu Yuan could discern the path leading to the emperor realm. Had the teaching bureau previously possessed the primordial Tao bone before seizing the spiritual essence of the water moon physique? Lu Yuan's current cultivation has likely transcended the third realm, reaching the fourth realm of pure spirit. As for the supreme heavenly tome, Lu Yuan abruptly turned back and approached the bedside. Under the puzzled gaze of Lu Er, he lay down straight. Moments later, teetering on the brink of slumber and consciousness, Lu Yuan found himself in a realm of chaos. Beneath his feet was a colossal lotus flower, and before him lay a book devoid of words, inscribed with profound principles of the Tao. The sounds of the Tao resonated in his ears, intoxicating him and rendering him unable to extricate himself from its allure. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and sat up straight from the bed. Without lifting his head, he inquired, "How long have I slept?" "Your Highness." "You have slept for approximately half a quarter of an hour," Lu Er replied cautiously, as if fearing to disturb Lu Yuan. Half a quarter of an hour. Lu Yuan sensed his cultivation level and discovered he had firmly established himself in the late stage of the transformation realm, poised to break through to the pinnacle at any moment. Remarkably, it had only been a brief quarter of an hour, yet his cultivation had ascended so significantly. His physique and spirit also appeared to have strengthened slightly, a treasure that enables one to cultivate effortlessly while sleeping. Lu Yuan comprehended the purpose of the supreme heavenly book. As long as he carried it with him, he could effortlessly cultivate while sleeping, bypassing the torment of tedious meditation. It was nothing short of an extraordinary boon. Lu Yuan was in high spirits. With a wave of his hand, he said to Lu Er, "Let us go to the Qingzhou Pavilion and bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter." Lu Er obediently followed him. To the west of the imperial city stood a grand Taoist temple, its surroundings designated as a forbidden zone where no one could enter without summons. Deep within the temple, in a spacious meditation chamber, the national master of the great Jing kingdom slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of enchanting emerald flashing in her gaze. This stunning Taoist maiden sat cross-legged on a mat, her alluring figure draped in nothing but the essence of nature, reminiscent of verdant vines nourished by the morning dew. She was immaculate, with an ethereal beauty that was both curvaceous and graceful, captivating the soul like the most exquisite work of art. With a delicate gesture of her slender hand, the Taoist robe hanging on a rack behind her floated effortlessly to envelop her flawless, enticing form. The national master rose from the mat and fastened her waist belt, her voice as cool and clear as her appearance. "Come in." Her tone, like her beauty, was ageless, embodying the crispness of a youthful maiden and the soft allure of a mature woman. As her words echoed, a small Taoist girl timidly entered the room, hardly daring to meet the gaze of the national master in the center. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, recounting the events that had transpired in the capital and the Great Jing during the national master's retreat, placing particular emphasis on the misfortunes that had befallen Lu Yuan, the former regent prince. What? Lu Yuan's celestial spirit has become a mere husk? A subtle shift in the national master's otherwise composed expression finally occurred. The small Taoist girl bowed her head even lower. The national master formed a hand seal and divined a hexagram, observing the omens. She saw that the star representing Lu Yuan had utterly dimmed and shrunk to a fraction of its former self, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Her voice, ethereal and crystalline, carried a note of regret. The celestial spirit has indeed been rendered useless. What a pity. Upon finishing her words, the national master did not hesitate to strike her own heart with a palm. Crack. The sound of shattering emanated from her chest, and a trace of crimson blood escaped from the corner of her lips. She returned to her seated position on the mat and slowly closed her eyes. "You may leave." She intended to continue her retreat to recover from the backlash caused by severing the spiritual contract. The small Taoist girl felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, bowing her head as she exited the meditation chamber, carefully closing the door behind her. Almost simultaneously, a jade tablet embossed with a golden phoenix soared through the window into the meditation chamber. The golden phoenix tablet hovered before the national master, and the voice of the empress resounded. Lin Xianran, born with dual pupils, an ancient sacred body capable of breaking shackles, can practice dual cultivation. The national master abruptly opened her eyes, an extraordinary light blooming within her cool gaze. In the prince's residence, the moment the national master shattered the spiritual contract, Lu Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstains and gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace's western side, where the national teacher's Taoist temple stood. He murmured softly, "Oh, you old tree spirit, how could you be so heartless and ungrateful? After all, in my youth, I mistakenly referred to you as mother." Lu Yuan had not seen his mother since childhood. When he was 6 years old, he fell gravely ill. In a hazy state, a celestial beauty appeared before him and healed his ailment. She formed a pact with him, proclaiming that when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm at the age of 18, they would cultivate together. Later on, Lu Yuan finally realized that the grave illness was, in fact, a harbinger of the awakening of his celestial spirit. That enchanting woman was not his mother, but the contemporary national master of the great Jing dynasty. From that day forth, Lu Yuan paid homage to the national master as his teacher, attending the Taoist temple every 7 days to listen to the master's teachings and spending a night there for rest. This practice continued until 3 years ago when he led an army on a campaign. Lu Yuan originally believed that the bond forged over more than a decade between him and his master, the national master, was unique. However, he was taken aback the following day when he was ruthlessly confronted with the harsh reality. It seemed that the national master had only just learned of his diminished state as a mortal, rendered powerless and devoid of value. Without regard for the potential backlash, he audaciously shattered the spiritual contract that bound them. Lu Yuan also sustained serious injuries, causing his cultivation level to plummet from the late stage of the third realm to the early stage of the third realm. He withdrew his gaze from the Taoist temple of the national master. Lu Yuan took out an ordinary healing elixir and swallowed it, gradually recuperating from his injuries. The supply of elixirs was insufficient. The advancement in his realm was progressing too slowly. It seemed necessary to venture out more often, to actively engage in system tasks, acquire substantial rewards, and hasten the enhancement of his strength. He collected his thoughts. Lu Yuan gazed ahead. Within the verdant embrace of lush green spirit bamboos surrounding the pavilion, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged. Waves of spiritual pressure emanated from her being. Her youthful yet delicate face occasionally betrayed a flicker of anguish. Lu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm and was currently striving to break through the bottleneck to the sixth realm. After a moment of quiet observation, drawing from his prior experience of having ascended to this level, Lu Yuan discerned that the opportune moment had arrived. He instructed Lu Yuan, "Open your mouth." Inside the bamboo pavilion, as Lu Yuan endured the agonies of her breakthrough, she unhesitatingly parted her crimson lips upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice. Lu Yuan flicked his fingers, and 5 ethereal purple elixirs gracefully floated into Lu Yuan's mouth, dissolving instantly. They transformed into a rich essence of purple energy, surging through her limbs and bones. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of a bottleneck shattering, Lu Yuan, standing at the threshold of her cultivation, seized the opportunity to break through, officially entering the sixth realm of the Purple Mansion. Chapter 11. Your Highness, why does your imperial banner emit black smoke? If we liken ordinary cultivators to a mere bucket of water, then various spiritual bodies, such as sacred bodies, divine bodies, and celestial bodies, are akin to streams, rivers, lakes, and vast rivers. An ordinary cultivator requires merely a bowl of water to ascend to a higher realm, whereas those with exceptional constitutions require hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more. Consequently, individuals with extraordinary physiques can effortlessly obliterate ordinary cultivators of the same realm and can even engage in combat across 1 or 2 higher realms. Lu Yuan possesses one of the 2 supreme furnace physiques, bestowing her with remarkable cultivation aptitude. Thus, it was only with 5 precious purple chin pills that she successfully broke through to the 6th realm, after circulating several grand cycles of energy and solidifying her newfound level. Lu Yuan opened her eyes, did not rise but gracefully knelt on the mat, and deeply bowed to Lu Yuan, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing this opportunity upon me." Lu Yuan cast a glance at Lu Yuan, whose kneeling posture accentuated the curve of her rounded and ample form beneath her tightly drawn skirt. He cleared his throat softly and assisted her to her feet, jesting. "Lu Yuan has already ascended to the realm of a 6th-level cultivator, while I have unfortunately fallen to the status of a 3rd-level waste. With so many adversaries around, I shall have to rely on you for protection henceforth." Lu Yuan clenched her delicate fist and declared emphatically, "Whoever dares to harm His Highness must first step over my corpse. It is not so dire." Lu Yuan chuckled softly as he tidied her flowing hair. With a shift in tone, he said, "However, there is indeed a matter that requires your attention. Your Highness, please continue." Lu Yuan extended his hand, grasping at the air, and a soul banner materialized in his grasp. The banner pole appeared to be crafted from ethereal jade, translucent and radiant, with swirling stars adorning its surface. The flag itself was a deep violet, mystical runes flickering in and out of visibility, inscribed with the words "In Ming," constantly undulating and shifting, captivating the heart and soul. It was indeed the imperial banner. Lu Yuan gazed at the banner in Lu Yuan's hand, a chill creeping through her body and soul, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Your Highness, what is this?" "It is called the imperial banner. But why does it bear the inscription "In Ming"? "You must be mistaken. Those characters clearly read imperial." Lu Yuan explained with a smile. "Oh," Lu Yuan replied, her head bobbing in confusion. She then inquired, "But Your Highness, why does your imperial banner continuously emit black smoke?" Lu Yuan slapped the imperial banner with a resounding crack. The billowing black smoke vanished without a trace, rendering the entire flag seemingly ordinary. Even the ominous characters that read Emperor of Humanity ceased their unsettling sway. Lu Yuan solemnly handed the Emperor's banner to Lu Yuan, his tone imbued with a newfound seriousness. "I require you to take this banner to the Forbidden Sea of 10,000 souls. At present, the Emperor's banner is devoid of any malevolent spirits. It is merely a rather sturdy, ordinary spiritual artifact. The Forbidden Sea of 10,000 souls lies to the east of the Great Jing, a desolate expanse that was once a battlefield, now haunted by countless wandering souls. For the Emperor's banner, it is truly a land of opportunity." The reason for entrusting this task to Lu Yuan is twofold. Firstly, Lu Yuan possesses merely a 3rd-tier cultivation level, and the journey there and back would consume several months. Secondly, having just returned to the capital, he is undoubtedly under the scrutiny of various factions, including that of his dear sister, making it unwise for him to venture such a great distance. Lastly, Lu Yuan's exceptional physique is complemented by a unique ability to traverse vast distances with remarkable speed, rendering her the most suitable candidate for this undertaking. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, reverently accepting the Emperor's banner from Lu Yuan's hands. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, advising, "If you encounter danger, wrap your body in the flag's surface. Within the realm of the Jing, there has yet to be a formidable being capable of breaching a divine artifact such as the Emperor's banner." Understood. After arranging matters concerning the Emperor's banner, Lu Yuan strolled into the hall and beheld the dining table, which was indeed laden with an extravagant array of delicacies. Beast meat, spiritual rice, ethereal vegetables, fragrant tea, and divine fruits were all present in abundance. It was morning. Lu Yuan had stealthily emerged from the warmth of the bed to prepare everything, ensuring that Lu Yuan could indulge in a sumptuous feast upon awakening. He took his seat at the dining table. Lu Yuan picked up a piece of beast meat with his chopsticks and delicately savored it. The rich aroma enveloped him, free from any greasiness. As he swallowed, it transformed into a warm energy, coursing through every corner of his body, subtly enhancing his internal vitality. The meat of mystical beasts is exceedingly precious, often unattainable for even the wealthiest families to indulge in daily. For cultivators, the regular consumption of such meat greatly benefits their practice, while ordinary individuals can bolster their health and prolong their lives. After indulging for a while, a notification echoed from the system. Ding. The host has enjoyed a delightful meal and is in high spirits. Reward: Sacred Dragon Moonlight Vessel. To receive a reward for dining is truly remarkable. Lu Yuan beheld a diminutive spiritual vessel quietly suspended within the confines of the system's space. As his consciousness delved into its depths, the petite craft instantaneously magnified before his eyes. This was a dragon-shaped spiritual vessel, extending 1,000 zhang in length, resembling a legendary true dragon, exuding an air of formidable majesty. The hull was adorned with iridescent scales, emanating an ancient and powerful aura, suffusing the entire space with a gentle, ethereal luminescence. In the gaping maw of the dragon vessel, there rested a luminous full moon, imbued with an immensely potent surge of spiritual energy, serving as the vessel's very source of power. Simultaneously, it bore engravings of 81 intricate formations, encompassing offensive, defensive, supportive, soundproofing, stealth, and various other capabilities, all meticulously incorporated. Within the vessel's interior lay a realm of wonder, with spacious areas ingeniously partitioned into several zones, including tranquil chambers for meditation and secluded retreats, as well as storerooms for housing rare spiritual materials and treasures. It was, in essence, a mobile sanctuary of substantial grandeur. In the future, whether navigating through the vast territories of the Great Realm or venturing into the other domains of Emotsang, or even traversing the entire expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, one could luxuriate in the comforts of the Holy Dragon Moon-watching vessel. Lu Yuan retracted his consciousness with satisfaction, having already devised several travel routes in his mind. Once he witnesses the fall of the grand spectacle, he could venture to other vast domains. Perhaps he might even reap numerous rewards. He gathered his thoughts. Lu Yuan indulged in the feast for a brief moment before a sudden thought struck him. He rose and made his way toward the corner of the estate where the firewood shed stood. With a creak, the door to the shed swung open from the outside. Curled up amidst the pile of firewood, Ji Yuechan lifted her head to gaze toward the entrance. Bathed in the harsh sunlight, a tall figure slowly came to a halt before her. Lu Yuan. Ji Yuechan struggled to rise, clutching the neckline of her dress. Her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan with an unwavering hatred, reminiscent of a fierce female leopard. She regarded Ji Yuechan, who had spent the night curled up in the pile of firewood. Lu Yuan's face bore no expression, yet a hint of amusement danced within him. This Lu heir truly held a grudge. After being scolded by Ji Yuechan last night, she was cast into the woodshed. From that moment until now, the afternoon had arrived, and she had yet to partake in a single meal. Observing the scattered bite marks on the spiritual firewood at Ji Yuechan's feet, it was evident that hunger had driven her to nibble at it in desperation. Lu Yuan. Ji Yuechan gritted her silver teeth, producing a sharp piece of spiritual wood from somewhere, pressing it firmly against her delicate white neck, embodying a defiant spirit of sacrifice. This princess has made up her mind. Even if it costs me my life, I shall never again allow you to tarnish my dignity. At the utterance of the word death, her eyes flickered with trepidation. Yet she ultimately steeled herself to endure. Lu Yuan appeared to be oblivious to her presence, casting a fleeting glance before turning towards the storage room. His voice drifting back nonchalantly. The meals are prepared. If you wish to avoid starvation, you ought to follow. Ji Yuechan, her cultivation sealed, was reduced to the status of a mere mortal. If she continued to forego sustenance, she would indeed face the grim prospect of starvation. Her water-moon body still held some significance for Lu Yuan, prompting her to approach him. Yet, should she stubbornly choose to sacrifice herself for the sake of her integrity, Lu Yuan would not intervene. A prolonged gurgle emanated from Ji Yuechan's emaciated abdomen. The gnawing hunger enveloped her in a chilling sensation, as though she were ensconced in an ice cellar. She stood there, dazed, clutching a sharp piece of wood, acutely aware that Lu Yuan's footsteps were receding, on the brink of vanishing entirely. The prospect of being left to starve ignited a flicker of humiliation in her eyes. With a swift tug of her skirt, she hurriedly followed him. Within the hall, Ji Yuechan disregarded the decorum befitting a princess, voraciously indulging in the sumptuous spread before her. It seemed she sought to exact revenge on these innocent dishes for the humiliation inflicted by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan leisurely savored his meal. Under the auspices of the primordial Taoist essence, the spiritual rice and meat contained an abundance of ethereal energy, all of which transformed into pure primordial force, nourishing his meridians and dantian. Not long ago, due to the shattering of the spiritual contract, he had experienced a decline in his realm. However, he soon ascended to the mid-stage of the transformation of Yuan realm. At that moment, a clear and melodious sound, reminiscent of bamboo, resonated from the entrance of the residence. It was the sound of a visitor knocking on the door. Lu Yuan rose to his feet and ambled slowly towards the door, guided solely by instinct. Lu Yuan was convinced that someone was about to bestow an opportunity upon him. He pondered what rewards the system might grant this time, at the very least. He anticipated spirit elixirs of the caliber of the purple Zhen Dan, or the divided spirit Dan, or perhaps even exquisite treasures like the Emperor's banner. Chapter 12. Want the Eastern Palace seal? Take it then. Outside the prince's residence, a girl, as graceful as a fluttering butterfly, was persistently knocking on the door, her expression betraying a hint of impatience. She was Su Kaidai, the daughter of the prime minister. After acquiescing to Lin Xuanyan's request the previous night, she had arrived at the prince's residence early in the morning, eager to see Lu Yuan. Yet, no one responded. Time dragged on until the afternoon. And despite her persistent knocking, there was no sign of life within the manor. Were it not for the defensive array enveloping the estate, she would have scaled the walls long ago to confront Lu Yuan about his avoidance. At that moment, a few citizens of the capital strolled by on the street outside the residence. Upon noticing someone visiting Lu Yuan, they exchanged glances of disdain and hastened their steps away, seemingly fearful of being tainted by misfortune. Su Kaidai, feeling a wave of embarrassment, lowered her head deeply and tugged at her collar to obscure half her face. Silently vowing to leave the moment she completed the task assigned by Brother Xianyan, determined not to linger here for even a second longer. After a while, a voice finally emerged from within the manor. Come in. The door swung open immediately. Su Kaidai clenched her fists, steeling herself, and stepped across the threshold into the prince's residence. As she traversed the courtyard and ascended the corridor built over the pond, she spotted Lu Yuan in the middle of the walkway, feeding golden koi in the water. Just then, he glanced up at her, his gaze remarkably tranquil, which sent a jolt of anxiety through Su Katie's heart, leaving her with a sudden regret for coming alone to meet him. She gazed at the enchanting and elegant young man before her. Lu Yuan's heart was somewhat complicated. He had known Su Kaidai since childhood, and they often played together, making them akin to childhood sweethearts. After growing up to become the crown prince, he even entertained thoughts of making Su Kaidai his consort and eventually his empress. However, at that time, Lu Yuan was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, paying little heed to matters of love and romance, which led to such thoughts being set aside. It was not until he led an army to quell the rebellious vassal states that he saw Su Kaidai again after 3 years. She had blossomed into a more enchanting beauty, yet the intense anxiety and wariness in her eyes prompted a soft chuckle from Lu Yuan. He casually inquired, Miss Su, what brings you to my residence? He had already surmised the reason for her visit. Faced with Lu Yuan's question, Su Kaidai felt a flutter of nervousness within her. Swallowing hard, she recalled the process her brother Xianran had taught her the previous night. With great caution, she began to speak. Lu Yuan Gij, you did not actually harm the 100,000 soldiers. You were falsely accused, correct? Her voice possessed a natural sweetness that inadvertently eased the tension in the air. This was the strategy taught by Lin Xianran, to deceive Lu Yuan to gain his trust, and then to request the Eastern Palace seal from him. Su Kaidai did not inquire why her brother desired the seal, but she was resolute in her determination to procure it for him, no matter the cost. As Lu Yuan remained silent, Su Katie's anxiety intensified, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Finally, Lu Yuan halted his motion of feeding the fish and calmly spoke. Have you finished? Su Kaidai appeared somewhat bewildered. Lu Yuan's tranquility was exceedingly excessive. He had lost his cultivation, his celestial body, and his status as the crown prince, reduced to a powerless prince devoid of any possessions. Yet, she offered her concerns so tenderly, as if she were a half-cherished childhood companion. Did Lu Yuan not have any reaction at all? Fortunately, Lu Yuan seemed to sense her sense of grievance. He spoke once more. Did you come here today for a specific reason? Su Kaidai's eyes finally sparkled with life. A crescent smile graced her lips as she sweetly said, Brother Lu Yuan, do you still have the Eastern Palace seal that you once showed me? Yes. Wonderful. Could you bring it back for me to play with? Su Katie's voice carried a hint of urgency. Once she obtained the Eastern Palace seal, she could return and boast to Brother Xianran. Of course. Lu Yuan slowly opened his mouth, yet the 2 words I can remained unspoken. Su Kaidai felt a tightening sensation in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, Lu Yuan had already approached her and was steadily closing the distance between them. Lu Yuan, what are you trying to do? Su Kaidai sensed something amiss. She retreated step by step until her back collided with a wooden pillar, her legs giving way beneath her, and she found herself sitting down abruptly. Lu Yuan lowered his head, looking down at her from his elevated position. The innate sense of superiority he exuded rendered Su Kaidai, who had been pampered since childhood, utterly incapable of harboring any thoughts of defiance. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lu Yuan's lips. Kaidai, I recall you once mentioned, in your youth, that you wished to marry me and become my consort. However, those were mere jests, unworthy of consideration. Upon witnessing the lascivious glint in Lu Yuan's eyes, Su Kaidai trembled, instinctively shielding herself with her arms, a profound sense of regret blossoming within her heart. She should never have ventured into this prince's residence. It was akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. Unworthy of consideration? Lu Yuan bent down, gazing intently at Su Kaidai's beautiful and fresh visage. So, you have been deceiving me? Upon hearing the word deceive, Su Kaidai's pupils quivered, and she instinctively shook her head. No, I have not lied to you. That is reassuring. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, yet could not help but murmur to himself. Having come this far, why had the system notification still not appeared? Lu Yuan accompanied Su Kaidai for such an extended period, not out of idleness, but rather with the intention of utilizing her to complete system tasks and reap rewards. To his surprise, despite all this time spent, there remained no indication of progress. He cast a glance at Su Kaidai, who was seated despondently before the wooden pillar in the corridor. Lu Yuan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He straightened up and coldly uttered, "Leave." Su Kaidai, who had braced herself for Lu Yuan's coercive behavior, was taken aback by his abrupt command. She blinked in disbelief and asked, "What did you say?" Upon realizing her situation, she hastily scrambled to her feet and retreated several paces, ensuring she was a safe distance from Lu Yuan. Though she finally felt a semblance of security, she did not flee entirely. Instead, gritting her teeth, she resolved to sever all ties with him. Lu Yuan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Not only have you betrayed the 100,000 soldiers on the front lines, but you also seek to harm me? Were you not once so tender towards me? Lu Yuan furrowed her brow. Did she believe she was being condescended to? What if she was the daughter of the prime minister? Did she truly think Lu Yuan would hesitate to eliminate her? Su Kaidai seemed to exhibit a remarkable fearlessness towards Lu Yuan. Continuing to overstep her boundaries, she retrieved a luminous orb from her bosom. Brandishing it before Lu Yuan with a menacing air, she proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "This is the surveillance orb, which has already recorded your recent treacherous intentions towards me. Should I present it to His Majesty, even if you are a prince bestowed by the Emperor himself, you shall undoubtedly be imprisoned in the dungeons and subjected to punishment." The surveillance orb, a pair of mother and child, had its counterpart at home, where it had transmitted the entire scene. Observing Lu Yuan's silence while she regarded the orb, it seemed she had been momentarily daunted. Su Kaidai couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her own cleverness. The orb had been a precautionary measure she prepared, and unexpectedly, it had proven its worth. With the evidence in hand, no matter how ruthless and audacious Lu Yuan might be, she would certainly refrain from further actions against her. With this thought, Su Kaidai cleared her throat. Adopting the demeanor of her father, engaged in discussions with court officials, and declared, "Lu Yuan, relinquish the Eastern Palace seal. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise." She gestured towards the surveillance orb, her expression steeped in threat. Ding. Random task activated. Task 1. In response to Su Kaidai's threat, deliver a resounding slap across her face, compelling her to retreat as far as possible. Reward, Iron Palm, medium-grade spirit tool. Task 2. Personally hand over the Eastern Palace seal to the Supreme of the Dual Eyes, showering him with flattery in hopes of receiving his protection, leading to your ascension. Reward, a slave seal. Task 3. Voluntarily abandon the Eastern Palace seal. Everything pertaining to the Great Jing is no longer your concern. Reward, Thunder Emperor's Treasure Technique. Chapter 13. Thunder Emperor's Treasure Technique. The Dual Eyes present a treasure. Lu Yuan first examined the initial task. The reward was unexpectedly a mid-grade spiritual artifact. In the realm of treasures, the hierarchy is classified into magical tools, spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, and the profound heavenly spiritual treasures. Once, Lu Yuan, as the regent prince, wielded the celestial spirit sword, which was merely a top-grade spiritual artifact, and it had shattered on the battlefield of the northern sea ice abyss. The second task offered a slave seal as a reward, which essentially meant entrusting his very life and fortune to that so-called supreme with the dual pupils. And then there was the third task, the Thunder Emperor's Divine Technique. This was the legendary inheritance of the 10 Fiends, representing the utmost profundity of the Thunder Path. It encompassed the most formidable thunder laws in existence. Upon reaching mastery, one could even harness the power of the heavens and wield the might of divine retribution. Let alone that Lu Yuan was merely at the third realm now. Even in the fabled realm of the Great Emperor, it would still be an exceedingly terrifying offensive method. Indeed, it was not a waste of time after all. Lu Yuan immediately thought, I'd choose the third option. Ding. Task selection successful. The host has acquired the complete legacy of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. In the next moment, a brilliant flash of lightning ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, the previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, with massive thunder rumbling and churning within the ominous haze, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle of divine retribution descending upon the world. However, as Lu Yuan fully mastered the Thunder Emperor's divine technique and reigned in all his aura, the tumultuous scene of dark clouds and rolling thunder dissipated completely. As if it had never existed at all, Lu Yuan flipped his right hand, revealing a meticulously crafted treasure seal in his palm. It was none other than the Eastern Palace seal, imbued with Lu Yuan's ultimate essence of the true dragon. Had it not been for Su Katie's visit today, he might have nearly forgotten its existence. He weighed the treasure seal thoughtfully in his hand. Lu Yuan unhesitatingly cast it into the waters beneath the corridor. With a splash, Su Kaidai heard the sound. Her gaze shifted from the sky, just in time to behold a finely crafted treasure seal, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. Casually discarded into the water by Lu Yuan, her expression changed drastically. Lu Yuan had already turned around, leisurely making his way down the long corridor towards the interior of the mansion. A voice floated from behind, after half a cup of tea. The mansion's formation will expel all outsiders. If you wish to take anything, do so with haste. Upon finishing the statement, Lu Yuan's figure vanished completely from sight. You scoundrel! Su Kaidai seethed, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, as she gazed at the Eastern Palace seal lying at the bottom of the pond, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Her aptitude for cultivation was rather poor. She had only reached the initial stage of the third realm, and her elemental force could not yet leave her body, let alone retrieve the Eastern Palace seal from a distance. After a brief moment, she believed that once the time elapsed, she would be expelled from the estate's formation, just as Lu Yuan had foretold. All her efforts would be in vain. With this thought, Su Kaidai steeled her resolve, lifted her skirts, and with a splash, leapt directly into the pool's waters. Half a tea time later, Su Kaidai stood drenched on the long street, the cold wind making her shiver uncontrollably. She cast a glance back at the tightly shut gates of the Crown Prince's residence, mentally cursing Lu Yuan 1,000 times. At that moment, she noticed that the recording orb remained with her. Lu Yuan had no intention of leaving. A surge of joy filled her heart. With this leverage in hand, she could seize the opportunity to blackmail Lu Yuan in the future. With such thoughts, Su Kaidai hastily departed, eager to deliver the long-sought Eastern Palace seal to her brother Xianran. In her naivety, she remained blissfully unaware that Lu Yuan had never cast a glance at the recording orb from the beginning. Upon returning to the hall, Lu Yuan gazed at the dining table, which appeared to have been ravaged by a tempest, leaving only a few remnants of cold dishes. Ji Weichan was nowhere to be found. Lu Yuan paid no heed. Standing in the open space, he slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, Lu Yuan's right fist radiated with brilliance as he struck forward, lightning intertwining with ferocity, suddenly colliding with a colossal stone ahead. Boom! The dazzling light erupted, accompanied by a violent shockwave as the towering green stone was instantaneously obliterated, transforming into a cloud of dust. This was the lightning fist, one of the sacred techniques of the Thunder Emperor. Other techniques included Thunder Emperor's finger, thunder transforming into stars, nine heavens calamity light, and heavenly punishment thunder, among others. With Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, he could only execute the lightning fist. However, it sufficed. He lifted his gaze to the sky, noticing that dusk was rapidly approaching. The supreme heavenly book required merely sleep to significantly enhance one's cultivation. With nothing pressing at hand, he felt at ease. Lu Yuan naturally needed to bathe and rest. Now, he was merely in one of a warm bed attendant. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan leisurely made his way toward the corner of the estate. In the shadow of the estate's wall, a figure in a black dress struggled to lift stones, precariously stacking them to create a makeshift escape route. Ji Weichan wiped the sweat from her brow, her eyes shining with a glimmer of hope as she surveyed her efforts. Suddenly, the steady sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor behind her, growing ever closer. Ji Weichan's expression changed in an instant. Without hesitation, she stood atop the stones, her toes pointed, hands grasping the edge of the wall as she prepared to climb. A calm voice emanated from behind. You currently possess no cultivation, nor do you have a single spirit stone. The only fate awaiting you outside is starvation. There is no other avenue to pursue. Ji Weichan froze mid-action. Oh, I almost forgot. The black dress you wear is a magical artifact, barely capable of exchanging for some spirit stones. However, as a body of water moon, even without your primal Yin, you still possess an excellent absorption effect. Should you be discovered, you would be swiftly rendered unconscious, confined to a small dark room, subjected to daily extraction, forever deprived of sunlight. Ji Weichan's complexion turned pale in an instant. Lu Yuan had already turned around and was leisurely making his way towards the bedroom, intending to fetch water from the wood shed for a bath. Half an hour later. If I do not see you in the master bedroom, feel free to depart from this residence. As the words fell from his lips, Lu Yuan's figure vanished completely from Ji Weichan's sight. The 5 great demon tribes gathered an elite force of 200,000, advancing northward with the intent to invade the Tianyan province. Upon receiving this information, the Empress summoned her ministers for a discussion. It was only when the sky darkened that she returned to the Phoenix welcoming palace to rest. The Empress donned a gown woven with golden threads and was about to enter the spirit pool for meditation when a palace maid announced, Your Majesty. The supreme being with dual pupils, Lin Xianran, requests an audience, stating he has treasures to present to Your Majesty. Treasures? The Empress turned, standing behind the golden gauze curtain. her tone laced with authority. Let him in. Moments later, Lin Xianran, with silver hair and crimson eyes, entered the hall under the guidance of the maid, bowing deeply. I, Lin Xianran, pay my respects to your majesty. The previous day, Lin Xianran had been granted a minor 5th-grade position, hence he regarded the empress as his sovereign. The empress acknowledged him with a sound, her voice calm yet commanding. My loyal minister visits at such a late hour. Is there something to report? Lin Xianran lifted his head, catching a glimpse of the empress's unparalleled beauty through the golden curtain, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He retrieved a golden silk jade box from his robes, smiling. I chanced upon a treasure that should be of use to your majesty, which is why I intruded upon your rest at this late hour. He presented the jade box with both hands. The empress gestured, and the box gracefully floated through the curtain into her grasp. Upon opening it, she discovered a meticulously carved treasure seal, the imperial seal of the Eastern Palace, within which resided an immense aura, visible only to those blessed with fortune, embodying the true dragoness energy of the great Jing dynasty. Gazing at the seal, a complex expression flickered in the empress's eyes, quickly replaced by a frigid demeanor. With this seal in her possession, the entire fortune of the great Jing would serve as nourishment for her cultivation of the emperor's scriptures, allowing her realm to ascend at an accelerated pace, suppressing the immediate urge to refine the true dragoness energy. The empress turned her gaze toward Lin Xian and in the hall, her voice softening. Indeed, this item will greatly benefit me. For your contribution, you may request any reward you desire. Chapter 14. The National Master sees the dual pupils, granting you a chance at transformation. What I desire most is, of course, your esteemed self, your majesty. Lin Xianran suppressed his yearning for the empress, donning what he deemed a charming smile. It is my duty to seek treasures for your majesty, and no reward is necessary. Rather, if your majesty favors me, I would gladly take on some of your burdens. What he alluded to was the urgent news regarding the demon army's invasion of the Tianyang province. The great Jing dynasty held dominion over the entire Moxiang region, a land rich in spiritual energy, brimming with various treasures and resources. Lin Xianran, possessing the dual pupils and harboring a deeply hidden ancient sacred body, required vast resources for his cultivation. Thus, the great Jing dynasty became the force to which he chose to temporarily align himself, alongside the ambition of claiming the illustrious empress as his own. The thrill of conquest was undoubtedly intoxicating. The empress discerned Lin Xuanran's intentions and, somewhat surprised, inquired, Do you wish to accompany the troops to the Tianyang province? No. Lin Xianran stood tall, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. I wish to personally lead the army to thoroughly suppress the 5 demon tribes, bringing their chieftains back to the capital to await your judgment. Do you have experience in commanding troops? None. Before the empress could question further, Lin Xianran continued, The 5 demon tribes have long been scattered. Now only 20 to 30,000 remnants can be gathered. Previously, Lu Yuan managed to shatter a 1,000,000-strong demon coalition with just 100,000 flame dragon troops. Now, with fewer than 30,000 remnants, I, Lin Xianran, need only command 50,000 soldiers to annihilate them completely. As he spoke, Lin Xuanran's gaze remained fixed upon the alluring silhouette of the empress, partially veiled by the golden curtain. From what he learned from Kai Dai, the young empress had once held great admiration for her brother, Lu Yuan. Thus, Lin Xianran sought to leverage this turmoil among the demon tribes to showcase a thunderous display of strength reminiscent of the legendary Lu Yuan, hoping to win the empress's favor. Having uttered his proposal, Lin Xianran awaited the empress's response, confident she would not refuse. To his surprise, when the empress spoke again, her tone had lost the previous warmth shown during the offering of the Eastern Palace seal, reverting to her earlier, somewhat distant authority. This matter will be discussed again in court tomorrow. It is late. You should return and rest. As her words fell, a crimson light erupted from behind the curtain, hovering steadily before Lin Xianran. The scarlet flame sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, should be of assistance to you. Take it. Thank you, your majesty. Lin Xianran exclaimed, elated as he accepted the spirit sword, bowing deeply. Any lingering resentment over the empress's refusal of his military request vanished entirely. A mid-grade spiritual weapon. Above mere artifacts, such items were indeed extraordinary. He recalled that the resplendent regent prince, Lu Yuan, once wielded a supreme spiritual weapon, yet the empress had directly bestowed upon him a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Clearly, the empress held him in high regard. With a smile gracing his lips, Lin Xianran respectfully took his leave, contemplating the moment he would discard his own superior artifact sword upon his return. As he exited the Phoenix welcoming palace, guided by the eunuch, he pondered opportunities for a future clandestine meeting with the empress. Suddenly, he sensed an eerie silence enveloping him, the footsteps of the eunuch trailing half a step behind, fading into absolute stillness. Danger. Instinctively, Lin Xianran drew the recently acquired scarlet flame sword. Boom. A torrent of intense, scorching fire energy surged forth, incinerating the closest spiritual plants, instantly desiccating them into charred remnants. It was then that Lin Xianran noticed a stunning Taoist maiden clad in flowing robes materializing before him, seemingly appearing from nowhere. This maiden, with skin as flawless as jade, exuded an ethereal allure, her true age indiscernible. She resembled a blossoming young woman, yet also bore the grace of a mature beauty, and upon closer inspection, She embodied the essence of an enigmatic Taoist master, radiating an almost perilous temptation, despite her modest attire. Upon seeing the Taoist maiden, Lin Xian could not help but reveal a look of infatuation. Suddenly, a chill flickered in his crimson eyes, snapping him back to reality. Alarmed, he quickly lowered his head in respect. I, Lin Xian, pay my respects to the national master. It was said that within the great Jing Palace resided a true powerhouse. As long as she lived, the palace would remain unconquerable. Through various inquiries, Lin Xian had confirmed that this formidable being was indeed the national master of the great Jing. With increasingly respectful gestures, his thoughts raced, pondering the reason behind the national master's unexpected appearance before him. Are you Lin Xian? The national master slowly began to speak, his voice crisp and ethereal. Indeed, Lin Xuanzhan dared not even breathe, feeling more anxious than when facing the empress herself. The national master's gaze fell upon Lin Xuanzhan, as if penetrating his very being to behold the numerous broken golden shackles. This was a manifestation of the ancient sacred body shattering its chains. Lin Xuanzhan not only bore the weight of the heavy pupil but also possessed the innate ability to break free from constraints, being a true young supreme. As long as he did not fall, he would undoubtedly step into the legendary, unattainable pinnacle in the future. The national master nodded in satisfaction, gently parting his lips. Within a century, should you cultivate to the peak of the 9th realm, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter. What kind of fortuitous encounter? Lin Xuanzhan instinctively inquired. Naturally, it is the fortuitous encounter you have long desired. The national master refrained from elaborating. After a brief pause, he conjured a jade tablet embossed with the outline of a leaf. As long as you remain within the great realm, I can assist you with 3 matters. Lin Xuanzhan accepted the jade tablet, utterly astonished that this journey to the Phoenix Palace could yield such unexpected fortune. The true formidable figure of the Great Realm Palace would assist him with 3 matters at no cost. Once he reached the peak of the 9th realm, he would also receive a coveted fortuitous encounter. Lin Xuanzhan steadied his emotions, daring to fixate on the national master's clear, tranquil eyes, and resolutely declared, there is no need for a century. Within 10 years, I shall certainly ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Very well. I shall await you for 10 years. Upon uttering this, the national master vanished like a fleeting dream. Lin Xuanzhan's surroundings shifted, and he found himself still being led by the eunuch, making his way out of the palace. Unbeknownst to him, he was tightly clutching the jade tablet. As night fell, the bright moon hung high, casting silvery rays that enveloped the entire prince's residence in a shimmering cloak. Within the main chamber, fragrant wisps filled the air, permeating a sense of warmth and tranquility. Lu Yuan leaned against the sandalwood bathtub, with a pair of delicate, pale hands awkwardly bathing him from behind. He felt those hands, which seemed to subtly slide towards his neck, as if they intended to strangle him. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. With his eyes closed, he spoke in a calm voice, remove your clothes. Behind him, Ji Yuechan trembled at Lu Yuan's request, biting her lip fiercely as tears began to well in her eyes. Those words echoed eerily the same as they had the previous night at the Bureau of Music. Chapter 15. A million vengeful spirits enter the banner, and the forbidden sea of souls no longer exists. After a brief pause, there was no sound from behind. Lu Yuan turned slightly, a hint of impatience creasing his brow. Did you not hear me speak? He remarked, his gaze sharp. In response to Lu Yuan's unyielding stare, Ji Yuechan closed her eyes in despair, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye as her black gown fell to the ground, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like form. An hour later, having concluded his meditation, Lu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction within. His cultivation had remarkably ascended from the mid-stage of the 3rd realm to its pinnacle. The Shueyu body proved to be an exceptional alchemical physique. Even without the initial essence of the primal yin, the dual cultivation still brought him substantial benefits. Of course, the influence of his primordial Dao bones played a significant role. Were Lu Yuan merely a mortal body, the dual cultivation would have only solidified his mid-stage 3rd realm cultivation, without any possibility of surpassing to its peak. Realizing that it was getting late, he decided it was time to rest. Upon awakening the next day, he anticipated that the supreme heavenly scroll would enable him to break through to the 4th realm. With thoughts of regaining that coveted realm, he held the seemingly lifeless Ji Yuechan in his arms and strode toward the bed. The fire elemental formation was activated, enveloping the entire chamber in a gentle warmth. The following morning, Lu Yuan gradually awoke. The visions of a chaotic world, a colossal lotus, and the sounds of the great Tao that had filled his dreams dissipated completely. He took a moment to assess his cultivation, and indeed, as Lu Yuan had surmised the previous night, he had officially stepped into the 4th realm of Qingling. In less than 2 days, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal into a cultivator of the 4th realm. Such speed would be unimaginable, even for the great emperors of antiquity, would it not? Lu Yuan felt a sense of delight. As his gaze shifted, he noticed Ji Yuechan lying on the side of the bed, her hands tightly clutching the blanket. Her eyes filled with bloodshot intensity, fixated on him. He couldn't help but exclaim, have you not slept a wink all night? Ji Yuechan remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Beneath the covers, her delicate form was completely bare, and she was so tense that she dared not close her eyes. fearful that Lu Yuan might succumb to his primal instincts and disturb her at the break of dawn. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, calmly dressing himself. A rare occurrence where he spent an entire night without fidgeting. As a reward, he allowed himself a leisurely morning. However, it was only for the span of an hour. After that, he would prepare breakfast in the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan had already donned his attire and departed from the bedroom. A chime resonated, signaling that the host's cultivation had returned to the fourth realm, eliciting a sense of elation. Rewards granted. Contemplation of the Chaos Divine Mill. Acquired. Soul-nourishing pills 100. In the Qingju Pavilion, Lu Yuan gazed at the prompt before him, once again appreciating the system's thoughtfulness. The Chaos Divine Polishing Visualization is a supreme technique for refining one's soul. It allows practitioners to visualize the Chaos Divine Polisher, shattering and reshaping their consciousness, thereby rapidly enhancing their spiritual power. Moreover, it enables the manifestation of the Chaos Divine Polisher's projection through mental energy, inflicting torment upon adversaries. Under ordinary circumstances, mastering the Chaos Divine Polishing Visualization requires immense willpower and determination to endure the repeated anguish of soul fragmentation. Fortunately, the version Lu Yuan received has been modified by the system, allowing him to elevate his strength swiftly without enduring any pain. It can even be integrated with the supreme heavenly scripture. By merely sleeping, he can autonomously cultivate both his primal energy and spirit. Opening the panel, he found Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, early stage of the clear spirit realm, fourth realm. Physique, primordial Dao bone. Treasures, Emperor's banner. Supreme heavenly scripture. Extreme Dao imperial pouch. Holy dragon moonlit vessel. Elixirs, boundary breaking pill X99, yellow grade. Purple abyss pill X84, spirit separation pill X99. Soul nurturing pill X100. Techniques, heavenly spirit sutra. Chaos divine polishing visualization. Divine powers, Thunder Emperor's art. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan's configuration had become remarkably luxurious, with both offensive and defensive abilities at the pinnacle level. The only aspect lacking was his cultivation realm, which remained relatively low. However, only 2 days had passed. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry, waiting for Lu Air to return with the Emperor's banner that had absorbed 1,000,000 vengeful souls. Then, he could leave the Great Jing and embark on a journey to other realms to acquire rewards. To the east of the Great Jing territory lies a desolate sea known as the Forbidden Sea of Souls. It is said to be an ancient battlefield, haunted by countless restless spirits. Each night, from dozens of miles away, one can hear the clashing sounds of armies engaged in battle. At this moment, the sun hung high, marking the peak of daylight's vigor, and it was the safest time in the Forbidden Sea of Souls. 2 figures descended from the distant sky, landing at one corner of the Forbidden Sea. The foremost was a woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, followed closely by an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The resemblance between them was striking, clearly indicating a close blood relationship. Mother, is this the Forbidden Sea of Souls? The young girl gazed out at the boundless expanse of the Dead Sea, her mind conjuring images of the countless malevolent spirits that might lurk beneath its surface. Her little face betrayed a flicker of fear as she clutched tightly to her mother-esque garment. Indeed, the woman replied, casting a serious look at her daughter. Wan, you have officially embarked on the path of ghost cultivation. It is time for you to refine a ghostly entity of your own. Although the Forbidden Sea is perilous, capturing and refining one of its vengeful souls will greatly benefit your future in ghost cultivation. Do you understand? Meeting her mother-esque stern gaze, the girl named Wan gathered her courage and nodded, proclaiming, I understand, mother. I will surely succeed. Very well, the woman acknowledged with a nod of approval. Just as she was about to lead her daughter towards the shallows in search of a weaker spirit, she suddenly sensed an ominous change in the atmosphere. The once clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, plunging into complete darkness as chilling winds howled through the air, reminiscent of the fabled underworld. What is happening? The woman gasped, her heart racing as she looked up, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Her daughter trembled in fear, shrinking deeply into her mother-esque embrace. In the next moment, a colossal banner appeared in the stormy sky. Its pole shimmered like crystal, as if forged from ethereal jade, adorned with twinkling stars. The banner itself was a deep purple, with cryptic runes flickering in and out of sight, displaying the words Yin Ming, swaying in a way that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. With a rustling sound, the emergence of this gigantic banner sent the Forbidden Sea into a frenzy. As vengeful spirits surged forth from its depths, releasing chilling and terrifying roars, they rushed towards the Yin Ming banner, disappearing into its depths without a trace. On the shore of the Forbidden Sea, the woman, holding her daughter tightly, couldn't help but tremble. Each spirit that emerged exuded a formidable ghostly aura that left her in awe. If they were to appear in the mortal realm, they would undoubtedly bring catastrophic devastation to the living. Yet, these powerful spirits offered no resistance and were effortlessly drawn into the skyward banner. As the ominous clouds dissipated, the sky returned to its former clarity, with the sun radiating warmth from high above. However, this warmth could not penetrate the coldness that enveloped the woman on the shore. She gazed at the now tranquil sea, devoid of any trace of malevolence, as if it were an ordinary body of water, and whispered softly while holding her daughter close. From this day forth, the Forbidden Sea of Souls is no more. Chapter 16. The Indestructible Eye of All Loss. The pseudo-Tian profound body the news of the demon tribes amassing 200,000 elite soldiers to march southward with the intent of invading the Tianyan province of the Great Jing has spread throughout the capital. Instantly, the grand halls of the capital's inns and tea-houses buzzed with excitement as discussions on the matter flourished. Ultimately, the conversation circled back to the former regent prince, Lu Yuan, with curses and denunciations echoing endlessly. In a private room on the second floor of a tea-house, Lin Xianren leisurely savored a sumptuous luncheon while listening to the various slanders directed at Lu Yuan from below. His already pleasant mood became even more buoyant. As one blessed with the dual powers of the ancient sacred body capable of breaking free from shackles, Lin Xianren believed himself to be the sole son of fortune in this realm. He envisioned a future where he would ascend to the supreme realm and attain the status of a great emperor. Moreover, the unparalleled empress of the Great Jing would serve as his first confidant and resource provider on his path to invincibility. Alas, perhaps due to his still lowly cultivation level, the empress had remained distant and indifferent towards him. Not only was her enchanting presence elusive, but even a private audience was separated by a curtain, emphasizing the divide between them. Thus, Lu Yuan, renowned for his extraordinary military achievements in subduing the 5 barbarian tribes, became the target of Lin Xuanran's ambitions. He sought to demonstrate to the empress that he, Lin Xianran, was not in the slightest inferior to the illustrious Lu Yuan of yore. Rather, he aspired to surpass him in wisdom and valor, emerging as a paragon of strength worthy of the empress's trust and lifelong devotion. Fortunately, the empress granted him this opportunity. Not long ago, during a court assembly, he was afforded the chance to accompany the army in the campaign against the barbarian tribes. Although he could not lead the troops independently, it provided him with ample opportunity and a grand stage. Brother Xianran. A sweet voice broke his reverie. Lin Xianran turned to find Su Kaidai gazing at him with eager eyes. With a hint of shyness, she inquired, "Do these dishes suit your palate?" Lin Xianran nodded lightly. "They are quite acceptable." Su Kaidai, the daughter of the prime minister, had fortuitously crossed paths with him on his journey to the capital. Captivated by the allure of this celestial being, she approached him with bashful enthusiasm. Though Lin Xianran held little regard for her, he recognized the potential benefits of cultivating a relationship with the prime minister's daughter. Engaging in conversation with her led to significant resources for his cultivation and ultimately a chance meeting with the illustrious empress of the Great Jing. Throughout this interaction, Lin Xianran maintained a cool detachment towards Su Kaidai, which only intensified her affections for him. She was eager to present all her treasures as tokens of her admiration. After the morning court session, he received a jade slip from her, inviting him to a luncheon. Seizing the opportunity to advance his own goals by leveraging the prime minister's connections, he readily accepted. Unbeknownst to Su Kaidai, the whispers of disdain for Lu Yuan echoed below, but her thoughts were solely focused on Lin Xianran. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively asked, "Are you departing the capital tomorrow to suppress the barbarian army in the Tianyan province?" "How do you know?" Lin Xianran replied, surprised. "I inquired of my father," she responded. Lin Xianran nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, Su Kaidai summoned her courage. "May I accompany you to the front lines? What purpose would you serve there?" Lin Xianran frowned, feeling her exuberance was somewhat excessive. "To fight alongside you, of course." Her face radiated anticipation, having envisioned this moment countless times. Noticing his deepening frown, she quickly added, "I want to be a hindrance. I possess 2 sets of mid-grade spiritual armor, which I can offer to you, Brother Xianran." Upon hearing her generous offer of mid-grade spiritual armor, Lin Xianran nearly voiced a refusal, but swallowed his words. Instead, he replied gently, "Very well, let us depart together with the army at dawn." Wonderful. The following morning, 30 miles from the capital, a military camp received the empress's orders to commence their march towards the Tianyan province. Simultaneously, several neighboring provinces were mobilizing their forces to join in suppressing the northern advance of the barbarian coalition. With his silvery hair flowing and his extraordinary presence, Lin Xianran, accompanied by Su Kaidai, was warmly welcomed by the citizens of the capital as he set forth, spirited and eager, ready for his inaugural expedition southward. At the eastern residence of the city, Lu Yuan awakened from his slumber, following a night of rest. His cultivation level had ascended from the early stage of the 4th realm to its mid-stage. The intensity of his spirit had significantly improved, thanks to the insights gained from the chaos divine grinding method. Such an astonishing rate of progress in his cultivation is likely to elicit disbelief from anyone who hears of it. Even the most seasoned practitioners who have lived through multiple lifetimes could not possibly achieve a breakthrough in a minor realm merely by sleeping. Calculating the time, Lua should return by noon. It remains to be seen what formidable level the Emperor's banner, having absorbed 1,000,000 fierce souls, will attain. He rose from his bed and donned his garments. After completing his morning routine, Lu Yuan intended to summon Ji Weichan to prepare breakfast while he tended to the flowers and pulled some weeds, hoping to trigger a system reward. Suddenly, a system task materialized before him. Ding! Detection of remnants from the Red Nest Kingdom has been made. Gather an elite force of 50,000. An assault on Divine Dragon City is imminent, triggering a random task. Task 1. The host perceives this as a splendid opportunity to vindicate his grievances and chooses to travel a great distance to support Divine Dragon City. Reward: a pair of golden stockings from the Empress. Task 2. Upon learning that Divine Dragon City is on the brink of collapse, the host rejoices and stealthily infiltrates the city to dismantle its defensive array. Reward: a breaking array spike, a high-grade spiritual artifact. Task 3. The plight of the common folk in Dejing is of no concern to you, as the Red Nest Kingdom slaughters the inhabitants of Divine Dragon City. Why not play a tune on your flute? What a beautiful sight it would be. Reward: the eternal eye of all loss. What on earth are golden stockings from the Empress? Lu Yuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. The system exhibited a rather twisted sense of humor. The crux of the matter was, if he truly chose the first option, could the system indeed procure the Empress's socks? As for the second option, the renowned array-breaking cone was clearly an artifact designed to dismantle formations. High-grade artifacts were exceedingly rare within the Great Jing dynasty. Even some commanding generals might not possess a complete set of such esteemed treasures. The third task, however, appeared to be the most effortless, while also offering the most generous rewards, the eternal eye of all techniques. Lu Yuan gazed intently and beheld the introduction of the eternal eye of all loss. This was undeniably a formidable constitution capable of seizing the ocular techniques of others. Presently, however, it remained a blank slate, devoid of any eye techniques. Yet, should Lin Xian appear before him at this moment, Lu Yuan would be able to usurp his dual pupils, transforming them into his own divine ability. Furthermore, he could even enhance the original dual pupils, rendering their power even more terrifying. There would be no limit to their quantity if Lu Yuan so desired. He could amass all the ocular techniques of the world within himself. Such dominance was utterly astounding. Lu Yuan resolutely declared, "I choose the third option." Chapter 17. Departing from the capital, slaying the garrison, Lu Yuan has betrayed. Ding. The host selection has been successfully made. While the army of the Red Nest vassal state ravages the city, one must play a tune on the flute for the citizens of Divine Dragon City in order to receive a reward. A smile faltered on Lu Yuan's face. Previously, when the Bureau of Music awarded elixirs, they were always distributed in advance. Why then, does one need to complete a task to obtain the everlasting eye technique? Nevertheless, within a week, the remnants of the Red Nest Kingdom's army would surely breach the gates of Dragon City, so he was not in a rush. He gathered his thoughts. Lu Yuan decided to forego breakfast and was now preparing to leave the city, departing from Beijing. He intended to arrive at Shenlong City ahead of time, coincidentally meeting with Lu Er along the way. Just as he was about to step out the door, Lu Yuan contemplated something and turned to gaze at the bed. There, he beheld Ji Weichan, draped in a silk quilt, half reclined in the corner of the bed, her bright eyes fixed upon him. Her smooth, delicate shoulders and the faint outline of her exquisite collarbone revealed that she lay beneath the covers, utterly unclothed. Lu Yuan gazed at Ji Weichan, his mind beginning to weigh the pros and cons. Bringing Ji Weichan along might lead to certain complications on the journey. Conversely, leaving her behind could result in a grim fate, either death or being taken in by a powerful noble in the capital, who would savor the exquisite allure of her enchanting form night after night. Lu Yuan held little regard for Ji Weichan. She was merely a maid to warm his bed. The reason for bringing her into the manor was simply that she was an object he had used, and he wished to prevent others from touching her. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate her, to avoid any potential troubles along the way. A thought flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, and his gaze towards Ji Weichan grew tinged with a hint of coldness. It seemed as though he sensed that the moment to determine his fate had arrived. Ji Weichan bit her lip fiercely, draining it of all color, yet she refrained from uttering a plea for mercy to Lu Yuan. At that moment, before Lu Yuan, a system notification appeared. Ding. The host's indecision regarding the water moon body has been detected. A random task has been triggered. Task 1. The fate of the water moon body is of no concern to you. Leave her in the mansion, and let destiny take its course. Reward: 1 clue regarding an excellent furnace body constitution. Task 2. Take the water moon body with you, preserving her life. Rewards: the first volume of the Tying Mother Scripture, 100 Tying Xian pills, 1 seed of the Xian Yu celestial wood. The Tying Mother Scripture is said to be a mysterious technique derived from the lunar goddess's meditation under the moonlight, centered around the true energy of Tying, possessing various healing and protective powers. Upon cultivation, the water moon body can transform her constitution into the acquired Tying Xian body, pseudo. The Tying Xian body, pseudo, is an acquired body cultivated from Tying, possessing vast and pure Tying Xian power, capable of assisting cultivators in breaking through the Tong Su bottleneck and stepping into the Dujia realm. Tong Su represents the 8th realm, while Dujia signifies the 9th. The Tying Xian body, pseudo, can enable any peak cultivator of the 8th realm to successfully ascend to the 9th realm of Dujia. Should this news spread, it is likely that the reclusive ancestral masters of hidden sects within the Mo Tsang domain would rush out of seclusion, willing to go to great lengths to obtain the Tying Xian body. The Tying Xian pill is utilized during the cultivation of the Tying Mother Scripture, allowing for the rapid refinement of Tying Xian power within the body. As for the seed of the Xian Yu celestial wood, Lu Yuan discovered that among the various rewards, the most valuable was indeed a seed of a true celestial tree. It is said that high above the 9 heavens lies a supreme sect, within which is enshrined a mysterious lunar tree that has thrived for 100,000 years. One could almost assert that this celestial tree forms the very foundation of that exalted sect. Lu Yuan recalled that within the sacred dragon moonlit vessel, there existed a space for nurturing spiritual plants, where the Xianyu immortal tree could be cultivated. Very well, he decided to bring Ji Yuchan along. With dozens of rooms in the sacred dragon moonlit vessel, her presence would hardly be missed, and occasionally, she could provide some warmth in bed. Lu Yuan contemplated, observing the despair evident in Ji Yuchan's eyes. He spoke, "Dress yourself appropriately and await me in the corridor after a cup of tea." Having said that, he turned away. Lu Yuan stepped out of the bedroom. A quarter of an hour later, the gates of the crown prince's residence swung open, revealing two figures emerging from within. The foremost was none other than Lu Yuan, adorned in resplendent dark garments, his countenance strikingly handsome, with eyes radiating an ethereal light, exuding an air of serene elegance that compelled onlookers to steal glances. This mansion, like the capital itself, held little allure. The next return would likely witness the ancient city, which had stood for millennia, reduced to mere ashes beneath the iron hooves of the demonic horde. A chilling roar echoed through the air. Before Lu Yuan, an expanse of open ground was enveloped in an exceptionally intense aura of malevolence. This ominous energy blanketed the entire long staircase with a layer of frost as white as bone. Before Lu Yuan stood a fearsome beast, measuring an imposing 20 meters in length, its body adorned with black, spear-like spikes the thickness of a man's arm, and a visage that was grotesquely demonic. This creature was none other than the Ghost Jin. Its cultivation had firmly reached the 6th realm, making it a formidable opponent even for typical practitioners of the 7th realm. Behind him, Ji Yuchan beheld the Ghost Jin for the first time, her face drained of color as she instinctively took several steps back, unable to control her fear. Lu Yuan stepped forward and gently touched the ghostly creature. The specter obediently lowered itself, retracting a sharp spine from its broad back, revealing a platform upon which one could tread. Lu Yuan gracefully ascended, employing his innate energy to lift Ji Yuchan by her waist and cast her behind him. He commanded, "Let us proceed to the East City Gate." A resounding roar erupted from the creature, Gui Zheng, whose 20-meter form soared into the air, propelling itself towards the East City Gate with astonishing speed. The capital is fortified with 4 city gates. To exit the city, one must pass through these gates. Attempting to breach the walls from other locations would trigger the city's defensive array, and even an 8th-tier cultivator would be obliterated in an instant. The prince's residence is situated to the east of the capital, in close proximity to the East City Gate. With Gui Zheng's remarkable velocity, they reached the imposing silhouette of the gate in the span of mere moments. At that juncture, figures of cultivators wielding foot-mounted artifacts appeared around Gui Zheng, clad in official attire, evidently prepared to intercept Lu Yuan, who had brazenly disregarded the city's no-fly edict. As Gui Zheng flew unabashedly down the thoroughfare, a chilling aura swept through, toppling numerous civilians, who expressed their disdain vocally. Witnessing the officials finally preparing to confront the beast, their faces lit up with relief. However, in the next instant, a frigid and terrifying energy erupted from within Gui Zheng, colliding violently with the officials wielding chain artifacts, claiming their lives instantaneously. The fallen transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, crashing down upon the ground and buildings, inadvertently taking down several onlookers as well. The entire street erupted into chaos, with injured individuals writhing on the ground, others fleeing in panic, while many raged against the creature's audacity. In the next moment, Gui Zheng arrived before the East City Gate, poised to breach it forcefully when beams of light suddenly surged upwards, coalescing into an indomitable azure barrier. Lu Yuan, as the esteemed Prince of Dejing, how dare you take the lives of officials, endangering innocent citizens, and forcefully attempt to breach the city gate? Are you conspiring against the realm? At the center of the azure formation stood a formidable armored general, brandishing a halberd and glaring fiercely at Lu Yuan. The creature, which had been on the verge of crashing through the gate, gradually came to a halt, suspended in midair. Its fearsome visage lowered to reveal Lu Yuan's figure upon its broad back. The Qing Gang Mixed Origin Formation, a defensive array of the Qing Gang sect within Dejing, possesses no offensive capabilities but boasts formidable defensive strength. The armored general at the peak of the 6th tier, along with 100 city guards, collectively empowered the formation, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 7th tier cultivator. Even Gui Zheng would require considerable time to breach this array and would likely sustain injuries in the process. Seeing Lu Yuan obediently come to a stop, the armored general's confidence swelled. He struck the air with his halberd, and ripples of azure energy radiated outward, making him appear akin to a legendary guardian of the celestial gates. Lu Yuan, surrender immediately. There may still be a chance for redemption. Should you persist in your obstinacy, there will be no refuge for you within the entire realm of Dejing. The general's righteous tone transformed Lu Yuan, whom he had once revered, into a mere prisoner in his eyes. Surrounding them, many citizens, witnessing Lu Yuan's apparent willingness to yield, swiftly regained their courage and converged, pointing fingers at him, their tongues lashing out with accusations of being a sinner, unrepentant, and deserving of confinement in the celestial prison. Until Lu Yuan suddenly stepped forward, pausing before the azure array. All sounds fell silent. The vicinity of the eastern city gate was engulfed in a profound stillness, gazing upon the once resplendent regent prince. Now the notorious traitor who had led 10,000 soldiers to their doom, an air of uncertainty loomed. What were his intentions? Yet, the breath began to escape. An unseen pressure gradually permeating the atmosphere. Lu Yuan, what do you intend to do? Barked one of the armored generals stationed at the city. A sudden and inexplicable wave of panic surging within him, only to be followed by a sense of absurdity. The news of Lu Yuan's loss of his celestial body and cultivation, rendering him a mere invalid, has spread throughout the vast realm of Dejing. Now, having stepped into the void, it is highly likely that the efficacy of the magical artifacts he carries renders him unperturbed by his own fears. The Qinggang Hunyuan Great Formation is more than capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a 7th realm cultivator, let alone the insignificant Lu Yuan. However, in the next moment, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lu Yuan slowly raised his right fist. A delicate surge of lightning energy enveloped his fist, emanating a series of alarming thunderous vibrations. Immediately thereafter, the power of the primordial Dao Bone surged forth from within Lu Yuan, coalescing upon his right fist. Timeless and eternal, evading fate, I alone stand supreme. Lu Yuan's eyes shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. His right fist, imbued with the power of thunder and lightning, was unleashed with unadorned ferocity. The armored general's expression shifted dramatically. But it was too late. Boom. With a single punch, the heavens and the earth trembled. Lightning intertwined in the air, forming arcs of light that spanned several meters, erupting in a blinding radiance that unleashed a surging tidal wave. It struck fiercely against the Azure Essence primordial array. Bang. The sky was filled with dazzling lightning, so resplendent that it was blinding. The Azure formation shattered like parchment, and the armored general, along with 100 of his subordinates, let out piercing cries of despair. Their charred bodies plummeted to the ground. This was the might of the Thunder Emperor's ultimate technique. The Lightning Fist. Lu Yuan, with his cultivation at the 4th realm, combined with the profound mysteries of the primordial Dao Bone, unleashed a single punch that shattered a formation capable of withstanding the full force of a 7th realm practitioner. He retracted his right fist. Lu Yuan did not cast a glance at the panicked citizens of the capital fleeing in haste. With resolute strides, he made his way towards the city gate. Soon enough, he had completely exited the grand and magnificent lands of the Great Jing. Turning back for a moment, he beheld the sprawling splendor of the bustling metropolis where he had resided for over a decade, an expanse that seemed to stretch endlessly before him. Lu Yuan lingered no longer. A miniature flying vessel materialized in his hand, which he cast into the sky. With a thunderous roar, a dragon-shaped spirit vessel, stretching 1,000 feet long and resembling an island, hovered above, completely obscuring the blazing sun. It was the Holy Dragon Mu Watch vessel. In the next moment, a beam of ethereal light descended from the vessel, enveloping Lu Yuan and the ghostly figure entirely. As the radiance faded, both their forms and the vessel vanished without a trace. On this day, the news of Lu Yuan's defection from the Great Jing dynasty spread throughout the entire realm. The empress remained in seclusion, while the queen issued a decree that anyone who encountered Lu Yuan could strike first and report later, with generous rewards promised. Amidst the clouds, an invisible spirit vessel soared rapidly towards the dragon city of Great Jing. Within the opulent hall, Lu Yuan gazed at the system prompt before him. The host may act at will, annihilating 100 soldiers of the Great Scenic City. Depart from the capital of Great Scenic City. Reward obtained. The Unending Scripture, Part 1. The Unending Scripture, an unparalleled treasure born of heaven and earth, embodies the Tao and represents the most formidable method of self-cultivation, defying conventional reasoning. Upon successful cultivation, it grants the practitioner an immortal physical form, ensuring that even in death, one's consciousness can be reborn. Upon witnessing the system's reward, he was filled with awe. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The indestructible scripture for cultivating the physical body. The chaotic divine grinding method for refining the soul. At this moment, what he lacked was merely a supreme technique for cultivating primordial energy. Only with the physical body, divine consciousness, and primordial energy in perfect harmony could he be without flaw. At this time, the rewards he had previously received, such as the Tying Mother Scripture and the Xianyu Immortal Wood Seeds, appeared completely intact within the system space as the flying vessel departed from the grand capital of Dying. Lu Yuan extended his hand, and several silver pages materialized within his grasp. He addressed Ji Weichan, stating, "These are the cultivation techniques I have prepared for you. From now on, you shall cultivate them." Ji Weichan appeared resigned to her fate. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the pages. However, upon discovering that this supreme technique, known as the Supreme Mother Scripture, would transform her water-moon body into the elusive profound body, effectively serving as a bridal garment for Lu Yuan, she felt an overwhelming surge of rage. It would drain her entire essence, enabling him to ascend from the 8th realm, the void-crossing realm, to the 9th realm, the calamity-crossing realm, without hindrance. Her teeth clenched tightly, and with a defiant shout, she cast the silver pages to the ground, stomping on them in contempt. Foolish delusion. I would sooner relish in the thought of tearing apart the flesh of a bloodthirsty fiend like you than allow you to become a calamity-crossing cultivator. Lu Yuan leisurely sipped his spirit tea. This scripture requires the presence of the moon at night for cultivation. If you practice it, You need not attend to the bedchamber in the evening, and you shall have a tranquil chamber free from disturbances. Moreover, since you harbor such resentment towards me, it is imperative that you diligently cultivate the Lunar Mother Sutra. Once your realm surpasses mine, perhaps you will have the opportunity to avenge the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Moonwheel Kingdom by ending my life. Having said this, Lu Yuan tossed over 100 Taiyin Xiandan. These spiritual elixirs were sufficient for you to cultivate to the 7th realm. As she gazed upon the pills radiating pure Taiyin mystical energy, Ji Yuechan felt an exhilarating stir within her water-moon physique. It seemed as though these elixirs could precipitate a profound transformation in her constitution. Moreover, should she agree to practice the Taiyin maternal canon, she would no longer be required to warm Lu Yuan's bed at night. This condition was undeniably the most enticing for Ji Yuechan. After a moment's hesitation, the most favored princess of the Moonwheel Kingdom bent down to retrieve the silver page she had just discarded. Half an hour later, Luer, returning from the Sea of 10,000 Souls with the Emperor's banner, was welcomed aboard the sacred Dragon Mu watching vessel by Lu Yuan. She beheld the ominous banner amidst the roar of 100,000 vengeful spirits. After much difficulty, Lu Yuan finally managed to suppress his urge to seek a location to test the power of the human Emperor banner. Chapter 19. Dragon City, Soul Capturing Demon Eyes. He stored the human Emperor banner within his body. Lu Yuan gazed at Luer, who looked up with an expectant expression, eagerly awaiting praise. He generously lavished compliments upon her and retrieved several pieces of Zikandan, as well as soul-nourishing pills, as rewards. Luer joyfully accepted the elixirs but, still unsatisfied, said, "Your Highness, Luer desires another reward. Lu Yuan is no longer the crown prince, nor is he the Prince of Yuan. The reason Luer continues to address him as Your Highness is simply due to habit formed over the years." Lu Yuan contemplated having her address him as young master or gentleman, yet felt a certain awkwardness and thus refrained from mentioning it. He observed Lu Er's insatiable desire as she persistently requested her reward. Lu Yuan deliberately assumed a stern expression and said, "Speak your mind. Whatever I possess, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. It is quite simple." Lu Er, with her nascent charm, revealed a sweet smile. She then rose gracefully, approached Lu Yuan, lifted her skirt, and seated herself directly upon his thigh. Her delicate arms, resembling lotus stems, entwined around his neck, while her rosy lips, adorned with a hint of bashfulness, leaned toward Lu Yuan with intent. Lu Yuan tilted his head slightly, amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "Is this the reward you speak of, Your Highness? Is it not sufficient?" Lu Er gazed at him with enchanting eyes, half closing them, and once more pressed her lips against his. A unique sweetness, characteristic of youthful innocence, surged between Lu Yuan's lips and resonated within his heart. Lu Er had been a handmaiden presented to him by a prestigious sect in the Great Jing realm when he was declared the crown prince at the tender age of 12. Initially, the sect believed she possessed a body akin to the Yin Cha physique, comparable to the esteemed Shuiyu physique. However, in the second year of her service in the crown prince's residence, she unexpectedly fell gravely ill, her life hanging by a thread. Lu Yuan perused various ancient texts and finally ascertained that Lu Er's constitution was, in fact, the Yin Cha Jiuxian body. The so-called critical illness was merely a harbinger of the awakening of her transformative constitution. It required several extraordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist in this process. Success was imperative, for failure would result in her untimely demise. Lu Yuan scoured the vast treasury of the Grand Jing Palace. Yet he could not procure all the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Upon learning that a certain vassal state's vault contained them, he promptly led an army of 100,000, arrayed with swords before the royal palace of the vassal state. It was through this decisive action that Lu Er successfully navigated her crisis. Her physique transformed from the original Yin Cha body into one of the most superior physiques, the Yin Cha Ninexian body. That fateful day, Lu Er became utterly devoted to Lu Yuan, pledging her unwavering loyalty and readiness to serve him throughout her life. The Yin Cha Ninexian body, being one of the world's premier furnace physiques, inherently possesses 9 divine abilities. One such ability allows her to embody the spirit of Yin Cha, enabling her to traverse the void and cover vast distances in mere days. This was also the reason Lu Yuan entrusted her with the mission of the Emperor's banner. Their intimate bond lingered for an extended duration. Lu Yuan reluctantly brought the willow, who clung to him, into a tranquil chamber. The sacred dragon moonlight vessel's meditation rooms were all equipped with formations for gathering spiritual energy, as well as time flow acceleration arrays. With Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, he could only activate a time flow rate of up to twice the normal speed. Yet that was sufficient. Among those prestigious sects, only the personally taught disciples of the sect masters could enjoy such privileges, where the time flow rate barely exceeded a mere increment. He then left the room occupied by the willow. Lu Yuan once again visited the spirit plant cultivation room, where he planted the seeds of the Xianyu immortal tree. After sufficiently watering them with spiritual liquid, he activated the time flow to double its speed. Even in its sapling stage, the Xianyu immortal tree was capable of bearing the Xianyu immortal fruit. Lu Yuan, having grown up without ever tasting the divine fruits, felt a flicker of anticipation within him. The city of divine dragons, located in the eastern part of the Great Jing, bordered the sea and engaged in extensive trade with the empires and sects across the ocean. Its prosperity ranked among the foremost in the Great Jing. At this moment, the largest tavern in the city of divine dragons was filled with a cacophony of lively chatter. Various matters concerning the empire served as fodder for the patrons' conversations, with the more significant events inciting increasingly fervent discussions. Recently, two monumental occurrences had transpired within the empire. Firstly, the regent Prince Lu Yuan was accused of having slaughtered 100,000 soldiers in the icy depths of the North Sea and was subsequently stripped of his title, reduced to the status of an ordinary prince. Secondly, Prince Yuan forcefully breached the eastern city gate of the capital, resulting in the deaths of over 100 city guards, and fled from the Great Jing Empire. Both incidents were intimately connected to the former Prince Lu Yuan, and the vitriol directed at him spread like wildfire throughout the entire realm. There were also numerous allegations regarding his so-called illustrious achievements, such as the annihilation of the 7 vassal states and the pacification of 5 barbarian tribes. These claims were vehemently debunked by various credible sources, asserting that such victories were not his own but rather the hard-won accomplishments of the Ice Phoenix Army and the Heavenly Desolation Army, which he, as the regent prince and heir apparent of the Great Jing, had shamelessly appropriated for himself, fabricating an image of a glorified regent prince with unparalleled military prowess. Additionally, there were rumors concerning the emergence of demons in the North Sea's icy depths. According to Lu Yuan, these demons were said to tower at 8 zhang, fierce and formidable, instilling terror so profound that ordinary human cultivators stood no chance against them. Such claims were utterly ludicrous. The demon race had vanished from the Emotsong domain for millennia, and no one could ascertain their existence. Even if they were real, it was impossible for them to be as terrifying as he depicted. Lu Yuan is merely exaggerating deliberately, attempting to conceal his own sins. In a private room on the 2nd floor of a tavern, a young nobleman, upon hearing the fervent discussions and spittle-flying arguments from below, furrowed his brow and spoke with a chilling tone. "It is a rare occasion for me to dine, yet all I hear is that buzzing fly, Lu Yuan. Go down and silence those people. If their mouths cannot be closed, then throw them all out onto the streets." Yes. Upon receiving the young master's command, several guards promptly strode down the stairs. A newly appointed tavern maid, standing at the entrance, observed the nobleman seemingly intent on taking action against the patrons below. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "Young master, the room is equipped with soundproofing arrays. If the noise is bothersome, I can activate them at once." The nobleman paused in his motion of picking food, lifting his cold gaze to scrutinize the maid. She felt as if she were under the watchful eye of a vengeful spirit, rendered motionless in place. Her once vibrant eyes now dulled into a vacant stare. Subsequently, with stiffened steps, she approached the nobleman, knelt beside him, and tilted her head back, exposing her delicate, fair neck. The nobleman nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he bared his sharp fangs and sank them fiercely into the maid's neck, his incisors piercing her tender skin as he greedily drank her blood. His large hand simultaneously explored beneath her garments, a glimmer of excited bloodlust igniting in his eyes. In a short while, the once youthful maid lay lifeless, her clothes disheveled. The guards behind him appeared utterly unfazed, their expressions unwavering throughout the ordeal. Once the nobleman raised his head in satisfaction, he stored the maid's cold corpse within a spatial artifact. Having concluded his meal, he wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, stood up, and exited the room. Addressing the elderly man who stood respectfully at the door, "The blood food from the 3rd realm is of no use to me any longer. Within 7 days, you must find a maiden from the 4th realm." A flicker of difficulty crossed the elder's eyes, yet he bowed and replied, "This old servant understands." The nobleman, pleased, patted the elder's shoulder, then strode out of the tavern with his attendants. Upon reaching the long staircase, he intended to return home and indulge in a tempestuous encounter with the alluring young woman. However, one of his attendants, upon receiving a message through a jade slip, looked up in disbelief and exclaimed, "My lord, the sentinels at the city gate have reported that Lu Yuan has arrived in Divine Dragon City." Lu Yuan? The nobleman paused, instinctively questioning, which Lu Yuan? The one who fled from the capital of the Jing? Before the gates of Divine Dragon City, Lu Yuan gazed upon the magnificent city before him, reminiscent of an ancient divine dragon. This marked his second visit to this place. After quelling the rebellion of the Red Nest vassal state, he had previously led the Flame Dragon army to rest in this very city for a night. At that time, a young nobleman named Zhong Yin had approached him in the evening, accompanied by 5 enchanting maidens and several large chests filled with storage rings. Eager to curry favor with him, Lu Yuan was not even granted entry through the grand entrance of the tavern. The reason this young master named Zhong Yin came to mind was due to his possession of a unique innate ability known as the soul-capturing demon eye. This extraordinary gift allowed him to ensnare the hearts of others, rendering living beings into obedient puppets entirely at his command. Chapter 20. Entering the city. As if facing a fearsome foe, regaining composure, Lu Yuan strode purposefully towards the city gate, with Lua trailing closely behind. Before long, Lu Yuan, adorned in splendid attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, captivated the attention of passers-by. Initially, many were taken aback, struck by the striking resemblance he bore to the former regent prince. Soon enough, however, someone made the connection, prompting a flurry of panicked escapes in all directions. The audacious entry of Lu Yuan into the capital, where he ruthlessly slaughtered 100 city guards, has spread like wildfire throughout the vast territory of the Great Jing. Many have coveted the rewards bestowed by the Empress Dowager. However, one must possess the means to seize them. Ordinary cultivators, upon encountering Lu Yuan, flee in terror, fearing his potential for indiscriminate slaughter. The common folk near the city gate are no exception. Within a mere moment, the area before the gate became desolate, leaving only Lu Yuan and his sole companion. The clattering of armor echoed as a regiment of soldiers surged forth from within the city gates, encircling the two with disciplined precision. Yet, each soldier could not suppress the gulp in their throats, their hands trembling around their weapons, their eyes filled with dread. These soldiers, all at the second realm of cultivation, were led by a centurion who had barely reached the third realm. To dare to engage Lu Yuan would almost certainly spell certain death. Lu Yuan appeared to be oblivious to his surroundings. With unwavering composure, he strode purposefully towards the city gates. The soldiers, wielding their halberds, retreated step by step, watching as Lu Yuan and his companion entered the city. Yet none dared to utter a word of protest. On the long street, as Lu Yuan made his entrance, the vendors along the way hastily fled. As if evading a plague, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he continued his journey into the city. Behind him, Lu Er watched, her heart aching at the sight of His Highness enduring such treatment. Biting her lip tightly, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep, reflecting on the futility of all that he had done. At last, the sound of clashing armor echoed through the air. At the end of the long street and surrounding them, soldiers clad in black armor emerged, wielding standard-issue weapons, encircling Lu Yuan and his companion. The soldiers parted, revealing a general adorned in purple armor, indeed, the deputy lord of Shenlong City. The commander of the city defense forces, Shan Jinglan, possessed peak cultivation at the 7th realm. Shenlong City served as a provincial stronghold, and the deputy lord held the stature of a regional governor. His hawk-like, piercing gaze fixated on Lu Yuan. His tone devoid of warmth. The esteemed presence of King Yuan has graced us. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome and hope for your understanding. Lu Yuan halted his steps and chuckled softly. Am I merely a rebellious traitor now? Is the deputy city lord intent on capturing me and escorting me back to the capital for a reward? He was eager to test the might of the emperor's banner. Should the deputy city lord insist on making a move, he would not hesitate to transform the Dragon City into a ghost town before the arrival of the Red Nest rebels. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, a flicker of apprehension crossed the deputy city lord's eyes. Lu Yuan forcefully breached the eastern city gate of the capital, shattering the Qinggang Haiyuan formation with a single punch, indicating that he possesses at least the combat prowess equivalent to that of the 7th realm. Furthermore, there is the colossal spirit vessel, which resembles an island in its vastness. Lu Yuan, once the regent prince, has successively conquered the 7 major vassal states and 5 formidable tribes. It is certain that he has procured numerous rare treasures and powerful artifacts from those royal palaces and ancestral shrines. A prime example is the scattering of several Zikan pills within the capital's Ministry of Music. Should a conflict arise, even the deputy city lord, possessing peak cultivation at the 7th realm and commanding tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers, would lack absolute certainty of victory. This uncertainty further restrained any impulsive actions. At this moment, a cheerful and melodious laugh resonated. Uncle Shan, why must we be so tense with the arrival of brother Lu Yuan? The armored soldiers parted to reveal a young gentleman holding a folding fan, none other than Zhong Yin, who had just come from the tavern. Approaching the deputy city lord with a beaming smile, he said with familiarity, Brother Lu Yuan, having traversed such a long distance to reach our divine Dragon City, why did you not inform me in advance so that I could properly prepare a welcome? The deputy city lord fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yuan, eager to observe his response. If Lu Yuan accepted Zhong Yan's cordiality, it would suggest that his visit to divine Dragon City was merely a transient affair, devoid of any intention to provoke conflict. Conversely, even at the cost of sacrificing his 1,000 black-armored soldiers, the deputy would endeavor to retain Lu Yuan's presence. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, as if a storm were brewing. Lu Yuan finally spoke. I have heard that the Dragon City boasts many extraordinary sights rarely seen in this era. I thought it prudent to bring my maidservant along for a visit. The deputy city lord should not take issue with this. As for testing the might of the imperial banner, there is no immediate rush. Once the Red Nest rebels besiege the city, opportunities will surely present themselves. What Lu Yuan ought to do now is to patiently await the arrival of the Chichao rebel forces, and then play a melody on his flute, thereby earning the system reward of the everlasting eye of 10,000 loss. In doing so, he could also seize the soul-capturing demon eye from Zhong Yan, achieving a dual benefit. The only price to pay is a mere wait of 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing Lu Yuan speak, the deputy city lord let out a long sigh of relief. The densely packed black-armored soldiers surrounding them also felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. These soldiers had witnessed firsthand Lu Yuan leading the Flame Dragon army as they shattered the imperial city of Chichao with unparalleled might. Even though Lu Yuan was now rumored to be a powerless traitor, his mere presence still evoked an uncontrollable desire to bow in reverence, let alone raise arms against him. Zhong Yin similarly let out a hearty laugh and said loudly to the deputy city lord, Quickly, Uncle Shan, allow your subordinates to disperse. Brother Lu Yuan shall be my guest." As he spoke, a knowing glimmer appeared in his eyes, one that both understood well. Lu Yuan held numerous strategies in his grasp. A reckless assault from Shenlong City could lead to significant losses. However, Shenlong City could expedite the news of Lu Yuan's appearance to the capital, urging the empress to dispatch a formidable force for extermination. In doing so, Shenlong City would gain both merit and rewards, a veritable stroke of fortune. Moreover, upon learning that Lu Yuan had no intention of causing havoc in Shenlong City, the deputy city lord and Zhong Yin would need to invest effort in keeping him within the city, awaiting the arrival of the capital's reinforcements. Withdraw. With the deputy city lord's command, over 10,000 soldiers clad in black armor retreated in flawless unison, vanishing from view. After exchanging farewells, the deputy city lord departed, entrusting the task of hosting Lu Yuan to Zhong Yin. With a beaming smile, Zhong Yin was about to extend the courtesy of hospitality and personally guide Lu Yuan and his companion when he suddenly realized. Lu Yuan strolled down the long street, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, soon vanishing into the distance. Following closely behind, Lu Er mirrored his actions. As they disappeared from view, a smile gradually faded from Zhong Yan's face, leaving him icy and cold, his eyes harboring intense resentment. As the son of the lord of Shenlong City, he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, lavished with affection. Elders of the sect, high-ranking officials of the dynasty, and powerful generals all treated him with kindness and spoke highly of him. Whatever he desired was readily presented to him by those eager to curry favor. Throughout his life, only twice had he been met with indifference and neglect. The first instance occurred when the formidable regent prince, after storming the palace of the Qichao vassal state, led the Yanlong army to rest in Shenlong City. That night, Zhong Yan, accompanied by 5 beautiful maidens and 5 storage rings filled with precious treasures, visited Lu Yuan, attempting to ingratiate himself and align with the crown prince of Dai. However, he was forcefully expelled before even entering the door by a general from the Yanlong. That was the most humiliating moment of his life. And now, the second instance. Once again, that accursed Lu Yuan. Zhong Yin glared in the direction Lu Yuan had vanished, a storm of rage brewing within him, his face twisting in anger. In a frigid tone, he commanded, "Keep a close watch on Lu Yuan. He is not to leave Shenlong City." "Yes." His attendants replied respectfully. With a flick of his sleeve and a scowl, Zhong Yin turned to leave. He would unleash his fury once the troops from the capital arrived. Just as he took a step, a thought struck him, prompting another command. That maid, Lu Er, must be closely monitored. She cannot be allowed to escape. The regent prince's personal maid possessed one of the 2 most coveted physiques in the world. Among the nobility of Dai, this was no secret. Zhong Yin was utterly convinced that Lu Er was still a maiden, untouched and unclaimed. Lu Yuan would certainly keep her for critical moments of breakthrough. With her now willingly presenting herself, Zhong Yin was determined not to let her slip through his fingers. Chapter 21. The Qichao Rebels. Tonight, the city shall be slaughtered, and Lu Yuan shall be captured alive. The news of Lu Yuan's appearance in the city of Shenlong and his standoff with the black-armored guards spread swiftly throughout the city. Akin to the wind, many citizens displayed expressions of profound sorrow and indignation, vehemently denouncing Lu Yuan's ruthless and shameless actions against the Yanlong army. Had it not been for the fear of the impending conflict impacting their lives, they would likely have armed themselves with rotten vegetables and foul eggs to obstruct Lu Yuan's entry into the city, unnoticed by all. As the multitude of black-armored soldiers blocked Lu Yuan's path along the main street, an inconspicuous figure stretched out their neck to catch a glimpse of the surrounded individual. Indeed, it was the once illustrious regent prince, Lu Yuan. Swiftly, the figure dashed through several alleys to find a secluded spot, retrieving a communication jade slip concealed upon their person. 30 miles west of Shenlong City lies a lush, mist-shrouded mountain range, vast beyond measure, said to harbor a calamity-level dragon within its depths. No one dared to verify the truth of such legends. At that moment, a beam of jade light surged forth from the direction of Shenlong City, crashing into a towering cliff face, vanishing without a trace. This cliff was, in fact, an illusion crafted from a superior-grade spiritual artifact. Within the Fayade, a series of military tents were revealed, where red-armored formations were engaged in rigorous training. Each soldier bore a fierce glint in their eyes. Clearly seasoned by the rigors of battle, the jade light penetrated the largest tent, disappearing entirely. Moments later, a wave of terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from within the tent, causing the training soldiers to stumble and fall. Following this, a voice filled with deep-seated hatred reverberated throughout the entire encampment. Lu Yuan has appeared in Shenlong City. Sons of the Red Nest, at the 3rd watch of the night, we shall storm Shenlong City and capture Lu Yuan alive. A resounding clatter of armored soldiers echoed, a mighty chorus of agreement engulfing the camp like a tidal wave. In the eyes of every red-armored warrior burned the fierce flames of vengeance. The remnants of the Red Nest, numbering 50,000 strong, had initially planned their siege 3 days hence, now hastening their assault to the appointed hour. The general's orders were clear. Tonight, the city shall fall. Those who capture Lu Yuan shall be granted the title of prince of an unrelated lineage. On the long street, Lu Yuan was uncertain when the Red Nest army would besiege the city, so he decided to find a place to settle for the time being. Relying on a vague recollection, he ventured onto the most bustling street of Shenlong City, where a myriad of establishments such as taverns, the Wanqing Pavilion, and the Spirit Beast Chamber were teeming with life. Lu Yuan halted before a magnificent 5-story pagoda. This splendid structure, crafted from shimmering crimson jade, exuded a translucent brilliance. Atop the building, a radiant fire gem gathered luminous rays, cascading downwards, creating a dazzling spectacle as if draped in an enigmatic veil. Years ago, upon overthrowing the treacherous Red Nest dynasty, Lu Yuan entered the Dragon City and took refuge in this very place for a night. Now, as he came to a halt, the attendants within the treasured building, akin to witnessing a plague, hastily shut the grand doors in broad daylight. Lu Yuan's expression remained inscrutable as he continued to walk forward. As expected, along the bustling street, every establishment, upon catching sight of Lu Yuan, promptly shut their doors tightly. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and jested with Lu Er, who was following beside him. It seems your prince is not particularly well liked, as he cannot even find a place to rest. Lu Er gritted her teeth in indignation and retorted, these shameless scoundrels. The prince should never have journeyed 1,000 miles to rescue Shenlong City. At that time, the former emperor was gravely ill and could not attend to state affairs. The 7 vassal states immediately began to stir, attempting to carve up the fertile lands of the Great Jing. The Qichao vassal state was adjacent to the Shenlong province. They had gathered an army of 200,000, intent on capturing Shenlong City, and boasted of slaughtering the city for 3 days, thereby encroaching upon the territory of the Great Jing. Lu Yuan received an urgent plea for assistance from Divine Dragon City. Without hesitation, he personally led his troops to their aid, decisively breaching the Crimson Nest Palace and earning the illustrious reputation of being invincible in battle. On the return journey, the citizens of Divine Dragon City lined the streets in jubilant welcome, kneeling across several long avenues, fervently proclaiming that the grand era was about to welcome the true Dragon Emperor. Their reaction was in stark contrast to the current atmosphere, akin to evading a plague. One was celestial, while the other was subterranean. Observing the indignant expression on Lu Er's face, Lu Yuan nonchalantly tousled her hair and continued walking ahead. There isn't an up ahead. If we cannot gain entry there, we may indeed have to spend the night on the streets. Soon, at the end of the long street, a rather unadorned 3-story tavern came into view. The main door stood ajar. Upon entering, Lu Yuan beheld an elderly man clad in a coarse robe, his murky eyes diligently polishing a wine jar behind the counter. Innkeeper, do you have any vacant rooms? He inquired. The old man, with his clouded gaze, turned to him and rasped, yes, how many do you require? Just 1 will suffice. It is 10 mid-grade spirit stones per day. Upon hearing the price for lodging, Lu Er was momentarily taken aback. 1 mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. A total of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Not to mention Shenlong City, even in the capital's esteemed establishments. Such a rate would be deemed exorbitant. Lu Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, took out 10 spirit stones and tossed them onto the counter. The shopkeeper, clad in a hemp robe, bent down to retrieve a restricted bamboo slip, stating that there were a total of 6 rooms on the 2nd floor. Allowing the guests to choose whichever they preferred, Lu Yuan picked up the bamboo slips and, accompanied by Lu Er, ascended to the 2nd floor. Just as he was about to disappear around the corner of the staircase, he inquired without turning back, Innkeeper, what kind of person do you believe the regent Prince Lu Yuan was back then? The innkeeper, clad in a coarse robe, polished the wine jar and, with a voice aged and weary, replied, in the Great Jing, there is no regent prince, only the reigning empress. Lu Yuan nodded, choosing silence as he vanished around the corner of the staircase. That evening, the night enveloped the entire city, resembling a slumbering dragon. At the city gates, a contingent of patrolling soldiers was dutifully surveying the area outside. The warning apparatus affixed to their chests enabled them to alert the sentry towers within the city in the event of an attack. Suddenly, the foremost soldier appeared to sense something amiss. He promptly raised his spear and, addressing the ominous darkness nearby, called out, who goes there? Step forward. In the next instant, several azure sword lights erupted forth, effortlessly severing a number of heads like threads. Within the sentry tower of the city gate, a massive magical mirror stood upon a wooden frame, vividly displaying several moving blue dots, representing the patrols stationed outside the city. Abruptly, one of the blue dots halted, transforming into a blinding crimson hue, reminiscent of bloodstains. The stationed black-armored soldier felt a jolt of alarm surge within him, realizing that an upheaval had occurred. He was about to sound the alarm for the entire garrison when a cold voice resonated from behind him, inquiring, what has transpired? The black-armored soldier turned to find himself face-to-face with the deputy city lord, a wave of reassurance washing over him. He quickly reported, Your Excellency, a squadron of patrolling soldiers outside the city may have come under attack. Immediate investigation is required. Indeed, the deputy city lord acknowledged, suddenly seizing the soldier's head. With a gentle yet forceful grip, it shattered like a watermelon. The deputy's gaze turned cold as he focused on the magical mirror, where all the points of light had almost instantly transformed into a blinding crimson. A slow smile crept across his lips. Lu Yuan was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of sounds reverberating along the long street. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a scene of flames outside his window. where various magical artifacts and divine auras burst forth into the air, resembling a series of splendid fireworks. This spectacle heralded the onset of the city's impending doom. Chapter 22. The Peril of Shenlong City, with the dual pupil galloping for aid. Had the Red Nest rebels commenced their assault on the city? How could it be that they arrived so much earlier than anticipated? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Yuan's mind, yet he paid it little heed. Under the attentive service of Luer, he swiftly donned his garments and rose from his slumber. Approaching the window, he indeed heard a cacophony of battle cries emanating from the distant city gates. On the nearby streets, countless citizens of Shenluan City could be seen, frantically fleeing with their meager belongings towards the rear. Lu Yuan opened the panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level. Pinnacle of the Pure Spirit Realm, 4th stage. Physique, Primordial Dao Bone. Magical artifacts, Emperor's Banner. Supreme Heavenly Book. Ultimate Emperor's Pouch. Sacred Dragon, Moonlit Boat. Elixirs, Boundary Breaking Pill 99, Yellow Grade. Purple Dawn, Pill 73. Spirit Division Pill 99. Soul Nourishing Pill 85. Techniques, Heavenly Spirit Sutra. Chaotic Divine Grinding Visualization Method. Indestructible Scripture, Upper Volume. Divine Powers, Thunder Emperor's Treasure Technique. After 2 days of travel and a brief slumber, Lu Yuan's cultivation, aided by the Supreme Heavenly Scriptures, has ascended from the mid-stage of the 4th realm to its pinnacle. Undoubtedly, the Emperor's Banner serves as Lu Yuan's current reliance, coupled with the formidable defensive artifact, the Extreme Dao Imperial Cloak. Even an 8th realm powerhouse would find it impossible to contend with Lu Yuan. Your Highness, where shall we go now? Luer inquired from behind. It is evident that something has transpired in the Divine Dragon City. Such a commotion implies the presence of at least 7th realm adversaries or a formidable army. Remaining here, given your unique status, could likely result in unwanted repercussions. With her cultivation at the 6th realm, even at the cost of her life, she would be unable to ensure the safety of His Highness. To Luer's astonishment, upon hearing her question, Lu Yuan responded nonchalantly, "Of course. We shall find a place to watch the spectacle." Lu Yuan stepped out of the window, his toes barely touching the void, and effortlessly floated to the rooftop of the inn. Luer hastily followed suit. Standing atop the building, they finally managed to discern the situation below. The city gates had been seized by an army clad in crimson armor. Various flying vessels, war beasts, and magical artifacts clashed in the air, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. Under the shroud of night, it appeared extraordinarily resplendent. It was indeed the rebel forces of the Red Nest Principality. They had launched an assault on Shenlong City. Upon seeing the soldiers adorned in red armor, Lu Er recognized their origins, her expression instantly transforming with excitement. It was the very same army that, during the prince's first visit to Shenlong City, had stormed the palace of the Red Nest rebels, greeted with fervent admiration and tears of gratitude from the townsfolk. Yet now, upon the prince's second arrival in Shenlong City, the populace regarded him as if he were a plague, shunning him and secretly spewing contempt with disdainful expressions. The Red Nest rebels had once more besieged Shenlong City, and one could only wonder if this time, divine warriors would descend from the heavens to rescue the citizens from their dire plight. Lu Yuan gazed at the city gate. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he nodded and remarked, "The rebel forces of Qichao are likely aware of the information regarding the 5 tribes of demons launching an assault on the Tianyan province, and are preparing to seize the opportunity to capture Shenlong City." After speaking, he smiled and continued, "The demons are cunning, under normal circumstances. They would wait for their grand army to engage in direct battle with the Great Jing before making their move on Shenlong City, which would be the optimal time. It seems that earlier today, the Qichao rebels learned of my presence in Shenlong City, prompting them to act hastily in an attempt to capture me alive." Lu Er couldn't help but smile sweetly, saying, "Your Highness is indeed a coveted prize, capable of driving the Qichao rebels to irrationality and forcing a change in their battle strategy." Lu Yuan smiled silently as he arranged the table and chairs on the rooftop, laying out delectable cooked demon beast meat along with spirit fruits and spirit tea. He beckoned Luer to take a seat, patiently awaiting the moment when the city of Shenlong would fall completely. He yearned to play a tune on his flute, bidding farewell to the millions of souls in the city. In the province of Tianyuan, a spirit vessel sped through the night towards Shenlong City. Inside the vessel's hull, Lin Xianran paced anxiously, his mind in turmoil. Struggling to suppress his agitation, he addressed a heavily armored general ahead. "Senior Lu, is there no way to hasten our journey?" The general shook his head. "This is already the vessel's maximum speed." He glanced at Su Kaidai nearby and spoke gravely, "Miss, the Qichao rebel army would not dare to attack Shenlong City at this moment unless they were well prepared for an ambush. If we proceed recklessly, we will surely fall into their trap." Su Kaidai responded uncertainly, her gaze drifting to her brother Xianran, revealing a hint of hesitation. Lin Xianran suddenly smiled, his demeanor easing, though a trace of detachment colored his tone. "Very well, supporting Shenlong City was never your task, Senior Lu. Let us halt the vessel. I shall go alone." Not long before, the assembled army in the capital had just entered the province of Tianyuan when they received news that the 5 demon tribes had entirely retreated. Shortly thereafter, Urgent news of the Qichao rebels attacking Shenlong City arrived. Lin Xianran, hailing from Shenlong City, had been orphaned at a young age, raised by his uncle and aunt. Upon learning of the impending massacre by the Qichao army, he immediately beseeched the commanding officer for reinforcements to annihilate the traitorous forces. However, the commander would not heed his pleas. The army had journeyed for 2 days and nights to reach Tanyan province. To divert to the distant Shenlong City would undoubtedly exhaust them, leading to a futile demise at the hands of the Qichao rebels. Thus, the empress's order to suppress the 5 demon tribes became the excuse to deny Lin Xianran. In desperation, Lin Xianran appealed to Su Kai-dai to command the personal troops of the prime minister's faction to accompany him in aiding the city. The armored General Lu, leading these personal troops, vehemently opposed the idea of a long-distance mission to Shenlong City, but, bound by the lady's command, had no choice but to proceed. Throughout the journey, he urged Su Kai-dai to reconsider her orders, yet she remained indecisive. It was only moments ago that he had never anticipated Lin's ploy to retreat would prompt her immediate agreement to accelerate their journey towards the distant city. Watching Su Kai-dai tenderly comfort Lin Xianran, General Lu sighed deeply, closing his eyes, feeling a profound sense of futility for his unwavering loyalty to his troops. In Shenlong City, the air was filled with the thunderous clash of magical artifacts and the deafening battle cries of the troops as they drew ever closer to the inn. Lu glanced back at Lu Yuan, who remained composed, savoring his spirit tea without any intention of retreat. For reasons unknown, she felt a wave of calm wash over her. Lu Yuan set down his teacup, lowering his gaze as if his eyes pierced through the walls, settling upon the elderly man in the coarse robe at the counter on the first floor. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses echoed from the end of the street. Lu Yuan gazed into the distance, observing a dozen fiery steeds trampling the flames as they halted before the inn. Shortly thereafter, the previously spirited Zhong Yan, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder, tumbled from his steed. He rushed to the steps, weeping loudly. "Father, Vice City Lord Xiao has betrayed us. The Crimson Nest army is about to invade. What are you waiting for?" Chapter 23. The Great Battle of Two Armies. 100,000 fierce souls enter the Emperor's banner. The Lord of Divine Dragon City, akin to a provincial governor, was a formidable cultivator at the initial stage of the 8th realm. Yet he had not shown himself for quite some time. All matters were deliberated upon by the 3 Vice City Lords. At this moment, confronted with Zhong Yan's tearful lament, the elderly figure in a coarse robe behind the inn's counter continued to leisurely wipe a wine jar, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. As despair flickered in Zhong Yan's eyes, a gruff, cold scoff resonated from the void. "Little brat, your traitor father is indeed waiting for my arrival." No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure clad in resplendent golden armor materialized before the inn. Zhong Yan, kneeling and bowing, trembled and fried upon seeing the armored figure, disregarding the fate of his attendants as he hastily bolted into the inn. Inside, the elderly man, the Lord of Divine Dragon City, finally ceased his actions. His gaze met that of the golden-armored figure in midair. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted in the atmosphere, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that obliterated the street and buildings, leaving the inn untouched. With a sigh, the Lord of Divine Dragon City stepped forward and addressed the golden figure. "Shuayang, the Crimson Nest vassal state is doomed to fail. Why sacrifice yourself for it?" The golden figure fixed his gaze on the Lord, enunciating each word. "Because my life was saved by the sovereign." The Lord of Divine Dragon City fell silent, his form suddenly transforming into a gray aura, soaring towards the vast, boundless East Sea. The golden figure snorted in response, following suit as a radiant golden light. Before long, in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, resounding tremors of cataclysmic proportions echoed, generating surging waves that crashed against the walls of Divine Dragon City, even miles from the shore. Once the Lord of Divine Dragon City and the golden figure departed, Zhong Yan was left utterly bewildered, fear etched in his eyes, uncertain of where to turn next. With Vice City Lord Zhao's betrayal and the city gates flung open to welcome 50,000 elite troops of the Crimson Nest, Divine Dragon City had effectively succumbed to invasion. What awaited the citizens within was the merciless onslaught of the Crimson Nest army. As the son of the city lord, Zhong Yan was undoubtedly a prime target for the invaders. If anyone could salvage Divine Dragon City, it would be the Lord himself, a cultivator at the initial stage of the 8th realm. Yet, just moments ago, before Zhong Yan's very eyes, his seemingly omnipotent father had ventured into the depths of the sea to engage in a bloody battle against another formidable cultivator of the same realm. Never once casting a glance at his own son, Zhong Yan was now thoroughly panicked, stripped of the arrogance typical of a scion of a noble family. If a hole to escape Divine Dragon City were to appear, he would plunge into it without hesitation. At that moment, a 6th realm attendant approached cautiously, having noticed something. He pointed hesitantly at the rooftop. "Young master, Lu Yuan is up there." It seems that the 8th realm cultivator from the Crimson Nest did not take action against him. Perhaps out of fear. Zhong Yan's eyes brightened suddenly, akin to a drowning man discovering a lifeline. It was Lu Yuan, the regent prince, who had once led the Flame Dragon army to shatter the royal palace of the Crimson Nest, rendering it a mere provincial territory. The resentment the Crimson Nest rebels harbored towards Divine Dragon City was undoubtedly far less than that directed at Lu Yuan. Yet, just moments ago, the Eighth Realm rebel had seemingly overlooked Lu Yuan on the inn's rooftop, never acknowledging his presence throughout the encounter. The only explanation was that the golden figure lacked the confidence to defeat Lu Yuan and intended to eliminate the Lord of Divine Dragon City first before turning his full attention towards him. Realizing this, Zhang Yan promptly dashed towards the inn's rooftop. As long as he could preserve his life, he would endure humiliation and serve Lu Yuan without a second thought. On the rooftop of the inn, Lu Air had just finished washing a spiritual fruit when she beheld the luminous forms of two Eighth Realm cultivators slicing through the night sky. Heading eastward towards the depths of the sea, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Your Highness, why does it seem as though the Eighth Realm rebel did not notice us?" When the golden figure had first appeared, Lu Air had braced herself to stand defiantly in front of her prince. Yet, the rebel had not once glanced in their direction, leading her to believe that the prince must have summoned some spiritual artifact to conceal their presence. Lu Yuan gazed upon the battlefield where the two armies clashed within the city and remarked casually, "It is not a matter of being unable to see, but rather a pretense of blindness. When I once struck him down with a single sword, had it not been for the protection of my life as half-step spirit treasure, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Even now, despite the rumors claiming that I have lost my heavenly spirit body in cultivation, they still harbor enough trepidation to refrain from taking the initiative. They likely intend to eliminate the Lord of the Divine Dragon City first, and then employ the vengeful spirit array that envelopes the entire city, ensuring that I find no refuge in death." After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he lifted his gaze towards the sky. The souls of the fallen soldiers and cultivators from the Red Nest and Divine Dragon City had not dissipated. Instead, they remained ensnared by a prearranged formation. Once 100,000 vengeful spirits were gathered, the Crimson Golden Armor would activate the Great Array, unleashing a power comparable to that of the late Eighth Realm. Thus, he would no longer have any cause for fear. Lu Yuan wore a faint smile on his face. Souls, just what he needed, so he reluctantly accepted them all. Lu Yuan rose to his feet. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped at the void, and in an instant, a deep purple banner, imbued with a chilling aura and constantly shifting, materialized in his grasp. It was none other than the Imperial banner. Lu Yuan planted it atop the building, and in an instant, the flag fluttered autonomously despite the absence of wind. A wave of terrifying, sinister energy surged forth, dispersing the clouds that blanketed the entire Divine Dragon City. Soon after, the souls of the fallen soldiers, forcibly retained by the Red Nest formation, were drawn by a powerful force, swirling with the ominous wind, and soared in all directions towards the Emperor's banner. In but a fleeting moment, over 1,000 malevolent souls were absorbed into the banner. The purple fabric became increasingly suffused with a chilling aura, transitioning from a deep violet to black. This haunting spectacle was witnessed by Zhang Yan, who had ascended to the rooftop. A frigid sensation emanated from his very soul, causing his blood to feel as though it had congealed, engulfed by an overwhelming dread of being consumed by countless spirits. At this precise moment, Lu Yuan cast a glance over, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Young Master Zhang, what brings you here to admire the moon on such a dark and windy night?" Zhang Yan shuddered involuntarily, a sycophantic smile quickly contorting his face. "Your Highness, you jest. On such a moonless night, what moon is there to admire?" As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over the enchanting Luer, who stood beside Lu Yuan, a fleeting glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes before he hurriedly concealed it. His attention then shifted to the small table before Lu Yuan, where several plates of fragrant spiritual fruits were displayed. He hastily retrieved a golden spiritual fruit from his storage ring, his hands trembling with reluctance, and presented it to Lu Yuan. "Your Highness, this is a Panlong golden spiritual fruit that my father sought from the depths of the Eastern Sea. It takes millennia to ripen and can cleanse the marrow and enhance the physique of those at the Seventh Realm." This fruit had been a cherished possession of Zhang Yan for a long time, something he had planned to reserve for breaking through the Seventh Realm, aspiring to become a grand cultivator like his father. Yet now, to save his own life, he was forced to part with it. However, Lu Yuan did not even spare a glance at the Panlong golden spiritual fruit. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where the crimson-clad rebel forces clashed with the city's defenders in a brutal struggle. He spoke softly, as the son of the city lord. "Should you not don armor and wield a sword, leading your soldiers into battle against the foe?" Zhang Yan no longer resembled the arrogant young lord from earlier. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "The defense of the city is indeed the responsibility of the black-armored army, though I am the city lord's son. My cultivation is shallow. Recklessly joining the battlefield would only disrupt the army's formation." Beside Lu Yuan, Lu Er, upon hearing Zhang Yan's response, disdainfully curled her lips. Such shallow cultivation, disrupting the formation of the army, merely a manifestation of cowardice. Having enjoyed a life of luxury and wealth since childhood, he had roamed unrestrained in the Divine Dragon City and throughout the province, behaving arrogantly and oppressively, bullying both men and women alike. Yet, when the city faced peril, he hastily distanced himself, seeking only to preserve his own life, while allowing the soldiers to perish in his stead. It was utterly shameless. Moreover, Zhang Yan had cast upon her several glances imbued with an intense possessiveness, which she found quite repugnant. She could not fathom why His Highness chose to spare Zhang Yan's life, and even engaged him in conversation. Were it her decision, she would have long since transformed Zhang Yan into a vengeful spirit, ensnaring him within that dark banner. Chapter 24. The City Falls, a melody played on the flute. Rewards at hand. Time slipped away, second by second. The bustling street where the inn was located had been seized by the Red Nest rebel forces. Zhang Yan was already in a state of acute distress. Lu Yuan remained seated, exuding an aura of tranquility that incited waves of silent fury within Zhang Yan, rendering him utterly helpless. Fortunately, the Red Nest rebels occupying the long staircase, upon catching sight of Lu Yuan atop the inn, were so stricken with fear that they could hardly steady their weapons, fleeing without a backward glance. After a considerable time, they halted at a distance, too intimidated to approach. This street became the sole area within the besieged half of the city that remained devoid of Red Nest soldiers. What alarmed Zhang Yan even further was the grand banner fluttering beside Lu Yuan exuded a chilling wind, with the words underworld resonating ominously, as if it had come to life. A mere glance at it evoked a profound sense of being forcefully drawn in. At long last, as a pale light graced the eastern horizon, the cacophony of battle cries within the Dragon City gradually faded into silence. Only the heavy scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, accompanied by the sight of burning houses and shattered walls scattered throughout the city, bearing witness to the brutal conflict that had just transpired. Lu Yuan slowly rose to his feet and made his way to the eaves. Under the puzzled gaze of Zhang Yan, he extended his right hand toward Lu Yuan, commanding, "Bring forth the flute. Come out. If you do not emerge, I shall set fire to your dwelling." In a corner of the city, the soldiers of the Red Nest raised their torches, coldly warning the tightly shut houses. The flames flickered ominously in their hands, appearing poised to ignite the structures at any moment. "Do not. Military officer, we will come out at once." A trembling voice emerged from within, and soon after, an elderly gentleman, dressed like a wealthy man and supported by his concubine, cautiously stepped outside. With a forced smile, he hastily produced several magical artifacts and spirit stones from his robes, shoving them into the hands of the leading sergeant. "Please, kind sir. I am but a frail old man. Turn a blind eye and let us go, will you?" The sergeant scrutinized the decent quality of the artifacts and jested, "Old man, you seem to be quite affluent. Even mid-grade artifacts are at your disposal, and your concubine appears rather well-favored. You have certainly enjoyed a life of luxury." The wealthy man smiled nervously, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, the sergeant's expression grew icy. "You scoundrel. After 3 years in the wilderness, you dare to indulge. Take them to the Lord's manor. If one is missing, you shall answer for it." The last few remarks were directed at his subordinates. Yes, the soldiers complied, forcibly escorting the wealthy man and his concubine as they marched toward the Lord's manor. Along the way, they could not resist groping the concubine. This scene unfolded in every corner of the divine Dragon City. Ultimately, a throng of people, under the escort of the Red Nest rebels, marched toward the Lord's manor. Among the 80,000 black-armored soldiers, 20,000 had directly defected. 2 deputy lords of the 7th realm were besieged by the traitorous deputy lord and the Red Nest commanders, spilling their blood upon the city walls. The city lord, a practitioner of the 8th realm, fought fiercely with the rebel leader deep in the Eastern Sea, with no resolution in sight. This was the knowledge of the citizens of divine Dragon City as they fled. When the Red Nest army attacked, the populace hastily gathered their belongings and attempted to flee through the remaining city gates. However, they found that all the gates had been preemptively guarded by the defecting black-armored soldiers, rendering escape impossible. The city walls stood at a minimum height of 5 zhang, making it insurmountable for ordinary citizens devoid of cultivation. Thus, they became trapped, escorted toward the Lord's manor to face an uncertain fate. Among the crowd, many citizens cowered at the sight of the fierce Red Nest rebels, suddenly reminded of the Crown Prince Lu Yuan, who had previously been subject to their scorn. When the Red Nest vassal state first stirred, the formidable army threatened the divine dragon province. It was Crown Prince Lu Yuan who, without hesitation, led the Flame Dragon army across great distances to suppress the rebels, even trampling the palace of the Red Nest, thereby ending its reign. If Crown Prince Lu Yuan were still present and learned of the Red Nest remnants attacking Divine Dragon City once more, he would undoubtedly rally his forces to rescue them. Would he not? Suddenly, the despairing citizens of Divine Dragon City were struck by inspiration. Their spirits surged with excitement, nearly prompting them to exclaim. The very Crown Prince who had once shattered the audacity of the Red Nest was now in Divine Dragon City. Could it be that His Highness had foreseen the impending assault by the remnants of the Red Nest, and had come to their aid? With this thought, many citizens were moved to tears by the Crown Prince's noble intent, internally chastising themselves for their earlier doubts. Hope rekindled in their eyes, and even the weight of their steps toward the Lord's manor felt less burdensome. Just then, amidst the quiet night, a haunting melody of a flute drifted on the wind, reaching the ears of the citizens and the Red Nest soldiers. A deputy general furrowed his brow and coldly demanded, "Who was playing the flute there?" A trusted aide immediately took flight toward the source of the sound. Moments later, the aide returned, drenched in cold sweat, and respectfully reported, "General, the flutist is Lu Yuan." "What?" The deputy general's eyes widened in disbelief. The ethereal and captivating sound of the flute emanated from Lu Yuan, standing upon the eaves, penetrating the very essence of divine Dragon City, enveloping it in a mournful wail. Nearby, Zhongyan lowered his head, his brows furrowed in frustration. He could not help but curse. That damned Lu Yuan. If he cannot play the flute, he should refrain from attempting. It is nothing but a cacophony, further darkening my already dismal mood. Ding. The city of divine dragon has fallen. The host is playing a tune for the citizens within. Reward, everlasting eyes. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation, pinnacle of the clear spirit realm, fourth realm. Physique, primordial Daobon. Everlasting eyes, none. Artifacts, Emperor's banner. Supreme heavenly tome. Extreme Dao imperial pocket. Sacred dragon, moonlit vessel. Elixirs, boundary breaking pill 99, yellow grade. Purple chasm pill 73, spirit separation pill 99, soul nourishing pill 85. Techniques, heavenly spirit sutra. Chaotic divine, grinding visualization. Everlasting sutra, upper volume. Divine powers, Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. Ding. Detection of the young supreme, with dual pupils leading the Chancellor's personal army en route to support Divine Dragon City. Attempting to rescue the uncle and aunt who raised him. Triggered random tasks. Task 1. Immediately intervene to save the young supreme's family, risking your life to protect them until they are safely returned to the young supreme. Reward. Artifact longsword used by the young supreme. Task 2. Utilize your techniques to mark the young supreme's family hidden among the crowd, drawing the attention of the Red Nest rebels. Reward. Danyang Body Refinement Spiritual Pool 1. Chapter 25. Breakthrough to the fifth realm. Awaiting the dual pupil to enter the trap. Another task, is it? Lu Yuan returned the treasured flute to Lu Air, casting an intrigued glance in her direction. The first task required him to rescue the so-called uncle and aunt of Lin Xianran, providing them with refuge until Lin Xian arrived to reclaim his kin. Lu Yuan dismissed the thought without a moment's hesitation. The second task, however, was rather intriguing. It involved marking the relatives of Lin Xianran, who were concealed within the throng, thereby drawing the attention of the Red Nest insurgents. The reward for this endeavor was the Danyang Spirit Pool, a veritable treasure for cultivators, offering exceptional nourishment and refinement for the spiritual body, meridians, and bones. Moreover, it would accelerate the cultivation of the undying scripture, making it a bespoke opportunity for Lu Yuan. Within the Grand Palace of the Dejing dynasty, there existed a spirit pool where the primordial essence of the earth converged. Lu Yuan had cultivated within, which accelerated the speed at which cultivators refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and bestowed upon them a slight enhancement to their physical refinement. However, when compared to the Danyang physical refinement spirit pool, it fell significantly short. Lu Yuan replied without hesitation, I choose the second option. Ding. The host's selection was successful. One Danyang body refining spiritual pool has been issued. Within the Holy Dragon Moonlight Vessel, the quiet room adjacent to the master bedroom underwent a remarkable transformation. Rugged, bizarre rocks and the shadow of emerald bamboos intertwined, while the slanting sun hung high, resembling a serene mountain pond. In the center, there lay a steaming hot spring enveloped in mist, with the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting through the air, exuding waves of. Meanwhile, in Lu Yuan's mind, a sequence of spell seals emerged. After a moment's contemplation, he channeled his primal energy to manifest it. With a resonant hum, a beam of pure light surged skyward, capturing the attention of all the rebel forces of the Red Nest. Subsequently, this radiant light split into three, cascading down towards a long street in the city, ultimately merging within the bodies of three figures. The trio stood in stunned silence, extending their hands to witness the luminous glow emanating from themselves, becoming the brightest amidst the crowd. With a thunderous sound, the nearby captives scattered, clearing a vast space for the three. What was happening? A Red Nest general, mounted on a formidable black tiger, followed the light to this location. Upon observing the trio glowing in the open space, his brow furrowed slightly. Among them was a man appearing to be in his 40s, with a simple and honest demeanor, a woman with a neck thicker than her face, and a young man clad in luxurious robes, yet unable to disguise his aura of decadence. The three were already gripped by terror. The sudden appearance of the massive black tiger and the bloodstained general only exacerbated their fear, prompting them to kneel and wail in despair. At that moment, a sycophantic voice arose from the crowd. My lord, these three are kin to Lin Xianyan. Capturing them could serve as hostages. Indeed, another voice eagerly chimed in. Lin Xianyan is a prodigy with awakened double pupils, having entered the Grand Court of Dejing and secured a high-ranking position. Capturing them would surely be of greater value than us common folk. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Xuanyan's uncle, aunt, and younger cousin felt a wave of rage. Nearly fainting from the stress, their bodies trembling with fear, they wished fervently to sever all ties with Lin Xianyan. In the spirit of a dead friend is better than a living enemy, another lamenting voice cried out. My lord, this family has nothing of worth. Just days ago, emboldened by Lin Xianyan's position, they seized several magical artifacts from my humble shop without offering a single spirit stone. At my tavern, they ordered a lavish feast, only to leave a mere copper coin behind, claiming the food was good and that they would return with Lin Xianyan. How dare they? The Red Nest General's brow tightened, and he coldly commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the cries ceased, and the surrounding populace hunched their shoulders, afraid to meet his gaze. The general had little patience for such trivial grievances. He regarded the three in the open space, snorted disdainfully, and ordered, "Take them away. Hang them at the city gate. And await the arrival of that double-pupil prodigy." Yes, the Red Nest soldiers complied immediately, binding the trio with chains and dragging them towards the city gate. Those born with double pupils are invincible within their realm and destined to ascend to the fabled supreme realm. However, that was only if they could survive until that day. The Red Nest army certainly would not allow the prodigy to rise unimpeded, using his family as bait to stifle his growth in its infancy. On the rooftop of the inn, after Lu Yuan completed his spell incantation, he paid no further attention to the matter at hand, but instead turned to gaze at Zhong Yin, a peculiar smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A sudden alarm coursed through Zhong Yan's heart, an ominous sense of impending doom enveloping him. With his left hand stealthily reaching for the precious jade hidden at his waist, he forced a strained smile. "Your Highness, there is no need to rush. My father is still engaged in battle with General Chi Chao in the depths of the ocean. It will be upon his return that the moment of the Red Nest rebels' demise shall arrive." In an attempt to instill hesitation in Lu Yuan, he invoked the uncertain fate of his father, the city lord. Lu Yuan smiled even more broadly. "I have heard that you possess the captivating soul-devouring demon eyes." Zhong Yin hesitated before nodding, uncertain of Lu Yuan's intent in mentioning this now. "Coincidentally, I also possess a unique ocular technique. Let us see how it compares to your soul-devouring demon eyes." Upon finishing his words, he awaited the response. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly radiated a deep violet light, resembling the eerie glow of the netherworld, exuding an aura of terrifying devourment. "Ah!" Zhong Yin suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish, his hands covering his eyes as he writhed in agony upon the earth. "Young master!" A few loyal guards behind him, upon witnessing the sudden attack, unsheathed their weapons without hesitation and charged towards Lu Yuan. A phantom glided past the guards. Their steps abruptly halted, and moments later, they fell to the ground, blood pooling around them, their eyes wide in an eternal gaze. The phantom flickered and materialized behind Lu Yuan. It was Lu Er, her sleeve sword still dripping with blood. Possessing the Yin Cha Jiuxian body, she was endowed with 9 divine powers, and what she had just employed was the ability to transform into the spirit of Yin Cha. Even those of a higher realm would find it exceedingly difficult to evade such a fatal strike. Moments later, Lu Yuan no longer cast a glance at the writhing Zhong Yin, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, a strange blood-red light flickered in his gaze, revealing the soul-devouring demon eye. The attributes on the interface had also transformed. Constitution, primordial Dao bone. Eternal eye of all laws, soul-devouring demon eye. Boom. Upon acquiring the soul-devouring demon eye, Lu Yuan's constitution was significantly enhanced, and a surge of primal energy erupted within him, shattering his previous limitations. His cultivation advanced from the pinnacle of the 4th realm to the initial stage of the 5th realm. Ding. The host has acquired an ocular technique, experienced a breakthrough in cultivation, and is in high spirits. Rewards obtained. Divine Concealment Pill, X100. Shadow Wraith Soul-Slaying Sword, Premium Spirit Tool, X1. The Divine Concealment Pill is specifically used for cultivating within the 5th realm of Divine Concealment. As for the Shadow Wraith Soul-Slaying Sword, Lu Yuan extended his right hand, and a slender sword, shimmering with an ethereal glow, materialized in his grasp. A supreme spiritual weapon. In his earlier days as the Regent Prince, Lu Yuan wielded the Celestial Spirit Sword, which was also of the highest caliber. This indicates the exceptional rarity of the Shadow Soul Cleaving Sword. However, Lu Yuan had already acquired the Imperial Banner, coupled with the Divine Thunder Emperor's technique. He had no need to rely on a spiritual sword for his feats. After a moment's contemplation, he presented it to Lu Er, saying, "This sword is for you to wield." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Er received the Shadow Soul Cleaving Sword with both hands, cherishing it as she admired its craftsmanship. Then, with a graceful flourish, she waved it towards the sky. A delicate beam of ghostly light erupted forth, effortlessly cleaving a nearby building in twain before vanishing into the night sky. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With this exquisite spiritual weapon in hand, Lu Er's strength experienced a significant enhancement. The rewards were all secured. The entire city had also returned to tranquility after the previous brutal conflict. Lu Yuan rose to his feet, gazing at the faint crescent moon that lingered at the horizon. He stretched languidly and, in a tone imbued with weariness, said to Lu Er, "Let us return and continue our rest. We shall come out to enjoy the performance once more in the morning." Subsequently, Lu Yuan's task is to await Lin Xuanran's arrival, and then to seize his dual pupils using the Everlasting Eye. Without his dual pupils, can Lin Xianran still be considered the youthful supreme? Chapter 26. Lu Yuan's Conspiracy with the Rebels, Massacre of the Divine Dragon City. Once home to millions, the Divine Dragon City, a provincial capital, now finds its gates breached entirely. Many buildings have collapsed. The city defense forces have mostly perished, with only a few captured. The citizens have been herded to the Lord's estate, serving as bargaining chips in the hands of the Red Nest rebels against the Great Jing dynasty. Amidst such a brutal scene, there exists a singular area untouched by the ravages of war, where buildings stand remarkably intact. At the end of the long street, a young commander of the Red Nest, stationed here by order, could not help but lift his gaze towards the immense dragon-shaped spirit ship hovering in the air. The astonishment within him lingered for a long while. Though he had seen spirit ships before, the one before him was simply colossal, resembling an island. The cherished Qishao ship of the Red Nest Kingdom spans merely 30 zhang in length and consumes an astronomical number of spiritual stones daily. In stark contrast, the dragon-shaped spirit ship before him existed in an entirely different realm. Moreover, from the ship's massive maw hung a resplendent full moon. Even from a distance, one could feel the overwhelming waves of spiritual energy it contained. The young commander sensed that this singular dragon-shaped vessel could purchase hundreds, if not thousands, of Red Nest kingdoms. Holy Dragon Moon-watching vessel. In a room suffused with mist, Lu Yuan reclined in the Danyang body refinement spiritual pool, absorbing the warm energy that surged through his meridians and bones, continuously nourishing his physique. The sensation was so pleasurable that he nearly moaned. Behind him, Lu gently cradled Lu Yuan's head against her soft form, tenderly massaging his temples while softly inquiring, "Your Highness, are you comfortable?" Lu Yuan closed his eyes and murmured in approval, "Indeed, Lu knows how to attend to others." Lu, with her eyes narrowed in delight, appeared quite pleased and became even more focused on her massage. Before long, Lu Yuanshu comfortably drifted into slumber. The lotus, the inscrutable heavenly scripture, and the visions of the chaotic world re-emerged. The scripture inscribed the profound principles of the Tao, while the resonances of the Tao echoed incessantly in his ears. The chaotic deity contemplated the methods of visualization, the indestructible sutra, all the while operating autonomously. In the midst of slumber, Lu Yuan's cultivation level ascended at an astonishing pace. Before the city lord's mansion, the commander of the Red Nest gazed at the densely packed citizens of Shenlong City, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. With a tone devoid of warmth, he inquired, "Is the formation set?" "Yes, General," came the reply from his confidant. "Everything is in order. We await the arrival of reinforcements from the Great Jing." However, the confidant hesitated. "According to your orders, there is no formation in place within the city to prevent long-distance communication. The events unfolding in Shenlong City may have already reached the imperial capital of Great Jing. The Empress might not take the risk of dispatching her troops for support. That is of no consequence," the commander of the Red Nest scoffed. "Regardless of whether the Empress sends her forces, this Shenlong City shall be transformed into a formidable stronghold by my Red Nest, serving as a foundation to encroach upon the fertile lands of Great Jing." Having spoken, the commander lifted his gaze to behold the colossal dragon-shaped spirit vessel, silently hovering in midair, cradling a crescent moon. A flicker of uncontrolled excitement glimmered in his eyes. As the Red Nest rebels commenced their siege, urgent messages traversed the expanse towards the capital of Great Jing. Countless words coalesced into a singular plea. "The Red Nest rebels are attacking the city. Your Majesty, please dispatch troops for immediate support." Above the territory of Great Jing, a spirit vessel sped towards Shenlong City with remarkable swiftness. Inside the communication chamber of the spirit vessel, Lin Xianyan scanned the urgent messages arriving from the direction of the capital, his countenance darkening upon realizing that Shenlong City had fallen. He yearned to rush there at once to rescue his uncle and aunt. Beside him, Su Kaidai hurriedly offered words of comfort. "Brother Xianyan, do not be overly anxious. The message indicates that the Red Nest rebels are not engaged in a massacre, but have gathered the citizens of the city. There remains a chance for us to save uncle and aunt when we arrive." Lin Xuanyan's expression softened slightly as he continued to peruse the news about Shenlong City. Then, upon encountering a particular piece of information, he abruptly rose, slamming his palm on the table in fury, exclaiming, "Lu Yuan, I should have struck you down when I had the chance in the capital." Su Kaidai was taken aback, quickly seizing the message Jade slipped to read. After comprehending its contents, she stood frozen in shock. It revealed that during the fall of Shenlong City, the former crown prince Lu Yuan played a melody on his flute amidst the ruins, seemingly in celebration of the Red Nest rebel success. Furthermore, it was noted that when Lu Yuan first appeared at the city gate, he had clashed with the city defense forces, raising suspicions that he had aided the Red Nest in breaching the gates under the cover of night, leading to a massacre of the unsuspecting guards. He was suspected to be the principal architect behind the city's downfall. How could Lu Yuan commit such an atrocity? Su Kaidai appeared incredulous. She had only heard whispers of Lu Yuan's previous transgressions against the 10,000 soldiers of the Yanlong army in the North Sea Ice Abyss. After being deposed from his position as crown prince and demoted to king of the Abyss, he seemed to have settled down considerably and was no longer as detestable. Yet now, aiding the Red Nest rebels in the conquest of Shenlong City was irrefutable treachery. His actions had dire consequences for brother Xin and S family in the city. Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. Should she encounter Lu Yuan again in the future, Su Kaidai vowed to sever all ties with him. Suddenly, Lin Xianyan, who had been fuming, composed himself and turned to the elder managing the communication array, inquiring solemnly, "Does the emperor know of Lu Yuan's treachery?" The elder shook his head. "The emperor remains in seclusion and is unaware of this matter." A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Xuanyan's eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he declared resolutely, Set the spirit vessel to full speed. We must reach Shenlong City by dawn tomorrow. Lu Yuan awoke from his slumber, only to find himself no longer within the ethereal confines of the spirit pool. Instead, he lay upon a plush, fragrant couch, the surface beneath him smooth and inviting. Upon opening the interface, he discovered that in the span of a single night, his cultivation had ascended from the initial stage of the divine concealment realm to its mid-stage. This remarkable progress was undoubtedly attributed not only to the enigmatic Book of No Words, but also to the efficacy of the divine concealment pill. Your Highness has awakened? Murmured the slender Luer, her eyes fluttering open, still drowsy and disheveled, as she prepared to rise and attend to Lu Yuan's needs. Lu Yuan pressed her down gently. Continue to sleep. I shall step outside for a moment, he remarked before departing. Lu Yuan donned his attire and turned to adjust the bedding for Luer before departing from the bedroom. At this moment, it was early morning. A ray of dawn emerged on the eastern horizon, bringing with it a purplish aura. In the past, Lu Yuan had already settled into a seated position, beginning to absorb the violet qi and circulate the celestial spirit scripture for cultivation. But now, with the supreme heavenly scripture in hand, a single night's slumber could rival a decade, or even a century, of arduous meditation for an ordinary practitioner. No longer could he endure the torment of laborious cross-legged cultivation. He made his way to the deck of the spirit vessel. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze and discovered that in just a day and a night, the city of Shenlong had remarkably regained much of its former glory after the battle. The collapsed walls and structures had been meticulously restored, emanating a radiant aura from the formations inscribed upon them. Throughout the city, the presence of the Red Nest rebels was evident, as they seemingly endeavored to transform this place into a fortified stronghold. The moment Lu Yuan appeared, soldiers of the Red Nest station nearby promptly relayed the news to the commanding general. The confinement formation, arranged overnight, began to subtly shimmer beneath the spirit vessel. Lu Yuan remained utterly unconcerned. A formation capable of ensnaring the sacred dragon, Wanyue boat, was beyond the capabilities of the mere Chichao vassal state. Even if an order were given for the army to charge forth, it would merely serve to offer sacrifices of fierce souls to the emperor's banner. At this moment, Lu Yuan sensed something and gazed into the distance. Through the soul-searching demon eye, he perceived a faint light swiftly approaching the divine dragon city. His mood instantly lifted. Having just awakened and achieved a breakthrough in his realm, Lin Xuanzhan had traversed countless miles to personally deliver the heavy eye. Such thoughtfulness was truly heartwarming. Possessing the heavy eye, one becomes invincible among peers, destined to attain the supreme position, and this is not merely an empty proclamation. Only Lu Yuan understands this. The heavy eye inherently possesses divine abilities, including the heavenly eye that can pierce through illusions, a beam capable of annihilating all, and the supreme principles that can create and destroy worlds. It can even be said that if the heavy eye were to develop fully, it would far surpass the primordial Dao bone that Lu Yuan currently possesses. Now, Lin Xuanzhan has taken the initiative to bring the heavy eye. Chapter 27. The power of the dual pupils. A resounding boom echoed as a spirit vessel stirred the celestial clouds, coming to a steady halt before the majestic dragon city. At the city gates, three figures dangled precariously, their lips parched and breaths faint, yet an ethereal light radiated from their forms. They were none other than Lin Xuanran's uncle, aunt, and cousin. Having been suspended for an entire day and night, they were on the brink of death. Startled by the cacophony, Lin Xianran's aunt slowly opened her eyes. Through a haze, she discerned the silhouette of her beloved nephew approaching with determined strides. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Xian'er, save me!" Stepping out of the flying vessel, Lin Xuanran's heart shattered at the sight of his kin suspended on the city wall. His eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed to the heavens, "Beasts! I, Lin Xianran, shall not rest until I avenge this wrong." The clash of armor resounded as the Crimson Nest army surged forth, effectively sealing the main thoroughfare before the city gates. Shortly thereafter, the commander of the Crimson Nest emerged from the ranks, narrowing his eyes at the figure aloft. "So, you are the young sovereign, Lin Xianran?" "Indeed. My brother Xianran is the born sovereign. You should release them at once and kneel and surrender." Su Kaidai interjected, stepping forward. Though fear flickered in her eyes upon witnessing the menacing rebels, having never set foot on a battlefield, she quickly regained her composure, emboldened by the thought of the invincible young sovereign. Fools. Lu Yuan shook his head at Su Kaidai's performance, unable to contain his incredulity. How had he never noticed before that she could be so foolish to this extent? Subsequently, Lu Yuan deftly maneuvered the sacred dragon Wanyue boat, gliding slowly towards the city gates. He intended to seize Lin Xuanzhan's precious dual pupils once the latter was on the verge of defeat. Mississippi. Lu, the marshal general, led 200 loyal troops as they emerged from the spiritual vessel. He had committed a grave error in the past, but the prime minister had saved him and bestowed rare resources to aid in his cultivation. From that day onward, he regarded his life as belonging to the prime minister and willingly offered it for the sake of the young lady. However, it was certainly not in this moment. Knowing full well it was a trap, he refused to accompany the foolish Lin Xuanzhan to his demise. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Su Kaidai furrowed her brow, her expression reflecting displeasure as she retorted, "Are you suggesting I abandon brother Xuanzhan and leave alone?" Just as Lu was about to respond, Lin Xuanjun issued a cold snort. Grasping the vermilion flame sword bestowed by the Empress, he fearlessly charged towards the city gates, determined to rescue his uncle, aunt, and cousin from the clutches of the enemy. Let me see if the supreme dual pupil truly cannot be vanquished. Suddenly, the commander of the Red Nest stepped forward, appearing before the city gates, gripping a long blade tightly and slashing through the air. Boom! A crescent blade of energy erupted, tearing through the void and crashing towards the dual pupil wielder. Lin Xuanjun remained undaunted, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword light that collided fiercely with the crescent blade. In the midst of the thunderous clash, terrifying waves of spiritual energy detonated in the air, causing chunks of stone to rain down from the city wall. A mid-stage practitioner of the seventh realm? Hardly impressive. Lin Xuanjun slowly curled his lips into a smirk. In a single night, the Red Nest forces had overtaken the entire Divine Dragon City, with nearly all the defending troops obliterated. Initially, he had been uncertain of the Red Nest commander's strength. However, after this brief encounter, he realized it was nothing extraordinary, and his confidence surged. When Lu Yuan had led the army to raise the Red Nest Palace, he had thought it was a formidable force. Now, it seemed laughable. Lin Xuanjun looked disdainfully at the Red Nest commander, declaring, "Today, I, Lin Xuanjun, shall proclaim to the world that Lu Yuan is nothing but a mere waste. Only I can ensure that the Red Nest vanishes irrevocably from the annals of history, never to rise again." Before the city gates, observing Lin Xuanjun's audacious claims of annihilating the Red Nest, the commander suddenly felt a sense of boredom. A youthful dual pupil supreme? Merely an arrogant fool who cannot even perceive his hidden strengths. He is unworthy to even be compared with Lu Yuan, who once instilled fear merely by his presence at the palace. Unable to contain himself any longer at Lin Xuanjun's foolish behavior, General Lu knelt on one knee. Pleading desperately, "The Red Nest army is far more formidable than you can imagine. It is still not too late to retreat." Having served in the military for many years, he understood the might of the Red Nest forces all too well. Just because Prince Lu Yuan had once flattened the Red Nest Palace did not imply its weakness. Rather, it underscored the prince's extraordinary prowess. Any other individual would find it impossible to conquer the Red Nest Palace with such ease. Seeing General Lu's continued insistence, Su Kaidai felt increasingly exasperated. Pretending not to hear, she eagerly produced a recording orb, intent on capturing the moment of her brother Xuanjun bravely slaying the Red Nest forces. Hoping to send it back to the capital for all to witness her brother's true martial prowess, which far surpassed that of the already traitorous Lu Yuan. General Lu was engulfed in despair. He could not fathom how the Prime Minister, a man of such profound foresight and one who bore half of the court's burden, could have such an imprudent young lady. At that moment, a massive spiritual vessel appeared in the sky above the city, drifting towards them. General Lu's gaze sharpened as he spotted the figure of Prince Lu Yuan on the deck. A flicker of hope surged within him. But soon, this joy was replaced by a bitter smile. Prince Lu Yuan had become a scapegoat, vilified throughout the great Jing dynasty. The young lady had not once refrained from denigrating Lu Yuan in front of Lin Xuanjun. He felt utterly humiliated to seek the prince's protection for her safety at such a time. It appeared to be quite a commotion. The city gates echoed with the sounds of clashing energies and magical artifacts, illuminating the air with dazzling bursts. Lu Yuan reclined in his chair, observing the performance directed towards the city gate, as he plucked a sweet spirit fruit and tossed it into his mouth. Lin Xuanyan had reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm, while the commander of the Red Nest was at the mid-stage of the seventh realm. The dual pupil physique, indeed a supreme constitution, enabled Lin Xuanyan to transcend a significant realm and engage the enemy with equal vigor. However, the commander of the Red Nest seemed to be withholding his full strength, as if waiting for the opportune moment to capture the dual pupil wielder alive. At that moment, the sacred dragon moonlit vessel glided gracefully towards the vicinity of the city gate. Its colossal form, reminiscent of an island, instantly captivated all gazes. Lu Yuan. Lin Xuanyan raised his head, a hint of covetousness gleaming in his eyes upon seeing the sacred dragon moonlit vessel. It's time for you to witness the invincibility of the dual pupil. Suddenly, Lin Xuanyan retreated several dozen yards, closing his eyes before abruptly opening them. A terrifying wave of energy surged throughout the realm, evoking an uncontrollable sense of dread. This is my first time fully unleashing the power of the dual pupil technique. It is indeed your honor, he intoned, fixing his gaze upon the commander of the Red Nest, as if addressing Lu Yuan aboard the spirit vessel. In the next instant, his crimson pupils split in a bizarre manner, akin to the creation of the heavens and the earth, as meteors began to cascade from his eyes. A dreadful force emanated from that gaze, bursting forth. Die. With a fierce shout, a shroud of mysterious runes enveloped the area before the city, momentarily freezing the cosmos. The commander of the Red Nest's expression shifted, unleashing all his might in a desperate struggle, only to find himself utterly unable to escape. His internal energy felt as though it had solidified, and his body grew increasingly frigid. Is this the might of the dual pupil? The commander sized him further, and he bellowed towards the heavens. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, from behind Lin Xuanyan, a figure emerged from the void. A long spear, swirling with frost, shot toward his back like a dragon. It was none other than Deputy City Lord Xiao, who had conspired with the Red Nest rebels to breach the city gates. Xianyan! Su Kaidai exclaimed in shock, witnessing her brother, who had just unleashed his divine powers to subdue the enemy, being ambushed and falling towards the ground like a marionette with severed strings. She was about to leap forward recklessly when General Lu intercepted her. Let me go! Su Kaidai shouted furiously, drawing her slender sword to strike at the person obstructing her. Then, she beheld her brother, who was grievously wounded and plummeting to the earth. Suddenly twisting in an uncanny manner, his body erupting with radiant golden runes as he fled close to the ground without looking back. Su Kaidai froze. Her heart sinking. Her brother, in this dire moment, was abandoning her to escape. Damn it, the dual pupil truly can kill me. The commander of the Red Nest regained his freedom. A cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The legendary dual pupil wielder indeed possessed the capability to slay him across realms. Had it not been for Deputy City Lord Xiao's timely intervention, he would have surely met his demise. As Lin Xianyan unleashed an unprecedented surge of golden runes and fled, the commander hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from ordering a pursuit. Instead, he directed his attention towards the young woman who stood dazed at the city's forefront and the 200 soldiers of the Great Jing dynasty. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Capture all of them." "Understood," Deputy City Lord Xiao replied, his figure clad in a blinding cold light as he swiftly advanced towards the front. "Protect the lady," General Lu bellowed, charging forth with unwavering resolve. Not long after, a thunderous explosion erupted before the city gates. General Lu detonated himself to impede Deputy City Lord Xiao's advance, ultimately allowing Su Kaidai to board the spirit vessel and vanish into the distant skies. The battle subsided, the waves of conflict having nearly obliterated the city walls. The hopes of Lin Xianyan's uncle, aunt, and cousin, who hung above, dimmed gradually as he fled alone. Suddenly, a booming sound resonated from the skies above. The immense sacred dragon moonlit vessel slowly departed from the outskirts of Divine Dragon City. The protective formation established by the Red Nest rebels crumbled before the vessel in an instant. A colossal banner unfurled atop the vessel, unleashing fierce winds that shrouded the entire area in a pall of ominous energy. In the biting cold wind, the remains of General Lu and his 200 subordinates gave rise to bewildered souls, all of which ascended and vanished into the banner. Subsequently, the grand spirit vessel departed, disappearing in the direction Lin Xianyan had fled, while both the wounded commander of the Red Nest and Deputy City Lord Xiao maintained their grim expressions, making no attempt to obstruct the retreat. Boom. Several dozen kilometers away from Divine Dragon City, amidst the mountains and forests, a golden light plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact. Lin Xianyan gritted his teeth as he crawled out of the pit, his clothing tattered and his breath in disarray. A chilling aura surging within him, wreaking havoc throughout his body. He had to suppress it with the power of the sacred body. That despicable coward dared to ambush me from behind. Lin Xianyan seethed with rage. Just as he had executed the dual pupil technique, he was at his weakest. Caught off guard by an enemy at the mid-stage of the 7th realm. It was only due to the formidable defenses of the sacred body that he had escaped death. Had he been any other peak 6th realm practitioner, he would have been turned to ice and lost his life. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xianyan mustered the scant energy within him, intending to find a hiding place to recuperate. He planned to return to Divine Dragon City and exact vengeance once reinforcements from the Great Jing capital arrived. Suddenly, as Lin Xianyan prepared to conceal himself, a rumbling sound echoed from behind, as if some gargantuan entity was bearing down upon him. Turning around, he beheld an unimaginably large dragon-shaped spirit vessel descending from the sky, stirring the clouds and blotting out the sun as it approached. On the deck of the vessel stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back, none other than Lu Yuan, who had rushed from Divine Dragon City. Lin Xianyan's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he activated his sacred body, golden runes illuminating his form as he fled forward without a backward glance. In his eyes, Lu Yuan has utterly betrayed the Great Jing, conspiring with the rebel forces of the Red Nest. Now, as they pursue him, it is evident that their intention is to bring about his demise. Upon the sacred dragon's waning moon vessel, Lu Yuan stood high above, observing Lin Xianyan, who resembled a frantic mouse scurrying below. He did not hasten to take action, instead maneuvering the sacred dragon watching vessel, maintaining a measured distance behind. At long last, after more than half an hour, Lin Xuanran's internal energy was utterly depleted. His body, suspended in midair, fell uncontrollably to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Covered in dust and dirt, he appeared exceedingly disheveled, devoid of the youthful vigor that once characterized the young sovereign. The sacred dragon watching vessel hovered in the air, and in the wake of Lin Xuanran's despairing gaze, what unfolded next was inevitable. Lu Yuan descended from the spirit vessel step by step, halting several paces before him. His expression was indifferent, regarding him as one might view a pitiable piece of refuse. Lin Xuanran's teeth ground together audibly. Struggling to rise, he barely managed to steady himself before his legs buckled. And with a resounding thud, he knelt before Lu Yuan. A flicker of humiliation flashed in Lin Xuanran's eyes. At last, he gradually lowered his head, uttering, "Spare my life. From this day forth, I, the supreme being of the dual pupils, Lin Xianran, shall be your servant, toiling for you like a beast of burden." The supreme being of the dual pupils, Lin Xianran? Lu Yuan wore a playful smile on his face. Even at this moment, he still clung to his dual pupil constitution. It seems that for Lin Xian, the dual pupil was not merely a trait but a source of pride and a matter of life itself. Lu Yuan glanced at the several golden runes on Lin Xuanran's body, which appeared extremely withered due to the exhaustion of his primordial energy. He remarked calmly, "Apart from your dual pupils, do you possess any other innate abilities?" Indeed, even when faced with dire straits, Lin Xianran still displayed a hint of pride upon hearing Lu Yuan's question. Lu Yuan remained silent, inwardly pondering. System. Is there a reward akin to the everlasting eye that can usurp one's physique? The system offered no response. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that the system was merely a preordained reward mechanism. Aside from detecting and issuing tasks and providing rewards, it possessed no other functionalities. Nevertheless, the dual pupils were ample. One must not be overly greedy in life. Lu Yuan severed his thoughts. The primordial energy within him surged forth, coalescing into an ethereal giant hand that seized Lin Xianran, who was kneeling on the ground. He was lifted into the air. Lin Xuanran's complexion changed drastically. He had never anticipated that despite casting aside his dignity and pleading for mercy before Lu Yuan, this would be the outcome. Lu Yuan, that wretched scoundrel, actually intends to bring about his demise. Anguish and fury burned intensely in his eyes. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes radiated a deep purple light, resembling the eerie glow of the netherworld, emanating an aura of chilling terror and insatiable hunger. Lin Xianran suddenly experienced a soul-wrenching agony in his eyes. The power of his beloved dual pupils was swiftly departing from him. No. Blood tears streamed from Lin Xuanran's eyes as he let out a heart-rending wail of anguish, his body firmly ensnared in midair, utterly powerless to halt the unfolding tragedy. Until Lin Xianran was unceremoniously cast to the ground like refuse. He writhed in torment, unable to sense even a trace of the power of his dual pupils within him. His dual pupils had vanished. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and within his once ordinary pupils, two ethereal double pupils emerged. The world before him transformed simultaneously. He could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy drifting throughout the cosmos. And high in the sky, a majestic eagle-like beast soared gracefully. Furthermore, when Lu Yuan cast his gaze towards the direction of the divine dragon city, he could vividly observe the surging blood energy, along with faint threads of a destined demise. This was the innate ability of the double pupils to pierce through illusions, a fundamental skill. Beyond this lay the more formidable technique of the double pupils, the heaven-opening art. However, Lu Yuan had only just acquired the double pupils and had yet to fully comprehend their potential. His prowess at the fifth realm was insufficient to support the execution of such advanced abilities. Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the two ethereal heavy pupils had already concealed themselves. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. Host has successfully plundered the heavy pupils, experiencing their profound mysteries, resulting in great delight. Reward obtained. Heavenly Treasure Gourd. Chapter 29. Mass production of magical artifacts, with no limit on grade Heavenly Treasure Gourd. Upon witnessing the system's generous reward once more, Lu Yuan did not directly engage with it, intending to resolve the matter thoroughly before proceeding. His gaze shifted towards Lin Xianran, who was writhing in agony. Just moments ago, while experimenting with his dual pupil ability, Lu Yuan had glanced at Lin Xianran and noticed within him shattered golden chains that bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden runes previously manifested. If his conjecture was correct, it indicated that Lin Xianran possessed an extraordinary physique alongside his dual pupil ability, the ancient saint body. Moreover, it was the kind that had instinctively shattered its shackles. With the combination of dual pupils and the ancient saint body, Lin Xianran indeed bore an astonishing resemblance to the fabled child of destiny. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of hesitation within. If it were merely the dual pupils, he could easily seize them and dispose of them afterward. However, Lin Xuanzhan also possessed the ancient sacred body. What if, in the future, opportunities arose to trigger certain quests? Tasks associated with the ancient sacred body would undoubtedly offer substantial rewards. For instance, the innate sacred body Dao embryo? Or even the chaotic divine body. When Lu Yuan found himself in a moment of indecision, a white jade slip unexpectedly fell from Lin Xuanran's embrace. The instant the slip appeared, an enigmatic aura pervaded the entire area. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. This aura was all too familiar to him. Since he was 6 years old, he had immersed himself in this Taoist essence every 7 days, spending entire nights contemplating the profundities of celestial principles. On the ground, Lin Xianran, with blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, also beheld the jade slip lying quietly on the earth. A sudden glimmer of hope, as if from the jaws of despair, flashed across his face. He lunged forward, his right hand gripping the jade slip tightly, crying out in desperation, "National Master, save me." Buzz. The wind shifted, and the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged wildly, coalescing above into a coldly indifferent ethereal figure clad in Taoist robes. It cast a glance downwards, and with flowing sleeves, it swept Lin Xianran from the ground, vanishing alongside the swirling spiritual energies. The sky then returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever occurred. Lu Yuan gazed at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. He had initially believed that the National Master was at most at the late stage of the 8th realm or perhaps at its pinnacle. However, it now appeared that this was far from the truth. Yet, even when the National Master had just made a move against him, Lu Yuan felt no fear whatsoever. bolstered by the support of the primordial Daobone, the Emperor's banner, the indestructible scripture, and the Supreme Emperor's cloak. Lu Yuan may not be a match for the National Master, yet he can undoubtedly ensure his own safety. With the matters in Shenlong City coming to a close, the various demon factions in the Tianyuan province will certainly continue their mischief, likely triggering numerous quests. After a brief respite, he should set off towards Tianyuan province. The National Master has unexpectedly appeared, rescuing Lin Xianyan. Lu Yuan harbored a lingering sense of crisis within him. His current strength was still insufficient, merely at the mid-stage of the fifth realm. He must hasten his advancement. Triggering tasks to obtain system rewards was undoubtedly the swiftest method of cultivation. In the capital of the Great Jing, at the National Master's temple, Lin Xianran fell to the ground with a thud, landing on the bluestone bricks. The pain felt as if his bones were about to shatter. Yet, he gritted his teeth and rose, respectfully bowing forward. Thank you, National Master, for saving my life. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay you 100-fold. From within the adjacent quiet chamber, a tranquil voice emerged from the National Master. This voice, seemingly plain and devoid of any emotion, stirred the blood of those who heard it, causing uncontrollable excitement. Lin Xianran bowed his head in deference, recalling a rumor regarding the National Master. It was said that there existed two supreme physiques in the world, one belonging to the Prince Lu Yuan's personal maid, and the other, allegedly, was the enigmatic National Master of the Great Jing. Of course, rumors remained mere rumors. No one dared to confirm such matters before the National Master. Lin Xianran's mind drifted back to his first encounter with the National Master, who donned a Taoist robe, possessing an ethereal beauty that seemed as if carved from ice and jade. Though her figure was obscured, she exuded an allure of perfect flawlessness, akin to a beauty that could only be glimpsed from afar, like a vision separated by 1,000 mountains and layers of snow. If the rumors held any truth, then engaging in dual cultivation with the National Master to harness her spiritual essence could potentially catapult his realm to unprecedented heights. The mere thought sent his heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, the National Master's clear and ethereal voice resonated once more from the quiet chamber. You have 2 remaining opportunities to seek my assistance. Moreover, safeguard your ancient sacred body. Should it be lost like this, you would be of no further use to me. As her words concluded, the scenery before Lin Xianran shifted abruptly. Once clarity returned, he found himself outside the National Master's temple. He bowed once more before departing, not daring to look back. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, for he had lost his most cherished possession, to Lu Yuan. However, he took solace in the fact that, aside from he still possessed the ancient sacred body capable of breaking shackles. This physique rendered the body invincible, rivaling the bloodline of an emperor. To some extent, it was even more terrifying than that. Once the sacred body reached its full potential, it would be sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor, achieving a truly unique path to enlightenment. The only drawback was that cultivating the ancient sacred body required an extraordinarily vast amount of resources. Even the Great Jing royal family might find it challenging to sustain. This was partly why Lin Xian had not prioritized the training of this sacred body. Lu Yuan. One day, I shall utterly defeat you to avenge the loss of my. The enmity Lin Xianran felt towards Lu Yuan had escalated to an extreme. No longer merely a means to attract the attention of the Empress, but a genuine blood feud. 2 days later, above the mist-laden mountains in the central region of the Great Jing dynasty, the sacred Dragon Mu watching vessel maintained a concealed formation, drifting forward like a massive cloud. Within the main chamber, Lu Yuan, having completely refined finally had time to play with the newly acquired heavenly treasure gourd. The gourd was palm-sized, resembling a small ornament hanging from his waist. Its surface gleamed like jade, adorned with several runes etched in gold thread. Beyond that, it bore no extraordinary features. Yet its efficacy was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yuan extended his hand without lifting his head, addressing Lu Er beside him. Bring forth several materials. Your Highness, which materials? Lu Er inquired, somewhat bewildered. Any will suffice, as long as they are suitable for crafting. Oh. Without further ado, Lu Er patted her storage pouch at her waist, and a dozen beams of spiritual light surged forth, arrayed before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan casually selected 2 metallic materials, Starfall Silver Sand and Azure Gang Jade. He opened the heavenly treasure gourd, and a powerful suction emanated from it, drawing both materials into its mouth. Immediately thereafter, a mysterious sensation emerged in Lu Yuan's mind, allowing him to mold 2 materials into the desired form according to his will. Lu Yuan chose the spear. In the next moment, the heavenly treasure gourd shook vigorously, and soon a burst of spiritual light was ejected from its mouth. As the light dissipated, a blue-silver magical spear gracefully hovered before Lu Yuan. Lu Er beside him was utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that just moments ago, it had been 2 raw materials, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a magical spear. Lu Yuan reached out and grasped the spear, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that its grade had attained the status of a mid-tier magical weapon. The materials, Starfall Silver Sand and Azure Essence Jade, were not particularly rare. In the common markets, one could procure them for merely 20 or 30 lower-grade spirit stones. Yet, a mid-tier spear of this caliber could fetch no less than 300 lower-grade spirit stones. The profit was indeed staggering. Should there come a day when Lu Yuan grew weary of his travels, he could effortlessly establish a sect dedicated to weapon crafting, ensuring a continuous influx of spirit stones with minimal effort. Chapter 30. Plundering sect resources in the fiery mountain range. Lu Yuan made various attempts and discovered that the success rate of forging with the Tianbao gourd reached an astonishing 100%, with not a single failure. Regardless of the quality of the materials fed into it, he was able to forge magical artifacts with corresponding attributes. At its peak, he even succeeded in crafting a mid-grade spiritual sword. If he were to possess the legendary immortal gold or imperial jade now, Lu Yuan had no doubt that the Tianbao gourd could forge the legendary Xiantian spiritual treasure, and perhaps even an immortal artifact. The crux of the matter lies in: Lu Yuan can select the type and effects of magical artifacts based on the materials he invests. For instance, by simply providing the appropriate materials, the heavenly treasure gourd can be utilized to forge various magical items such as spirit swords, long spears, and precious cauldrons according to his desires. He can also determine the offensive and defensive attributes of the artifacts, or their capabilities for concealment and assistance in cultivation. With the heavenly treasure gourd in hand, Lu Yuan is akin to holding in his hands a prestigious and expansive sect dedicated to the art of forging, requiring no exhaustive efforts to manage. Lu Yuan was in high spirits. He waved to Lu Er and said, "Come, it appears that ahead lies a bustling marketplace of the Tianyuan sect. Let us descend and procure some extraordinary materials to forge you a supreme protective treasure." "Thank you, Your Highness," Lu Er replied, though a hint of concern crossed her face as she touched the storage pouch at her waist. "However, Your Highness, our spirit stones are limited, and we may not be able to acquire any fine materials." Lu Yuan was not affluent. When he served as the regent prince, he had bestowed nearly all the various resources he acquired upon the valiant soldiers of the Yanlong army who fought alongside him. Now, he found himself in dire straits, unable to procure even a single mid-grade spiritual artifact. However, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, striding purposefully outside while declaring, "It matters not, simply seize it. Consider it a collection for the protection afforded to these sects in the past." Half an hour later, the largest market of the Tianyuan sect was besieged. All inventory, including materials, was absorbed by a colossal dragon-shaped spiritual vessel that had suddenly appeared. Even the treasures, robes, and storage bags of the cultivators within the market, anything imbued with spiritual energy, were mercilessly siphoned away. 3 hours later, the peak of the Xianwei sect was attacked as the enormous dragon-shaped vessel forcefully breached the sect's protective formation. Before the eyes of over 1,000 disciples, it plundered the sect's treasury, leaving not a single spiritual stone behind. 7 hours later, within the span of 2 days, a total of 27 sects across the vast territories of the Great Jing were ravaged by the sudden emergence of the dragon-shaped vessel. Several sects, stripped of all resources, saw their disciples abandon them, leading to their disbandment. Eventually, some sect leaders learned that the unimaginably large, unstoppable dragon-shaped vessel had appeared in Shenlong City, serving as the chariot of the rebellious prince, Lu Yuan. They wept bitterly and appealed to the imperial city, seeking justice from the empress, hoping to at least receive compensation for their losses. Yet, their pleas fell into silence, receiving no response whatsoever. At that moment, the entire frontier of the Great Jing was engulfed in the flames of war, rendering the plundering of a mere 20-odd sects a trivial matter that garnered no attention whatsoever. Morning broke. Lu Yuan awoke from his slumber and opened the panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level. Early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, 6 realms. Physique. Primordial Daobone. Eternal eyes of all laws, soul-capturing demonic eyes, dual pupils. Treasures. Emperor's Banner. Supreme Heavenly Book. Ultimate Emperor's Pouch. Sacred Dragon Moonlit Boat. Heavenly Treasure Gourd. Elixirs. Boundary Breaking Pill X99, Yellow Grade. Purple Chosen Pill X73. Spirit Separation Pill X99. Soul Nourishing Pill X85. Divine Concealment Pill X96. Techniques. Celestial Spirit Scripture. Chaotic Divine Grinding Visualization Method. Indestructible Scripture, 1st volume. Divine Abilities. Thunder Emperor's Treasure Technique. After several days of diligent cultivation, he had successfully transcended the 5th realm, reaching the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, comfortably stretching his limbs. At that moment, Lu Er, nestled in his embrace, awoke and sensed the peculiarity of Lu Yuan's body. With a smile playing on her lips, she instinctively buried her head into the blankets. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yuan, feeling refreshed, was enjoying his breakfast. Suddenly, he inquired of Lu Er, "Has Ji Weichan been behaving herself during this time?" He had nearly forgotten about the princess. Lu Er replied, "She has been relatively well behaved. Aside from occasional moments of fresh air, she has mostly been in the quiet chambers, engrossed in her cultivation." After a pause, Lu Er, as if to report a grievance, added, "However, I once overheard her on the deck, gritting her teeth and declaring that one day she would make His Highness pay the price." Unable to tolerate her words, I decided to administer a slight punishment. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware that the small punishment mentioned by Lu Er was far from simple. Ji Weichan must have endured considerable hardships. He deliberately taught her, deeming it merely a momentary indulgence, and decided to let her be. After all, in the future, His Highness would still rely on her to cultivate the Taiyin Xian body and break through the bottleneck from the 8th to the 9th realm. Lu Yuan bestowed upon Ji Weichan the mother of the lunar scriptures, enabling her water-moon physique to metamorphose into the postnatal lunar mystical body. This transformation would endow her with a vast and pure lunar mystical power, which could assist cultivators in breaking through the Zhong-Su bottleneck and ascending to the Tribulation Crossing realm. The Tribulation Crossing realm constitutes the 9th tier, not only in the Great Jing dynasty, but throughout the entire Mo Tsang domain. There exists no fearsome powerhouse of this realm in the open. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's admonishment, Lu Er wore a look of grievance, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Luo's Incha Jiao Xian body is far superior to any lunar mystical body. When your Highness reaches the pinnacle of the 8th realm, you will be more than capable of absorbing Luo's essence, thereby breaking through to the 9th realm of the Tribulation Crossing." Lu Yuan raised his gaze towards Lu Er. This 12-year-old maidservant, who had been in his service, was gradually blossoming like the tender shoots of willows. With a slender waist, a poised bosom, skin as radiant as jade, and a beauty that could captivate nations. The girl's youthful innocence intertwined with the alluring charm of the Inchan Jiao Xian body, emanating a uniquely intoxicating and fatal allure. As Lu Yuan was about to speak, he suddenly heard the system's notification, detection of remnants from the Hongwei Protectorate. A formidable army is advancing upon the Flame Mountains. While the troops stationed at the Great Scenic Flame Pass merely observe from the sidelines. A random quest has been triggered. Quest 1, the strength of the Hongwei army is overwhelming. For their own safety, they choose to remain passive, witnessing the demise of the Flame Dragon tribe with their own eyes. Reward, Ancient Flame Dragon Bloodline. Quest 2, with an army of 100,000 warriors. The Flame Dragon army pledges unwavering loyalty to you, willing to sacrifice everything, even in the face of danger, to ensure the safety of the Flame Dragon tribe. Reward, 9-turn Pill Emperor Furnace. Lu Yuan's smile gradually faded, his gaze seemingly piercing through dozens of miles, landing upon the fiery mountains ablaze with flames. If one were to describe the entirety of the grand scene, Lu Yuan harbors a sense of indebtedness, and it is undoubtedly towards the Flame Dragon tribe. The Flame Dragon tribe, named for the trace of ancient flame dragon blood coursing through their veins, possesses a unique constitution and has resided in the fire-ridden mountains for generations. Lu Yuan initially led an army of 100,000 Flame Dragon warriors, all hailing from the Flame Dragon tribe, in the Battle of the North Sea Ice Abyss. The intense yang energy within the bodies of the Flame Dragon clan proved to be a significant counter to the demon race, enabling them to barely defeat the vanguard of the demonic forces and temporarily seal the passage. The price of this victory was the loss of the entire Flame Dragon army. At that time, Lu Yuan had already prepared himself to share the fate of his soldiers, ready to leave their heroic souls in the North Sea Ice Abyss. However, in the final moments, the Grand General of the Flame Dragon army, expending his last vestige of strength, sent Lu Yuan away from the demon passage. Lu Yuan still vividly recalls the harrowing scene of 100,000 Flame Dragon warriors charging valiantly towards their demise. These past few days, Lu Yuan's realm has been partially restored, and he has acquired the Celestial Treasure Gourd, capable of endlessly refining magical artifacts. The Sacred Spirit Moonlit Boat has been plundering resources from over 20 sects within the Great Scenery realm. While it may appear directionless, it is, in fact, steadily heading towards the Flame Mountains in the west of the Great Scenery. Lu Yuan felt a profound sense of guilt towards the Flame Dragon tribe. He must journey to the Blazing Mountains to make amends with the people of the Flame Dragon clan as best as he could, even prepared to face their hostility. He would endure their scorn without retaliating. However, now the remnants of the Hongwei army dared to cast their eyes upon the Flame Dragon tribe, undoubtedly provoking Lu Yuan's ire. Chapter 31. The Flame Dragon tribe. The Blazing Mountains, situated in the westernmost part of Dying, comprise a series of active volcanoes. The air is suffused with a scorching essence. Ordinary mortals exposed to such an environment for extended periods would suffer greatly. Yet for the Flame Dragon clan, who possess the ancient bloodline of the Fire Dragons, this land is a veritable paradise. Even newly born members of the Flame Dragon clan must grow up in this rich environment of fire spirit energy, otherwise, they fail to activate their inherent bloodline. At this moment, hovering above the Blazing Mountains were massive spirit vessels, the battle flag of Hongwei fluttering in the wind, emanating an aura of unspeakable menace. Several kilometers away lies the stronghold established by Dying at the entrance of the Blazing Mountains, known as Flame Mouth Stronghold. It is garrisoned year-round by 30,000 elite troops tasked with safeguarding the Flame Dragon tribe's safety. The general commanding the stronghold is Luo Yefeng, a mid-level cultivator of the 7th realm, who has pledged his loyalty to Lu Yuan on numerous occasions, vowing to protect the clansmen in the Blazing Mountains. Yet now, confronted with the imposing forces threatening the Flame Dragon tribe, he activated the stronghold's defensive formations and took a passive stance, showing no intention of rendering assistance. A subordinate rushed in from below, kneeling on one knee, and reported solemnly, "General, we have confirmed that the Hongwei rebel army comprises 60,000 elite soldiers. led by the Hongyue Crown Prince, Mu Chang'e, who has reached the peak of the 7th realm. Mu Chang'e, the Crown Prince of Hongyue, who possesses a natural sword body. Luo Yinfeng's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Has he been slain by Lu Yuan? The subordinate lowered his head. I do not know. But it is said that the remnants of Hongyue are under Mu Chang'e's command, and the old king and queen have not been seen for quite some time. Luo Yinfeng nodded slowly and commanded. Relay the order to remain on the defensive and wait for the Flame Dragon tribe to exhaust the Hongyue rebels before we strike to annihilate them. At that time, every soldier shall earn merit and rewards. This was his strategy. Although the remaining members of the Flame Dragon tribe were mostly the old and infirm, they had resided in the Blazing Mountains for many years and undoubtedly possessed some formidable hidden resources. Once the Hongyue rebels had been sufficiently worn down, it would be his moment to achieve resounding military glory. As for the fate of the Flame Dragon tribe, it was of no concern to him. In the heart of the Blazing Mountains lies a relatively flat expanse, the primary habitat of the Flame Dragon tribe. Various brick structures are scattered throughout. At this moment, an array of fire-formed defensive formations looms above, offering steadfast protection. However, soon a cold snort echoed through the void, and a blinding silver sword light erupted between heaven and earth, effortlessly tearing through the fire defense formation. The remnants of the energy continued to expand outwards, rumbling and shaking the entire sky. On the ground, the members of the Flame Dragon tribe had gathered, weapons in hand, ready to fend off their invaders. Yet these tribesmen were primarily the elderly and the weak. The strong adult members had all joined the Flame Dragon army alongside Prince Lu Yuan and had yet to return. After the formation was shattered by a single sword strike, colossal spirit vessels emerged in the skies above the Flame Dragon tribe, occupying the entire expanse. The battle flag of Hongyue crackled in the wild winds, radiating an ineffable aura of malice. Are you the members of the Flame Dragon tribe? Stepping forth from the front of the warships was a silver-haired man with a gigantic sword on his back, appearing to be in his 30s. His flowing hair lending him an ethereal presence. He was indeed Mu Chang'e, the Crown Prince of Hongyue, born with a natural sword body. His indifferent gaze swept over the tribesmen below, and in a tone that reeked of condescension, he proclaimed, "Submit to Hongyue, and you may spare your lives. Otherwise, from this day forth, the Flame Dragon tribe shall cease to exist." Years ago, Prince Lu Yuan led 100,000 Flame Dragon soldiers to shatter the 7 great feudal states and 5 savage tribes. Mu Chang'e, envious of this, personally commanded his army to threaten the Blazing Mountains, hoping to subjugate the Flame Dragon tribe. Naturally, if the Flame Dragon tribe remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to eradicate the ancient bloodline of the Fire Dragons from existence. On the ground, the remaining elderly and infirm members of the Flame Dragon tribe gazed up at their life-threatening adversaries, gripping their weapons tightly, not uttering a single word. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chang'e slowly shook his head in regret. It seems you have chosen the path of death. Very well, I shall grant you that. With these words, he raised his right hand, and the spirit vessels behind him ignited with a flurry of array lights, gathering enough force to obliterate the entire mountain range. Suddenly, a small figure leapt from her mother's embrace, standing defiantly in front of the tribesmen. Her tender voice rang out piercingly in the deathly silence. "You wicked people. When my father and brother Lu Yuan arrive, they will surely kill you all." Mu Chang'e lowered his gaze, discovering that the one who had bravely declared intentions to vanquish the entire army was a little girl, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Memories of the Flame Dragon tribe flooded his mind, and he let out a curious, "Oh, are you the daughter of the great general of the Flame Dragon army?" The general, possessing a rich bloodline, could transform into a half-dragon, wielding unparalleled combat prowess. As his daughter, her bloodline must not be weak. She would be an ideal prize to take back and bear offspring with the blood of the Fire Dragons. "You shall not." The girl, her eyes wide with defiance, was about to retort when 2 soft arms enveloped her from behind. Turning, she saw a graceful woman, her mother, the wife of the great general. "Shan, dear, do not converse with these villains. Even if we must die, we will never surrender to them." After comforting her daughter, the general's wife raised her head, her gaze fixed upon the Crown Prince of Daiwei and the menacing warships. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with an unwavering resolve, declared, "In the past, our Flame Dragon tribe received great kindness from Prince Lu Yuan, allowing us to thrive and preserve our bloodline. Now, even if it leads to our demise, we shall never betray His Highness." Indeed, an elderly man, supported by his kin, stepped forward without fear, glaring defiantly at the multitude of enemies above. "Years ago, our tribe fled from the Crimson Refinement domain, facing peril at every turn. Thanks to His Highness's protection, we managed to survive for a few years. Should we face annihilation once more, it would merely be fate's decree. Let us fight to the end." One by one, the young children of the Flame Dragon tribe emerged. The eldest no more than 11 or 12 years of age, clutching tightly the weapons bequeathed by their forebears. They met the gaze of the countless warships above with unwavering resolve. These children embodied the continuation of the Flame Dragon tribe's lineage. In the face of despair, they bravely stood at the forefront. Observing these resolute souls, who were determined to face death and would never betray their kin, Mu Chang'e revealed a cold smirk. "Prince Lu Yuan? Do you not realize that it was Lu Yuan who personally consigned your fathers, your husbands, to their demise in the icy abyss of the North Sea, leaving not a single one to return alive? They are lying. the daughter of the chieftain, named Shanshan, clawed at her mother while tears streamed down her face. Father and my uncles must have died heroically in battle, not at the hands of brother Lu Yuan. They are deliberately framing him. Muchanga slowly shook his head, astonished at the depth of their trust in Lu Yuan. A sense of regret filled him as he recognized the futility of attempting to win over these members of the Flame Dragon tribe. With no mercy, he commanded the warships behind him, reduce this place to rubble. Suddenly, a voice laden with fury, accompanied by the roar of thunder, reverberated from afar. Muchanga, how dare you? Chapter 32. Lu Yuan arrives. The Emperor's banner unleashes carnage with a thunderous boom. A streak of light tore through the clouds, hurtling towards the horizon with remarkable speed, coming to a steady halt before the Flame Dragon tribe. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged, none other than Lu Yuan, who had rushed from dozens of kilometers away. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's arrival, the general's wife, who held her daughter tightly and awaited death with a serene expression, felt an overwhelming surge of hope blossom in her heart. Behind her, the members of the Flame Dragon tribe seemed to come alive, their eyes alight with excitement. They had not anticipated that His Highness Lu Yuan would appear at such a critical moment. Lu Yuan, just moments ago, Muchanga, whose indifference had determined the fate of hundreds of thousands of the Flame Dragon tribe, suddenly found his expression transformed, contorted with an uncharacteristic grimace. A familiar pain throbbed in his chest, as the wounds that had nearly claimed his life 2 years prior seemed to flare up once more. Lu Yuan uttered not a single word. In his hand appeared a flag of deep purple, almost black in hue, known as the Emperor's banner. Suddenly, the once clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and a chilling wind swept through, transforming the searing flames of the mountain range into a realm of icy dread. Following this, a multitude of vengeful spirits surged forth from the surface of the flag, their numbers staggering, overwhelming the entire expanse of the heavens. Amidst the cacophony of ghostly wails and howls, the atmosphere became suffused with an eerie despair. Lu Yuan, with an icy demeanor, commanded, "Kill them all. Leave not a single one." In the next moment, an unending torrent of terrifying vengeful souls surged towards the Hongwei warship. The once magnificent fleet of spiritual vessels appeared diminutive as mere grains of sand against the overwhelming tide of vengeful spirits, numbering in the millions, and was swiftly engulfed. A cacophony of chilling and anguished cries emanated from the rifts of the Sea of Souls, creating an atmosphere of profound dread. Muchanga's expression shifted drastically. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yuan had summoned such a horrifying malevolent artifact. It was too late to intervene, as Lu Yuan had already obstructed his path. With a right fist charged with terrifying thunder, devoid of any embellishment, he struck toward Muchanga's face. The peak power of the seventh realm allowed Muchanga to distinctly sense the breath of death emanating from that thunderous force. On the walls of the stronghold at Yankou, Luo Yanfeng suddenly discerned a significant shift in the atmosphere of the battlefield in the Liyan mountain range. The previously scorching and arid fire attribute spiritual energy was abruptly replaced by an icy chill, evoking a shiver throughout his being. Faintly, it seemed as if the mountains resonated with countless anguished screams, further unsettling his mind. He immediately inquired, "What is the status of the battle in the Liyan mountain range?" The subordinate bowed and reported, "The scouts have yet to provide any updates, but against the tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the Hongwei rebel faction, the Flame Dragon tribe surely lacks the capacity for resistance." Luo Yanfeng nodded slowly, feeling a sense of self-induced dread. Yet, for reasons unknown, the aura of death lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, Luo Yanfeng's eyes widened in shock. Just before the stronghold of Yankou, an enormous spiritual vessel materialized in the previously empty sky. Gradually, its outline became clear. It was a dragon-shaped spiritual ship, measuring over 1,000 feet in length, akin to a floating island, exuding an imposing and chilling presence. Its hull was adorned with iridescent scales, casting a faint ethereal glow across the expanse. Luo Yanfeng's complexion paled dramatically as he swiftly ordered preparations for battle. However, it was evidently too late. The moment the Holy Dragon Moonwatcher ship revealed its form, hundreds of offensive formations activated simultaneously. Orbs of destructive energy coalesced rapidly, mercilessly striking the protective array of the Yankou stronghold. "Impossible. You have lost your powers. How can you still bring me to ruin?" In the skies above the Liyan mountain range, Muchanga spat blood, his face ashen, his energy depleted, and his massive sword riddled with cracks. He attempted several times to ascend to the heavens, seeking escape from this perilous place, only to be thwarted repeatedly by the thunderous force. His voice resonated with rage and despair. Ahead of him, Lu Yuan arrived just in time to save the Flame Dragon tribe, his fury gradually subsiding as he regarded Muchanga, trapped like a caged beast. He wished for Muchanga to witness, in excruciating fear, the gradual extinguishing of his life. With a swift motion, an invisible thought transformed into a sharp sword, inflicting a bloody gash across Muchanga's face. Lu Yuan was currently at the initial stage of the sixth realm, far from Muchanga's peak seventh realm. Yet, under the augmentation of the primordial Dao Bone and the chaotic divine forge, the tenacity of his divine consciousness was incomparable to that of Muchanga. Crack! The Thunder Emperor's divine technique descended from the heavens, its terrifying thunderous power coursing through his body, nearly charring Muchanga's flesh, emanating a nauseating scent of burnt meat. It was as if Lu Yuan possessed the capability to slay him, yet he chose to torment him slowly to death. The fleeting thought of mercy in Mu Changa's heart dissipated entirely. His gaze suddenly turned frenzied. Lu Yuan, you have forced my hand, even in death. I shall take you down with me. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a tumultuous tide, coalescing around Mu Changa to form a colossal vortex of spiritual power. His body, drenched in blood, no longer bore the slightest hint of ethereal detachment. Accompanied by a wild roar, his form began to emanate a resplendent sword light, gradually engulfing his figure entirely. His corporeal body swiftly became ethereal, transforming into twinkling stars that coalesced into a singular entity, becoming a spiritual sword that seemed to pierce the very fabric of heaven and earth. To turn oneself into a sword? Lu Yuan observed the scene with an expressionless demeanor. As a natural sword body, Mu Changa inherently possessed a lethal divine ability, the capacity to dissolve his flesh, bones, and even soul, transforming them into a world-destroying spiritual sword. The price for such power was complete annihilation. Before this final strike, ignited by the very essence of life, even an advanced practitioner at the 8th realm might struggle to withstand it. Yet, alas, it was a pity. Although Lu Yuan possesses only the cultivation of the 6th realm, his array of skills is sufficient to rival that of the ancient emperors. At the very moment Lu Yuan made his appearance, regardless of any struggles Mu Changa might undertake, the fate of death had already been sealed. As a deafening roar resounded, the terrifying spiritual pressure caused Mu Changa's figure to vanish, transforming into a radiant spiritual sword capable of piercing the heavens and the earth. Waves of destructive energy radiated from the sword's body, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space in response to its overwhelming power. Transforming into the sword, I shall shatter the firmament. Die. Mu Changa's frenzied voice echoed from within the sword, reverberating throughout the universe. Subsequently, the sword incarnate of Mu Changa soared into the sky, its brilliance akin to a dazzling meteor streaking across the heavens. Wherever it passed, the clouds were torn asunder, disintegrating into fine particles that scattered through the air. With a formidable sword aura capable of obliterating all, it thundered towards the diminutive figure of Lu Yuan. Brother Lu Yuan. On the ground, the daughter of the clan leader, known as Shan Shan, witnessed the impending engulfment of Lu Yuan by the terrifying sword light. Tears instantly blurred her delicate face as she reached out her hands from her mother's embrace, seemingly yearning to rescue her brother Lu Yuan. In the background, the young children of the Yanlong tribe wore expressions of heartache, lamenting their inability to grow quickly enough to safeguard their kin or to fight alongside their prince. Yet, in the next moment, the resplendent sword light, which had been wreaking havoc among the clouds, suddenly froze in a bizarre posture, becoming utterly immobile, unable to budge even a fraction. Chapter 33. Subduing the 10,000-strong army. The 9 Transformation Alchemy Emperor's Furnace. A natural sword body, transforming into a sword, exuding an unparalleled and terrifying aura. Alas, Mu Changa encountered Lu Yuan, who was endowed with extraordinary abilities. Gazing at the sword that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens and threatening to reduce him to mere dust, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a terrifying pattern emanated from his gaze, accompanied by a divine resonance that enveloped the entire area ahead in a shimmering light composed of mysterious symbols. With the opening of his dual pupils, the universe itself was momentarily frozen. The previously fearsome and unparalleled sword light was instantaneously immobilized, unable to unleash even a trace of its brilliance. The entire realm descended into tranquility, with only the magnificent sword light gradually dissolving, fading bit by bit. Amidst the divine glow, the final sliver of sword light vanished completely, leaving behind a faint echo of a desperate roar. Witnessing this scene, the children of the Flame Dragon tribe stood momentarily stunned before erupting into jubilant cheers. Victory! Prince Lu Yuan has triumphed. The villain who sought to annihilate the Flame Dragon tribe and slaughter all its kin has met his demise at the hands of Prince Lu Yuan, reaping the consequences of his malevolence. A beam of light descended from the heavens, landing before the Flame Dragon tribe, and as the radiance dimmed, the figure of Lu Yuan emerged. We are profoundly grateful for your timely arrival, Your Highness, which has once again spared the lives of hundreds of thousands within the Flame Dragon tribe. On behalf of my people, I express my deepest gratitude. The elderly chieftain, who had previously stepped forward, frail and nearing the end of his days, trembled as he prepared to pay his respects to Lu Yuan, supported by his tribesmen. He is the venerable leader of the Flame Dragon tribe, who, during their desperate flight, was grievously wounded by the enemy, leaving him with shattered meridians, yet he managed to cling to life. Lu Yuan hastily halted the actions of the old clan leader. Yet he found himself hesitant to confront the tearful expressions of gratitude from the members of the Yanlong tribe before him. At that moment, a petite figure leaped into his embrace. Looking down, he discovered a delicate little girl, her features resembling a finely carved jade statue. She tilted her cherubic face upward, her countenance brimming with joy as she gazed at him. Brother Lu Yuan, I knew you would come to save us, she exclaimed. This was Yin Lingshan, the the daughter of the chief of the Yanlong tribe and the great general of the Yanlong army. The first time Lu Yuan laid eyes on her, he was merely 4 years old, a tiny figure nestled in his mother's embrace, stealing glances at him. It was during a banquet. General Yanlong, having indulged in drink, drunkenly proclaimed his intention to betroth his daughter to Lu Yuan in a childhood engagement. Lu Yuan gazed at Yin Lingshan, who barely reached his knees. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he hastily raised his cup, downing several bowls of wine to swiftly gloss over the matter. However, from that day forth, little Lingshan exhibited an extraordinary affection towards him. Her diminutive head seemed to absorb every word her father uttered, as if committing them to memory. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan bent down and embraced Yin Lingshan, whom he regarded as his own daughter, gently inquiring, "Brother still needs to deal with some evildoers. Would you like to accompany me to observe?" Yin Lingshan wrapped her soft little arms around Lu Yuan's neck, burying her small face into him, and replied in a tender voice, "Wherever you go, Lu Yuan brother, I shall follow." She had indeed been frightened by the overwhelming army of Hongyu. Only by staying close to her Lu Yuan brother did she feel a semblance of security. Lu Yuan, having discerned this truth, prepared to take her along to the pivotal stronghold of Yankou. After a slight nod, Lu Yuan gazed at the old clan leader and the general's wife. "Esteemed clan leader, dear sister-in-law, there remain some foes at the Yankou stronghold. The emperor's banner will remain here to safeguard your safety." The general's wife, addressed as sister-in-law by Lu Yuan, nodded in response and gently advised, "Exercise caution and do not harm yourself." Indeed, Lu Yuan ceased to speak. A layer of shimmering light enveloping him as he ascended into the sky, carrying Shan Shan in his arms, heading towards the entrance of the Flame Mountains. The old clan leader lifted his gaze towards the heavens, witnessing the once menacing Hongwei battle vessel, which had threatened the annihilation of the entire Flame Dragon tribe, now transformed into ghostly ships shrouded in an eerie aura. The sight was reminiscent of a legendary realm of cultivation hell, with 60,000 elite soldiers from Hongwei appearing wretched, their faces contorted with sheer terror. Their souls had been ruthlessly torn asunder by countless vengeful spirits, becoming sustenance for these malevolent entities. The source of this calamity was a grand banner fluttering in the void, its pole translucent and glimmering with starlight, the deep purple fabric adorned with cryptic runes, prominently displaying the words underworld that swayed mesmerizingly, evoking a chilling dread. Even from a distance, one could feel a bone-chilling cold and an irresistible pull towards it. The old clan leader, despite his extensive experience, had never encountered a malevolent artifact capable of effortlessly consuming an entire battalion of soldiers. Fortunately, the master of this banner was none other than His Highness Lu Yuan, the benefactor of the Flame Dragon tribe, who now stood in the void, safeguarding the well-being of countless clansmen. In the heart of the Flame Mouth stronghold, a dragon-shaped spiritual vessel, stretching 1,000 miles and rivaling an island, launched an assault on the stronghold. Behind it, Luo Yanfeng's eyes widened in fury as he furiously unleashed a barrage of attacks, shouting, "Monstrous beast, get away from here!" Before him loomed a creature approximately 20 meters long, resembling a hybrid of a dragon and a python, adorned with arm-thick black spikes. Its face bore a grotesque visage, with ghastly white eyes glinting with a ruthless bloodlust. This was the ghostly creature that had descended when Lu Yuan was 12, acknowledging him as its master. At this moment, confronted by Luo Yanfeng's frenzied onslaught, the massive body of the ghostly creature bore numerous wounds, yet its eyes grew more ferocious. It emitted terrifying roars, wielding its colossal claws, relentlessly pressing forward. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Yanfeng's spell struck the ghostly creature, and simultaneously, a slender figure emerged from the void, stealthily thrusting a shadowy soul-piercing sword at Luo Yanfeng's heart. Sensing danger, Luo Yanfeng erupted with a powerful spiritual pressure, attempting to suppress the threat with overwhelming force. However, the slender figure vanished back into the void before he could retaliate. Just then, a pair of ferocious, bloodthirsty eyes surged before him. Luo Yanfeng felt as though he were on the brink of madness. The massive dragon-shaped vessel had appeared before the Flame Mouth stronghold, coupled with a sudden chill in the air, prompting him to realize the impending doom. He intended to abandon the tens of thousands of troops within the stronghold, prioritizing his own survival. Yet, before he could escape, Lu Yuan's ghostly creature charged forth, fearlessly attacking him. Despite being merely a 6th-grade beast, its formidable defenses were astonishing. Even with his mid-7th-grade cultivation, he could not deliver a decisive blow. Moreover, Lu Yuan's petite maid concealed within the void was poised to deliver a lethal strike. He could not afford to divert his attention for a moment. With his mind taut and his internal energy rapidly depleting, he found himself cornered. Suddenly, Luo Yanfeng sensed something amiss and gazed skyward. Amidst the thunderous roar, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended, radiating an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all. In his final moments, he beheld a pair of familiar, indifferent eyes. Ding! The host has annihilated 100,000 soldiers, preserving the lineage of the Flame Dragon tribe. Reward acquired. 9 revolutions, Dan Emperor Furnace. Chapter 34. Complete activation of the flame dragon bloodline. As night fell, the Tianyan Mountains returned to their former tranquility. In the flame dragon tribe, wisps of smoke rose from various houses as they prepared for dinner. Deep within the tribe, in a modest abode, a bountiful feast was laid out before the old clan leader, who raised a cup of wine, gazing at Lu Yuan with relief and gratitude. Thankfully, Your Highness arrived in time. Otherwise, our flame dragon tribe would surely have vanished from this world. Lu Yuan lifted his neck and downed a cup of wine. Feeling the grateful gazes of the flame dragon clan leader and the elders upon him, a deep sense of shame welled up within him. Just as he steeled himself to mention the tragedy of the 100,000 flame dragon army perishing in the icy abyss of the Northern Sea, the general's wife suddenly rose to her feet. With a gentle smile, she raised her hand and shushed the room, gesturing delicately towards Lu Yuan's embrace. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze and, to his surprise, found that Xia Lingshan had fallen asleep in his embrace. Her small arms clung to him tightly, as if fearing his sudden departure. The day was drawing to a close. It would be prudent to return and rest. Any matters at hand could be addressed come morning. What does His Highness think? He responded to the inquiry of the general's wife. Lu Yuan fell into silence for a moment before gently nodding. Very well, I shall heed the words of the lady. The general's wife then smiled and said, it would be much appreciated if your highness could make the journey to escort Shanshan back home. Certainly. Lu Yuan gently cradled the little Lingshan in his arms and cautiously rose to his feet. He addressed the elders of the Yanlong tribe, saying, esteemed elders, you may return to rest. Now that I am here, the tribe and its people shall no longer face peril. Subsequently, he departed under the guidance of the general's wife. Once the three had left, the old chieftain and several elders exchanged glances, each letting out a resigned sigh, burdened by a profound concern for the tribe's future. In a cozy bedroom, the general's wife carefully took their daughter from Lu Yuan's embrace. She tucked her in snugly and laid her down to sleep. Sister-in-law, she said, it is getting late. You should also take some rest. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he intended to take his leave. In a situation where a man and a woman were alone, even if the lady of the house did not mind, he ought not to linger. However, the general's wife ushered him into the living room. She poured a cup of tea brewed over the fire and handed it to him, saying, this is fire mulberry tea. It can help sober you up. Please drink it. Thank you, madam. Lu Yuan received the tea and took a sip. Its flavor was sweet and carried a warmth that permeated to the depths of his being. The general's wife appeared to be just over 30. Possessing a gentle and refined demeanor, with striking beauty that marked her as an exceptional embodiment of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Lu Yuan recalled that the lady of the general was once renowned as the favored daughter of her tribe, a perfect match for General Yanlong. However, it seemed that during her pregnancy with little Lingshan, some complications arose, resulting in the dissipation of her vital energy, leaving her cultivation stagnant at the late stage of transformation. Observing Lu Yuan sip the fiery mulberry tea, the general's wife let out a deep sigh. Her eyes revealed profound reminiscence and sorrow, and her voice was gentle and soft. Your Highness, there is no need to carry the burden of Yangsong and the 10,000 tribesmen who perished in the icy depths of the North Sea upon your heart. From the moment we emerged from the Flame Mountains and established the Yanlong army, Yangsong and the tribesmen had already cast aside their lives. They did so in gratitude for your Highness, who once vanquished the relentless pursuers of the Crimson Refinement Domain and bravely took us in. Yangsong, the chieftain of the Yanlong tribe and the commander of the Yanlong army, is also Lingshan's father, a formidable cultivator at the early stage of the Eight Realms. Blessed with the potent bloodline of the Yanlong, he could transform into a half-dragon, unmatched in battle prowess. It was he who, in the depths of the North Sea and the passage of the Demon City, ignited the last remnants of his Yanlong bloodline to rescue Lu Yuan from the passage, thus preserving a life. At this moment, the general's wife, suppressing her profound sorrow, urged him not to shoulder the entirety of the responsibility for the potential annihilation of the Yanlong army alone. Lu Yuan took a gentle breath, on the verge of voicing his thoughts, when suddenly a system notification pierced the silence. Crisis detected in the Flame Dragon tribe. A profound bond with the Flame Dragon tribe has been established with the host. A mission is now issued. Assist General Yan Yangsong's daughter, Yan Lingshan, the one with the most potent bloodline in the Flame Dragon tribe, to fully awaken the Flame Dragon bloodline within her. Completion rewards. True Dragon Treasure Technique. Qiankuan Bag. Awaken the Flame Dragon bloodline? Upon reading the mission prompt, Lu Yuan instinctively glanced at the slumbering Yan Lingshan nestled within the blankets. As a member of the Flame Dragon lineage, she possessed the Flame Dragon bloodline from the moment of her birth. This was equally true for Yan Lingshan. Moreover, as the daughter of two of the tribe's greatest prodigies, the intensity of her Flame Dragon bloodline was bound to be even more profound. The system's task to awaken the Flame Dragon bloodline was no trivial matter. It could even enable her to transform into a true, ancient Flame Dragon, leading the Flame Dragon tribe back to its former glory. This also conveniently resolved Lu Yuan's hesitation regarding how to shelter the Flame Dragon tribe. Without a hint of doubt, he decided. Lu Yuan promptly accepted the task. Instantly, a fragment of information emerged in his mind. detailing the method to activate the spirit Shanjin dragon bloodline and the materials required. Sister-in-law, it is getting late. You should rest soon. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Lu Yuan collected his thoughts. After offering a few words of advice, he departed under the slightly anxious gaze of the general's wife. The fiery mountains were remarkably tranquil that night. A colossal dragon-shaped spirit vessel hovered silently above the peaks, instilling a profound sense of reassurance in the hearts of any members of the flame dragon tribe who beheld it. Lu Yuan returned to the holy dragon moonlit vessel, inscribing the names of over 1,000 materials in midair using his primordial energy. Turning to Lu Air beside him, he inquired, "From the resources we previously plundered from more than 26 treasure troves, how many of these materials can we identify?" Lu Yuan had always been indifferent to such matters, relying entirely on his steward, Lu Air. Upon receiving the inquiry, Lu Air promptly retrieved all the storage bags and, with her consciousness probing within, meticulously searched through their contents. Soon, she spoke, "Your Highness, we can locate nearly all the materials, save for these two." As she spoke, she pointed towards the air, indicating the two missing names. Lu Yuan gazed over and discovered the dragon pattern flame core crystal and the discontinuous dragon soul pill. The dragon pattern flame essence, as legend has it, was preserved in a pure spiritual pool formed by the heavens and the earth after the fall of the ancient flame dragon. After thousands of years of exquisite refinement, it gradually manifested as the supreme-grade treasure of heaven and earth. Lu Yuan does not possess the dragon pattern flame essence jade, however. He is aware of certain information regarding it. He can set off immediately to seek it out. As for the second fragmented dragon soul pill, Lu Yuan flipped his right hand, revealing a white jade porcelain vial cradled in his palm, within which lay a solitary crimson elixir quietly nestled. Faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated from within. This was entrusted to him by General Yanlong during the battle at the frozen abyss of the Northern Sea. At that time, Lu Yuan was oblivious to its significance. In hindsight, it appears that General Yanlong had sensed impending peril and thus bestowed upon him this elixir. Forged from his very own dragon soul, Lu Yuan gazed silently at the spiritual elixir, his heart constricted as if something were lodged within, rendering him speechless. The following morning, as wisps of smoke gracefully ascended from the Yanlong tribe, signaling the preparation of breakfast, a magnificent purple-gold elixir furnace materialized above the entire flaming mountain range. Chapter 35, The Grand Opening of the Elixir Furnace, Elixirs Raining Down, the Nine Emperors' Coffin. Look, what is that? What an enormous elixir furnace. It's larger than a mountain. The appearance of the purple-gold elixir furnace instantly captivated the attention of the children in the Yanlong tribe. These youngsters, the oldest merely 11 or 12 years of age, represented the future lineage of the tribe. As they beheld the astonishing sight of the majestic, ethereal elixir furnace in the sky, their curiosity surged. After exchanging greetings with their grandparents, they rushed eagerly towards the spectacle. "Mother, what is brother Lu Yuan doing?" In the open space, Shan tilted her small face upwards, gazing with wide-eyed wonder at Lu Yuan, who stood before the magnificent purple-gold elixir furnace, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Her mother, equally perplexed, yet sensing the significance of the moment, gently stroked her daughter's head. Together, they watched the tall, elegant figure suspended in midair, pondering what Prince Lu Yuan was about to undertake. Before the purple-gold elixir furnace, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and vivid images of various elixir formulas emerged in his mind. Before him stood a colossal purple-gold alchemical furnace, a reward he had recently acquired, the Nine-Turn Dan Emperor Furnace. This legendary artifact was the testament of an extraordinary being who had achieved the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. The usage was remarkably straightforward. By simply placing the necessary materials for alchemy within, one could produce exquisite nine-turn spirit pills, paired with the heavenly treasure gourd. It was a match made in heaven, one for forging artifacts and the other for refining elixirs. He gathered his thoughts. Lu Yuan turned to Lu Air behind him and said, "Please take out all the spiritual materials." "Yes, Your Highness," Lu Air replied obediently, immediately tossing hundreds of storage bags into the air. In an instant, an immeasurable quantity of rare treasures poured forth from the bags, densely filling the sky, almost occupying half of the celestial dome. These spiritual materials included, but were not limited to, millennium ginseng, blood spirit grass, silver deer grass, jade marrow fungus, heavenly spirit fruit, and nine-curved ginseng. While none were classified as top-tier materials, they possessed considerable value, and their ample quantity precisely met Lu Yuan's requirements. At that moment, the open space below was filled with the members of the Flame Dragon tribe, each one gazing up at Lu Yuan and the radiant purple-gold alchemy furnace. Uncertain of the prince's intentions, only the elder seemed to have an inkling, though he found it hard to believe. In his memory, the prince had never engaged in alchemy. Could it be that he had transformed into a master alchemist overnight? Lu Yuan also noticed that the ground below was teeming with members of the Flame Dragon tribe. Without further ado, he focused his thoughts, and one of the apertures of the Nine-Turn Dan Emperor furnace opened, releasing a vibrant burst of purple light. In midair, a plethora of fragrant spiritual materials, enveloped in the purple radiance, were drawn into the furnace. Shortly thereafter, the aperture opened once more, and a series of freshly concocted spiritual pills erupted from the opening, exuding an enticing aroma. The elders of the flame dragon tribe stood in stunned silence. Having lived for so long, their experiences were considerable. Yet they had never witnessed such an astonishing alchemical technique. Moreover, the spiritual pills displayed ethereal patterns that shimmered subtly upon their surfaces. Upon closer inspection, there were 9 distinct patterns, unmistakably indicating the completion of the 9-turn spiritual pill. Even the most esteemed alchemists at the 8th or even 9th realm would find it impossible to achieve such effortless refinement. At that moment, Lu Yuan cast his gaze upon the ground. With a subtle gesture, he summoned an array of freshly concocted elixirs, which cascaded like raindrops toward the earth, ultimately hovering before a select group of the flame dragon tribe. These individuals were predominantly in their prime, with the eldest scarcely exceeding 40 years of age. Each bore an unmistakable pallor, their expressions somber and devoid of vitality. Some even had empty sleeves or pant legs. They were once valiant members of the flame dragon army, but due to grievous wounds sustained in battle, they had been compelled to retreat to their tribe, awaiting the inevitable end of their days. When the mighty Hongyu army threatened the blazing mountain range, these battle-worn veterans uttered not a word, yet they clutched their weapons with unwavering resolve, prepared to sacrifice their lives one final time to safeguard their kin. In that moment, the first furnace of spiritual elixirs crafted by Lu Yuan is dedicated to these veterans of the flame dragon army. Esteemed guests, Lu Yuan's voice echoed. This elixir is known as the Purple Sun Qi Nourishing Pill. While it may not allow you to embark on the path of cultivation anew, it can significantly nourish and repair injuries to your meridians and bones, restoring your bodies to strength and liberating you from the torment of ailments. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, the once despondent gazes of the veteran soldiers of the Flame Dragon Army suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope. One former deputy general of the Flame Dragon Army, without a moment's hesitation, consumed the freshly forged elixir in one swift motion. As the pill settled within him, it transformed into a warm current that flowed gently through the shattered meridians of the deputy general. The pure and gentle medicinal essence continuously mended the meridians, restoring their passage. It seeped ceaselessly into flesh and bone. After nearly 3 years of suffering from severe injuries, the deputy general felt a remarkable resurgence of vitality at that moment. His pain had subsided significantly, and he radiated an unimaginable vigor. His complexion visibly brightened, brimming with life, even within the recently mended meridians. An exceedingly faint and barely perceptible stream of elemental energy began to manifest. Awash in the revitalizing energy unleashed by a single elixir, the deputy general found himself astonished. He had placed unwavering trust in His Highness Lu Yuan, swallowing the elixir without truly believing that such a singular pill could have a profound effect on his battered body. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did his pain dissipate rapidly, but his shattered meridians were also nourished and restored, culminating in the emergence of an additional stream of elemental energy within him. Was this miraculous revival truly the work of just one elixir bestowed by His Highness? After the deputy general ingested the pill, he was left in awe. Lu Yuan was equally attentive to him, feeling somewhat anxious about whether the effects of the elixir he crafted for the first time could be guaranteed. To his astonishment, the efficacy of the Ziyang Yuanqi pill exceeded his expectations. Not only did it nourish the injuries to the body, but it also manifested a faint trace of primordial energy within the recently repaired meridians. The Ziyang Yuanqi pill was derived from an ancient formula that Lu Yuan had discovered in the Grand Scenic Palace's scripture pavilion. Its described effects were solely focused on nourishing and repairing the meridians and bones of cultivators, without the capacity to replenish primordial energy or facilitate the path of cultivation. Even so, the difficulty of refining such a spiritual elixir was extraordinarily high. Lu Yuan once entrusted the elixir formula to the foremost alchemist of the imperial palace. After spending 6 months and attempting countless furnaces, he achieved no success. However, the 9-turn pill emperor's furnace not only succeeded on its first attempt but also produced thousands of purple yang qi pills in bulk. Furthermore, due to its remarkable mastery, it possessed the extraordinary effect of enabling cultivators to embark anew on their path of cultivation. One can only marvel at the 9-turn pill emperor's furnace, a testament to the legendary figure who attained the title of emperor through the alchemical arts and a peerless artifact of his life. The challenge of refining the purple yang qi pill, a spirit pill of considerable difficulty, was effortlessly accomplished. 9-turn mastery indeed. With such a paragon before them, the remaining veterans of the Flame Dragon tribe bowed deeply to Lu Yuan in the air. Filled with excitement, they promptly consumed the steaming spirit pills before them. Boom! Waves of vital energy surged forth from these veterans, whose once withered bodies erupted with unimaginable vitality, their complexions blossoming as if granted a second lease on life. Ding! The host has assisted the remnants of the Flame Dragon army in healing their old injuries and revitalizing their existence. Reward obtained. 9 Emperor's Coffin Phenomenon. Chapter 36. Forging heavenly artifacts in the fiery mountain range. The 9 Emperor's Coffin? Lu Yuan, who was poised to continue refining spirit pills, was momentarily taken aback. He had only heard of the 9 Dragons' Coffin. What on earth is the 9 Emperor's Coffin? Phenomena such as these typically manifest in those born with sacred or divine bodies. Lu Yuan once possessed a celestial body known as the Celestial Grace, which manifested as semi-phenomenon. This extraordinary ability could summon clouds of 7 hues, swiftly replenishing expended primordial energy and augmenting his combat prowess to a certain extent. True phenomena, such as the legendary Eastern Wilderness Divine Body, are associated with the phenomenon called the bright moon rising over the sea. The phenomenon of the Underworld King Divine Body is referred to as the Wall of the Underworld King. Other remarkable manifestations include stars shining in the azure sky, sacred tree of creation, and snow dancing across the world, all of which exude an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Those who possess such phenomena are invariably the proud paragons of their realms. In this 9 Emperor's coffin, Lu Yuan had never heard of it, let alone seen it. Unfortunately, it was not an opportune moment to reveal such abilities. One could only speculate about the specific powers it possessed, perhaps in the future. When faced with formidable foes, it could be demonstrated. He gathered his thoughts, standing before the fiery dragon tribe. Lu Yuan once again summoned an inexhaustible array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, akin to a mighty river's torrent, and cast them into the 9-turned Dan Emperor's furnace. He commenced the alchemical process of refining a new batch of spiritual elixirs. The blazing sun ascended, only to gradually descend once more. Lu Yuan worked tirelessly, utilizing the 9-turn alchemy emperor furnace to concoct batch after batch of exquisite 9-turn elixirs. He had nearly exhausted the vast array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures pillaged from over 20 sects, including but not limited to the washing marrow elixir, bone tempering elixir, foundation solidifying elixir, and spirit nurturing elixir. Each of these was essential for cultivating the foundations of martial practice, achieving the pinnacle of 9-turn elixir grade. They contained not a trace of impurities, allowing for perfect absorption and maximizing the refinement of one's cultivation roots. Should this knowledge spread beyond his confines, even the foremost sects within the Emotsong domain would undoubtedly resort to frenzied competition to acquire them. Lu Yuan distributed them all without exception to the children of the Yanlong tribe, ensuring the continuation of their bloodline. In just a few years, the Yanlong tribe will witness a surge of extraordinary talents in cultivation, akin to bamboo shoots emerging after a rain, coupled with the inherited Yanlong bloodline coursing through their veins. The tribe's strength will undoubtedly surpass that of the former Yanlong army by leaps and bounds. They may even transform the Lian mountain range into a forbidden territory within the Emotsong domain, where no one dares to tread. Brother Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had just stowed away the 9-transformation Dan Emperor furnace and descended to the ground when a small figure came scampering over, eagerly presenting a teapot cradled in their arms. This is the fire mulberry tea brewed by Mother herself. It is simply delightful. Brother Lu Yuan. To try it and quench your thirst. Lu Yuan took the teapot in his hands and affectionately ruffled Shan Shan's little head. He then tilted his neck back and savored several generous sips of the fiery mulberry tea. The flavor was indeed reminiscent of last night's, warming his lungs and heart. Your Highness has worked hard. Dinner is ready, featuring a selection of homestyle dishes. If it does not displease you, let us partake together. The general's wife approached, her voice soft and gentle, akin to a clear spring flowing serenely within one's soul. Lu Yuan shook his head, returning the teapot to Ling Shan. He crouched down and smiled, saying, Shan Shan, I haven't given you a single spiritual elixir. Are you upset or harboring any grievances against your elder brother Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan spent nearly an entire day refining spirit elixirs, depleting over 20 resources seized from various sections. The Yanlong tribe, regardless of the frail elders, the injured veterans, or the hopeful children, received numerous elusive 9-turn spirit elixirs. Yet, the daughter of the Grand General of Yanlong, the dear Ling Shan, received not a single elixir. Many tribesmen could not help but cast glances at Shan and the matriarch, speculating whether the mother and daughter had inadvertently angered his highness at some point. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's inquiry, Ling Shan, with her bright, expressive eyes, innocently replied, The elixirs that brother refines are his to give to whomever he chooses. Why would I be upset? Lu Yuan smiled gently and caressed the delicate little head of the child. He then looked up at the general's wife and said, Sister-in-law, please take Shanshan back to rest. I shall not accompany you, as I have some matters to attend to. The general's wife nodded in acknowledgement, saying no more. She advised Lu Yuan to take good care of himself before leading her reluctant daughter back towards home. Everything around them gradually fell into a serene silence. Lu Yuan retrieved a Zichin pill, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it. After regaining some vitality, he addressed the figure behind him. Luer, please take out all the materials for refining. Understood. Luer produced hundreds of storage pouches and cast them into the air. A myriad of various refining materials, such as dark iron, exquisite gold, flame crystal stones, blood demon copper, and celestial spirit sand, surged forth, nearly obscuring half of the sky. Lu Yuan's figure ascended, soaring into the heavens, surrounded by an endless array of rare refining materials, coiling around him like a great river, flowing gently. This spectacle caught the attention of the members of the Flame Dragon tribe, each one curiously lifting their heads, wondering what astonishing feat their lord was about to undertake. Lu Yuan's intention was to utilize the heavenly treasure gourd to forge these refining materials along with the entire Flame Mountain range into a magnificent artifact of celestial proportions. Thus, even in his absence, the Flame Dragon tribe would remain sheltered beneath the protective embrace of the Flame Mountains, impervious to any harm. With a mere thought, the heavenly treasure gourd floated from his waist, expanding in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it grew hundreds of times larger. Subsequently, the mouth of the gourd unleashed a cascade of resplendent, multicolored spiritual light towards the heavens. Like a curtain of rain, it poured down from the sky, enveloping the sprawling flame mountain range and the countless materials for refinement that lay within. In Lu Yuan's mind, visions of various offensive, defensive, and supportive formations aboard the sacred dragon's moonlit vessel surged forth. Those rare materials for crafting weapons simultaneously melted and intertwined, forming intricate spiritual patterns that permeated and were imprinted upon the entire mountain range. A unique and formidable pressure characteristic of celestial artifacts gradually manifested throughout the entire blazing mountain range. It is said that there are two distinct methods for forging supreme imperial weapons. The first involves utilizing exceedingly rare celestial metals as the primary material, such as 5-element celestial gold, void celestial gold, dragon pattern black gold, and Tao tribulation gold. The second method entails refining the immense forces of heaven and earth, transforming them into an unparalleled imperial weapon. At this moment, the vast expanse of the Flame Mountains, perpetually ablaze with unquenchable fire and surging magma, is complemented by an inexhaustible array of materials for forging. Here lies an endeavor to transform the Flame Mountains into a monumental artifact of the heavens and earth, subtly aligning with the second category. However, despite being a cluster of active volcanoes that have burned for millennia and are steeped in rich, fire-attributed spiritual energy, the grade of these materials ultimately remains too low. It is improbable to forge the legendary ultimate imperial weapon. Nevertheless, it suffices to provide sanctuary for the Flame Dragon tribe, enabling them to thrive, rapidly enhance their strength, and deepen their foundation. As time gradually flows by, a glimmer of dawn finally emerges on the horizon. Lu Yuan stored away the heavenly treasure gourd, having successfully refined the entire fiery mountain range. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The host has successfully crafted a grand artifact for the first time, transforming the entire fiery mountain range into a sacred treasure of offensive and defensive capabilities. Mood elevated. Reward acquired. The Primordial Sword Embryo. Chapter 37. The Primordial Sword Embryo. Journey to the Tianyan Province. In Lu Yuan's hand appeared a dull, gray, ancient sword, a primordial sword embryo. This sword embryo appeared deceptively ordinary, lacking a sharpened edge and having not undergone a complete ritual of refinement. Its ashen surface was adorned with intricate patterns, depicting humanoid entities surrounded by dark specks and mist-like textures. At first glance, one might mistake it for a wooden sword, yet it possesses the extraordinary ability to cleave through sacred treasures such as the Void Battle Spear. Legend has it that this sword embryo is forged from the supreme Daluo celestial gold, extracted from the earth, inherently shaped like a sword embryo. Its form preordained by the heavens. The patterns upon it are said to represent the visions of celestial beings in flight. Lu Yuan grasped the sword embryo, infusing it with primordial energy. With a gentle motion, the blade instantly erupted into a resplendent radiance of unparalleled brilliance. The humanoid figure upon the sword embryo seemed to come to life, as shimmering light rained down around them, dazzling beyond compare. Mist-like patterns transformed into ethereal light, pure and immaculate. Beholding this legendary Daluo immortal sword was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of uncertainty in his heart. Although the Dao sword embryo was indeed remarkable, it had historically been regarded as an ominous artifact. With its successive masters meeting unfortunate fates, none survived. Even the legendary creator of the celestial domain system was not exempt. While the magical treasure possessed great potential, it was also prone to treachery against its wielder. Thus, it was best to avoid its use whenever possible. Lu Yuan stored the Daluo sword embryo within the confines of the system space. The Daluo sword embryo possesses the ability to absorb all celestial gold and can also utilize the Lao pool to refine it into one's own weapon. Lu Yuan intended to keep it for the time being, planning to refine it into a supreme weapon that truly belonged to him in the future. He cast a glance at the Flame Mountains, which had become an unconventional forbidden zone. Lu Yuan settled down on the ground, swallowing several spiritual pills to swiftly restore his expended primordial energy. At noon, the Holy Dragon moonlit vessel departed from the fiery mountain range, heading towards the Heavenly Cloud Province. After 2 busy days, Lu Yuan luxuriated in the Danyang body refining spiritual pool. The surrounding mist enveloped him, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing every pore of his body to relax. Behind him, Lua cradled the back of Lu Yuan's head, gently resting it against her soft form. Her delicate hands tenderly massaged his temples, while the waters of the Danyang pool cast a rosy hue upon her charming and innocent visage. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Your Highness, are you comfortable?" Lu Yuan squinted his eyes and murmured in approval, "Lua, your massage skills have improved. There will be a reward later." "Thank you, Your Highness," Lua replied, her heart brimming with joy as she cast a glance at the shimmering pool ahead. Unable to restrain herself, she delicately licked her cherry-red lips, her watery gaze appearing ever more enchanting. Lu Yuan, of course, was unaware that the little maid Lu Er had misconstrued his words about rewards. His thoughts had already drifted thousands of miles away to the demonic 5 clans. Ling Shan sought to awaken the ancient bloodline of the Flame Dragon, the most crucial, and indeed the only missing material. was a gem known as the Dragon Pattern Flame Essence Jade. Lu Yuan was well aware that the chieftain of the seven-colored illusionary Python clan, one of the 5 factions of the demon tribe, possessed the coveted Dragon Pattern Flame Essence Jade. Thus, the singular purpose of this journey was to procure the Dragon Pattern Flame Essence Jade from the hands of the chieftain in order to fully awaken Ling Shan's bloodline. Lu Yuan may also obtain the True Dragon Treasure Technique and the Universe Bag. Wangjing City, a pivotal stronghold on the fringe of the Tianyin province, lies at the farthest reaches of the Dying Realm from the capital. It is perpetually garrisoned by 100,000 elite soldiers to guard against the incursions of the 5 tribes of demon beasts. Thus, it was aptly named Wangjing City, to watch over and protect the capital. At this moment, Wangjing City was engulfed in smoke and chaos. The city gates lay in ruins, and the ground was littered with the mangled corpses of soldiers clad in dying armor. Only the inner city, shielded by formations, managed to hold on, albeit precariously. On the verge of collapse, at risk of being breached by the demon beasts and serving as their sustenance. Before the gates of the inner city stood the Mountain King, a figure as imposing as a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming force. With his weapon deeply embedded in the earth, the ground trembled. His gaze, laden with menace, fell upon the leader of the Blackwater Xuanjiao tribe, questioning why he obstructed the king's assault on the city. Without a satisfactory reason, he threatened to take command of the troops, intending to lead the demon forces of 200,000 directly toward the dying capital. Despite being accustomed to the brutish nature of the Mountain King, the Blackwater Xuanjiao leader felt a throbbing headache and strove to respond in a calm tone. Wangjing City may seem insignificant, yet it serves as an excellent bait. We shall use it to ambush the reinforcements from dying. This strategy will yield a wealth of magical artifacts, armor, weapons, and sustenance. The Mountain King paused, his aggressive demeanor waning, though he defensively retorted, "Of course, I had already considered that. I merely wished to test your intellect." The Blackwater Xuanjiao leader dismissed him. Turning to the Poison King and others, "Have the ambushes been set?" The Poison King nodded slowly. "Within a 50-mile radius of Wangjing City, we have sown the seeds of poison. No matter how many reinforcements dying sends, they will be ensnared." The leader of the silver-scaled Icebird tribe spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. "The skies are under our control. Not a single enemy shall escape." The leader of the 7-colored illusion python chuckled softly, her beguiling voice penetrating the soul. "The illusion pythons are also prepared for ambush." Afterward, her gaze drifted toward the distant sky, an unsettling feeling creeping over her, as if an imminent calamity loomed on the horizon, or perhaps an unimaginable fortune was approaching, filling her with unprecedented anxiety. Several hours later, the blazing sun began its descent. The ferocity of battle in Wangjing City had diminished, yet brutal skirmishes erupted on its western and southern fronts. Countless corpses and dying armor lay strewn across the ground, some bearing a pallid green hue, indicative of poison-induced death, while others were encased in ice, exuding a chilling aura. Still, other bodies, clad in pristine armor, bore no wounds, lying eerily still, their eyes shimmering with an uncanny 7-colored glow. On the walls of the inner city, the dying commander, witnessing the slaughter of the reinforcements ensnared in the demon ambush, could not help but shut his eyes, his heart overwhelmed with despair. "General," a trusted aide, eyes reddened, knelt, and urged, "Wangjing City cannot be held. Please, General, make your escape. One day, avenge our comrades." "Enough." The commander, steadfast as he gazed at the countless enemies beyond the walls, declared resolutely, "Even in death, I shall fight alongside." Suddenly, he caught sight of something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld, against the backdrop of the setting sun, the indistinct outline of a dragon-shaped spirit vessel. "Is that Lu Yuan's craft?" On the walls, the weary soldiers, their faces pale and nearly resigned to fate, scrambled to their feet, craning their necks in search. "Has His Highness Lu Yuan arrived? Is he here to rescue us?" Their eyes ignited with a fervent desire to survive. In the past, when His Highness led the Yanlong army to trample the 5 tribes of demon beasts, he had taken refuge in Wangjing City. The soldiers had revered him for his brilliance and valor. Although he had committed missteps later, becoming a pariah of dying, now he returned, driven by a noble cause, to aid them from afar. In that instant, tears streamed down their faces, their hearts swelling with gratitude, yearning to rush forth and embrace His Highness's legs. Yet then, the commander of Wangjing City and all the soldiers stared in rapt attention as the dragon-shaped spirit vessel, under the twilight, gradually descended upon the main encampment of the demon tribes. Next, a vague figure leaped from the vessel, landing steadily in the heart of the demon army's stronghold. That figure was none other than Lu Yuan, who bore the weight of Wangjing soldiers' hopes, coming to rescue them from the sea of corpses and blood. The faces of those weeping soldiers froze in shock. Chapter 38, The Hope of Dying Soldiers? Continue the slaughter. At the main encampment of the demon army, the massive spirit vessel glided slowly from the distance. The Mountain King, Poison King, and others were all taken aback. Who possessed the audacity to sail so nonchalantly before the 200,000 elite demon soldiers? Did they not fear being shattered to pieces, leaving no trace behind? The typically calm and even cold silver-scaled Icebird tribe leader, upon receiving the report from her kin in the sky, was momentarily stricken with fear, her body quaking as her minuscule ice scales stood on end. "What is happening?" The Blackwater Xuanjiao leader queried, sensing something amiss. Just as the silver-scaled iceberg leader was about to respond, the enormous dragon-shaped spirit vessel reached the demon army's stronghold. None of the silver-scaled icebergs on lookout dared to interfere. For standing on the deck was a figure that instilled lifelong terror in them. Boom! A figure descended from the deck, slicing through the air, landing decisively at the center of the demon formation. Lu Yuan, how dare you show your face here? Upon recognizing the intruder, the Mountain King's expression shifted dramatically. His imposing form radiated an aura of raw power. Xuanjiao King, join me in slaying this wretch on the spot. With that, the Mountain King retreated several dozen meters. The Blackwater Xuanjiao leader nearly cursed aloud, yet there was no time to chastise the Mountain King. His cold gaze was fixed on the descending Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you are no longer the crown prince of the dying dynasty. Do you truly wish to oppose us? Initially, Lu Yuan, as the crown prince of the Great Jing, faced the 5 tribes of demon barbarians that sought to encroach upon the territory of Great Jing. He led his troops to vanquish them, resulting in utter chaos among their ranks. Such actions were entirely justifiable. However, now, Lu Yuan has been stripped of his title as crown prince and has even been slandered for the massacre of 100,000 flame dragon soldiers. Accused of colluding with rebellious vassal states, he has traveled great distances to confront the 5 tribes of the demon barbarians. Is this not a tad too ambitious? Is he not somewhat naive? In response to the inquiries posed by the leader of the Blackwater Xiangua clan, Lu Yuan remained indifferent, or perhaps lost in contemplation. He realized that he had been somewhat hasty in his arrival, neglecting to prepare any valuable celestial or earthly treasures to exchange with the leader of the colorful illusory python for the dragon pattern flame essence jade. As the leader of the Blackwater Xiangua clan pointed out, his initial incursion into the ancestral lands of the demon barbarians was prompted by their attempts to encroach upon the territory of the Great Jing dynasty, as they were indeed adversaries of the Great Jing Empire. However, at this juncture, he is no longer the crown prince of Great Jing, and thus, there exists no longer any conflict of interest with the demon barbarian tribes. In fact, he even harbors a desire for these demon armies, alongside the forces of the demonic race, to invade the capital of Great Jing, allowing his dear sister to experience the terror of the allied forces of demons and monsters. Naturally, he cannot hastily dismiss the leader of the colorful illusory python. Lu Yuan's silence enveloped the entire demon army's main stronghold in an oppressive, deathly stillness. The mountain-moving tribesmen, robust and quick to anger, tightly gripped their massive axes and weapons, seemingly poised to charge into battle at any moment. Yet, they dared not even cast a glance at Lu Yuan. The savage beasts of the demon race, typically fond of the taste of human flesh, trembled like frightened kittens in the presence of Lu Yuan, afraid to even breathe too loudly. This scene left the soldiers on the city wall in a state of disbelief. They had underestimated the terror that the 5 tribes of demons felt towards Lu Yuan. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. As long as Lu Yuan could maintain his dominance over the demon army, the soldiers within the city might have a chance to await reinforcements from the capital. Perhaps they could escape death. Within the demon army, the leader of the Blackwater Xuanjiao stared intently at Lu Yuan after issuing his challenge, only to find that this formidable adversary was ignoring him, lost in thought. His heart raced, and he could not suppress a nervous swallow. This reputedly composed second-in-command of the demon forces, the chief strategist, was feeling unprecedented pressure. Amidst the suffocating tension, he made a concession. However, I must state that the 5 tribes of demons are not unreasonable. If you have family or friends in Wangjing City, we can withdraw our forces and grant them a chance to escape. Upon hearing this, the Mountain King instinctively wanted to retort angrily, but upon seeing Lu Yuan standing alone in the open space ahead, he swallowed his words whole. The Plague King, with his sinister gaze, scrutinized Lu Yuan without uttering a word about the Blackwater Xuanjiao leader's concession. The leader of the Silver Scale Iceberg tribe, her minuscule icy scales still erect, harbored the deepest fear among the 5 kings towards Lu Yuan. When he had launched an attack on her tribe, she had narrowly escaped decapitation at his hands. Among the 5 demon kings, only the leader of the colorful illusion python displayed no trace of fear upon witnessing Lu Yuan's sudden descent. Her vibrant, multicolored eyes remained fixated on him. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, but she felt as though Lu Yuan's attention had been solely focused on her since his arrival, causing her breath to quicken with excitement. From afar, atop the walls of Wangjing City, the commander and the soldiers guarding the city heard the Demon King's promise to spare their lives echoing from the demon army's stronghold. Their bodies trembled with exhilaration as they gazed upon Lu Yuan, who stood resolutely amidst the ferocious demon horde, unyielding and fearless. They were on the verge of tears. They had misjudged their lord. Indeed, he still cared for them. How else could he dare to negotiate alone with the formidable demon army, risking such peril to ensure the safety of those guarding the city? Even the commander within Wangjing City was moved by Lu Yuan's profound sense of duty, vowing to honor him in the future. Upon returning to the capital, he would speak favorably of Lu Yuan to the empress to repay the life-saving grace. But in the next moment, amidst the gazes filled with hope and emotion from the city wall, Lu Yuan seemed to regain his senses as he turned to face the Blackwater Xianyuan, the clan leader, who was striving to maintain his composure. With a gentle shake of his head and a soft chuckle, he remarked, "You have misunderstood, Dragon King. Whether you choose to raise a city or not is of no consequence to me. Wangjing City holds no ties to my interests. I have come to discuss private matters with the leader of the seven-colored illusory python. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of hope that had graced the faces of those atop the walls of Wangjing City froze, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding the demon army transformed instantaneously, as the oppressive fear evaporated like snow beneath the blazing sun. Amidst the tumult of emotions, some of the younger female demons gazed at Lu Yuan, feeling that the smile upon his face was utterly like a gentle spring breeze. A burgeoning thought stirred within them. The essence of our species is of no concern. Ah, me? The renowned leader of the seven-colored illusory python, infamous for her bloody cruelty and enchanting allure, found herself at a loss upon hearing that Lu Yuan wished to confer with her privately. Moments later, the mountain-moving king and others looked up in astonishment as the leader of the seven-colored illusory python, akin to a delicate flower, followed closely behind Lu Yuan. They boarded the grand, almost absurdly large dragon-shaped spiritual vessel, disappearing from the deck. The mountain-moving king, bewildered, withdrew his gaze, leaving the entire tribe in a state of confusion as they instinctively turned to the slightly more astute Blackwater Xin Yuan, seeking understanding through their shared glances. Lu Yuan traveled a great distance, not merely to provoke the monstrous army. However, what is the purpose of summoning the leader of the Illusion Python clan? Has he developed an interest in this resplendent seven-colored serpent, seeking a change in taste? The Plague King similarly turned to the leader of the Xin Jiao clan, inquiring in a grave tone, Jiao Wang, what shall we do next? Regardless of whether Lu Yuan's intentions were benevolent or malevolent, his arrival has inevitably disrupted the strategies of the 5 demon clans. A shift must be enacted. Upon hearing the question, the leader of the Xin Jiao clan fixed his gaze upon the distant human city walls, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent. Did Lu Yuan not declare a city massacre? Roars erupted from the army of beasts under the Xin Jiao's command, immediately obeying orders and unleashing thunderous cries as they charged towards the last remnants of the Wangjing inner city. On the city walls, despairing soldiers cursed vehemently, wishing for Lu Yuan's untimely demise. Soon after, the air was filled with a chorus of anguished screams, resonating throughout the battlements. On the deck, the leader of the seven-colored Illusion Python clan followed closely behind Lu Yuan, as if she were not a ruthless and bloodthirsty sovereign capable of instilling terror in the hearts of the entire monstrous army, but rather a compliant little maidservant to Lu Yuan. Upon entering the spirit boat's loft, the leader of the seven-colored Illusion Python clan was greeted by a magnificent sight. With vibrant spiritual energy permeating every corner, a mere breath of the air filled her with a profound sense of elation. Once again, she marveled at this colossal treasure ship. Such a level of spirit vessel must surely be a legendary sacred artifact, she mused. At that moment, she noticed a maid in a green dress gracefully bowing to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled gently, displaying a demeanor of warmth and familiarity. The young maid in the green dress appeared somewhat naive, her figure not yet fully developed. Yet one could already discern the innate charm that seemed to seep into her very bones, coupled with an unparalleled beauty. In a year or two, she would undoubtedly blossom into a presence that could bring nations to ruin. A fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible hostility flashed in the eyes of the chief of the seven-colored illusory python clan. The young woman in the green dress was, of course, Lu Yuan. After bowing respectfully to Lu Yuan, she observed as he personally escorted a stunningly alluring woman into a secluded chamber, casually closing the door behind them. The smile on her face gradually faded, her brow slightly furrowing. Inside the quiet chamber, Lu Yuan personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for the leader of the seven-colored illusory python clan. The illusory python demon king, filled with trepidation, accepted it with trembling hands, her delicate, fair fingers inadvertently brushing against Lu Yuan's palm. Lu Yuan was taken aback, feeling a peculiar sensation in his heart. When he first led his army to conquer the 5 tribes of the demon beasts, the first opponent he encountered was none other than this illusory python demon king. He had ruthlessly inflicted numerous wounds upon her. The most severe blow landed squarely on her chest, nearly shattering the primordial spirit that resided within her. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the mountain-moving king and the flood dragon king, the illusory python demon king would have already met her demise. After that encounter, Lu Yuan inexplicably noticed a change in the way the illusory python demon king gazed at him. Her eyes were now imbued with an unsettling allure, as if filled with the essence of spring. Just like now, the illusory python demon king delicately extended her soft, pink tongue to taste the spiritual tea in the cup. With a sweet and intoxicating chuckle, she inquired, "Your Highness, have you summoned me here for something of great significance?" Only Lu Yuan, with his remarkable composure and having encountered many women of equal caliber to the illusory python demon king, was able to remain unfazed. Otherwise, he would surely have felt a tremor in his heart, entranced by her enchanting presence. He cleared his throat softly. Lu Yuan spoke with considerable formality. "I have heard that the demon king possesses a long-coveted piece of dragon-pattern flame essence jade." The leader of the seven-colored illusory python tribe was momentarily taken aback. seemingly surprised that Lu Yuan had traveled such a great distance to a secluded place merely to request a piece of divine material. A twinge of disappointment flickered within her, yet she promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, your highness desires it. I shall procure it for you at once. With that, the leader of the seven-colored illusory python tribe swiftly extended her hand, retrieving a storage crystal no larger than a fingernail from the delicate crevices of her snowy attire. She gently levitated it with her demonic essence and presented it before Lu Yuan. The dragon pattern flame essence jade resides within. Your highness may retrieve it at your discretion. Lu Yuan took the storage crystal, feeling the lingering warmth and fragrant essence emanating from it. As his spiritual consciousness delved within, he discovered a dragon-shaped ruby radiating waves of fiery energy. Faintly, he could hear the resonant roar of a dragon that seemed to shake the heavens. This was the dragon pattern flame core jade. Legend has it that after the fall of the ancient flame dragon, its innate spinal fire source was preserved by the pure spiritual pool born of heaven and earth. Through tens of thousands of years of exquisite refinement, this supreme treasure had gradually taken form. Such a precious gem, when supplemented with adequate spiritual materials, could indeed be forged into a weapon of half-step imperial caliber. The accompanying power of the flame dragon's soul possessed the formidable ability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Yet, the illusory python demon king so casually entrusted the dragon pattern flame core jade to him. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. This item is of great value to me, and I shall not take it without due compensation. If you desire something in exchange, feel free to express your wishes. Even if I do not possess it, I will exhaust all means to assist you in obtaining it. Really. Upon hearing that she could make a request to Lu Yuan, the eyes of the illusory python demon king sparkled with excitement. She cautiously confirmed. Any request at all? Seeing Lu Yuan nod in calm affirmation, a wave of joy surged within her, nearly overwhelming her senses. She had initially thought Lu Yuan was merely making empty promises. After all, given Lu Yuan's formidable strength, he could easily slay her and claim what he desired from her remains. This was partly why she had willingly surrendered the dragon pattern flame soul jade. However, the fact that Lu Yuan was willing to offer her something of equal value as recompense was entirely unexpected for the illusory python demon king. Indeed, it was a true revelation. Lu Yuan and the great Jing dynasty are no longer connected. He will not oppose the 5 demon clans for the sake of the great Jing dynasty. The illusory python demon king breathed somewhat rapidly, a captivating flush appearing on her fair and enchanting face. Her eyes glistened with a misty allure as she gazed at Lu Yuan. In a sweet and seductive voice, she murmured, "What I desire is quite simple, your highness, just to cherish me once." Lu Yuan nearly spat out his tea, his gaze momentarily fixated on the illusory python demon king, convinced he had misheard. The illusory python demon king smiled seductively, her ruby lips curling enticingly. Her enchanting silhouette twirled gracefully, her attire transforming into a vibrant gown that blazed like flames. The hem of her dress billowed freely, resembling a blooming rose. In the midst of the lifted petals, a pair of daringly exposed, long legs emerged, sculpted like ivory, pale and flawless, captivating to the point of dizziness. The 7-colored illusory python demon king possessed an exquisite beauty, her lips aflame, her features jade-like, and her breathtaking figure unabashedly displayed before Lu Yuan. Her snow-white legs deliberately peeked from the slit of her gown, her bright eyes gazing at Lu Yuan with an intoxicating allure. "Your highness, do I not possess beauty?" Ding. Detection of the 9-colored devouring python bloodline inheritor, triggering random tasks. Task 1. Eliminate the 9-colored devouring python bloodline inheritor and refine her essence for personal gain. Seizing the devouring earth and sky divine ability. Reward. Blood refinement pool X1. Task 2. Inject a drop of Daobone spiritual essence into the 9-colored devouring python bloodline inheritor, assisting her in completing her bloodline evolution and earn her unwavering loyalty unto death. Reward. Mana immunity, special ability. Chapter 40. Mana immunity, the 9-colored devouring python. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Yuan looked at the red-gowned illusory python demon king with astonishment. The 9-colored devouring python is a legendary supreme divine beast, possessing formidable devouring abilities that allow it to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its combat prowess, defense, and speed are all top tier, alongside the capability to manipulate various elemental energies. As it evolves step by step, it can break through to the supreme realm without any bottlenecks. Not to mention the Mo Tsang domain. Even across the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, no trace of a 9-colored devouring python has ever been found. Yet, the illusory python demon king before him possesses the potential to evolve into the 9-colored devouring python bloodline. Task 1. Eliminate her and seize the devouring earth and sky abilities. Lu Yuan harbored little interest, possessing the Thunder Emperor's divine technique and soon to acquire the true dragon's treasure art. Lu Yuan is not in one of offensive divine abilities. The assistance in devouring the spiritual essence of heaven and earth proves to be of little significance. With the supreme heavenly book in hand, He can swiftly transcend realms even in his dreams. However, he harbors a modicum of interest in the reward for Task 2, immunity to magical powers. Yet, what does it mean to infuse the essence of the Dao Bone? The Dao Bone refers to his primordial Dao Bone, which indeed can elicit some essence. But to infuse. Lu Yuan gazed at the enchanting figure before him, the mesmerizing scarlet serpent demon king clad in a resplendent red gown. Contemplating her surrender of the dragon pattern flame essence jade and the request she had made, he fell into a contemplative silence. My lord, her voice, imbued with a sultry allure, floated from the crimson lips of the seven-colored serpent demon king. Her expression, a mix of sorrow and longing, was directed at Lu Yuan. You have stirred within me a yearning that haunts my nights, a desire that remains unfulfilled. Now that I finally have the chance to bask in your grace, will you truly renege on this opportunity? Lu Yuan was utterly bewildered. When did I ever flirt with you? A year ago, in the illusory Python Demon Valley. The prince struck me directly in the heart, not only physically but emotionally as well. Wasn't that a form of flirtation? As she spoke, the seven-colored illusory Python Demon King stepped forward, pulling at the neckline of her crimson dress to reveal a large expanse of snow-white skin, inviting Lu Yuan to scrutinize her closely. On her enchanting, alluring visage, she managed to portray a hint of grievance. The seven-colored illusory Python Demon King was notorious for her cruelty, bloodthirstiness, and cold-hearted beauty. If the 5 demon tribes were to witness this scene, they would likely be left in shock, their eyes popping wide open in disbelief. Before Lu Yuan lay a vast expanse of white. His thoughts drifted back to half a year ago, to the scene of leading his army against the 5 tribes of the demon barbarians. According to the words of the illusory Python Demon King, his punch, which shattered her demonic form, simultaneously unlocked certain peculiar attributes within her. Had he inadvertently ensnared her? Now, having learned that he bore no connection to the great Jing dynasty and held no animosity toward the 5 tribes of demon barbarians, why was she so eagerly pursuing him, willing to offer herself? Lu Yuan then turned his gaze to the second task, to infuse a drop of Dao Bone's spiritual essence. The Demon King was resolutely unwavering in his commitment. The reward, immunity to magical forces. Furthermore, he was to retrieve the dragon pattern flame essence jade from the fiery mountains to assist Ling Shan in activating the flame dragon bloodline. In addition, he would acquire the true dragon art in the Qian Kuan bag. It was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Before him, the 7-colored illusory Python Demon King observed Lu Yuan's persistent indifference, and the anticipation in her enchanting eyes gradually faded. She sighed inwardly, realizing that in the eyes of His Highness, her form as a 7-colored python was perhaps unworthy of his favor, concealing her captivating demeanor. The 7-colored illusory Python Demon King intended to bow respectfully to Lu Yuan and depart from the dragon-shaped spirit vessel. Suddenly, her cherry-red lips gasped in surprise. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself unexpectedly sprawled upon a bed that had appeared from nowhere. In quick succession, her red dress and other garments fell to the ground, revealing her alluring and delicate figure, unadorned. Half an hour later, atop the city walls of Wangding, the mountain-moving king and the Xianjiao king simultaneously looked up, gazing at the dragon-shaped spirit vessel suspended in the sky, which loomed as large as an island. Just moments ago, a terrifying bloodline power emanated from the vessel. Even the leader of the Blackwater Xianjiao felt an intense heart flutter and an overwhelming sense of submission, as if a beast of bloodline far more fearsome than his own had awakened. Was it merely an illusion? The leader of the Blackwater Xianjiao pondered with hesitation. It seemed improbable for such a terrifying bloodline to manifest in the small Emotsong domain. Had Lu Yuan bestowed some opportunity upon the illusory Python Demon King? The Plague King conjectured, a hint of envy betraying his typically cold demeanor. What kind of opportunity could cause such a dramatic surge in her cultivation? The mountain-moving king scratched his throat in confusion, deducing from the terrifying aura that the illusory Python Demon King's cultivation had reached at least the late 8th realm. This represented a leap of 2 entire realms. Many great demons spent hundreds or even thousands of years in seclusion without achieving such a feat. The illusory Python Demon King had been taken by Lu Yuan for merely half an hour, and her power had surged as effortlessly as drinking water. It was simply inconceivable. At that moment, a shadow leopard rushed in from the depths of the inner city, bowing its head to report. The silver-scaled Demon King has slain the lord of Wangjing City and captured over 3,000 soldiers of the Great Jing. Good. The leader of the Blackwater Xianjiao resumed his strategist demeanor. Notify the 5 tribes to rest in place for a day. Tomorrow at noon, we will march towards the Tianyuan province office. Wangjing City is merely an appetizer. The city of Yunzhou in the Tianyuan province is the true feast. Once we seize Yunzhou, we will acquire countless celestial and earthly treasures and subsequently dominate the entire Tianyuan province, allowing us to thrive in this fertile land. Within the holy dragon Wangwei vessel, the pupils of the 7-colored Python Demon King shifted from 7 colors to 9. With Lu Yuan's assistance, she successfully evolved into the legendary 9-colored devouring python. However, she appeared to be wholly unconcerned, languidly resting upon Lu Yuan, her fragrant sweat glistening, her satisfied expression only enhancing her already mesmerizing beauty. She exuded a regal aura befitting a queen. The nine-colored devouring python, a born ruler, upon reaching her full potential, would ascend to supremacy, rivaling even those with innate supreme bones. The drop of Dao Bone's spiritual essence consumed by Lu Yuan will soon replenish itself. At this moment, he has acquired the ability of magical immunity and plans to test its potency shortly. As he gazes at the resplendent, no, the nine-colored devouring heaven demon king clinging to him, a glimmer of astonishment flickers in his eyes. The seven-colored illusory python demon king is inherently a breathtaking beauty, a captivating existence that brings calamity to nations. Now, having evolved into the nine-colored devouring heaven python, she appears even more enchanting and alluring, exuding an innate aura of regal supremacy. Her cold, dignified visage is adorned with an alluring languor that is breathtaking. The combination of these qualities emanates a remarkable temptation. Any cultivator with wavering resolve, upon meeting her nine-colored gaze, would likely experience a surge of blood and a complete disruption of their vital energy. He clears his throat gently. Lu Yuan addressed the nine-colored demon king upon his body. I have fulfilled your request. Now I am free to depart. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the fallen petals on the bed. It is said that the rainbow illusion python tribe is both lecherous and fiercely loyal. Once a mate is chosen, it remains unchanged for a lifetime. The matriarch of the 5 demon tribes, the rainbow illusion python, has not taken a husband for centuries. Previously, Lu Yuan had doubted this claim, but now it seems the rumors hold truth. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's intention to dismiss her, the nine-colored demon king revealed a glint of cunning in her eyes. Her delicate, white hand glided across Lu Yuan's sturdy chest, her voice sultry and sweet. Your Highness, you have not yet fulfilled your promise. I still desire. An hour passed, then 2 hours, then 3. The nine-colored devouring demon king repeatedly implored. I still desire. Finally, she left the holy dragon moonlit vessel, satisfied. Looking back, she saw the massive ethereal ship, akin to an island, setting sail towards the north. A sudden emptiness enveloped her heart, igniting an impulse to chase after the vessel and follow her prince forever. Yet, she ultimately descended into the inner city of Wangjing. At this moment, the great battle within the city had long concluded, with no soldiers of the great Jing surviving. All had fallen as souls in the hands of the demons. Once the nine-colored devouring demon king landed atop the city wall, the 4 clan leaders, including the mountain-moving king, immediately approached her. They could palpably sense the dramatic transformation that had taken place within her. Her nine-colored eyes, a blend of languor and chill, surveyed the city as if she were a queen assessing her subjects, cold and imposing. Even the 4 demon kings felt a flicker of trepidation. The plague king was the first to speak, in a grave tone. What transpired between you and Lu Yuan aboard the vessel? The nine-colored king glanced back at him. Her tone languid. His Highness requested the dragon pattern flame essence jade. The leader of the Blackwater Profound Flood dragon tribe widened his eyes slightly. Did you give it to him? Indeed, she replied nonchalantly, as if recalling something tantalizing, her tongue brushing her lips in an unfulfilled manner. The Blackwater Dragon King sighed. The dragon pattern flame essence jade contains a complete dragon soul, a material of half-step imperial grade. I have requested it from you multiple times, offering equivalent treasures in exchange. Yet you ignored me. Yet, when Lu Yuan merely asked, you handed it over without hesitation. With that, he shook his head, conveying a sense of melancholy, as if their centuries-long friendship paled in comparison to a single word from Lu Yuan. The Silver Scale Icebird clan leader had been watching the nine-colored demon king intently. Her snow-white hair cascaded down her slender waist, her beauty reminiscent of the legendary Ice Mountain goddess, cold, aloof, and distant, in stark contrast to the nine-colored demon king's enchanting allure. She bore an air of icy magnificence, with small crystalline scales remaining from her incomplete transformation adorning her forehead, eyelids, and collarbone, enhancing her regal demeanor. Moreover, due to deep-seated animosities, she was the most fervent among the 5 kings in her pursuit of cultivation, bordering on madness. At this moment, witnessing the illusion python king achieve an unfathomable breakthrough in mere hours, she could not help but glance towards the direction the ethereal vessel had vanished. Intending to inquire privately about the means by which the illusion python king had accomplished such a feat, the mountain-moving king, ever straightforward, observed the illusion python king's leap in cultivation, her 7-colored pupils evolving into 9. He laughed heartily. In a few days, upon our arrival in Yuzhou City, the illusion python king shall accompany me to breach the formation and be the first to storm the city, allowing those like the flood dragon kings, who rely solely on cunning, to watch closely from the rear. The 9-colored king nodded in agreement, eager to witness the extent of her newfound strength after successfully evolving into the 9-colored devouring python, with her cultivation reaching the late stage of the 8th realm. Under the auspices of her prince, the Holy Spirit moonlit vessel, Lu Yuan luxuriated in the mist-laden Danyang body refining spirit pool, indulging in a soothing bath. Luer, as usual, assisted him with a gentle massage, her delicate hands providing exquisite comfort. However, today she appeared somewhat discontent. With a soft voice, she remarked, Your Highness, it seems you carry a lingering sin of serpent that cannot be washed away. Do refrain from consuming such things in the future. Lu Yuan was examining the panel, oblivious to the complaints of the young maid. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level. Pinnacle of Purple Mansion Realm, 6th Realm. Physique. Primordial Dowbone. Eternal Eye of All Laws, Soul-Capturing Demon Eye. Reincarnated Eye. Magical Artifacts. Emperor's Banner. Supreme Heavenly Book. Extreme Tao Emperor's Pouch. Sacred Dragon Moon Viewing Boat. Heavenly Treasure Gourd. 9 Transformations Alchemist's Furnace. Great Luo Sword Embryo. Medicinal Pills. Purple Chosen Pill 73. Spirit Severing Pill 99. Soul Nurturing Pill 85. Techniques. Heavenly Spirit Scripture. Chaotic Divine Grinding Visualization Method. Indestructible Scripture, Upper Volume. Abilities. Magic Immunity. Manifestations. 9 Emperor's Coffin. Divine Powers. Thunder Emperor's Treasure Art. Assisting the illusory Python Demon King, the bloodline evolved into the 9-colored sky-devouring Python thereafter. Lu Yuan has also benefited from the nurturing. His cultivation has progressed from the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion Realm to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion Realm. A brief slumber should suffice for him to break through to the 7th stage of the Yuan Spirit Realm. Your Highness, voices called out beside him. Lu Yuan regained his senses and turned his head to look at Lu Er, smiling as he inquired, "What is it?" Lu Er pouted slightly. Realizing that her earlier suggestion had gone unheard by the prince, undeterred, she leaned closer to Lu Yuan, whispering earnestly. Lu Er advises that the prince should keep his distance from snakes in the future, lest he be tainted by their foul odor. Snakes? Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was he the illusory Python King simply a python? The evolved 9 heavens devouring python was, after all, a legendary divine beast, possessing no resemblance to a mere serpent. As for the fishy odor, over the course of more than 3 hours, the 9-colored Demon King had, on several occasions, in moments of heightened emotion, revealed the tale of the 9-colored devouring python. Its scales exhibited 9 brilliant hues, resplendent and vibrant, robust yet delicate to the touch, smoother and more lustrous than human skin. At the same time, it emanated an enchanting fragrance, entirely devoid of any fishy scent. Noticing Lua tilting her head, fixated on him with an expression that demanded his verbal assurance, he felt compelled to respond. Lu Yuan smiled gently, reaching out to embrace Lu Er's nape, planting a tender kiss upon her rosy, cherry-like lips. In that instant, Lu Er's heart raced, and the fleeting traces of her earlier vexation vanished completely. The Holy Dragon Moonlight vessel still required half a day's journey to reach the fiery mountain range. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he felt invigorated. Lu Yuan ascended to the deck, gazing upon his newly acquired ability, magical immunity. This power, unlike divine techniques, did not require his deliberate invocation. It had always existed. Even remaining imperceptible, Lu Yuan raised his fingers, channeling his inner strength to conjure a radiant sword light, which struck toward his left arm. A wondrous scene unfolded. As the sword light made contact with his arm, it abruptly vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Lu Yuan continued his experimentation. A flash of thunderous energy erupted from his gaze as he unleashed the lightning fist, a technique of the Thunder Emperor, striking fiercely at himself. It vanished without a trace, rendering him entirely immune to magical assaults. However, it was not invincible. Should a Supreme Realm warrior appear at that moment and deliver their utmost strike, even with his immunity to magical attacks, he would be unable to withstand such force. Moreover, if an adversary relentlessly assaulted Lu Yuan, it was conceivable that after several hundred strikes, his magical immunity might be breached. Nevertheless, prior to that occurrence, the seemingly invulnerable Lu Yuan would have already slain his foes, never allowing the moment of his magical immunity's failure to arrive. This ability would also enhance synchronously with Lu Yuan's cultivation, potentially evolving into a state of true invulnerability to all forms of magic. After conducting the tests, he discerned the capabilities obtained. Lu Yuan returned to the spirit vessel, thoroughly content, and, under the cover of night, nestled into the warm embrace of his fragrant bedding for a restful slumber. Empowered by the supreme heavenly scriptures, the Celestial Spirit Sutra, the Chaos Divine Grind Visualization, and the Indestructible Sutra flowed effortlessly within him. The sound of the great Tao resonated endlessly. Moreover, with the residual nurturing force of the 9-colored sky-devouring python, he finally found tranquility as the Holy Dragon Moonlit vessel arrived at the fiery mountain range. Lu Yuan successfully transcended from the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion Realm to the 7th level of the Primordial Spirit Realm. In Chapter 42, the 9-legged dragon Golden Toad, a single strike of true dragon's treasure art destroys the fiery mountain range. The general's wife raised her gaze towards the heavens, her eyes reflecting profound concern. Behind her, numerous clansmen from the Flame Dragon tribe gathered, also looking skyward, their whispers filled with confusion and curiosity. Above the open space, a colossal purple-gold alchemical furnace loomed, exuding waves of intense heat. It was the 9-transformation alchemist Emperor furnace. At this moment, all 6 apertures were opened, releasing 6 streams of rich radiance that enveloped a tiny figure suspended in midair. Lu Yuan stood before the alchemical furnace, casting various celestial materials and earthly treasures into the radiant 6-colored aura. After the process of refinement, they transformed into an ethereal liquid devoid of any impurities. Half a teaspoon later. In the end, Lu Yuan cast the intermittent Dragon Soul Pill and the Dragon Pattern Flame Essence Crystal into the mixture. A warm, vibrant aura erupted from the 6-colored halo, eventually transforming into a resonant dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the entire Flame Mountain range, lingering endlessly. On the ground, the old patriarch observed this extraordinary phenomenon with growing concern, for this pure, ancient divine beast aura could easily attract the attention of formidable demonic beasts, who would stop at nothing to consume it, seeking to evolve their own bloodlines. Almost in the next moment, a series of sharp, piercing cries echoed from the sky outside the Flame Mountain range. Avian demonic beasts circled above, drawn to the exquisite divine beast essence emanating from the six-colored halo, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The members of the Flame Dragon tribe tightened their grips on their weapons, sensing an impending threat. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible flash of sword light emerged, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the avian beasts in the sky, silencing their cries before they could even utter a sound. They fell to the ground, lifeless corpses. The members of the Flame Dragon tribe were astonished, having not witnessed how these avian beasts were so swiftly dispatched. The general's wife pondered for a moment, her gaze landing on the figure before the purple-gold alchemy furnace. There, she indeed observed a barely discernible glimmer streaking from the distant sky into his form. The figure before the furnace was none other than Lu Yuan. After obtaining the dragon pattern flame essence crystal, he hastened back to the Flame Mountain range to assist Ling Shan in awakening the ancient flame dragon bloodline. In doing so, he would also acquire the true dragon treasure technique and the Qinquan bag, all while being acutely aware of the anxious gazes directed toward him from the ground. Lu Yuan plummeted swiftly, landing before the members of the Flame Dragon tribe. He turned to the general's wife, offering a reassuring smile as he said, "Rest assured, dear sister-in-law, the activation of Shan Shan's bloodline is proceeding smoothly. It will not be long before she undergoes a transformation, emerging as a remarkable maiden blessed with the essence of divine beasts." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's comforting words, the general's wife felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. Suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes glistened with tears, and she instinctively moved to kneel before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He hurriedly helped his sister-in-law to her feet and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Sister-in-law, you are going to exhaust me. If this continues, I may visit here less frequently." After speaking, he gazed towards the increasing number of flying demon beasts outside the Flame Mountain range. Addressing the members of the Flame Dragon tribe, he explained, "During Ling Shan's activation of her bloodline, she will continually attract demon beasts. While the great formation of the mountains provides protection, we need not worry about these beasts intruding. However, it presents a splendid opportunity for training. You all may venture outside the mountains to engage in combat with these beasts, hastening the refinement process of the residual medicinal power within your bodies. This not only facilitates rapid enhancement of your cultivation but also yields a bounty of demon beast meat and materials, a truly advantageous situation." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's suggestion, the elder patriarch nodded in agreement. "Your Highness speaks wisely. This is indeed an opportunity. Li Feng, gather the tribe and make an expedition outside the mountains." "Understood." Li Feng, a taciturn middle-aged man and a former member of the Flame Dragon army, had suffered severe injuries from a hidden weapon during the assault on the Dayu prefecture, resulting in a significant decline in his foundation and cultivation. Recently, he had received the 9 transformation spirit pill refined by Lu Yuan, which greatly improved his condition and allowed him to regain some of his former prowess, making him the most formidable leader within the Flame Dragon tribe, possessing extensive battle experience. Upon receiving the elder patriarch's command, he respectfully bowed to Lu Yuan and immediately led a large group of tribesmen, departing without a backward glance towards the mountains. Soon, the central clearing of the mountains fell silent, leaving only a few frail elders and young children, all gazing up at the increasingly radiant 6-colored light orb before the purple-gold alchemical furnace suspended in the air. Lu Yuan gazed intently. Ling Shan's activation of her bloodline progressed remarkably smoothly. With the enhancement of thousands of spiritual materials, the intermittent dragon soul elixir, and the dragon pattern flame essence crystal, the aura emanating from her petite form grew increasingly profound and ancient. The oppressive might of the primordial flame dragon gradually permeated the surroundings, instilling a deep sense of trepidation within the souls of all living beings who sensed it. Beside Lu Yuan, after receiving his comforting words, the general's wife visibly relaxed, her earlier worries dissipating. Her gaze remained fixed on her daughter in the sky, holding her breath in anticipation. Finally, after nearly an hour, a vibrant dragon's roar, as if resurrected, emanated from the 6-colored halo of the 9-turned Dan Emperor furnace. Following this, an ancient flame dragon's phantom surged into the heavens, scattering the clouds and exuding an intense, divine essence. Within this spectral flame dragon, one could distinctly sense the soul's power belonging to Ling Shan, marking the complete activation of the ancient flame dragon's bloodline. Witnessing this scene, the previously tense general's wife finally exhaled in relief. Her eyes, reflecting profound gratitude towards Lu Yuan, expressed a debt that no act could ever repay. As a once celebrated daughter of the Flame Dragon tribe, she understood the significance of her daughter Ling Shan fully activating the ancient Flame Dragon bloodline. In the annals of the Flame Dragon tribe's history, thousands of years ago, an ancestor possessed a naturally profound Flame Dragon bloodline. At the age of 12, this ancestor completely awakened their bloodline, able to transform into an ancient flame dragon, unmatched in combat prowess, ultimately reaching the supreme realm. With an indomitable physique and the formidable divine powers of the flame dragon, they were nearly invincible. This period marked the zenith of the flame dragon tribe, dominating the entire red snake domain. Now, with Lu Yuan's assistance, Ling Shan became the second member in millennia to fully awaken the flame dragon bloodline, her potential boundless. She could even lead the flame dragon tribe to reclaim its former glory. All of this was made possible by the esteemed Prince Lu Yuan before her. In that moment, the general's wife felt a warm surge fill her heart, her eyes unwittingly glistening with emotion. Lu Yuan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his sister-in-law's mind. At this moment, with his eyes half closed, he gazed at the roaring soul of the flame dragon in the sky, his expression turning somewhat grave. The ancient bloodline of the flame dragon had emerged, yet its power remained remarkably feeble, rendering it an enticing elixir for those ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan concluded that within a radius of 10,000 miles, there must be a formidable beast drawn by the allure of the fiery dragon's bloodline. Without hesitation, it sought to consume this essence. Almost in the next instant, a terrifying tremor reverberated from the west of the fiery mountain range. The earth split open, creating a vast chasm into which trees, rivers, and mountains were swallowed. Following this, a resplendent toad, larger than a mountain, emerged into view. It bore 9 golden claws resembling dragon talons, emanating an overwhelmingly fearsome aura. Its 2 golden eyes fixed upon the ancient fiery dragoness phantom that roared above the fiery mountain range, revealing an insatiable hunger. This 9-clawed golden toad possessed mid-stage cultivation of the 8th realm, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and venom capable of eroding the bodies and even souls of 9th realm cultivators, rendering many transcendent masters in the tribulation stage exceedingly wary. Lu Yuan gazed at the enormous 9-legged dragon toad, his expression turning gravely serious. In the next moment, a system notification echoed. Ding! The host has successfully assisted the daughter of General Yanlong, fully activating the Yanlong bloodline. Rewards obtained. True Dragon Precious Technique. Chinquan Bag. Chapter 43. The Dragon Toad's Inner Pill, Overcompensated. True Dragon. It is said that many races can evolve towards the true dragon, yet ultimately, only one can claim the singular true name. The vanquished either perish, are suppressed, or undergo a profound transformation, descending into the abyss as dark magic dragons. The True Dragon Precious Technique awarded by the system is a nearly lost complete art. With Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, he can only wield some scattered techniques. Yet their power is sufficient to devastate the heavens and annihilate the earth. The Chinquan Bag, forged from the skins of ancient ferocious beasts of the heavenly tier, is capable of containing all. When fully activated, it can even encapsulate an entire world. It serves as a storage bag for everyday use, accommodating an endless array of items within. Amidst the rumbling outside the Flame Mountain range, the 9-legged dragon toad stirred, its formidable body crashing forward with a thunderous roar. In midair, it unleashed a lightning-fast golden tongue, intent on ensnaring the spirit of the flame dragon hovering above the mountains. On the ground, the members of the Flame Dragon clan turned pale with alarm, desperately attempting to thwart the approach of this terrifying ancient relic, yet feeling utterly powerless as they watched the golden tongue swiftly advance towards Ling Shan, an ancient relic of the 8th realm. Even cultivators in the tribulation stage would typically refrain from provoking such a being, let alone the already defeated Flame Dragon tribe. At that moment, a chilling shout reverberated through the void. Abomination, you seek death. Lu Yuan soared into the sky, standing tall in the void, blocking the path of the 9-legged golden toad. Your Highness, the old patriarch exclaimed, his frail body staggering, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Yuan has bestowed immense grace upon the Flame Dragon tribe, and not just once. Even if he and his kin were to face death 1,000 times over, it would still fall short of expressing their gratitude. Now, he must helplessly witness His Highness daringly confront the ancient relic, standing resolutely before it. In that fleeting moment, his heart is wrenched with anguish. Acutely aware that the tribe owes an insurmountable debt to His Highness, even if they were to sacrifice everything, it would never suffice as recompense. Lu Yuan remained oblivious to these occurrences. He stood amidst the void, his elemental force flowing vigorously, radiating a resplendent brilliance from his very being. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted, and a true dragon materialized behind him, exuding unparalleled majesty, elevating him to the stature of an emperor, as the dragon accompanied him, surveying the mortal realm with disdain. The moment the true dragon appeared, the colossal form of the 9-legged golden toad trembled violently, its pupils revealing a flicker of fear. Yet, it quickly transformed into a more insatiable greed. Its golden tongue sliced through the void, imbued with the terrifying power of the 8th realm, poised to pierce through Lu Yuan. Attempting to seize the essence of the true dragon that enveloped him, Lu Yuan let out a cold snort. Behind him, the true dragon raised its head and roared, emanating a formidable divine might that resounded like thunder, illuminating the surroundings with resplendent light. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens as a terrifying dragon claw materialized before him, lunging towards the golden tongue. With a resounding crash, the nine-legged golden toad was violently shaken, its long tongue crumbling into fragments and returning empty-handed. Witnessing this scene, the young fire dragon below was momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers, the tension in his heart dissipating. Indeed, His Highness was invincible. Bang, bang, bang. The nine-legged golden toad unleashed a series of attacks, intent on annihilating this insignificant human. However, it soon realized that the dragon claw technique employed by this seemingly weak human was beyond its capacity to withstand. As it suffered successive injuries, its aura grew increasingly feeble, forcing it to abandon its delicious prey and flee towards the rift in the ground without a backward glance. Yet, how could Lu Yuan allow it to escape? A true dragon claw materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a tempest of thunder, effortlessly breaching the physical defenses of this ancient creature of the eighth realm. Its death cries echoed throughout the entire Flame Mountain range. As night fell, the gentle moonlight bathed the mountain range in a silvery veil. The elder patriarch arranged lodgings for Lu Yuan, conveniently located near the general's residence. After Ling Shan completed her bloodline awakening, her energy surged, and her affection for Lu Yuan grew ever more intimate. She clung to him, playing for quite some time before finally succumbing to fatigue, at which point the general's wife carried her home for a much-needed rest. The ancient bloodline of the fire dragon requires no elaboration. Merely activating it fully allowed Ling Shan to reach the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. When she awoke tomorrow, the residual potency of the intermittent dragon soul pill and the dragon pattern flame essence crystal would likely propel her into the early stage of the transformation realm. With the techniques and divine abilities inherited from her bloodline, it would not take decades for the name of the fire dragon sovereign to resonate throughout the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, by then, Lu Yuan would most likely have ascended to the imperial realm, transcending this world and unable to witness such a scene. With thoughts gathered, he reflected on the events. Lu Yuan retrieved a small pouch made of beast skin, which was none other than the enigmatic Qiankuan bag, capable of holding all things. As his consciousness delved within, the colossal corpse of a golden toad, as immense as a mountain, materialized before his eyes. The 9-legged dragon golden toad, an ancient relic of a species, possessed attributes of both extreme toxicity and unparalleled vitality. Its skin, bones, essence, flesh, eyes, poison sac, and internal elixir were all exquisite materials of extraordinary rarity. Any single one of these items, should it grace an auction, would undoubtedly incite a frenzied bidding war. Particularly noteworthy was its internal elixir. If encountered by those adept in dual cultivation techniques, or those with a penchant for female beauty, they would undoubtedly be consumed by a fervent desire, willing to pay any price to acquire it. For consuming the internal elixir of the 9-legged dragon golden toad not only significantly refines the physique, but also serves another purpose, enhancing virility. Lu Yuan extracted the primordial sword embryo with ease, effortlessly penetrating the form of the 9-legged dragon golden toad. He meticulously categorized and stored its skin, bones, and venom sacs, recognizing their potential utility in future alchemical or artifact crafting endeavors. The blood of the 9-legged dragon golden toad was distinguished into 2 types, ordinary blood and essence blood. The ordinary blood, akin to a spiritual elixir, assists cultivators in their practice upon consumption. In contrast, the essence blood harbors the ancient lineage's spirit of the 9-legged dragon golden toad. When ingested by cultivators, it significantly enhances physical resilience, expands meridians, and bolsters immunity against toxins. For demonic beasts, consumption can awaken their bloodline and facilitate evolutionary transformations. Despite the colossal size of the 9-legged dragon golden toad, only a mere few drops of its refined essence blood could be obtained. Lu Yuan retrieved the jade vial, treating it with utmost reverence as he stored it away. With but a single drop remaining, he opened his eyes and addressed Lu'er, who had been standing dutifully by his side. "Open your mouth." "Yes, Your Highness," Lu'er replied, obediently tilting her small face upward and parting her rosy lips. A droplet of resplendent golden blood floated from the Qiankuan pouch and vanished into Lu'er's mouth. As the drop entered her belly, her fair and translucent face flushed a vibrant crimson, and her body radiated waves of unbearable heat. Overwhelmed, she could not help but loosen her collar, licking her lips as her eyes shimmered with fervor, gazing imploringly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had forgotten. The essence of the 9-legged golden toad, which possessed a pure yang attribute, was solely intended for the benefit of Lu'er. He overlooked the fact that despite Lu'er's cultivation at the 6th realm and her possession of the Yin Sha Jiuxian body, she could not withstand the searing heat of even a single drop of the 9-legged golden toad's essence. Observing Lu'er's skin turning a bright crimson, it appeared as though she were on the verge of combustion. Lu Yuan inwardly chided himself for his carelessness. He immediately opened his arms and embraced the almost completely undraped, feverishly warm Lu'er tightly in his embrace. Chapter 44. The demonic beasts besiege Yinzhou City, Yinyang burning immortal wine. The moment he held Lu'er in his arms, Lu Yuan awakened the primordial Dao bone within him, radiating divine light. Countless tiny characters emerged, intricately tracing obscure Dao patterns in the air, suffusing the entire tranquil chamber. Simultaneously, they enveloped both Lu Yuan and Lu Air completely. A terrifying wave of energy spread forth, transforming into a refreshing essence of the Dao, weaving its way into Lu Air's meridians, aiding her in refining the pure yang power brought forth by the blood of the nine-legged dragon Golden Toad. Her originally fiery and scorching body gradually returned to a porcelain-like whiteness, and her painful grunts morphed into soothing murmurs. Like an octopus, she entwined herself tightly around Lu Yuan, succumbing to drowsiness and drifting into a comfortable slumber. By the time she awakens tomorrow, Lu Air's cultivation should have ascended to the late stage of the sixth realm. Wouldn't it? Lu Yuan gently caressed Lu Air's silky tresses, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. In less than half a month, she had ascended from the initial stage of the sixth realm to its latter phase. Such an astonishing pace rivals that of the sacred and divine bodies. Perhaps, one day in the future, Lu Air too shall step into the legendary supreme realm, becoming his esteemed little mate. His large hand glided down her lustrous black hair. Moving slowly, Lu Yuan's consciousness turned to the Qian Kuan pouch, where a dozen droplets of essence blood were carefully stored in a white jade vial. Tomorrow, upon returning to the Holy Dragon moonlit boat, he could offer one drop to Guizhong. Given its formidable physique, it would undoubtedly be able to endure and refine a drop of the nine-legged dragon Golden Toad's essence blood. He would also extract another drop to present to his sister-in-law, diluting it for Ling Shan to consume daily. With her fully activated flame dragon bloodline, it was likely that their next meeting would reveal her transformed into the majestic figure of an ancient flame dragon. The other children of the flame dragon tribe would be unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the nine-legged dragon Golden Toad's essence blood. However, ordinary blood could still be utilized. After dilution, it could be transformed into a medicinal bath to enhance physical strength and refine their foundations. In the future, these children would become the backbone of the flame dragon tribe. Under Ling Shan's leadership, the entire tribe would undoubtedly evolve into a realm within the Imo-Tsang domain that none would dare to provoke. As he contemplated the Imo-Tsang domain, Lu Yuan's thoughts inevitably drifted thousands of miles away to the grand capital of Dying. He pondered upon the younger sister of the illustrious First Empress of Dying. In the face of the fierce counterattacks from the 5 tribes of the demon barbarians and the 7 vassal states, he could not help but wonder if she had devised adequate countermeasures. However, the 5 tribes of the demon barbarians and the 7 vassal states were merely the prelude. The true terror lay with the demonic forces from the ice abyss of the North Sea. The day the portal to the demon realm reopened would herald the shroud of death over the entirety of Dying. At that moment, neither the Binghuan army, the Tianshui army, nor the Kuga army would stand a chance against the advancing legions of the demonic horde. Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. As the demonic army besieged the entire capital of the great Jing dynasty, what measures would his sister, the Empress, and his half-mentor, the National Master, take? Would there be a flicker of regret in their hearts for having driven him away from the great Jing dynasty with such ruthlessness? Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, Lu Yuan could never return. He had witnessed the Empress manipulating the citizens of the capital to force the imperial dragon energy from his body, and the National Master shattering the spirit seal contract, causing him to spit blood in backlash, resulting in a significant decline in his cultivation. Lu Yuan and them no longer shared any lingering sentiments of the past. They would even witness the demonic army trample the grand capital of the Jing into ruins. Gathering his thoughts, he observed the profound nightfall outside the window as the entire Yanlong tribe lay in slumber. Lu Yuan stifled a yawn. Cradling the tightly entwined lure in his arms, he began to make his way towards the bed. Just as he took a step forward, Lu Yuan suddenly glanced outside the door, where the figure of his sister-in-law appeared within the range of his spiritual perception. What could bring her here at such a late hour? Lu Yuan felt a sense of perplexity. He glanced down at Luer, who was barely clothed in his embrace. Choosing to remain silent for the moment, he intended to first ascertain the purpose of the general's wife before deciding whether to grant her entry. After all, it was late at night, and the presence of a solitary man and woman in the same chamber might lead to unwelcome rumors. Just then, the general's wife approached the door. Her hair was elegantly tied back, and she donned a simple, flowing gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, harmonizing beautifully with her gentle demeanor. Standing at the threshold, she raised her hand, poised to knock, but hesitated, lost in thought, her expression a mix of confusion, hesitation, and trepidation. Ultimately, she turned to glance toward home, contemplating the slumbering Ling Shan nestled in her bed. Biting her lip, she prepared to rap on Lu Yuan's door when suddenly, a dreamy voice from within the room broke the silence. "Your Highness, this feels so good." Lua still wants more. The general's wife froze for a moment, her face turning crimson as she fled the scene without a backward glance. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere was charged with unspoken tension. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Air with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The reason she uttered such tiger and wolf words was that the essence of the 9-legged dragon Golden Toad was still exerting its effects. With the pure yang energy circulating steadily within her body, Lu Yuan was momentarily distracted by the external pressures exerted by the sister-in-law, causing a pause in the release of his ethereal essence. It resulted in a slight burn upon her. He gently patted Lu Er's ample form as a gesture of reprimand. Lu Yuan yawned and nestled into his quilt, embraced by Lu Er's soft and fragrant form, comfortably drifting into a blissful slumber. The following morning arrived. Lu Yuan returned to the sacred dragon moonlight boat to offer a drop of the nine-legged dragon golden toad's essence blood to Gui Zheng. He then poured spiritual water onto the budding Xin Yu immortal wood. Afterward, he glanced at Ji Wei-chan, scrutinizing her progress in cultivating the Tying Mother Sutra under the gaze of her furious and humiliated eyes. Ever since her breakthrough to the seventh realm, Lu Yuan can activate the Holy Dragon Moonlit Boat, a formation that accelerates time at a fourfold rate, while a single day passes in the outside world. For days unfold within the training chamber of the Holy Dragon Moonlit Boat. The cultivation pace of Gui Zheng and Ji Wei-chan will witness a remarkable enhancement. Upon awakening, Lu Er has firmly established her realm at the late stage of the 6th level. Lu Yuan advised her to remain aboard the sacred dragon moonlight vessel, to thoroughly refine the essence of the nine-legged dragon golden toad's blood within her body, along with the medicinal potency of the Daobone spirit essence. After secluding herself for a little over half a month, she should be able to ascend to the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Lu Yuan then returned to the flame dragon tribe. He extracted a drop of essence blood, diluted it with spiritual materials, and entrusted it to his sister-in-law, instructing her to administer a vial to Ling Shan each month. However, for reasons unknown, his sister-in-law's gaze seemed somewhat evasive today. In the following days, Lu Yuan spent his time in the flame dragon tribe. During his leisure hours, he imparted fundamental martial skills and cultivation principles to the children who gazed at him with admiration. As a former regent prince, he was a prodigy who broke through to the 7th realm at the tender age of 20. Lu Yuan's teachings of these fundamental techniques appeared effortless. Even some recuperated adult tribesmen brought small stools and attentively listened, their faces brimming with enlightenment. Following the awakening of her fire dragon bloodline, Ling Shan's dependence on him reached unprecedented heights. She often sneakily approached him, clinging to him like a koala. Eventually, with a pout, she was taken back by the general's wife to continue her arduous training. After that night, the general's wife no longer sought out Lu Yuan in the late hours. However, he could distinctly sense a significant shift in her attitude towards him. No longer did she harbor the previous feeling of indebtedness that left her estranged. Instead, there was a demeanor of gentle acceptance. Her gaze towards him seemed to carry a newfound warmth. Finally, after a leisurely week spent in the Fire Dragon tribe, Lu Yuan's realm has ascended to the mid-7th stage, and the system notification promptly follows. An impending assault by the demonic horde on Yunzhou City has been detected. The Empress has commanded the deployment of 100,000 heavenly troops for support, accompanied by the sacred body Lin Xianran, who vows to achieve a monumental feat to earn the Empress's favor and recognition. Triggering a series of random tasks. Task 1. The general of the heavenly troops has a past connection with you and cannot bear to witness her tragic demise. Choose to assist the heavenly troops in fending off the demonic horde. Reward. A cold embrace from the heavenly general. Task 2. The Great Jing has assembled 500,000 elite soldiers, determined to eradicate the 5 factions of the demonic horde in Yunzhou City. Recalling your past with the 9-colored, you may choose to aid the demonic factions and confront the heavenly troops. Reward. A shed skin of the 9-colored swallowing heaven python. Task 3. The fate of the Great Jing and the demonic horde is of no concern to you. Revel in the clamor of battle as a prelude to indulgence, sipping from a jug while collecting the souls of 1,000,000 fallen warriors into the Emperor's banner. Reward. Yin-Yang burning immortal wine and the merit of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 45. The heavenly troops rush to aid Yunzhou City as the sacred body breaks through to the 7th realm. Is there truly a choice to be made? Lu Yuan felt somewhat speechless. For Task 1 and Task 2, not only did they require considerable effort, but the rewards held no value for him. However, for Task 3, one needed to exert no effort at all yet could obtain the yin-yang burning immortal wine along with the 6 paths reincarnation technique. Was that not enticing? Lu Yuan is currently practicing the Celestial Spirit Sutra, yet it has become inadequate to match his rapid advancements. The emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique is most timely. Furthermore, what does it mean that the Grand General of Heavenly Calamity has a history with him? Does it refer to her initial coldness towards Lu Yuan, the regent prince, and her refusal to heed his orders? The 4 symbol armies of the Great Jing consist of the Flame Dragon Army, the Ice Swan Army, the Heavenly Calamity Army, and the Withered Armor Army, all directly under the Imperial family. Their equipment, including magical artifacts, armor, talismans, and spiritual elixirs, is of the highest caliber. Each army alone possesses the power to sweep away all local forces. Among them, the Withered Armor Army guards the Imperial Palace and rarely ventures out. During his time as Regent Prince, Lu Yuan could only command the Flame Dragon Army. The Grand General of Heavenly Calamity has repeatedly defied his commands. Otherwise, there would be no remnants of demons or rebellious vassal states left, as he would have eradicated them all at once. However, it may be for the best. Does his sister not aspire to become the Empress? Once the Heavenly Calamity Army is diminished at Yunzhou City and the Great Jing's 4 symbols armies are reduced to merely 2, It will be intriguing to see how she confronts the menacing demons in the vassal coalition, not to mention the impending devastation wrought by the true demonic army. The Eastern Divine Dragon Province has fallen. The remnants of the ancient vassal states in the northwest continue to harass the fortified cities. In the southeast, the remnants of the water vortex employ colossal whale monsters, repeatedly unleashing towering tsunamis that inundate coastal cities. The southwestern coalition of demons has captured the critical stronghold of Wangjing, their forces advancing towards Yunzhou City. Urgent battle reports flood in from all corners of the Great Jing territory, even if the capital remains tranquil at this moment. The millions of citizens within are acutely aware that their land is engulfed in the flames of war. Fortunately, just last night, Her Majesty the Empress emerged from seclusion and immediately commanded the deployment of 100,000 heavenly calamity troops to Yunzhou City, where the fighting is most intense, to join forces with the armies from 7 provinces. Together, they aim to muster 500,000 elite soldiers, vowing to eradicate the 5 factions of demons from existence. This morning, over 1,000 spirit ships set sail from the capital, amidst the heartfelt farewells of the citizens. They swiftly vanished into the vast horizon. Many citizens, in a daze, recalled the fervor of Lu Yuan's expedition when he was still the regent prince, a scene that eclipsed this one by hundreds of times. With nearly all citizens kneeling along the long streets, hoping their prince would vanquish the chaotic foes and restore peace to the Great Jing, allowing the populace to live in tranquility. Now, leading the charge to suppress the turmoil is the Heavenly Calamity Army under the Grand General, facing the remnants of demons that have already been severely weakened by the Flame Dragon Army. Yet, they still pose a significant threat at Yunzhou City, compelling the capital to dispatch the 4 symbols armies for support. This underscores the formidable prowess of the Flame Dragon Army once commanded by Lu Yuan. Regrettably, the entire contingent of 100,000 Flame Dragon soldiers perished, leaving not a single warrior alive. As for Lu Yuan, as figures continuously emerge in Shenlong City and Wangjing City, it has been confirmed that they have colluded with the enemies he once vanquished, betraying the Great Jing dynasty. This evokes a sense of lament and a profound hatred towards Lu Yuan. In the serene chamber of the heavenly troops, Lin Xinyan opens his eyes, a surge of golden vital energy erupting from within him, enveloping the room in a mystical golden glow, creating an ethereal ambience. He has finally broken through to the Yuanshan realm. Lin Xinyan inhales deeply, his eyes brimming with pride and exhilaration. Lu Yuan, did you ever anticipate that by seizing my divine pupils, you would inadvertently catalyze my rapid advancement, propelling me to the coveted 7th realm of Yuanshan? Lin Xianyan clenches his fists, his voice laced with deep animosity towards Lu Yuan. Half a month prior, he returned from Shenlong City in disgrace, humiliated, having been ambushed by that scoundrel Lu Yuan who took away his innate supreme divine pupils. The anger and anguish he felt were overwhelming. Yet, unexpectedly, losing the divine pupils and focusing entirely on refining his sacred body allowed him to transcend the shackles of his previous limitations, achieving the long-desired 7th realm. He has now reached a point where his sacred body possesses golden blood. With a mere strike, golden energy radiates out, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xianyan feels an unwavering confidence. Should he encounter the commander of the Red Nest in Shenlong City again, he would undoubtedly dispatch him with ease. And all of this is thanks to Lu Yuan. Oh, Lu Yuan, how should I repay you for such a monumental favor? Lin Xianyan grits his teeth, his voice seething with resentment, each word pronounced with deliberate intensity. There is a knock at the door. Brother Xianyan, have you emerged from your seclusion? Comes Su Kai-dai's voice. Lin Xianyan suppresses all expressions on his face, responding in a calm tone. The door is not closed. With a creak, the door to the serene chamber swings open, revealing Su Kai-dai, clad in a flowing azure gown, youthful and charming, her face adorned with light makeup, clearly a result of careful preparation. Noticing Lin Xuanyan's indifferent demeanor, she quickly retrieves a red elixir bottle from her bosom. Brother Xianyan, this is the 9-legged golden toad elixir that I secretly took from home. It is crafted from the legendary blood of the 9-legged dragon toad. Each one is worth millions of spirit stones. There are 3 in total, which can sustain you for quite some time. The mention of the 9-legged golden toad blood instantly captivates Lin Xianyan, his expression shifting from indifference to rapt attention, his gaze fixated on the small elixir bottle. Indeed, Su Kai-dai beams with pride. 5 years ago, the Grand General of Heavenly Troops slayed a millennium-old 9-legged golden toad in the Heavenly Demon Forest, acquiring 7 drops of its precious blood. The late Emperor commanded the alchemy department to concoct over 20 golden toad elixirs, awarding my father 3, all of which are here. After speaking, she gently pushes the red bottle into Lin Xuanyan's hands. He grasps it tightly, looking into Su Kai-dai's gleeful eyes, profoundly grateful. These 3 elixirs will be immensely beneficial to me, Kai-dai. Thank you. The 9-legged golden toad is indeed a legendary spirit beast, possessing a trace of the ancient bloodline. The spiritual power contained within its blood can aid cultivators in refining their bodies. If in sufficient quantity, it could even help them forge an indestructible physical form, unmatched in combat prowess. Lin Xianyan, already endowed with a sacred body, does not require such an indestructible form. However, the elixirs made from the 9-legged golden toad's blood will undoubtedly assist him in mastering the powers of his sacred body more swiftly. The 3 elixirs gifted by Su Kai-dai have truly touched his heart. He holds the elixir bottle tightly, gazing at Su Kai-dai for a moment before an expression of guilt washes over his face. Kai-dai, I am sorry for what happened in Shenlong City. You need not say such things, Su Kai-dai interjects, her concern for her brother evident. Brother Xianyin, you have already proven yourself formidable, able to contend with mid-7th realm enemy generals. No one anticipated that the deputy lord of Shenlong City would betray the Great Jing and collude with the Red Nest rebels. Otherwise, the crisis in Shenlong City would have been resolved, and the millions of citizens would have been saved. Lin Xianyin still bears a look of remorse. But I fled alone after sustaining grave injuries that day. It matters not. Su Kai-dai smiles sweetly. You managed to escape despite your injuries, which is already remarkable. I too returned safely to the capital under General Lu's protection. Both of us are unscathed, which is a stroke of great fortune. Nothing else matters. Lin Xianyin is momentarily taken aback, a deep sense of gratitude washing over him. Kai-dai, your kindness towards me is overwhelming. I truly do not know how to repay you. In his heart, he reflects on his fortunate encounter with this Navi daughter of the Prime Minister. A clear manifestation of his good fortune. High above the southwestern territories of the Great Jing, a colossal dragon-shaped spirit vessel shatters the clouds, soaring majestically toward Yunzhou City. Within the serene chamber, Lu Yuan was savoring tea in the tranquil chamber of Ji Huechan when he suddenly sensed a surge of intense anger emanating from the 200 fierce souls within the Emperor's banner. The remaining glimmer of spiritual light, in response to this wave of fury, completely dissipated without a trace. Lu Yuan's movements faltered briefly. He shook his head, feeling a sense of futility for the 200 loyal warriors. Then he lifted his gaze towards Ji Huechan, who knelt before him. Her face filled with vigilance as she stared at him intently. In a calm tone, he spoke. The remnants of the Moonwheel Kingdom have already withdrawn from the Mo Song domain. What? The brilliance in Ji Huechan's eyes suddenly froze. Your father, your mother, and your royal brother have escaped the Mo Song domain with the remaining 15,000 soldiers. Lu Yuan set down his teacup, gradually rising to his feet as he made his way toward the tranquil room's exit. A voice drifted in from behind. In other words, you, the most cherished princess of the Moonwheel Kingdom, have been forsaken. Lu Yuan's figure vanished before Ji Huechan, yet his voice lingered like a chilling spring, resonating endlessly within the silent chamber, extinguishing the hope that Ji Huechan had steadfastly harbored in her heart. Within the Tian Shui spirit vessel, Su Kai-dai had just finished comforting Lin Xian, and when she recalled the pressing matter at hand and promptly said, General Tian Shui and several commanding officers are currently convening in the hall, discussing strategies to annihilate the demon army besieging Yunzhou City. Brother Xianran, let us hasten there, lest we keep the general waiting. Very well. Lin Xuanran's expression grew serious as he followed Su Kai-dai toward the hall. The siege of Yunzhou City by the demon army had enraged the empress, who commanded the Tian Shui army, one of the Four Symbols armies, along with 400,000 local troops, totaling 500,000 soldiers, to eradicate the 5 demon tribes entirely. Having just broken through to the 7th realm, Lin Xuanran's holy body was invincible, and he was determined to achieve remarkable feats in the battle against the demons. This was not only to alter the public's perception of his previous retreat during the Battle of Shenlong City, but also to gain the favor and attention of the empress. Individuals like Su Kai-dai were of no consequence to Lin Xianran. He sought to conquer the empress of the Grand Jing dynasty, who ruled vast territories and commanded the world. Just the thought of the imposing empress clad in her golden phoenix robe, cold and authoritative, reduced to a state of helplessness beneath him, made Lin Xuanran's blood boil with fervor. Upon arrival, Lin Xianran and Su Kai-dai entered the main vessel's council chamber, only to find that the meeting had commenced without them and was nearing its conclusion. The indifferent gaze of General Tian Shui swept over them, acknowledging Su Kai-dai with a nod before returning her attention to the suggestions presented by several commanders. She had not regarded Lin Xianran at all, understanding the general's disregard. Lin Xianran clenched his fist within his sleeves, yet remained silent as he followed Su Kai-dai to a lower seat. He silently vowed that when they reached the battlefield of Yunzhou, he would make this ignorant and arrogant General Tian Shui aware of the power of the holy body and strike a resounding blow to her pride. Suppressing his emotions for the moment, Lin Xianran scrutinized the formidable figure of General Tian Shui seated at the head of the table. Her cultivation was unfathomable, and she wore a golden mask that concealed her features. However, her cold, indifferent eyes suggested that her appearance was no less striking. It was rumored that General Tian Shui hailed from a remote village in the Grand Jing dynasty. At the age of 6, a demon tiger had emerged from the forest, slaughtering and devouring the entire village, including her parents. Strangely, the demon tiger spared General Tian Shui, instead raising her in the wilderness. At 13, she seized her chance, killing the beast and consuming its flesh. When the former emperor happened upon the scene while hunting, he found a blood-soaked, tattered girl devouring the demon tiger's remains, her icy gaze betraying no hint of humanity. Subsequently, the former emperor brought General Tian Shui back to the capital. A decade later, the Tian Shui army emerged as one of the 4 symbols of the Grand Jing, with its 10,000 soldiers devoted solely to the imperial commands, charging into battle without remorse. Lin Xianran paused, reflecting on an intriguing matter. During the zenith of Regent Prince Lu Yuan's power, when he led troops to subdue the 7 vassal states and the 5 demon tribes. The 4 symbols armies of the Grand Jing had only the Yanlong army following his orders. The Tian Shui and Bingluan armies had repeatedly ignored Lu Yuan's commands, hinting at some hidden secrets not meant for outsiders. Lin Xuanran's expression began to exhibit a hint of intrigue. In Yunzhou City, one of the crucial provincial strongholds of the Grand Jing, the demon army had surrounded it thoroughly, both on land and in the air. The figures of the demon and barbarian tribes were visible, poised to launch an attack at any moment. At the forefront, surrounded by formidable demons, stood a resplendent palace, a treasure unearthed by the leader of the Heishui Swankyo tribe from the ancient palace submerged beneath the river, serving as the temporary command center for the 5 demon tribes. The atmosphere grew tense as the Mountain King, downing a jug of spirit wine, bellowed first. The Tian Shui army will soon arrive. What are our plans? Who has a strategy? With 100,000 Tian Shui soldiers and an additional 400,000 local troops en route to assist Yunzhou City, their approach was undeniable. They openly marched forward, unafraid of drawing the attention of the 5 demon tribes. Though the demon tribes were undaunted, they recognized that the Tian Shui army was not comparable to the mere garrison of Wangjing City. A fierce and bloody battle was inevitable. The Plague King furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly recalling something. He turned to the leader of the Jiokai illusory Python tribe and asked solemnly, "Do you have any means to contact Lu Yuan and request his assistance?" As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the Mountain King, the Dragon King, and the Icebird King converged on the Jiokai leader. Since her last visit aboard Lu Yuan's spirit vessel, where she had spent several hours, the Jiokai leader had undergone a dramatic transformation. Most notably, her 7-colored pupils had transformed into 9. Her once alluring demeanor had shifted to one of regal authority akin to that of an empress. When she cast her gaze upon the other tribal leaders, it bore the weight of a monarch surveying her subjects. Even the dullest among the Mountain King and others understood that the current Jiokai Demon King was no longer the same as the previous 7-colored illusory Python leader. In fact, she had ascended to a realm beyond that of the barbarian and demon kings. If not for her 5,000 loyal tribesmen, she might have already departed for broader horizons. The silver-scale Icebird leader had repeatedly inquired privately about what had transpired aboard Lu Yuan's spirit vessel, seeking to understand the source of her rapid ascension in power. However, faced with her former sister, the Jiokai Demon King remained tight-lipped, as if protecting a precious treasure. Now, in response to the Plague King's suggestion, Jiokai merely glanced at him and replied coolly, "What sort of person do you think His Highness is that I could command him? Fear him? Nonsense." The hot-tempered Mountain King rose abruptly, his massive form radiating raw power. "What of the Tian Shui army? General Tian Shui is not Lu Yuan. Do they truly believe they have us, the 5 demon tribes, at their mercy?" With the Mountain King's grand declaration, the previously oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. The leader of the Heishui Swankyo tribe raised a cup of spirit tea and added, "Indeed. To seize the Tianyun province, we must capture Yunzhou City, and we must confront the Tian Shui army." Since Lu Yuan abandoned the grand capital of Dying and departed, the remnants of various vassal states have gradually begun to mobilize. This moment marks the most chaotic period in the territory of Dying. The Empress can only send this one contingent of support, with no additional troops available. In terms of large-scale battles, we have the Plague Tribe and harbor no fear of the 50,000-strong army charging at us. The only concern lies with General Tian Shui himself. Upon finishing his remarks, the Patriarch of the Blackwater Xuanjiao glanced at the 9-colored Demon King, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. "Aside from us, only Lu Yuan is aware of the 9-colored Demon King's breakthrough in realm. When that power suddenly erupts, it will surely catch the Tian Shui army off guard." "Indeed." The Plague King acknowledged, his previously grave expression visibly easing. He agreed with the words of the mountain-moving king, stating, as this brash man has said, "General Tian Shui is not Lu Yuan. What is there to fear?" In Yunzhou City, within the council chamber of the city lord's residence, the Lord of Yunzhou declared decisively, "As soon as the Tian Shui army arrives, the demon barbarians shall perish." The chamber was filled with several city lords and generals from Yunzhou, as well as the heads of major sects who had come to provide support. All of them were cultivators of the 7th realm or higher. Among them, the Lord of Yunzhou, the master of the 7 Stars sect, and the master of the Sword Control sect were all formidable mid-level cultivators of the 8th realm, serving as the backbone of this grand conflict. What the Lord has said is absolutely correct. The master of the 7 Stars sect spoke slowly, being the sole female cultivator among the 3 prominent figures. Adorned with a 7-star crown and draped in an yin-yang robe, she exuded an aura of purity and detachment. The master of the Sword Control sect, a middle-aged cultivator, smiled as he added, "Our Sword Control sect has over 1,000 inner disciples prepared to rush into battle at a moment's notice, awaiting only your command, my lord." In a vacant area within the city walls, over 1,000 disciples of the Sword Control sect sat in meditation, their auras sharp and unmatched, their appearances ethereal and striking, drawing the admiration and esteem of many townsfolk who gazed upon them, filled with reverence for the legendary sword immortals. "Our disciples of the Biwu sect are equally prepared," the master of the Demon Blade sect declared, his warriors eager for battle. Upon learning that the Tian Shui army was on its way to provide support, the leaders of the major sects gathered in Yunzhou felt a wave of relief wash over them, each contemplating the accolades they would seek from the Empress in the capital after vanquishing the 5 demon barbarian tribes. At this moment, the master of the Sword Control sect, who had an ongoing rivalry with the 7 Stars sect, turned his gaze towards the 7 Stars master, chuckling. 7 Stars, I have heard that not long ago. Lu Yuan appeared in Wanjing City, conspiring with the attacking demon barbarians. I wonder if your prized disciple has also been kept aboard Lu Yuan's spirit vessel, indulging in nightly revelries? The expression of the 7 Stars master darkened instantly. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence, the Sword Control sect master replied, his smile widening. When Lu Yuan broke through to the 5th realm at the tender age of 12, he shone brightly and was proclaimed the crown prince of dying. Yet, you, 7 Stars, immediately offered your beloved disciple, raised for 10 years as if she were your own daughter, to Lu Yuan, to serve as his bed-warming maid. As a result, your disciple's inherent Yin-Cha constitution, with Lu Yuan's assistance, evolved into the legendary Yin-Cha 9 mysterious body. Now, Lu Yuan has betrayed dying, colluding with rebels and demon barbarians. Do you not regret handing such a significant pawn over to him? The Yin-Cha 9 mysterious body is innately endowed with 9 divine abilities, undeniably a paragon among women. Furthermore, it is one of the 2 legendary furnace physiques in the world. When fully realized, it can even assist tribulation cultivators in breaking through to the coveted Dao-cutting realm, rivaling the imperial-grade medicine spoken of only in myths. Yet, the 7 Stars master has personally bestowed it upon Lu Yuan, who has since betrayed the dying dynasty without ascending the throne. It is nothing short of a futile endeavor, leaving her with neither the Yin-Cha 9 mysterious body nor any benefits. This delighted the master of the Sword Control sect immensely. Qingjian Mountain. The 7 Stars master glared with a stormy expression, fixating on the master of the Sword Control sect. Do you think that because the demon barbarian army is besieging the city, I would not dare to challenge you with my sword? Calm yourselves. The Lord of Yunzhou interjected, feeling overwhelmed. The pressing matter at hand is to deal with the demon barbarian army outside the city. After the battle, I shall personally journey to the capital to seek rewards from the Empress for both of you and all the sects that have come to our aid. The 7 Stars master snorted coldly, intending to set this matter aside for the time being, planning to have a duel with the Sword Control sect master post-battle. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light shot into the council chamber from afar. The Lord of Yunzhou extended his fingers to catch the light, probing its contents with his consciousness. Upon reviewing the information, he stood up abruptly, his expression turning grave. That dragon-shaped spirit vessel has appeared 30 miles outside Yunzhou City and is approaching. What dragon-shaped spirit vessel? The master of the Demon Blade sect asked, momentarily confused. That spirit vessel belonging to the traitor Lu Yuan. Boom. The statement struck like a thunderclap, plunging the entire council chamber into an eerie silence. After a long pause, the master of the Biwu sect swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, what does Lu Yuan intend to do? Does anyone among the friends of Yunzhou City harbor any past grievances with him? The Lord of Yunzhou and the master of the Sword Control sect, both 8th realm cultivators, remained silent, their brows furrowed. The 7 Stars master, however, scoffed disdainfully, grievances? Nonsense. Lu Yuan has traveled a great distance to Yunzhou City merely to support his paramour. Paramour? The master of the Demon Blade sect looked puzzled, recalling that the once regent prince Lu Yuan was solely focused on eliminating rebels and appeared to have no romantic entanglements. The 7-colored illusion python's matriarch. The Lord of Yunzhou began to speak. According to the message conveyed by the commander of Wangjing before he perished, the matriarch was invited aboard Lu Yuan's spirit vessel at the city wall. Given the flamboyant nature of the 7-colored illusion python tribe, I believe you can all surmise what might transpire once the matriarch enters the vessel, correct? Many male cultivators present exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this, with thoughts racing through their minds. Why not me? The snake maidens of the 7-colored illusion python tribe were renowned throughout the entire Emotsong domain for their enchanting figures and beautiful appearances. Many cultivators risked their lives to enter the 7 illusion snake valley in hopes of capturing a maiden from the tribe. If successful, they could sell her in any city of dying for an exorbitant price, ensuring a lifetime of comfort and abundance. Among them, the matriarch of the 7-colored illusion python was particularly famed, celebrated as the pinnacle of beauty. It was said that a general from the Ice Luan army once devised a plan to capture her, hoping to use her hundreds of years of demonic essence, fused with ice and fire, to break through his cultivation bottleneck. Unfortunately, the attempt failed, leaving him with lingering injuries from the illusion python's manifestations on his left arm. With a decisive gesture, the 7 Stars master stood up, flicking her whisk and striding purposefully towards the door of the council chamber. If you all fear Lu Yuan so greatly, allow me to confront him first. The Lord of Yunzhou and the master of the sword sect exchanged a glance, both perceiving the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they followed suit in unison. Those who have cultivated to the 8th realm possess a temperament and depth of character that hardly require elaboration. Naturally, the two discerned that the master of the 7 Stars, with his grandstanding righteousness, was the first to confront Lu Yuan, motivated solely by the coveted Yin-Cha Jiuxian body. The Lord of Yunzhou and the Master of the Sword sect chose not to expose this, since the Master of the Seven Stars had proactively stepped forward. It provided an excellent opportunity for her to ascertain the authenticity of Lu Yuan's prowess. Should Lu Yuan merely be fabricating an impressive faade, proving to be utterly insubstantial, he would be effortlessly subdued by the Master of the Seven Stars. In that case, the matter of the Incha Jiuxian body's ownership would necessitate a thorough inquiry regarding the artifacts in their possession. Outside the city of Yunzhou, in the vast wilderness, a colossal dragon-shaped spirit vessel surged forth from the billowing clouds, majestically making its way toward the Yunzhou arena. It ultimately came to a halt approximately 5 kilometers from the city walls. Both the demonic army and the defending forces within Yunzhou were thrown into disarray by the sudden appearance of this magnificent spirit vessel. One by one, they raised their heads, staring in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Within the palace of the demonic army, figures such as the mountain-moving king and the chief of the Blackwater Xian Jiao tribe expressed their surprise upon witnessing Lu Yuan's actual arrival, their faces lighting up with delight. It is a well-known fact. Lu Yuan had been stripped of his title as crown prince by the Empress of the Great Jing, relegated to the status of a powerless prince. Eventually, he fled the capital and was branded a traitor of the Great Jing, entangled with rebel forces and their monstrous allies, firmly positioned against the Great Jing. Now, Lu Yuan's presence on the crucial battlefield of Yunzhou City serves as an undeniable deterrent to the soldiers of the Great Jing, favoring the 5 tribes of monsters. Instinctively, figures like the Poison King cast glances toward the colorful Demon King, pondering whether she had secretly contacted Lu Yuan, as his arrival seemed too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. The colorful Demon King, oblivious to the gazes of the kings, lifted her eyes to the magnificent dragon-shaped spirit vessel soaring above. Her perpetually cold and dignified countenance gradually revealed a hint of a smile, reminiscent of a blooming peony, captivating and breathtakingly beautiful. Within the holy dragon moonlit vessel, Lu Yuan stifled a yawn and inquired of Luer, who had awakened him. Have we arrived at Yunzhou City? This was the night before their departure from the blazing flame mountains. Lu Yuan stayed up late concocting numerous elixirs and crafting magical artifacts for the Yanlong tribe's use. The next visit remains uncertain. He learned from the system that the Moon Wheel Thief had evacuated from the Mo Song domain, and after informing Ji Yuechan and receiving his rewards, he returned to his chamber and fell into a deep slumber. He only just awoke now. Ah, it is time. Luo obediently assisted Lu Yuan in dressing, her youthful eyes discreetly glancing downward, filled with curiosity. Why, this time, did His Highness not? Let us proceed. Lu Yuan yawned and leisurely exited his chamber, making his way towards the deck. He had heard that the Master of the Seven Stars sect was also in Yunzhou City, and today was the perfect opportunity to resolve some minor matters. Upon hearing the title of the Seven Stars Master, Luer's delicate figure trembled slightly, and a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Biting her lower lip, she followed closely behind Lu Yuan. What an enormous spiritual vessel! The Master of the Seven Stars stood atop the city wall, gazing at the colossal dragon-shaped spiritual ship suspended in midair, resembling a massive island. An uncontrollable greed flashed across her face. Such an imposing vessel, adorned with radiant, iridescent scales, resembled a gigantic ancient dragon. The resources consumed in its creation must be astronomical. Particularly, the ship's gaping maw cradled a resplendent full moon, pulsating with immense waves of spiritual energy. Even if taken alone, it could serve as the treasured artifact of her Seven Stars sect. Suppressing her greed, the Master of the Seven Stars squinted her eyes, finally spotting the figure sitting serenely on the deck, indulging in refreshments. It was none other than Lu Yuan, the once glorious regent prince, now the greatest rebel of the dying empire. Beside Lu Yuan stood a youthful maiden of remarkable beauty, serving him tea. Suddenly, the expression of the master turned stern. Her voice, cold as frost and amplified by the oppressive aura of an eighth realm cultivator, reverberated beyond the city walls with a thunderous echo. Wretched disciple, what are you doing there? Hurry back and kneel in the ancestral hall of the sect to atone before the ancestors. The Master's voice spread across several dozen miles, reaching the ears of every demon warrior and soldier in Yunzhou City. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the small figures on the expansive deck of the massive spiritual vessel. Before the demon palace, the Mountain King sharpened his axe, exclaiming, Jiao Wang. That old hag is provoking Lu Yuan. Should we not intervene? Jiao Wang could no longer suppress his eye roll. Lu Yuan acts with unyielding dominance. Do you really think your meddling is necessary? Besides, this is fortuitous. I was uncertain whether Lu Yuan would take action, but now that the Seven Stars Master is involved, if I were Lu Yuan, I would certainly remember this and seek retribution from her when attacking the city. No, the colorful Demon King shook his head, a vibrant smile gracing his lips. The Lord generally retaliates immediately against his enemies, not waiting for a siege. Almost in the next moment, countless gazes were fixated upon the unfolding scene. Lu Yuan slowly rose to his feet and, from a distance of 5 kilometers, extended his palm towards the Lord of the Seven Stars atop the city wall. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly reverberated through the air, and a colossal dragon claw materialized before the city of Yuzhou. In an instant, the formidable city defense array was breached, creating a gaping hole. Chapter 49. The tragic demise of the Lord of the Seven Stars on the deck of the sacred dragon moonlit vessel. Upon hearing the Lord of the Seven Stars' frigid voice threatening to seize her, Lu instinctively took a step back, biting her lip with a fierce grip. Fear glimmering in her eyes. An orphan who had once lived as a vagrant. She had been discovered by the Lord of the Seven Stars while descending the mountain to experience the mortal realm, who recognized her possessing the Raring Cha body. Elated, he brought her back to the sect, taking her as a personal disciple. Initially, Lua felt immense joy, regarding her master as a second set of parents. However, unbeknownst to her, the Lord of the Seven Stars harbored no compassion. After providing her with a manual of cultivation and some low-tier resources, he relegated her to the back mountain, neglecting her for an entire year. The sole reason for her adoption was her unique body, which could be seen as a valuable gift. Being taken as a personal disciple was merely a means to present this gift in a more elaborate manner, thereby fetching a better price. At first, Lua was engulfed in despair regarding her fate, terrified of being handed over to the hands of nefarious individuals, destined to face torment and exploitation every night. Yet, fortune smiled upon her. Merely 3 years later, the 12-year-old Lu Yuan broke through to the fifth realm and was declared the crown prince of Dejing, a future sovereign with boundless prospects. The Lord of the Seven Stars hastily gifted her to Lu Yuan as a maid. This, Lua believed, was the greatest fortune of her life. From that moment on, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to serving His Highness, accepting hardship without complaint, willingly offering everything she had, free from any lingering fear or uncertainty. Yet now, the Lord of the Seven Stars' cold and authoritative voice rekindled memories of her solitary existence on the back mountain, stirring fear deep within her soul. Her slender form trembled uncontrollably. Lu Yuan slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the terrified Luer, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a chilling intent. He lifted his teacup, his voice calm. Lure, pour the tea. Lua suppressed the turmoil and fear within her, reaching for the spirit teapot on the table. Lu Yuan took a sip of the warm spiritual tea, gazing at the imposing figure of the Seven-Star Sect Master atop the city walls of Yunzhou, whose piercing gaze was as fierce as lightning. He smiled and remarked, "After all, she is the one who took you in as her disciple. Tell me, should we spare a life?" Lua immediately panicked, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, the Sect Master is a formidable mid-stage practitioner in the 8th realm, exceptionally skilled in offensive divine abilities. Please, do not confront her directly for my sake." Lua declared resolutely that even if it meant her demise, she would not return with the Sect Master, for she could not abandon the prince. Observing Lua's anxious demeanor, Lu Yuan felt a pang of concern. Lu Yuan tenderly brushed her nostrils, his tone laced with amusement. A direct confrontation? Does she, the leader of the Seven Stars sect, truly believe she is worthy? As soon as the words left his lips, suddenly Lu Yuan's aura underwent a transformation. A fleeting shadow of a true dragon flickering in his eyes. The city lord of Yunzhou and the master of the sword sect ascended the city wall together, gazing ahead at the cold and formidable master of the Seven Stars, whose overwhelming presence elicited a stir in their expressions. The master of the sword sect stroked his beard and remarked, "It seems that my friend from the Seven Stars has made some progress in his cultivation. It will not be long before he breaks through to the late stage of the Tongxi realm." The city lord of Yunzhou nodded in agreement. Then his gaze pierced through the space, landing on the deck of the enormous dragon boat. With a hint of confusion in his voice, he inquired, "Why has Lu Yuan not reacted at all? This is not like his temperament. Could it be that he has truly suffered a great loss in cultivation, and that his previous displays in Shenlong City and Wangjing City were mere bluster?" When Lu Yuan returned from the ice abyss of the North Sea, it was confirmed in the capital that he had lost all his cultivation while resisting the demonic army. Yet, his forceful breach of the city gates and his responses in Shenlong City seemed to indicate otherwise. However, now, faced with the relentless coldness and mockery of the Master of the Seven Stars, Lu Yuan remained utterly still, leaving others perplexed. The Master of the Demon Blade, arriving from behind, chuckled, "Has the city lord forgotten? The city defense array of Yunzhou has been forged to a true tribulation level. Even if Lu Yuan retains his cultivation, he would never dare to force his way in. Otherwise, it would be akin to seeking death." "Oh," the master of the sword sect exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "It appears that the master of the demon blade is quite astute, having deduced the reason so quickly. No wonder the master of the Seven Stars dares only to stand on the city wall and not confront Lu Yuan outside. It is clear he understands that the array protects him, and that Lu Yuan would not dare to act against him." The expression of the master of the demon blade stiffened, wishing he could tear his own mouth apart for meddling in the private affairs of two mid-stage 8th realm cultivators. Indeed, the master of the Seven Stars turned his gaze back, casting a fleeting glance at him that sent a shiver down his spine. The master of the Seven Stars then addressed the city lord of Yunzhou and the master of the sword sect, saying, "My two friends. The rebellious disciple Lu Qingyao is a private matter of my Seven-Star sect. When the great battle commences, I shall handle Lu Yuan myself. There is no need for either of you to intervene." Upon hearing the master of the Seven-Star statement, the city lord of Yunzhou merely smiled faintly, offering no response. The master of the sword sect, however, spoke candidly, the treasures of the world rightfully belong to the virtuous. Are you implying that neither I nor City Lord Jiang possess virtue? Two despicable scoundrels. The master of the seven stars seethed with anger, yet felt utterly helpless. Ever since learning of his disciple's constitution, which had advanced from the Yin Chai body to the two supreme furnace body constitutions of the Yin Chai Ninshian body, he regretted his decision deeply. At full maturity, it could even assist tribulation cultivators in breaking through to the legendary realm they so desired. The master of the seven stars felt his heart nearly shatter with regret for having entrusted the Yin Chai Ninshian body to Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was the crown prince, with a high probability of ascending to great power in the future. Being a prodigy with a heavenly spirit body, he had already reached the seventh realm before the age of 20. In just a few years, he would be on par with her. And there was no hope of reclaiming the Yin Chai Ninshian body. Little did he know, the heavens do not completely sever paths for men. Lu Yuan returned defeated from the icy abyss of the North Sea, with the entire army of 100,000 flame dragons laid to rest. Subsequently, he rebelled against the great Jing dynasty. The Empress Dowager decreed that anyone who encountered him could execute him on the spot. The master of the seven-star sect was overjoyed and promptly dispatched disciples to scour the land for Lu Yuan's whereabouts. In the innermost recesses of the sect's scripture repository, they uncovered the secret technique of the harmonious phoenix and dragon. Once they captured the errant disciple, they could imprison her and await the opportune moment to seize the primordial Yin, thereby shattering the barriers of their cultivation. Alas, Lu Yuan appeared in Yunzhou City, where he was spotted by both the city lord and the master of the sword sovereign sect. Even if they managed to acquire the Yin Cha Jiuxian body, it would demand immense effort and could potentially ignite a fierce conflict to ensure her safety. As the master of the seven-star sect pondered a strategy, a soldier suddenly shouted from the front, "Look, Lu Yuan is moving." The sect master was taken aback, raising his gaze. Across a distance of 5 kilometers, his eyes met Lu Yuan's indifferent gaze. In the next moment, Lu Yuan raised his palm, and a deafening dragon roar reverberated through the void. A colossal dragon claw materialized silently before the city of Yunzhou, exuding an unmatched ancient and overwhelming aura, effortlessly tearing a massive hole in the protective formation of the tribulation realm. The expression of the seven stars sect master changed dramatically. He was about to unleash his primal energy and flee deeper into the city, but it was too late. The scaled dragon claw pierced through the void and easily seized the body of the seven stars sect master. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his once pristine bones reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 50. An invitation for Lu Yuan to become the supreme king? Beneath the city walls, 1,000 disciples of the seven stars sect watched in horror as their leader was captured by the sudden appearance of the dragon claw. Their faces turned pale, and they cried out in alarm, helplessly witnessing the sect master spitting blood, utterly defenseless, as he was dragged out of the great formation of Yunzhou City, hurtling towards the spiritual vessel 5 kilometers away. The city lord of Yunzhou and the master of the sword sect suddenly unleashed an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Without hesitation, they retreated several hundred meters, distancing themselves from the city walls. Only then did they feel a semblance of safety. Though the sight of the seven stars sect master being carried away like a chick could not erase the terror in their eyes. What manner of power did Lu Yuan possess? With a single strike, he rendered even a mid-stage grand cultivator of the 8th realm utterly incapable of retaliation. Not only the defenders of Yunzhou City were stunned, the armies of the demon tribes, including several demon kings, were equally astonished by Lu Yuan's sudden intervention. They stood with mouths agape, speechless, as they watched the immense dragon claw seize the seven stars sect master and slam him onto the deck. Bloodied and crumpled at Lu Yuan's feet, gone was the arrogance and indifference once displayed atop the city walls. He resembled a lamb led to slaughter. Within Yunzhou City, the city lord understood that he must take a stand. Taking a deep breath, he summoned various defensive barriers around himself, activating his protective artifacts. The terrifying fluctuation of primal energy from a grand cultivator of the 8th realm carried his voice far and wide beyond the city. Lu Yuan, the seven-star sect, is one of the 5 great sects of the great Jing, having rendered countless merits. If you possess any sense, spare the life of the seven stars sect master and return her forthwith. Otherwise, there shall be no place for you in all of great Jing. However, there was no response. Both Yunzhou City and the demon army could clearly see Lu Yuan on the deck, pouring elixirs over the seven stars sect master with deliberate calmness. The question echoed in the minds of both sides on the battlefield. What does he intend to do? On the deck, the seven stars sect master trembled uncontrollably, realizing that not only was her body bound, but her very soul was also firmly ensnared within. No matter what secret technique she employed, she could not escape even a fraction. The true peril of her impending demise filled her eyes with profound fear. Before the seven stars sect master, Lu Yuan gazed at her with a tranquil demeanor, his dual irises, each accompanied by a smaller pupil, swirling gently. This was the secret technique of the double pupil, known as opening the heavens. Coupled with the true dragon's precious art, It effortlessly confined a mid-stage Grand Master of the 8th Realm. Lua, come here. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's summons, Lua clenched her sleeves nervously and approached hesitantly. How many cultivation resources did I provide you when I took you in? She realized that Lu Yuan genuinely intended to take her life. The fear within the sect master of the 7 stars erupted completely. He struggled desperately on the ground, emitting raspy sounds from his throat, his gaze fixed on Lua, filled with profound humility and pleading. No one is devoid of the fear of death, especially someone like the sect master, who had devoted a century to cultivation before finally attaining the status of a Grand Master in the Void Realm. It was the time to relish in reverence and offerings, and the dread of demise loomed large. If there existed even the slightest chance of preserving his life, the sect master would seize it without hesitation. Just as in this moment, he implored the very disciple he had once treated as a mere triviality, desperately hoping Lua might intercede on his behalf to the prince, pleading for the preservation of his life. Yet, in response to his fervent supplications, Lua appeared oblivious, softly replying, "Your Highness, I received a mid-grade yellow-tier Qi gathering technique, a vial containing 10 Qi refinement pills, and a low-grade spiritual sword. Yellow-tier techniques, Qi refinement pills, and low-grade magical artifacts." Lu Yuan squinted at the master of the 7 stars sect on the ground, pondering, what a remarkable 8th-level cultivator. Yet only this meager amount of resources is allocated to a direct disciple? The master of the 7 stars sect felt desolate. When she took in Lua, it was merely for her in-cha physique, not with the genuine intent of nurturing her as a true disciple. How could she possibly spare abundant resources? Lu Yuan retrieved a white jade elixir bottle and poured the several elixirs within onto the ground where the master of the 7 stars sect lay. One 9-turn primordial spirit pill alone could fetch you millions of Qi refinement pills. This is to repay the kindness you once showed to Lu'er. From this day forth, you and Lu'er shall share no further ties of cause and effect. Lu Yuan's voice was chillingly indifferent as he pronounced the death sentence upon the lord of the 7 stars sect. His actions were deliberate, aimed at severing the ties of karma that bound Lu'er to the lord. Merely slaying the lord would not suffice. Without breaking the karmic connection, Lu'er would inevitably encounter the lord's inner demons during her tribulation in the future. Having articulated this, Lu Yuan ceased his idle chatter. Under the gaze of the 7 stars sect master, filled with profound terror, he raised his hand and slowly clenched it. With a soft sound, his sharp dragon claws effortlessly pierced through the body of the 7 stars sect master, emerging from the other side. The light in his eyes swiftly faded. In the blink of an eye, a mid-stage practitioner of the 8th realm was transformed into a lifeless corpse. Countless witnesses beheld this scene. The entire battlefield of Yunzhou City fell into a deathly silence. Before the demon palace, the mountain-moving king gulped, seemingly in disbelief. The 7 stars sect master has fallen just like that? The Flood Dragon King was equally shaken. His eyes filled with apprehension as he gazed at the figure on the deck of the spirit vessel. Moreover, what he just produced was the 9 transformation soul pill. Wasn't it? The soul pill is already exceedingly rare, with only a handful of alchemists capable of refining it. Not to mention the legendary 9 transformations, which is a pure divine pill, capable of breaking through the barriers of cultivation. Lu Yuan casually discarded a bottle, offering it as a burial gift to the now lifeless 7 stars sect master. The elixirs varied not only in rank but also from the 1st to the 9th transformation. The 1st transformation, the least potent, could barely be consumed. However, excessive intake would accumulate poison within the body, obstructing meridians and diminishing one's aptitude for cultivation. The most commonly encountered were the 3rd and 4th transformations. Achieving the 5th transformation marked one as a renowned alchemist within the entire Great Jing dynasty. Only the esteemed chief of the alchemy division held the status of a 5th transformation alchemist. As for the 9th transformation, it truly existed only in legends. The 9th transformation primordial spirit pill that Lu Yuan had just produced was something even the formidable king of plagues, an 8th-stage cultivator, had never encountered in his lifetime. In fact, if Lu Yuan were to present a 9th transformation Tongshu pill at that moment, the king of plagues would undoubtedly kneel and call him master, solely for the chance to obtain such a treasure. Suddenly, the mountain-moving king snapped his fingers, a look of eager anticipation on his face. I have conceived a brilliant idea. The leader of the Blackwater Profound Flood Dragon clan pretended not to hear, turning to return to the palace, preparing to restore his peak condition before the impending battle. Following closely was the king of plagues. The 9-colored demon king's gaze lingered on the sacred dragon Mu watching vessel in the distance, seemingly hesitating whether to approach. However, as he saw the sacred dragon vessel gradually change course and drift further away, he dismissed the thought and also made his way into the palace. The mountain-moving king wore a glum expression. Each time a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, no one ever supported him, especially the profound Flood Dragon King, who was always the first to flee, undoubtedly envious of his intellect. Suddenly, the mountain-moving king noticed that the leader of the Silver Scale Icebird clan had not left with the others, and he was filled with delight. Silver Scale King, you truly are the one who believes in me the most. The Silver Scale Icebird clan leader was momentarily taken aback. She merely stared at Lu Yuan's figure on the sacred dragon vessel, lost in thought. unaware of what had just transpired, and asked hesitantly, "What does the mountain-moving king mean? Invite Lu Yuan to become the supreme king of our 5 demon clans." The mountain-moving king replied earnestly, "Everyone has witnessed Lu Yuan's astonishing strength. He can effortlessly annihilate an 8-stage cultivator. Moreover, he was usurped of his throne by the empress and harbors enmity towards the current Great Jing royal family, aligning our interests with those of the 5 demon clans. As long as Lu Yuan agrees to ally with us, leading 200,000 elite soldiers to assault the capital of Great Jing, we will undoubtedly." "Hey, Silver Scale King, why are you leaving? I haven't finished speaking." Chapter 51. The Crimson Alchemist, the Heavenly Plague army approaches. The battle begins several hundred kilometers south of Yunzhou City. A few Crimson Spirit boats silently traverse the void, heading towards Yunzhou City. In the main hall of the lead vessel, a handsome man clad in luxurious attire sips tea while addressing a general in crimson battle armor. "How long until we reach the battlefield of Yunzhou City?" Reporting to the Divine Sun, "We shall reach the battlefield in no more than 1 hour." "Good." The Crimson Alchemist set down his teacup, his gaze fixed ahead, revealing an irrepressible fervor for battle. "I have secluded myself for 10 years, finally perfecting the Ice River Divine Body. I now require the blood of 1,000,000 commoners to nurture the Ice River Dao seed within me. The internal strife within the Great Jing dynasty is perfectly timed. Once the 2 sides exhaust each other in the Yunzhou battle, the Heavenly Cloud Province will surely fall into my grasp. The Crimson Domain shares a border with the Mo Tsang Domain. The Crimson Alchemist, a member of the Crimson Royal Family, possesses the legendary Ice River Divine Body by birth. After years of seclusion, he has perfected his divine body and reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage. With news of internal conflict within the Great Jing dynasty and flames of war erupting across the territories, the Heavenly Cloud Province, closest to the Crimson Royal City, is besieged by the 5 demon clans. The Empress of Great Jing has no choice but to dispatch the Heavenly Plague army for support. The Crimson Alchemist, in need of the blood of 1,000,000 commoners to nurture the frigid Ice River Dao seed within him, also aims to eliminate the Heavenly Plague army and seize the entire Heavenly Cloud Province, thereby achieving tremendous military merit. For the Crimson Alchemist, it is truly an opportunity to accomplish multiple objectives with a single endeavor. Thus, with the approval of the Crimson Royal Family, he led an elite force of 10,000, traveling light, like an arrow, towards Yunzhou City. The distance was merely a few hundred miles. The Crimson Alchemist composed himself and coldly commanded, "Activate the Spirit Boat's concealment formation with all our might. Once both the Great Jing and the Demon clans are mutually exhausted, we will take Yunzhou City." "Yes." The Crimson Armored General clasped his fists and swiftly left the hall. The Crimson Alchemist continued to leisurely sip his tea, gazing upon the territories of the Great Jing dynasty, a glimmer of avaricious brilliance flowing through his eyes. Before Yunzhou City, after eliminating the 7 Stars City Master, the Sacred Spirit Mu watching vessel slowly retreated from the heart of the battlefield. The purpose of Lu Yuan's journey was to obtain the system's reward, the Yin-Yang Burning Immortal Wine, and the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Divine Skill. Should he draw too close, he risked becoming the primary target of the approaching Tian Shui army, which would undoubtedly lead to troublesome consequences. At this moment, the position of the Sacred Dragon Moonlit vessel allowed only a vague glimpse of the outline of Yunzhou City, neither too far nor too near, perfectly positioned. Approximately half an hour later, an ominous cloud suddenly enveloped the distant sky, a terrifying spiritual pressure spreading throughout the area, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly oppressive. As if a tempest was imminent, it had arrived. The Patriarch of the Blackwater Xiangwa stepped out of the palace, his expression grave as he gazed at the menacing black clouds looming over the city. This battle would determine the fate of the 5 barbarian tribes. In the event of defeat, the tribes would lose their capacity to resist and be forced to flee into the uninhabited mountains to survive. Suddenly, a deafening drumbeat resonated from the direction of Yunzhou City. The rhythmic pounding stirred one's blood, igniting a fervent battle spirit. The soldiers of Yunzhou City knew that the reinforcements from General Tian Shui had arrived, and now, it was time to confront the barbarian forces outside the city in a decisive battle. Kill, kill, kill. A thunderous roar erupted from within the city, a unified battle cry that echoed like a tidal wave. Immediately, the fortified city defense array opened several portals, and the battle formations that had long awaited their cue surged forth through the openings, charging vigorously towards the barbarian army outside the city. Mountain-moving king, the 9-colored demon king, the Tian Shui army is in your hands, the Patriarch of the Blackwater Xiangwa commanded solemnly. He felt an immense relief that Lu Yuan had previously slain a mid-stage practitioner of the 8th realm, significantly alleviating the pressure on him and the Silver Scale Patriarch. The role of the Plague King was to tackle the hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, a strength of the Plague barbarian tribe, which thrived in large-scale battlefield carnage. "Leave that old hag from Tian Shui to me. Once I slay her, I will come to your aid." The mountain-moving king, ever the warrior, bellowed as he rose to his full height of over 5 meters, resembling a small mountain, and charged towards the rear of the Tian Shui army. The 9-colored demon king followed closely behind, although her spiritual pressure was suppressed to the early stage of the 8th realm. The grand battle at Yunzhou City was on the verge of erupting. 1 million troops clashed in the open ground before the city, the sounds of battle reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The moment the two armies collided, numerous figures fell, trampled underfoot by the relentless advance. The entire battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder forged from the essence of the world itself. On board the sacred dragon moonlit vessel, Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the deck, gazing at the brutal battlefield ahead, his hands clasped behind his back. Such a scene was not unfamiliar to him. He had witnessed it more than once and had long since grown accustomed to it. In contrast, Lu Er, standing behind him, was experiencing a battlefield of such magnitude for the first time. Even from several kilometers away, she was overwhelmed by the deafening cries of battle. A hint of tension evident on her delicate face, Lu Yuan shifted his gaze towards the battlefield where the Heavenly Ascendancy army was engaged. At this moment, the mountain-moving king was locked in combat with the Grand General of the Heavenly Ascendancy. The clash between these two formidable cultivators, both at the late stage of the Eighth Realm, unleashed shockwaves that deterred any soul from approaching within a 5-kilometer radius. The opponent of the 9-colored Demon King was an elderly woman wielding a Fulong staff, possessing initial stage 8th Realm cultivation. Her presence exuded an aura as profound as the abyss, instilling fear in all who dared to linger in this vicinity. Lu Yuan merely glanced and discerned the outcome of the two battlefields. His gaze continued to shift, landing on two familiar figures, eliciting a hint of amusement. Boom! Lin Xianyan unleashed a punch, effortlessly reducing a 6th-tier beast to a mere puddle of flesh. Brother Xianyan is so formidable. Su Kaidai, clad in shimmering silver armor, found herself surrounded by a throng of black-clad cultivators. Witnessing Lin Xuanyan's decisive slaughter of a beast, she was nearly propelled into a fit of excitement, clapping fervently in support of her brother. This foolish woman. Even Lin Xianyan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yet, he quickly donned a warm smile, nodding at Su Kaidai before resuming his onslaught against the horde of beasts. Boom! Lin Xianyan, possessing the innate sacred body that shattered shackles, had golden blood coursing vigorously through him. Coupled with his formidable strength after breaking through to the 7th tier, he merely swept his fist through the air, annihilating the beast in succession. Not a drop of blood marred his crimson attire. He appeared as a celestial being, untouchable and resplendent. Before long, the area beside Lin Xianyan became a gory wasteland, devoid of any surviving barbaric tribes or beasts. Many commanders of the heavenly cursed army, witnessing this scene, could not suppress their admiration. The legendary sacred body was indeed extraordinary, a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the former prince, Lu Yuan. Easily vanquished, Lin Xianyan lightly flicked his sleeve, raising his gaze towards a distant battlefield where the 7-colored Demon King was engaged in combat with the elderly matron wielding the Fulong staff. A glimmer of battle intent surfaced on his face, signaling, "This woman is worthy of my challenge." According to the records, the 7-colored illusory Python Demon King was at the early stage of the 8th tier, adept in illusionary arts that drained the energy of her foes within her mirage. Lin Xianyan felt no trepidation. The sacred body, with its golden vitality, was particularly adept at countering all manner of fanciful illusions. His invincible physique rendered the 7-colored illusory Python Demon King, despite her higher cultivation realm, utterly outmatched. With this thought, Lin Xianyan bellowed, "7-colored Demon King, accept your death." His golden vitality surged forth, shaking the battlefield and reverberating like thunder. Transforming into a streak of golden light, he raced towards the 7-colored illusory Python Demon King, who was still locked in battle with the matron. The entire battlefield was captivated by the divine majesty of the sacred body. As they beheld the golden figure streaking through like a meteor, awe was palpable in their expressions. The fabled sacred body was indeed awe-inspiring. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed. Lin Xuanyan's golden fist hurtled through the air towards the 7-colored illusory Python Demon King, the force of his punch roaring like thunder. Unstoppable in its trajectory, a few 6th-tier flying beasts in his path, unable to evade in time, were obliterated into a mist of blood, their essence extinguished from existence. The innate sacred body. As the golden figure charged towards her, the 7-colored Demon King couldn't help but lick her crimson lips, tempted by the tantalizing taste of golden essence. However, she had more pressing matters at hand. She could not reveal her full strength prematurely. She swiftly evaded Lin Xuanyan's golden fist, enveloped in a radiant aura. Seeing the 7-colored Demon King shy away from a direct confrontation, Lin Xuanyan's confidence soared, and he roared once more as he charged at her. His voice shook the heavens, akin to an eternal furnace, with golden vitality blazing and swirling high into the skies. He had chosen the 7-colored Demon King as his primary target, not only due to proximity but also because the sacred body inherently countered all illusions. Moreover, there was another motive. Rumor had it that the 7-colored Demon King was entangled with Lu Yuan, likely his paramour. Lin Xuanyan's hatred for Lu Yuan had reached a gnashing of teeth. Unable to confront the dragon-shaped spirit vessel observing from afar, he could only unleash his fury upon the 7-colored Demon King, determined to make Lu Yuan witness her demise at his hands. On the ground, Su Kaidai, clad in silver armor, was encircled by black-robed cultivators, watching her brother Lin Xianyan engage head-on with the peerless Demon King. Her excitement flushed her face crimson as she shouted encouragement with all her might. Half the battlefield could hear her, as if proclaiming to all that brother Xianyan was hers. The surrounding black-clad cultivators, hired at great expense by the Prime Minister, were predominantly elite commanders of the great scene. Observing Su Katie's exuberance, most couldn't help but frown quietly. Nevertheless, they remained dutifully protective, preventing any beast from approaching her. 10 kilometers away, aboard the Holy Dragon moon-watching vessel, Lu Yuan surveyed the chaotic battlefield with a calm demeanor. Through his spiritual sense, he heard Su Katie's fervent cries. His brow furrowed slightly. He then glanced at Lin Xianyan and the matron, who were relentlessly pressing the 7-colored Demon King towards a dead end. A soft chuckle escaped him. The 7-colored illusory Python Demon King's bloodline had evolved into the 9-colored Devouring Python, ascending 2 minor realms to reach the late stage of the 8th tier. Yet, he was the architect of her ascent, and apart from the 9-colored Demon King herself, he understood her terrifying strength best. Currently besieged by 2 opponents, she found herself repeatedly cornered, yet managed to escape due to sheer coincidence. It was evident she was deliberately concealing her abilities, preparing for the potential hidden trump cards of the Great Scene reinforcements. Once the situation became clear, a mere flick of her tail could send Lin Xianyan and the matron tumbling backward, spitting blood. His gaze pierced through the 10-mile expanse, resting on Su Kai-dai, who was joyfully flitting about like a vibrant butterfly, sheltered by the black-robed cultivators. Lu Yuan pondered something, and a subtle smile graced his lips. With a flick of his right hand, several vibrant purple elixirs and a single pink pill manifested in his palm. Nearby, Luer, who was bending down to pour wine, caught sight of the pink pill from the corner of her eye, her complexion draining of color as she instinctively recoiled in alarm, retreating a few steps in a state of palpable dread. The conception pill, its primary ingredient being the exceedingly rare iron tree's fruit, which thrives in the most sinister of places. The flowering of the iron tree is synonymous with abundant offspring and blessings. A woman who ingests the conception pill will find her abdomen swelling within 3 days, nurturing a false child. No matter how skilled the physician, the distinction between the false offspring born from the conception pill and a genuine child would remain imperceptible. After breaching the Red Nest Palace, Lu Yuan fortuitously unearthed an iron tree fruit from the royal treasury. Driven by curiosity after acquiring the 9 transformation Dan Emperor furnace, he crafted several conception pills, which also attained the 9 transformation level. Their efficacy surpassed expectations, rendering the distinction between false and true virtually indistinguishable. Even with divine consciousness penetrating the abdomen, it would be utterly impossible to discern the real from the counterfeit. Su Kai-dai, since you hold such affection for your Xianren brother, allow me to bestow upon him a gift on your behalf. Lu Yuan completed his statement. The vital energy enveloped several medicinal pills in his palm, silently shooting towards the battlefield. A few purple spirit pills, unnoticed by anyone, pierced through the void and entered the bodies of several ferocious beasts. A deafening roar erupted as the purple Zikan pills assimilated into their bodies, causing their auras to surge dramatically. The air trembled with a thunderous sound. The soldiers of the Great Jing, engaged in fierce combat with the beasts, changed their expressions and fled without a backward glance, cursing the sudden surge in the beast's strength. These beasts included ferocious tigers, eagle lions, and half-dragons. Their previous cultivation at the 5th realm shattered as the 9-turn Zikan pills entered their bodies, propelling them all to the 6th realm. Simultaneously, the crimson hue in their eyes deepened, a result of the soul-devouring demon eyes. Under Lu Yuan's control, several 6th realm beasts charged toward the position of Su Kai-dai with overwhelming ferocity. Protect the young lady. The black-clad cultivators, their expressions grave, swiftly summoned their artifacts to shield Su Kai-dai behind them. Roars echoed as the 6th realm beasts charged recklessly, engaging in brutal combat with the black-clad cultivators. Among them, a lion-eagle beast seized an opportunity, breaking through the defenses and lunging towards Su Kai-dai, who was shielded in the center. Ah! Su Kai-dai screamed, turning to flee, her colorful skirt billowing behind her like a vibrant butterfly. With a thud, the 6th realm lion-eagle easily pinned Su Kai-dai to the ground. The silver battle armor emitted a protective shield, only to be torn apart by the beast's sharp claws in an instant. In the next moment, the terrified Su Kai-dai found herself flipped over by the 6th realm lion tiger, her head facing upward. With wide eyes filled with terror, she gazed at the grotesque, blood-stained maw descending towards her head. Ah, brother Xianren, save me. Su Kai-dai flailed her legs in panic, tears streaming down her face. Convinced the beast intended to devour her whole, she cried out for Lin Xuanran's help. In the following instant, Su Kai-dai watched helplessly as the foul-smelling maw of the beast licked across her face, forcing something into her mouth, which she swallowed with a gulp. Having completed its actions, the 6th realm lion eagle released Su Kai-dai from beneath its weight, screeching sharply as it ascended into the sky, escaping the impending siege of the battlefield. The other beasts, still engaged in combat with the black-clad cultivators, also retreated at remarkable speed. Once they reached the rear of the battlefield, the crimson hue in their eyes, manipulated by the soul-devouring demon eyes, dissipated completely. My lady, the leader of the black-clad cultivators rushed over, relieved to see Su Kai-dai unharmed. He knelt on one knee, confessing, My lady, I have failed in my duty to protect you. Katie's face was a portrait of terror, her skin, neck, and chest glistening with the foul saliva of the beasts. After being helped to her feet, a wave of nausea surged through her abdomen, forcing her to bend over and retch. The black-clad cultivators assumed she was overwhelmed by the beast's saliva. While they were perplexed as to why the beast had abandoned its delicious prey, they quickly escorted Su Kai-dai to the rear of the Tian Shui army's spirit ship, where she belonged. She had only ventured out to cheer for Lin Xianran, causing considerable trouble for her protectors. Now, frightened by the beasts, it seemed she would never dare to venture out again. On the sacred dragon moon-watching ship, Lu Yuan stifled a laugh. Your Highness, you are truly wicked. Yet, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She had long found Su Kai-dai, the ungrateful and foolish daughter of the Prime Minister, intolerable. Allowing her to live merely to bear a false child was an act of extraordinary mercy. Lu Yuan took a sip of the spirit wine, remaining silent. He swiftly cast aside thoughts of Su Kai-dai, turning his gaze towards the distant sky where a fierce battle unfolded between General Tian Shui and the mountain-moving king. Both were formidable cultivators of the Eighth Realm, renowned for their combat prowess. The collision of their powers sent shockwaves reverberating through the void, creating a thunderous roar. Even a Seventh Realm cultivator who encountered these residual waves would suffer severe injuries or face immediate demise. He observed for a moment. Lu Yuan inquired of Lu Yuan, who was kneading his shoulders behind him. Whom do you believe would triumph in battle, General Tian Shui or the Mountain King? Lu Yuan raised her gaze. General Tian Shui adorned a golden mask, his figure tall and elegant, with an ethereal white tiger's phantom swirling around him, its roar echoing through the heavens. With a single claw, he could even rend the void with faint fissures. Shui, as in spirits and deities. The cultivation method of the Tian Shui army involves nurturing a spirit within themselves, engaging in combat through the embodiment of this spirit. This practice, however, greatly depletes the practitioner's vital essence. In return, it grants unparalleled lethality, elevating the Tian Shui army to one of the four symbols of the Great Jing, capable of contending with the peak period of the Yanlong army. At that moment, General Tian Shui summoned the remnant soul of the ancient ferocious beast, the White Tiger, which had been nurtured within him with the aid of the late emperor, coupled with her formidable energy at the Eighth Realm. Her ferocity inflicted grievous wounds upon the Mountain King, who was renowned for his physical prowess. In response to Lu Yuan's question, Lu Yuan scrutinized the battlefield for a moment and hesitantly replied, "It would seem that General Tian Shui holds the advantage." Her answer was met with Lu Yuan's gentle denial, accompanied by a smile. Lu Yuan appeared somewhat unconvinced, and while continuing to massage Lu Yuan's shoulders, she retorted, "Does your Highness imply that the Mountain King is superior? Yet he now lies beneath, covered in wounds, and it won't be long before he is vanquished by General Tian Shui." Lu Yuan casually explained. Such minor injuries are akin to mere tickling for the formidable mountain-moving barbarians. Furthermore, the Mountain King has yet to unleash his most powerful technique. What is this most powerful technique? Lu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Lu Yuan's smile faded, and he pronounced deliberately, "Please, ancestor of the savage clan, descend." Almost instantly, a resounding roar erupted from the blood-soaked Mountain King, shaking the entire battlefield. The river, dozens of miles away, shattered, unleashing a thundering torrent that surged forward with a deafening roar. A more terrifying sound resonated from the heavens above, as the sky itself was forcefully torn open, casting a golden beam of light that descended directly upon the Mountain King. In that moment, the world fell silent, revealing a colossal and fearsome phantom slowly materializing above the Mountain King. This towering figure, reaching a height of 100 feet, or 2 horns, was covered in scales, and had a massive serpent-like tail, its muscles bulging with explosive power. This was none other than the ancestor of the savage clan. Only those with the purest bloodline, who could master their innate divine abilities and reach a certain level of cultivation, could summon the ancestor as presence. The savage clan had fallen from being a top tribe to a mere corner of the Emotsong region primarily because, for a millennium, no clansman had been able to master the ability to invoke the ancestor. But now, the Mountain King, at the late stage of the Eighth Realm, had achieved this feat. As he observed the suddenly grave expression of General Tian Shui, the Mountain King grinned, his 100-foot-tall ancestor mirroring his smile. "Tian Shui, you old hack. It's not too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy." General Tian Shui slowly raised her silver spear, pointing it menacingly toward the Mountain King's brow. The white tiger spirit surrounding her let out a furious roar, generating a terrifying sonic wave that seemed almost tangible. "Humph," the Mountain King scoffed, lifting his colossal axe and ruthlessly cleaving toward General Tian Shui. The ancestor's phantom mirrored his action, wielding a massive axe as well. Boom. The clash of the giant axes and spears sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing the very void to tremble. An indescribable force surged from the spear, and defensive barriers materialized around General Tian Shui, only to be shattered in quick succession. The relentless onslaught struck her directly, sending her hurtling backward for hundreds of meters. The Mountain King was relentless, following closely behind, his axe swinging mercilessly toward General Tian Shui, aiming to cleave her body and soul in two. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds continued as General Tian Shui, who had previously held the upper hand, found herself utterly defenseless against the Mountain King empowered by the ancestor's phantom. Neither the remnants of the white tiger spirit nor her various magical tools could withstand the Axe's assault. All were shattered to pieces. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, General Tian Shui was in a dire state, her armor cracked, revealing patches of her radiant skin. Blood streamed from beneath her golden mask, a vivid crimson that stood out starkly. In the distance, amidst the battlefield of the multicolored Demon King, Lin Sharon felt compelled to intervene, wishing to utilize his holy body to counteract the unfolding phenomena and assist General Tian Shui, hoping to earn her admiration after being previously overlooked during their time on the spirit vessel. However, witnessing General Tian Shui being repeatedly struck back without any chance of resistance under the Ancestor's phantom, he quickly abandoned this notion and focused on dealing with the multicolored Demon King. Defeating this initial 8th Realm Demon King would surely earn him the favor of the great Jing dynasty and the Empress. After all, he was still young, with boundless prospects ahead. Boom. The heavily battered General Tian Shui, having been struck down the mountainside, struggled to rise from the rubble, finally losing her composure. She roared into the void, "Kuaijia, why aren't you making a move?" A voice of admiration echoed from the void. Indeed, Her Majesty the Empress has calculated astutely. Foreseeing that the 5 demon clans would dare to besiege Yunzhou City, surely they have some backing. A figure clad in strange, withered armor stepped from the void, emanating an oppressive aura even more formidable than that of General Tian Shui. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the multicolored Demon King smirked, his 7-colored eyes suddenly transforming into a magnificent 9-colored hue. The withered armor general was a towering figure, draped in a peculiar brown armor that seemed to have fused with his skin, revealing only his deep-set eyes. He, like General Tian Shui, was at the late stage of the 8th realm, exuding an overwhelming pressure that resonated through the air. General Tian Shui wiped the blood trickling from beneath her mask, forming a pincer with the withered armor general to encircle the Mountain King, who was bolstered by the Ancestor's phantom, with unmasked intent to kill glimmering in their cold gazes. Both generals had emerged. The Empress had indeed invested heavily, intent on slaying the Mountain King here. The Mountain King grinned, confronting the dual onslaught of these formidable opponents without a hint of fear. He bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens, as he charged at the nearest withered armor general. Boom. The immense battle axe, empowered by the Ancestor's essence, struck the withered armor general, yet he held his ground firmly. Behind the withered armor general swayed a towering tree, transforming the very void into an impenetrable cage. The Ancestor's essence roared and thundered, relentlessly colliding with the colossal tree. The heavens and earth quaked as the two mighty forces clashed, shockwaves sweeping across the land, leaving terrifying fissures in the mountains. General Tian Shui let out a cold shout. The white tiger phantom roared in fury, merging completely with her, transforming into an ancient ferocious beast, charging toward the Mountain King. With the Ancestor's essence, the Mountain King could defeat either General Tian Shui or the withered armor general alone. However, now united, both unleashed a torrent of attacks. And it was no surprise that the Mountain King began to falter. His massive frame bore deep wounds, exposing bone beneath, while the Ancestor's essence grew increasingly transparent. Its power significantly diminished. Yet, despite this, the Mountain King showed no sign of fear, grinning like a bloodied ancient war god, relentlessly pressing the attack against the two formidable foes. As the leader of the Mountain Tribe, the Mountain King was far from foolish. He would not willingly offer his head to Tian Shui and the withered armor general for their accolades. Instead, he possessed an assured trump card, the multicolored Demon King, who had undergone a complete transformation with Lu Yuan's assistance. Boom. A radiant 9-colored beam shot up from the distant battlefield, piercing the heavens. The entire world was painted in a resplendent 9-colored hue. What was happening? On the battlefield of Yunzhou City, countless gazes were drawn to the 9-colored beam, which thundered upward into the clouds. Breathing became laborious, as both body and soul felt the overwhelming pressure of a sovereign overlooking the world. Boom. The elderly woman, closest to the radiant pillar of light, along with Lin Xianyan, was swept away by an overwhelming force. The initial stage elder, her body fracturing with each moment, found her vitality diminished to the brink of extinction, losing nearly half her life in an instant. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xianyan let out a mighty roar, fully awakening his sacred body. A golden aura enveloped him, channeling his physical strength to its utmost limits, barely withstanding the formidable pressure. Yet, his face turned ashen, revealing the strain. With a thunderous rumble, a colossal, multicolored serpent's tail, stretching 1,000 feet in length, emerged from the 9-colored beam of light, shooting forth with ferocity towards the distant General Kuaijia, 2 miles away. In mere moments, the tail broke through the spatial barrier, aiming to crush the general, who was currently besieged by the mountain-moving king. Before the general could fully turn, he beheld the tail, spanning the heavens, descending upon him with a fearsome force capable of shattering mountains. His previously composed demeanor transformed in an instant. In a flash, he summoned all his strength. As towering trees erupted behind him, lush and verdant, their branches extending to shield him, a deafening crash reverberated through the landscape, shaking the very earth beneath. The illusion of the immense trees shattered like glass. The General Kuaijia coughed up a mouthful of dark green blood, his insides ruptured, his body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and carving a deep chasm 1,000 feet long. At that moment, The majestic form of the nine-colored serpent was fully revealed. An awe-inspiring creature, its scales larger than the gates of Yunzhao City. Its body writhed with unimaginable strength, seemingly capable of effortlessly crushing towering mountains. Its eyes, cold and regal, bore a hint of languor as they surveyed the world, akin to an empress scrutinizing her subjects. Hiss! The nine-colored devourer serpent. In front of Yunzhao City, the sword sovereign, engaged in combat with the Xuanjiao king, caught sight of the serpent spanning the sky. Stunned, he nearly bit his tongue. Isn't this beast supposed to have vanished from the annals of time? How has it suddenly appeared in the Mo-Tsang domain? The nine-colored devourer serpent is no less than the ancient divine beasts, such as the demon phoenix in the ancient phoenix, and has not graced the world for ages. Why has it resurfaced on this battlefield in Yunzhao? Bang! A pair of golden scissors, a magical artifact, sliced through the void, tearing through the protective barrier and striking the dazed sword sovereign. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably crashing into the great formation of Yunzhao City. The golden scissors were the creation of the Xuanjiao king, forged from his own remnants. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed the attack on the injured sword sovereign. Though his gaze could not help but glance at the overwhelming nine-colored demon king, his heart secretly awestruck. He understood that the bloodline of the nine-colored demon king had undergone an evolution, rendering it beyond his reach. Yet, even at this distance of several miles, the display of the nine-colored demon king's full power left the Xuanjiao king in shock. His own dragon bloodline stirred uncontrollably, yearning to submit to the nine-colored demon king. The source of this power lay with the seven-colored demon king, who had spent hours aboard the spiritual vessel with Lu Yuan. Could it be that Lu Yuan possessed the ability to evolve the bloodlines of beasts? With this thought, the Xuanjiao king's heart raced. He resolved that if the opportunity arose after the battle, he must meet Lu Yuan alone. If he could evolve his bloodline as the nine-colored demon king had, he would do anything for that chance. Aside from the Xuanjiao king, the poison king, the leader of the nine-colored illusory serpent tribe, and even the mountain-moving king were equally astonished by the sudden surge of power from the nine-colored demon king. Each pair of eyes burned with eagerness as they glanced toward the distant dragon-shaped spiritual vessel, a palpable sense of anticipation in the air. Yet, the battle was at hand, and the several demon kings united, unleashing their might to swiftly eliminate their foes. The balance of victory in this fierce conflict had already tilted dramatically in favor of the demon tribes. Following the grievous injury inflicted upon General Kuaijia by the nine-colored demon king, correspondingly, the defending forces of Yunzhao City, alongside the Tian Shui army and their hundreds of thousands of troops, were enveloped by a shadow of despair. The conclusion of this battle was merely a matter of time. The sacred dragon Mu watching vessel. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered upon the nine-colored devouring python for a moment. He then raised a cup to his lips, savoring the drink, before producing a terrifyingly ominous banner, which he planted at the forefront of the dragon boat. It was none other than the human emperor's banner. In the distance, on the battlefield below, wisps of confused malevolent souls began to rise from the corpses, drawn by an unseen force, ceaselessly converging towards the sacred dragon's waning moon vessel. One by one, they merged into the deep purple surface of the banner, vanishing without a trace. The mystical patterns upon the flag grew increasingly vivid, with the characters for yin and yang swaying and shifting, captivating the heart and soul. Ding! The host has consumed a jug of wine, capturing the fallen souls into the human emperor's banner. Rewards obtained. Yin-yang burning immortal wine. 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art. Chapter 54. The sacred physique hero rescues the beauty. The 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art, as legend has it, is a supreme lineage's foundational inheritance. It empowers the user to unleash multiple divine arts simultaneously, culminating in an unparalleled strike. Lu Yuan possesses a myriad of divine abilities, including the Thunder Emperor's treasure art, the True Dragon's treasure art, and the Indestructible Sutra. Enhanced by the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he can attain an even greater strength. One could assert that the 6 paths of reincarnation has been meticulously tailored for his current self, enabling him to unleash his utmost potential. I wonder what level my combat prowess has reached now. Lu Yuan murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent 9-colored devouring serpent, General Tiansui, General Kuga, and the chaotic battlefield where the mountain-moving king was embroiled in combat. A palpable sense of excitement surged within him. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated as General Tiansui was struck by an axe, sent flying and crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Just enveloped him, and his armor lay in tatters, his once formidable presence now visibly diminished. On the other side, General Kuga was equally beleaguered, under relentless assault from the 9-colored devouring serpent. The peculiar wooden armor, rooted in his flesh, bore horrific cracks, revealing pulsating innards. The fate of the Kuga army hinged precariously on this strange armor intertwined with their very being. Once shattered, death would inevitably follow, akin to an egg without its shell, irretrievable. Realizing defeat was imminent, General Kuga inhaled deeply and roared, summoning the illusion of a towering tree. Vines surged forth from the colossal trunk, obscuring the sky as they ensnared the 9-colored devouring serpent. Having completed this desperate act, General Kuga's face drained of color, his breath nearly extinguished. He wasted no time. A verdant glow enveloping him like a meteor plunging into the earth, vanishing from sight. It was the ancient art of subterranean escape. A fragment bestowed upon the Kuga army by the national sage, employed now for survival. The nine-colored devouring serpent, thwarted by the dense vines, could only watch as General Kuga disappeared into the ground, letting out a cold snort. Meanwhile, General Tiansui was on the brink of collapse, renowned for her offensive prowess. Her defensive abilities were tragically lacking. From the onset, she had been ensnared by the mountain-moving king, her energy rapidly depleting. Now, struck by a mighty axe, overwhelming force invaded her body, shattering numerous meridians. Blood seeped from every pore, bones fracturing under the pressure. Hope for escape was extinguished. Gazing into the mountain-moving king's murderous eyes, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the end. Suddenly, a golden flash streaked from afar, transforming into a colossal hand that grasped General Tiansui and swiftly retreated. Her eyes snapped open, bewildered beneath the golden mask as she beheld her savior, stammering, "Lin Xian." "Silence." Lin Xian interjected coldly. Golden energy radiated, his gaze fierce and thunderous, propelling them eastward with the swiftness of lightning. General Tiansui fell silent, enveloped by golden energy, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Lin Xian's solemn visage. She was a proud woman. Aside from the emperor, none had ever captured her attention. Yet now, she found herself rescued by a man she had once scorned, her heart constricted by conflicting sentiments. Lin Xian reveled in the satisfaction of witnessing the turmoil in General Tiansui's eyes. Regardless of her status as a formidable 8th realm general, it mattered little. Even with her previous disdain for him aboard the spiritual vessel, she was now silenced by his command. At this moment, Lin Xian had never felt such exhilaration. Even if peril loomed, it was worth the risk. Not long ago, the 7-colored demon king had transformed into the 9-colored devouring serpent, launching Lin Xian and the elder of the Fulong staff into disarray. The elder was grievously injured, falling prey to 2 7th realm beasts. Lin Xian, however, had emerged unscathed due to his invulnerable sacred body and had witnessed General Kuga being flung aside by the serpent, devoid of any capacity to resist. He immediately discerned that the battle for Yunzhou City was doomed. As he prepared to flee, his gaze fell upon General Tiansui, suffering at the hands of the mountain-moving king. The thought of her renowned beauty, her vow of lifelong singlehood symbolized by the golden mask, and her earlier disregard for him stirred within him a chivalrous impulse. He would show her the caliber of Lin Xian, a being capable of rescuing her from the clutches of death, transcending 2 great realms. He envisioned an escape filled with delightful interludes, mountains, caves, injuries, healing, bathing, just as tales in popular novels portray. Of course, Lin Xian's decision to act heroically was backed by confidence. In the mountains, he had slain beasts and traded materials for spiritual resources, inadvertently discovering an ancient cave where he uncovered half a jade slip containing techniques for concealment and shadow evasion. More than once, these skills had saved his life in dire circumstances. Coupled with the invulnerability of his sacred body, Lin Xian steeled himself, activating the concealment technique and stealthily approaching the battlefield of the mountain-moving king and General Tiansui. At last, seizing the opportune moment, he successfully rescued her. Suppressing his elation, Lin Xian assumed a serious demeanor, channeling all his power. Golden energy cascaded like rain as he whisked General Tiansui away at lightning speed. He had stolen food from an 8th realm barbarian and would surely face fierce retaliation. He needed to escape quickly to avoid falling into peril. Almost instantaneously, a formidable aura surged from behind, rumbling ominously. "Boy, saving someone from this king is tantamount to seeking death." The giant axe cleaved through the heavens, shaking the void with a murderous intent directed at their fleeing forms. With a mighty roar, Lin Xian unleashed the full force of his sacred body, transforming into a colossal golden avatar, towering 10 feet high, forged from gold and exuding an overwhelming presence. Like a golden war god, he knelt, shielding both himself and General Tiansui beneath him. With a resounding crash, the axe's phantom struck the sacred golden avatar. Lin Xian spat a mouthful of golden blood, sustaining grave injuries. The golden avatar, barely holding for a breath, crumbled under the axe's might, disintegrating into countless shimmering golden specks before vanishing. Seizing this moment, Lin Xian desperately activated his escape technique, darting like a golden meteor close to the ground, carrying General Tiansui and swiftly covering hundreds of feet, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Bah! The mountain-moving king cursed, halting his pursuit. "This golden egg is annoyingly tough. One day, I'll cleave you in 2. His face was etched with unwillingness, yet he found himself powerless. The Mountain King had summoned the barbarian ancestor for an extended period, exhausting a substantial amount of brute force. And after engaging in a prolonged battle with the 2 formidable generals, he was nearly depleted of strength. With a mighty swing of his axe, he was met with the unwavering defense of Lin Xuanran's sacred body, which extinguished any further pursuit. However, the Mountain King's gaze shifted towards the distant battlefield, where the vast forces of the Tian Shui army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, clashed, alongside the shattered defenses of the Yun Prefecture city, breached by the master of the sword sect. A slow, bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips. The sacred dragon's moonlit vessel. Lu Yuan observed that the Mountain King had failed to detain the General Tian Shui, and with a disappointed shake of his head, He set down his wine cup and stepped forward in the direction where Lin Xian had fled. With each stride, he covered a distance of 1,000 meters. His words drifted on the wind, reaching Lu Yuan's ears. I'll be stepping out for a bit. You remain here and dutifully guard the home. Chapter 56. Capturing General Tian Shui alive this time. The general acknowledged a debt of gratitude to you. A fierce wind howled as General Tian Shui, enveloped in golden vitality, successfully fled the battlefield, heading towards the capital. This imposing general of the late 8th realm now appeared exceedingly disheveled, his battle armor nearly shattered. And beneath his mask, his eyes were dimmed with weakness. He gazed at Lin Xian, who had endured the Mountain King's strike. A trickle of golden blood escaping his lips. Within his eyes was a complex mixture of emotions, simultaneously expressing admiration for the formidable sacred body. Despite her mere cultivation at the initial stage of the 7th realm, she had managed to aid him in escaping from a formidable adversary of the late 8th realm. Lin Xian spat blood from the blow dealt by the Mountain King, her sacred body almost shattered. She cursed herself for her reckless bravado, nearly leaving her life on the battlefield. However, upon hearing General Tian Shui's heartfelt promise of gratitude, she felt a rush of satisfaction, her spine subtly straightening. Though her expression remained placid, she replied coolly, there is no need for such gratitude. I rescued you simply to avoid the loss of an 8th realm expert. She awarded herself full marks for this grandiloquent response. Had it been Su Kaidai, she would likely have been moved to tears, ready to pledge herself in gratitude. Reflecting on Su Kaidai, Lin Xian's flight momentarily faltered. She seemed to have momentarily forgotten that foolish woman. Yet, all should be well. The Prime Minister was wealthy and powerful, employing numerous cultivators to protect her, and equipped with various treasures. Escaping back to the capital should pose no significant problem. Upon hearing Lin Xian's response, General Tian Shui nodded, a glimmer of appreciation gracing his face. He regarded this sacred body, whose talents matched those of Lu Yuan, with newfound esteem. He contemplated returning to the capital, recuperating his injuries, and cultivating a closer relationship with Lin Xian, ideally to repay the life-saving favor she had bestowed upon him. At that moment, Lin Xian noticed the silhouettes of mountains ahead and cleared her throat gently. You seem gravely injured. Would you like to enter the mountains and find a safe cave to tend to your wounds? As she spoke, Lin Xian cast a glance at General Tian Shui, whose tattered armor could not conceal her alluring figure, igniting a fire within him. General Tian Shui, surveying the chaotic state of her meridians and vital energy, hesitated for a moment, preparing to nod slowly, when a light laugh suddenly floated from behind. It pierced through the howling winds, clearly reaching her ears. The sacred body possesses such exquisite taste. Might it be that while healing in a cave, one might inadvertently mix up the spiritual herbs and engage in some delightful escapades with this lady general? Upon hearing that voice, which she despised to her very core, Lin Xian's complexion changed dramatically, as if plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being shrouded in a shadow of impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, she roared, unleashing all her power, her golden vitality surging forth. Like a golden meteor, she raced towards the front, her mind screaming in panic. How could that cursed Lu Yuan have caught up again? It was utterly infuriating. After their defeat in Shenlong City, he had relentlessly pursued her, forcibly seizing her supreme heavy eye. Lin Xian dreamt of nothing more than to rend Lu Yuan into 1,000 pieces. But not now. Lu Yuan, wielding a dragon-clawed divine ability, effortlessly shattered the defensive array of Yunzhou and seized the formidable leader of the Seven Stars sect. Even before the spirit vessel arrived at Yunzhou City, a message had been dispatched. Lin Xuanzhan, fully aware that he was no match for Lu Yuan, found himself compelled to flee desperately upon being pursued. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, striking Lin Xuanzhan directly. The radiance of his sacred body was obliterated as if it were mere paper. With a cry of anguish, he and General Tian Shui plummeted to the ground in utter disarray, rolling several times and becoming enshrouded in dust. General Tian Shui emitted a muffled groan, the last vestiges of color fading from his face. While his body felt as though it might shatter, his injuries exacerbated. Is this truly the invincible physique of a saint? Lu Yuan descended from the heavens, gradually revealing himself to the gaze of the two, shaking his head in disappointment. The renown of the holy body needs no elaboration. However, in Lin Xuanyan's hands, it is regrettably overshadowed. Furthermore, with Lu Yuan employing the techniques of the Thunder Emperor, it is perfectly natural for him to breach the defenses of the holy body under such divine might. Beyond the holy body, there exists another physique known as the innate holy body Tao, which rivals the chaos body and represents the pinnacle of physical forms. This extraordinary constitution possesses the invincible flesh of the holy body while embodying the unparalleled Tao techniques of the innate Tao. It is a phenomenon that exists solely in legends. To possess it would elevate one to the heights of the Emperor realm with ease. At this moment, Lu Yuan pursued relentlessly. His objectives were twofold: to capture General Tian Shui and engage her in a private discourse, and to explore the possibility of triggering a task to seize Lin Xuanyan's sacred body. Coupled with Lu Yuan's possession of the primordial Tao bone, there existed a potential for ascending to an innate sacred body Tao. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's unabashed mockery, Lin Xuanyan's breath hitched, her visage contorted with rage. Nevertheless, with a cold snort, she resolutely suppressed her fury. Turning to the beleaguered General Tian Shui, she spoke with urgency. General, do you have any contingency left? If we do not utilize it now, our demise is inevitable. General Tian Shui inhaled deeply, nodding slowly. Yes. Excellent. Lin Xianyan exclaimed with delight. Forcibly igniting the power of her sacred body, her golden lifeblood surged, manifesting as a colossal hand that seized the general. General, let us unite against this treacherous rebel. With a mighty roar, Lin Xianyan swung the golden hand, propelling General Tian Shui with tremendous force toward Lu Yuan. Bathed in golden divine flames, she surged forward. Her speed doubled from before, fleeing without a backward glance. The general, treated as a human shield, was hurled forth, momentarily dazed. Yet, she soon found solace in a smile. Suddenly, she expelled a mouthful of long-stored black blood, channeling her remaining strength into a fierce, thunderous black tiger that roared as it charged at Lu Yuan. Having accomplished this, General Tian Shui closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Boom. Lu Yuan, having just mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shattered the phantom of the black tiger with a single strike. Casting a glance at the General Tian Shui, who awaited his demise with closed eyes, he let out a soft huff. He summoned an ancient beast skin, adorned with countless runes, which transformed into a cosmic bag, emanating endless radiance as it enveloped General Tian Shui. There was a matter for which he sought answers from the lips of the general, and he certainly would not allow her to depart this world in comfort. Having accomplished this, Lu Yuan took a step forward, continuing his pursuit in the direction where Lin Xianyan had fled. He recalled that during Lin Xuanran's previous escape, he had utilized a jade slip to summon the ethereal image of the national master from afar. This time, Lu Yuan was indeed curious to witness the truth behind the rumors that the great Jing possessed unparalleled strength, with its former national master being half his mentor. How profound was his cultivation? Chapter 57, The 9 Emperors and the Coffin. National Master, follow me back to the palace, and I shall ensure your safety. Boom, boom, boom. Strikes of lightning, as thick as a finger, danced mockingly, pursuing the retreating golden light on the ground. Lin Xianran was on the brink of madness. His sacred body, battered by the relentless thunder, had been reduced to a fragile state, resembling a shattered porcelain vase, with cracks adorning his form. Yet, Lu Yuan deliberately refrained from delivering the final blow. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he repeatedly humiliated and trampled upon Lin Xuanran's dignity. At last, Lin Xianran, unable to endure any longer, abruptly turned, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Lu Yuan hovering in midair. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Lu Yuan, you have forced my hand. He retrieved a white jade slip from his bosom, raising it high towards the heavens, his voice hoarse with desperation. National Master, save me. A resounding thunder reverberated through the air as dark clouds loomed overhead, only to be violently torn apart by an intense beam of light, creating a rift in the sky. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged wildly, coalescing above into a cold and indifferent apparition clad in a Taoist robe. Casting a glance downwards, the apparition's brows slightly furrowed at the sight of Lin Xuanran's disheveled state. Upon witnessing the National Master's arrival, Lin Xianran felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the prospect of salvation. With the National Master intervening, the insignificant Lu Yuan would surely pose no further threat. The sorrow, however, arose from the squandered opportunity. The jade slip bestowed upon him by the National Master could be utilized only thrice, and in less than a month. He had already wasted 2 of those precious chances in Lu Yuan's presence. The weight of this loss was almost suffocating. In the heavens above, the National Master's ethereal figure merely glanced at Lin Xian and before shifting his focus to Lu Yuan. An unexpected expression of astonishment graced the ageless beauty of his visage as he spoke, his voice resonating with the profundity of the Tao. Lu Yuan, has your cultivation been restored? Lu Yuan remained silent, gazing at the ethereal silhouette of the National Master from a distance. Within the vast expanse of the great Jing dynasty, the only enigma he could not unravel was this National Master, who had presided over the imperial palace for countless years. His sister, the Empress, was but a partial enigma. Observing Lu Yuan's silence, the National Master, with a countenance untainted by the world's dust, suddenly revealed a smile brimming with allure. Lin Xianran, upon witnessing this smile, felt his breath catch, his heart racing violently, his gaze becoming vacant, and the essence within him spiraling into disarray. Yet, from the moment the National Master cast her gaze, it rested solely upon him, leaving Lin Xian and with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Lu Yuan, accompany me back to the palace, the National Master spoke. Her voice as ageless as her visage, possessing the crispness of youth intertwined with the allure of maturity. Noticing that Lu Yuan continued to regard her with indifference, uttering not a word, the National Master's brow furrowed slightly, resembling a lilac maiden burdened with sorrow. Do you doubt my ability to protect you? Fear not. As long as you follow me and diligently cultivate within the Taoist temple, even the Empress would not dare to lay a finger upon you. Lu Yuan slowly shook his head, contemplating which divine power to employ in order to obliterate your ethereal form. What? The National Master was taken aback. In the next moment, Lu Yuan raised a finger and pointed. Boom. As he extended his digit, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing the nearby mountains to tremble violently. And the world to lose its color. Even the void itself began to fracture, spreading like a dense web in all directions. Crack. Above the firmament. The spiritual body of the national master appeared, its vast form marred by numerous cracks that swiftly spread across its colossal figure. Bang! Lu Yuan unleashed a devastating strike with a mere gesture, causing the Thunder Emperor's manifestation to tumble backward, ultimately shattering into oblivion without leaving a trace. How could this be possible? Lin Xian, who had naively believed that summoning the national master would enable him to vanquish Lu Yuan, was rendered utterly astonished upon witnessing the obliteration of the national master's form with a single flicker of Lu Yuan's finger. Has Lu Yuan's cultivation truly reached such a terrifying level? Lu Yuan appeared to have completely forgotten Lin Xuanzhan, not even casting a glance in his direction. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the dissipating form of the national master against the sky. The vortex of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth showed no signs of abating. Instead, the oppressive aura became increasingly terrifying, with wisps of fragile cracks emerging in the void, as if some entity were striving to forcibly rend the fabric of reality and descend into this realm. Lu Yuan stood resolutely unafraid. At this moment, he craved a formidable adversary to gauge the extent of his own prowess. The appearance of the State Master was perfectly timed. Even in defeat, with the protection of the great Luo sword embryo, his life would not be in jeopardy. A thunderous rumble echoed as the void trembled violently. A brilliant white sword light suddenly emerged, forcefully tearing open a portal in the fabric of reality. Following this, a figure adorned with a lotus crown and draped in a Tai Chi robe, with flowing wide sleeves, stepped forth, exuding an ethereal aura. Before Lu Yuan's gaze appeared a stunningly beautiful Taoist nun, her age indiscernible, possessing the delicate skin of a youthful woman combined with the captivating charm of a mature lady. Her beauty seemed as distant as a vision obscured by 1,000 mountains and 10,000 snows, alluring yet unattainable. Even clad in her robe, her voluptuous form was hard to conceal, radiating a serene elegance and enchanting allure. This was none other than the true form of the State Master of the Great Jing. On the ground, Lin Xuanran's emotions were tumultuous, rising and falling dramatically, his face flushed with exhilaration. He fixed his gaze intensely upon Lu Yuan suspended in mid-air. State Master. Quickly eliminate him. Yet, no one paid heed to his plea. The State Master gazed at Lu Yuan with piercing eyes, her voice floating like a gentle breeze. Lu Yuan. Will you return with me willingly, or shall I compel you to come back? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing that the Grand Master's yearning for him was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, such matters held little significance. In Lu Yuan's eyes surged a fervent battle intent, as he invoked the 6 paths of reincarnation to empower himself. Like a comet, he charged toward the National Master. The National Master, draped in flowing robes, stood majestically in the heavens, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, a tremendous force, beyond imagination, collided fiercely with Lu Yuan. The impact was so intense that it sent violent tremors through the very fabric of existence, causing the heavens and earth to resonate with a thunderous roar. Lu Yuan plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a profound pit. As the dust settled, he emerged unscathed, his fighting spirit soaring ever higher. The National Master, the most enigmatic and formidable figure of the Great Jing, revealed his terrifying prowess at the mere age of 14, showcasing the initial stage of the 9th realm. The 9th realm signifies the realm of transcending tribulations. At this moment, Lu Yuan found himself in the mid-stage of the 7th realm, and it was entirely natural for him to fall at a disadvantage upon their first encounter. However, for reasons unknown, Lin Xianyin, observing from a distance, felt an ominous premonition when he saw that the National Master's strike had failed to eliminate Lu Yuan. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned to flee the battlefield, regardless of Lu Yuan's fate. Remaining there posed a significant risk of being inadvertently harmed by the residual chaos of battle, potentially costing him his life. It would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity to escape and rendezvous with Su Kaidai, who possessed numerous elixirs from the Chief Minister's estate. Among them were the 3 9-legged golden toad pills she had previously provided him, capable of swiftly healing injuries. Not only would he restore his cultivation, but he would also acquire mastery over formidable powers. The National Master unleashed a blazing white river with a single stroke of her sword, tearing through the void in an attempt to suppress Lu Yuan. Each movement exuded an ethereal grace. Her eyes reflected contemplation, her exquisitely sculpted features akin to jade. As her red lips parted slightly, in the Sutra Pavilion of the Great Jing Imperial Palace, such powers are undoubtedly absent. It seems that amidst the rise and fall of fortune, you have encountered a plethora of opportunities. She spoke with a hint of regret. Alas, having voluntarily relinquished the true dragon's fortune, the prospect of ascending to the throne is now beyond your reach. Otherwise, suddenly, the National Master's demeanor shifted. Her expression hardened, and her eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on Lu Yuan in the distance. At that moment, she sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Yuan, one so terrifying that it threatened to shatter her very soul. Chapter 58. The Extraordinary Flower Tree. The Imperial weapons emerge almost in the next instant. Lu Yuan slowly spread his arms, and an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly descended from the heavens. The entire area was suppressed, resonating with a thunderous roar, as if the very sky were collapsing. Subsequently, behind Lu Yuan, shadows of supreme beings gradually emerged from the void, their faces obscured, as if stepping forth from the river of time, bearing an ancient bronze coffin. Each of these ethereal figures possessed an unparalleled majesty that could suppress an entire era. Merely gazing upon them threatened to shatter one's very soul, teetering on the brink of destruction. Accompanying the emergence of the 9 emperors carrying the coffin was an expansive battlefield beneath an endless starry sky, where colossal stars shattered, rivers of stars flowed into oblivion. And the ground was littered with corpses, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. The visage of the nation's master, once captivatingly beautiful, underwent a drastic transformation, losing the previous air of ease. The moment the 9 supreme emperors appeared with the bronze coffin, an intangible force completely subdued the nation's master, encompassing both body and spirit. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, leaving all to merely witness the slow manifestation of the 9 emperors carrying the coffin, unable to mount any resistance. Was the phenomenon of the 9 emperors carrying the coffin truly this formidable? Observing the terrifying scene brought forth by the 9 emperors was a harrowing experience. Lu Yuan was equally astonished. However, given his current cultivation level, employing the 9 emperors' coffin phenomenon merely emanated the oppressive aura of an emperor, incapable of inflicting genuine harm. The national master, possessing the cultivation of the tribulation-crossing realm and having lived for countless years, undoubtedly harbored immense depth. It was merely a matter of time before he would shake off the influence of the emperor's pressure. His thoughts flickered like lightning. Lu Yuan suddenly roared, and the 6 paths reincarnation technique was activated to its utmost. The sky became overcast with dense clouds, rumbling ominously, as brilliant bolts of lightning illuminated the heavens. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar resonated through the cosmos, enveloped in the torrential thunder, deafeningly charging toward the national master. The 6 paths reincarnation technique is said to be the supreme legacy of an exalted doctrine, enabling the wielder to unleash multiple treasured arts simultaneously, culminating in an unparalleled strike. At this moment, Lu Yuan unleashed the formidable combined might of the Thunder Emperor's divine technique and the true dragon's sacred art, with the enhancement of the primordial Dao bone. Even a peak 8th realm grand cultivator would find their soul obliterated beneath this strike, with no possibility of survival. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated through the heavens as the ethereal figure of the true dragon bathed in resplendent thunderbolts surged mercilessly towards the Grandmaster. Sensing the impending threat of death, the Grandmaster bit down on her tongue, a torrent of formidable life force surging through her limbs and bones. With a tremendous sacrifice, she broke free from the oppressive confinement of the 9 emperors' coffin's ominous manifestation. Then, with a fierce shout, her body shimmered with brilliance, her hair and robe swirling wildly, and her eyes radiated an intense emerald glow. Buzz. A colossal and unimaginable ancient tree swayed and grew behind the Grandmaster, swiftly overshadowing the entire sky. The combined strike of the true dragon's sacred art and the Thunder Emperor's divine technique collided heavily against the towering tree, erupting in an extraordinarily dazzling brilliance, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with a cataclysmic roar, painting a scene reminiscent of world annihilation. Indeed, the Grandmaster was not so easily vanquished. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved a handful of 9-turn spirit pills from his Qian Kuan pouch, swallowing them whole. They transformed into a surging energy that nourished his entire being. Armed with an unsharpened sword embryo, he resolutely charged once more towards the National Master. At this moment, the towering giant tree summoned by the National Master was, in fact, a projection of her true self. The National Master, the most formidable force in the Dejing realm, was, in essence, an ancient tree spirit that had existed for countless years. This revelation was imparted to Lu Yuan when he was merely 6 years old, as the National Master took him as a disciple. During night spent in the Taoist temple, listening to the National Master expound on the teachings, she had confided this truth to him. The Withered Armor Army, one of the 4 symbols of Dejing, was also established by the National Master herself. The old bark rooted within the Withered Armor Army was indeed the remnants of her true form. Crack. Lu Yuan unleashed the Daluo sword embryo for the first time, striking forth a radiant sword light that cleaved towards the National Master with formidable force. Under the assault of 2 supreme treasures, the National Master, already suppressed by the overwhelming pressure of the 9 emperors' coffin, was inevitably wounded. A substantial portion of the towering tree figure was obliterated, leaving his complexion pale, devoid of any hint of color. At this moment, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's dim sword light, he was once again engulfed by a chilling sense of impending doom. With a single step forward, divine radiance enveloped him. Petals of pink blossoms cascaded through the air, filling every corner and emanating waves of binding power. The sword light emitted by the Daluo sword embryo was firmly anchored in place, unable to advance an inch. The Daluo sword embryo was an unparalleled weapon of malevolence. With its successive masters meeting untimely ends, Lu Yuan harbored a hint of apprehension, refraining from exerting his full strength. The radiant sword strike he unleashed was merely equivalent to the full force attack of a mid-stage 8th level cultivator. Observing that the great Luo sword embryo bore no fruit, he remained vigilant. Lu Yuan remained undaunted, wielding the Deluo sword in his left hand and the extreme Dao Emperor's pouch in his right. The primordial runes of the Dao bone within him shimmered brilliantly, while 2 swirling heavy pupils emerged beside his eyes. The true dragon's secret technique conjured a colossal dragon claw. As dark clouds gathered ominously in the heavens, with immense thunder brewing relentlessly. Reaching the pinnacle of his state, beams of divine light shot from his eyes, thundering towards the National Master. With a resounding boom, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The National Master, previously subdued by the spectral image of the Nine Emperors' coffin, was severely weakened by the combined onslaught of the true dragon and Thunder Emperor's techniques. Lu Yuan possessed unparalleled divine abilities, fortified by extraordinary treasures. He traversed two great realms, engaging the National Master of the Tribulation Realm in direct combat, showing not the slightest sign of weakness. However, he found himself unable to truly vanquish the National Master. At this moment, both of their internal energies were nearly depleted, and even the consumption of spirit elixirs could not swiftly replenish their strength. Gradually, they resorted to relying on their physical prowess to continue the struggle. Lu Yuan delivered a powerful punch, striking the left shoulder of the National Master, causing his Taoist robe to burst open and reveal a radiant, pure expanse of skin. With a resounding bang, an extraordinary flowering tree swayed behind the National Master, its bud shooting forth towards Lu Yuan, only to vanish completely upon contact with him. This was the manifestation of magical immunity in action. Lu Yuan has only now chosen to act, just in time to thwart the Master's assault. Lu Yuan, I underestimated you. The Master, with her crimson lips slightly parted, despite her disheveled hair and tattered robe, regains her tranquil demeanor. Alas, your realm is ultimately too low to inflict any true harm upon me. The Master possesses an exquisite beauty. Her skin is pure as snow, with lustrous black hair cascading down her back, exuding an indescribable aura. She embodies both the enchantment of a sorceress and the sanctity of a goddess, tinged with the innocence of youth. Anyone who beholds her can find a facet that resonates with their desires. At this moment, behind her, peculiar flowering trees sway, showering pink petals that gradually saturate every corner. She remains undeterred, intent on bringing Lu Yuan back to the temple. Accompany me, and I shall impart wisdom day and night, guiding you to ascend to the Transcendence realm within 5 years. With that, her lips curl into a beguiling smile, her voice laced with irresistible allure. Indeed, whatever you wish to do, I shall acquiesce. Is that so? Lu Yuan's face also revealed a hint of a smile. His gaze fixed intently upon the enchanting figure of the National Master. Master, esteemed teacher, this body of yours is quite splendid. Why not bestow it upon your disciple to serve as a warm bedmate? As he spoke, the indomitable scripture circulated at its zenith, his golden-tinged fist raining down relentlessly upon the National Master. Behind him, the great Luo sword embryo, under the guidance of his consciousness, deftly maneuvered to exploit openings. In the span of mere moments, the National Master's already tattered robe became even more ragged, exposing swathes of pure, pristine skin. The peculiar floral tree deflected Lu Yuan's lethal onslaught, yet seemed indifferent to the residual force that tore at the robe, as if deliberately unveiling the flawless, exquisite form to the open air. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, the Master intends to seek ancient dual cultivation techniques, so that together we may ascend to the dark clouds and reach the realm of ultimate bliss. Lu Yuan abruptly halted, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly extended his arms. Let us set aside the Taoist temple, I implore you, Master, to converse with me within the Qian Kuan bag. A rumbling resounded from the heavens above, as mysterious runes materialized, transforming into a vast beast hide that obscured the sun. Simultaneously, the heavenly treasure gourd and the nine-turned Dan Emperor furnace appeared on either side of the sky, casting down a cascade of radiant light as they advanced towards the National Master in a show of suppression. Good Master, do you truly believe that I have delayed for this long merely to engage in idle chatter with you? Chapter 59, The National Master Retreats, Petals, and the Ice River Divine Body, 3 half-step imperial weapons. Gazing at the beast hide, gourd, and Dan furnace suspended in the sky, the National Master's eyes revealed a glimmer of disbelief. Beneath the supreme imperial weapons lay the half-step imperial weapons, and even formidable tribulation transcendence might not possess a single one. How could one in the 7th realm of the land of abyss possibly master 3 and a half-step imperial weapons all at once? Lu Yuan did not grant the Grand Master any time to react. The Qiankuan bag, the heavenly treasure gourd, and the 9-turned Dan Emperor furnace surged towards the Grand Master in a relentless assault. In truth, from the onset of the battle, Lu Yuan had already unleashed the 3 treasured artifacts, enveloping the entire expanse of space. This was also a principal reason why the tumult of the battle resonated so profoundly, shaking the heavens and the earth, yet eliciting no awareness in the nearby Yunzhou city, 100 miles away. With a thunderous roar, the Qiankuan bag hovered in the sky, flanked by the heavenly treasure gourd on either side, radiating imperial brilliance as they bore down upon the Grand Master. The once captivating expression on her face had dissipated entirely, replaced by a manifestation of divine luminescence upon her skin. Casting a cold glance at Lu Yuan, she declared, stubborn and unyielding, Lu Yuan, when we meet again, I shall ensure you have nowhere to hide. With that, the Grand Master lifted her alabaster neck, and from her luscious lips, a divine sword erupted forth. This was a weapon of semi-imperial caliber. With a swift motion, the divine sword unleashed a dazzling radiance, cleaving through the void and forcefully opening a portal. Through the aperture, one could faintly discern a misty spiritual pool shimmering beyond, trying to escape. The moment she summoned her lifebound divine sword, it was evident that the stakes had escalated dramatically. Lu Yuan understood that the national master could not be retained. However, he did not intend to watch her depart helplessly. With a sudden, fierce roar, he squeezed out the last remnants of his vital energy. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded. Lu Yuan's right arm transformed into a dragon claw, fiercely grasping at the tattered robe of the national master, targeting the towering peaks beneath. Clang! The dragon claw was thwarted by the protective spiritual light, shattering instantly. As Lu Yuan's claws grazed something soft, in the next moment, the figure of the national master had already stepped into the ethereal portal, vanishing without a trace. A faint sound of an anguished grunt could be heard, but alas. Lu Yuan stowed away the Qinkuan bag, the Tianbao gourd, and the 9 revolutions Dan Emperor furnace, shaking his head with a hint of regret. These 3 imperial artifacts were not instruments of aggression. At best, they could merely compel the national master of the tribulation realm to retreat. However, Lu Yuan opened his right hand, revealing a delicate, translucent pink petal resting quietly in his palm. Upon it, one could distinctly sense a surge of ethereal power. This was bestowed upon him by the national master during the final strike. The matter concerning the national master appears to be rather significant. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile as he surveyed the tranquil heavens and earth. He carefully collected the petals into his Qinkuan bag, suppressing them with the supreme power of the emperor's seal, and then turned to head back towards Yunzhou City. The battlefield of Yunzhou City was nearing its conclusion. The defending forces of Yunzhou were no match for the 5 tribes of demon barbarians, especially after the formidable 7 Stars sect master was slain by Lu Yuan. Their only hope lay in the reinforcements sent by the empress, namely the Tian Shui army. Unfortunately, the 2 generals of Tian Shui, both late-stage practitioners of the 8th realm, had met with calamity. One was defeated by the 9-colored devouring python and had to retreat in disarray using earth escape techniques, while the other was vanquished by the Mountain King and was rescued by the Saint Body, Lin Xinran, leaving his fate uncertain. In light of the 2 generals' defeat, the city lord of Yunzhou and the sword master of the sword sect realized that the fall of Yunzhou City was inevitable and immediately resorted to secret methods of escape. Achieving the 8th realm of the Tongshu state required immense perseverance and suffering. No one wished to lose their life for the sake of a mere city. The master of the demon blade and others also sought to flee amidst the chaos, only to be intercepted by the likes of the Xuanjiao king and the Silver Scale clan leader, meeting with a bitter end, with high-level practitioners either escaping or perishing. The defending forces of Yunzhou, along with the 500,000 troops from the Tian Shui army, had essentially become lambs to the slaughter, fleeing in disarray and being ruthlessly massacred by the demon barbarian army, staining the land with blood. The situation was dire. The Xuanjiao king exhaled heavily, then gasped in shock. His abdomen had been pierced by the sword master's innate spiritual sword, causing a significant loss of blood, and he was barely holding on due to his formidable dragon physique. The Silver Scale clan leader and the Plague King also bore considerable injuries. The Mountain King was drenched in blood, with no part of him unscathed, yet the barbaric race's resilience meant he would likely recover after a short rest. In contrast, the 9-colored Demon King had suffered little injury. It was merely the first time she had fought using her true form as the 9-colored devouring python, leading to a severe depletion of her demon essence and leaving her breathtakingly pale. As the Xuanjiao king gazed at the already breached Yunzhou City and the demon soldiers rampaging within, he was about to speak when he suddenly turned sharply to look towards the distant sky. There, at the position where the sacred dragon Moonview boat hung, he noticed not the dragon boat itself, but several crimson spiritual boats that had suddenly appeared. An intangible chill was swiftly spreading, threatening to engulf the massive sacred dragon Moonview boat like an island. Could it be that reinforcements were arriving for the Great Jing? As this thought crossed the minds of the Xuanjiao king and the Mountain King, the 9-colored Demon King had already transformed into a brilliant rainbow, hurtling towards the sacred dragon Moonview boat. The crimson spiritual boats were led by Qi Lian, accompanied by 1,000 elite soldiers. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle at Yunzhou City from afar, they immediately set sail, eager to reap the benefits of chaos. However, at that moment, Qi Lian's gaze fell upon the colossal dragon-shaped spiritual boat ahead, its imposing presence impossible to fathom. He promptly changed his mind, issuing orders to encircle this treasure boat. From this day forth, it would become his royal vehicle. Qi Lian's eyes glimmered with greed. In his estimation, this spiritual boat was far beyond the treasures of the lower realms, capable of purchasing the entire Qi Lian domain. The black flags fluttering on the bow of the boat exuded a ghostly aura, marking it as a top-tier treasure of the ghostly path, laid before him as a divine opportunity. With Qi Lian's command, the fleet of crimson spiritual boats swiftly altered course, intent on surrounding the sacred dragon Moonview boat. On the deck of the sacred dragon Moonview boat, Lu Yuan spotted the approaching enemies and immediately drew the spiritual sword bestowed upon her by Lu Yuan, her expression unwavering as she fixed her gaze ahead. With a hum, the void trembled as a figure stepped forth, revealing itself before Lu Yuan. clad in a crimson robe. With blue brows and hair, he was none other than Qi Lian, a peak practitioner of the 8th realm. You must be Lu Yuan's little maid? Qi Lian regarded Lu with satisfaction, nodding. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall be my concubine. Call me your highness for me to hear. Qi Lian's tone was exceedingly casual, as if making her his concubine were an extraordinary honor. However, Lu pursed her lips, remaining silent, instead raising her exquisite spiritual weapon, the shadow-wandering soul sword, pointing its tip directly at Qi Lian. The smile on Qi Lian's face gradually faded, transforming into an ominous glare. A mere maid dares to defy me? You truly do not know your place. His eyes narrowed as he saw Lu's defiance, deeming her utterly ignorant of the consequences. At that moment, a figure of striking elegance, embodying the Empress's aloofness and majesty, hovered in the air, standing between Qi Lian and the sacred dragon Moonview boat. The nine-colored Demon King? Lu blinked in surprise, her expression betraying a mix of emotions as she recognized the figure. The nine-colored devouring python. Qi Lian clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Perfect. I was just pondering how to capture you, and here you come to me willingly. With a treasure spiritual boat, a sinister 9-shin body furnace, and the legendary 9-colored devouring python, Yunzhou city of the Great Jing was truly a treasure trove for him." Qi Lian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he regarded Lu and the 9-colored Demon King as already within his grasp. The 9-colored Demon King wasted no time on pleasantries, transforming into the colossal form of the 9-colored devouring python, resplendent and vibrant, revealing a might capable of shattering mountains as she slowly coiled her immense body, preparing to strike. With a thunderous crack, the tail of the ancient divine beast crashed through the void, hurtling towards Qi Lian. Unfazed by the assault, Qi Lian summoned an ice crystal spear that radiated an extreme chill, expanding thousands of times in an instant, ready to meet the formidable tail of the 9-colored python. With a resounding explosion, a terrifying roar echoed across the heavens and earth, shaking the very ground and splitting it open with deep, unfathomable fissures. From the direction of Yunzhou city, the Mountain King, Xuanjiao King, and others were stunned by the commotion of the battle. Even the late-stage Mountain King had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the 9-colored Demon King's full power. However, the kings all recognized that the 9-colored Demon King had expended vast amounts of demon essence, her once vibrant scales now appearing dull. The Qi Lian, who faced her, seemed to possess peak 8th realm cultivation and had been replenishing his strength for quite some time, making him a formidable opponent. The Silver Scale Icebird clan leader fixed his icy gaze on the battlefield, speaking gravely. It seems the 9-colored Demon King may not be a match for Qi Lian. Should we intervene? The Plague King shook his head slowly. That battlefield is not one we of the mid-8th realm can tread upon. It is said that the divine son of the Qi Lian dynasty possesses the legendary Ice River divine body. Once unleashed, the entire area will be completely frozen. Our energy has been severely depleted, and joining the fray would only lead to our demise. The Xuanjiao King nodded in agreement. The combat prowess of the 9-colored Demon King far exceeds our own. We are not in the same league. Unless the Mountain King can summon the barbarian ancestor, recklessly entering the battlefield would be tantamount to seeking death. The Mountain King was severely drained of power. Even the previously rescued saint body of General Tian Shui could not be stopped, leaving him without the strength to summon the barbarian ancestor. Yet, gritting his teeth, he declared, "I cannot stand idly by and watch the 9-colored Demon King meet his demise." With that, he strode forward, coldly huffing, "You all stay here and watch. I shall fight alongside the 9-colored Demon King and cleave that red refinement divine son in two." The Xuanjiao King felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Rubbing his forehead, he remarked, "Do you really think this is a matter for you to meddle in? Use your muscle-bound brain to consider whose dragon boat that is. Who assisted the 7-colored Demon King in evolving into the 9-colored Demon King?" The Mountain King halted in his tracks, his voice booming, "Nonsense, it must be Lu Yuan." However, a moment of realization struck him. Indeed, where is Lu Yuan? The whereabouts of Lu Yuan were not of utmost importance. The Xuanjiao King's gaze shifted towards the distant battlefield. What truly matters is who dares to covet his treasures and his maid. They will certainly meet a fate worse than death, and there is no need for us to intervene. Suddenly, the Mountain King's thoughts began to align. A sly smile crept across his face. Right, Lu Yuan must be nearby. That red refinement divine son cannot possibly escape. At that moment, the Plague King interjected, "Not necessarily. The red refinement divine son stands at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, merely a step away from the transcendence realm, and possesses the legendary Ice River divine body. No matter how formidable Lu Yuan may be, he is still only at the 7th realm, and his physique appears to be merely the celestial spirit body. At best, he could only manage to hold his own against the red refinement divine son. There is no chance he could defeat him." The Xuanjiao King smiled lightly. "How about a wager? If Lu Yuan kills the red refinement divine son within 100 exchanges, you shall gift me your treasured 5 poisons spirit wine. Otherwise, I refuse to wager." The Plague King flatly declined, his eyes fixed intently on the distant battlefield, awaiting Lu Yuan's appearance. The Xuanjiao King shook his head in disappointment, also refocusing his thoughts on the clash between the 9-colored Demon King and the red refinement divine son, harboring a flicker of anticipation within. How many rounds did Lu Yuan ultimately require to vanquish the red flame deity? several dozen kilometers outside of Yunzhou City. Lu Yuan had just concluded matters concerning the national master and was preparing to return to the sacred dragon moonlit vessel to thoroughly interrogate General Tian Shui. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely frigid aura erupting from the direction of the sacred dragon moonlit vessel. Accompanying this chilling presence was the formidable nine-colored devouring python, which, however, seemed to be at a disadvantage due to its considerable exhaustion, clearly unable to contend with the icy force. Lu Yuan's expression was completely subdued. With a cold snort, he suddenly accelerated 100-fold, resembling a shooting star as he swiftly returned towards Yunzhou City. The nine-colored devouring python, indeed a legendary beast, proved to be immensely powerful. The crimson refinement divine sun sheathed his icy spear, a cruel smile gracing his face. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Ice river phenomenon. Arise. Boom. Behind him, a vast expanse of white mist materialized, with endless snow swirling in the void. The bone-chilling coldness pierced like daggers, saturating every corner. Each divine body possessed a unique phenomenon. In that moment, the entire area was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, a white expanse connecting to the heavens, stretching infinitely into the distance. The bitter cold wind howled fiercely, an endless sea of snow obscuring all sight. The crimson refinement divine sun, indifferent in demeanor, stood resolute within this icy realm. Akin to an ice deity from the Ice Age, he coldly regarded the nine-colored devouring python. If you beg for mercy now and become my steed, I might spare your life. The nine-colored demon king remained silent. 9 radiant beams of light shot into the sky, enveloping her colossal form. Positioning herself defiantly before the sacred dragon moon watch vessel, ready to withstand the onslaught of the ice river divine body's phenomenon. With a scornful snort, the crimson refinement divine sun declared, if you seek death, I shall grant it. Clang, clang, clang. In the midst of the vast white snow and ice, the resounding echoes of metal clashing erupted. Thousands of snow blades shot forth, each resembling a sword, converging into a terrifying torrent of cold, threatening to engulf the entire region. Crack. The clouds above, and the vegetation below, even the rocks, were rapidly frozen and withered, shattering under the icy current. Anything that stood in the path of this cold wave was reduced to dust, everything frozen solid, life extinguished. Boom. The terrifying torrent of icy power surged forward. In the immense pupils of the nine-colored devouring python, an unprecedented gravity and life-threatening crisis loomed. Roar. The nine-colored demon king let out a thunderous cry. The myriad of nine-colored scales covering her body suddenly detached, dazzlingly transforming into countless phantoms of the devouring python, intertwining their tails to form a massive nine-colored shield, protecting her true form and the sacred dragon moonwatch vessel behind her. Overconfident. Observing this scene, the crimson refinement divine sun disdainfully shook his head. His ice river divine body had reached consummate mastery, with a phenomenon potent enough to alter the laws of nature. While the nine-colored devouring python was indeed a fabled divine beast, this particular one seemed to have recently evolved and had not fully mastered the arcane powers of her bloodline. Coupled with the significant depletion of her demon essence from the earlier battle with General Kuga, she stood no chance of resisting the ultimate cold wave unleashed by the ice river phenomenon. Her fate awaited her, alongside her vessel, to be thoroughly frozen, with no possibility of survival. Yet, suddenly, a diminutive figure traversed the space, appearing before the colossal form of the nine-colored devouring python. Is the divine phenomenon truly formidable? Allow me to show you what a true Emperor-esque phenomenon is. Boom. The void split apart, and 9 indistinct figures of supreme emperors slowly emerged from the abyss. Trailing behind them, an ancient bronze coffin. Chapter 61. Devouring the Sun Demon Pill. Subduing the nine-colored devouring python, these supreme figures seem to have stepped forth from the river of time, each exuding an unparalleled majesty capable of dominating the world. Alongside them appeared an expansive battlefield of stars, shattered celestial bodies, severed rivers of stars, and corpses strewn about, emanating an eerie, chilling aura. As the 9 supreme emperors emerged with the bronze coffin, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Whether it was the ice river phenomenon, the terrifying cold wave intent on freezing everything, or the bodies and souls of all present, they were all rendered immobile by an unseen force. Amidst the horrified gazes, Lu Yuan, standing before the nine-colored devouring python, raised his right hand and summoned an unopened ancient sword embryo. The Emperor's banner requires precisely an 8th realm pinnacle divine body as the main soul, and crimson refinement divine sun. Your timing is impeccable. A smile graced Lu Yuan's face. In the next moment, the Daluo sword embryo blazed with resplendent light, emanating a brilliance that overshadowed the sun and moon, effortlessly cleaving through the void to appear before the crimson refinement divine sun. The situation had turned so swiftly. A crisis of death loomed. The crimson refinement divine sun let out a desperate roar, striving to harness the divine power within to break free from the Emperor's phantom's confinement in search of a sliver of survival. Regrettably, even the enigmatic and transcendent national master, at the tribulation stage, required self-sacrifice to shatter the binding of the 9 emperors' coffin manifestation. The mere pinnacle of the 8th stage's ice river divine body could scarcely withstand the might of the Emperor's phantom. It was nothing short of a delusion. With a piercing flash, the powerful sword light swept past the crimson refinement divine sun, hovering in the void behind him. The fury on his face abruptly turned to shock. Subsequently, a bloodline appeared etched upon his forehead. His entire body, along with the icy spear he bore, was cleaved in twain, plummeting from the air to crash upon the ground. Thus, an 8th-stage peak ice river divine body fell effortlessly into Lu Yuan's grasp. Before the holy dragon Mu Watcher on the deck, the human emperor banner fluttered in the absence of wind, exuding a chilling, absorbing force that extracted a wretched soul from the crimson refinement divine sun's form, vanishing into the deep purple-black surface of the banner. The soul of the 8th-stage peak divine body was sufficient to temporarily serve as the main soul of the human emperor banner. Furthermore, he had not wasted the previous 7-star sect master, who had long since been drawn into the human emperor banner. At the moment of the crimson refinement divine sun's demise, the overwhelming ice river phenomenon vanished as if it had never existed. The several spirit vessels accompanying the divine sun, carrying over 10,000 elite soldiers, were struck with disbelief upon realizing their lord's fall. Their faces paled, and disregarding all else, they urged their vessels to flee. Alas, the Daluo sword embryo shone ever brighter, effortlessly claiming their lives, their souls also drawn into the human emperor banner to reunite with their lord. Having accomplished all this, Lu Yuan turned around to behold the 9-colored demon king, who had resumed human form, adorned in a vibrant gown that blazed like flames. Yet, the creature's face was an unsettling shade of pale, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. A flicker of complexity passed through Lu Yuan's eyes as he recalled the moment when she had desperately shielded the sacred dragon's moonlit vessel. Deep within, he finally harbored a measure of respect for the 9-colored demon king. Before Yunzhou City, an overwhelming spectacle of ice rivers loomed ominously, arriving with terror and dissipating silently. The mountain-moving king stood in a daze, gazing at the now desolate void before the dragon boat. Swallowing hard, he uttered dryly, "Xuanjiao King, what is Lu Yuan's true strength?" "How would I know?" The Xuanjiao King replied tersely, though his heart was already filled with astonishment. Lu Yuan effortlessly eliminated the mid-stage leader of the 7-star sect, which could be attributed to some formidable hidden prowess. However, to similarly vanquish the peak-stage ice river divine body with a single strike is rather astonishing. To what extent does Lu Yuan's prowess truly extend? Simultaneously, I am immensely relieved. Fortuitously, Lu Yuan is no longer the crown prince of the Great Jing dynasty, nor does he bear any connection to the Great Jing Empire. Otherwise, our demonic tribes would hardly be able to stir any significant turmoil, let alone conquer the provincial capital of Yunzhou. I am genuinely curious to see the expression on the face of the Great Jing Empress, who usurped Lu Yuan's throne, upon learning of the circumstances surrounding the battle in Yuzhou. As the king of Xuanjiao contemplated this, an enigmatic smile crept upon his face. "Lu, are you unharmed?" Lu Yuan landed on the deck and inquired of Lu Er. A smile graced Lu Er's face as she shook her head, saying, "The crimson flame divine sun did not breach the spirit vessel. Nothing happened to me, it was merely..." Lu Er's gaze drifted past Lu Yuan, looking towards the space behind him. Lu Yuan also turned around to gaze at the brilliantly attired 9-colored demon king in her vibrant red gown, inquiring, "Have you, my lord, been harmed by the scarlet refining sun?" Noticing Lu Yuan's concern for her, the 9-colored demon king's eyes flickered, and her demeanor immediately softened. With a sigh, she leaned towards Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "Oh, my prince, I am gravely injured and can scarcely maintain my footing." Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly, finding the performance of the 9-colored demon king excessively theatrical. Nevertheless, he extended his hand to support her, allowing her to lean against him. Instantly, an enchanting and alluring fragrance enveloped him, akin to a delicate, silken hand persistently infiltrating his nostrils. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and said to Lu Er, "You stay here and keep watch. I will take the 9-colored demon king inside to assess its injuries." "Yes, your highness," Lu Er replied obediently. Her gaze towards the 9-colored demon king had lost the hostility it had at first. In the quiet chamber, Lu Yuan lit the fragrant incense and poured 2 cups of exquisite tea, placing them delicately upon the wooden table. He lifted his gaze to the enchanting 9-colored demon king before him and stated, "You have shielded Lu Er from the red refinement divine sun. Hence I owe you a favor. Speak your desire. Whatever I possess, I shall grant." The 9-colored demon king boasted a captivating and alluring figure, her transformation into the 9-colored devouring python rendering her akin to a queen surveying the mortal realm. She exuded an air of cold beauty, seduction, and a charm that could bring nations to ruin. At this moment, as she faced Lu Yuan's inquiry, her exquisite cherry-red lips curved into a gentle smile. Her visage resembled a blooming peony, enchanting and breathtaking in its splendor, while a glimmer of delight danced in her eyes. "Does your highness truly keep his word? Whatever I desire, can your highness truly provide?" Lu Yuan sipped his tea and cleared his throat softly. "Not bad." Receiving an affirmative response, the 9-colored demon king smiled gracefully, her serpentine waist swaying as she languidly reclined on the soft couch of the tranquil chamber. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by a curvaceous silhouette, exuding an enchanting allure that captivated all. One long, elegant leg emerged from the slit of her crimson dress, its brilliance almost blinding. Her enticing tongue caressed her red lips. And her voice, soft and dulcet, whispered, "A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold coins. What are you waiting for, Your Highness?" The illusory python, though inherently lustful, was exceedingly loyal. Once it recognized a mate, it remained steadfast for life. After evolving its bloodline into the 9-colored devouring python with Lu Yuan's assistance, the 7-colored illusory python demon king embodied this loyalty even more profoundly. At this moment, her gaze toward Lu Yuan was so fervent it seemed it might melt away. Chapter 62. Breaking through the Void Realm, interrogating the Celestial General. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours later. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of exasperation, brushing away the long limbs that had entwined around his waist, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. 9-colored demon king. You may take your leave. Draped in a flowing red gown, the 9-colored demon king glistened with perspiration, her alabaster skin radiant like a blooming peony. At his words, she lifted her enchanting visage, her delicate fingers tracing circles upon Lu Yuan's sturdy chest. With a sultry voice laced with surprise, she remarked, "Your Highness. Could it be that you are unable?" Lu Yuan paused in his breathing, gazing at the 9-colored demon king with a smile that brimmed with mirth. His eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. He lightly snorted and remarked, "This is entirely of your own making." A resplendent golden inner elixir materialized in Lu Yuan's hand. It was none other than the inner elixir of the ancient species, the 9-legged dragon golden toad, embodying the utmost rigidity and young essence. Consuming it would refine the body, bestowing a majestic vigor that could pierce the heavens. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan took out the yin-yang burning immortal wine and, with the inner elixir, gulped down several large sips. After the inner elixir and the yin-yang wine were consumed, a formidable and searing aura emanated from Lu Yuan, as if it were a vast abyss, causing his eyes to blaze with an almost incendiary intensity. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded the startled 9-colored demon king to kneel. The 9-colored demon king recoiled slightly but complied, bowing obediently. 2 hours later, a profound resonance of transcendent principles burst forth from the tranquil chamber of the sacred dragon's moonlit vessel, reverberating with a thunderous sound. The terrifying presence of an 8th-tier cultivator spread outward in waves, instilling fear in the demon army below, which trembled and prostrated itself upon the ground. Almost simultaneously, a powerful beastly aura intertwined with the fearsome energy of the 8th-tier cultivator, instilling a primal terror in all demon beasts, even the 8th-tier Xuanjiao King. On the deck of the dragon boat, Lu, dutifully following Lu Yuan's orders, glanced back towards the source of the formidable aura emanating from the chamber. Her crimson lips pressed in silence. It had been 5 hours for the first time. She felt a sense of disappointment and distaste towards her Insha Jiuxuan body. Otherwise, His Highness would have undoubtedly claimed her long ago, and she would not still be a paragon of purity. After a brief interval, the Xuanjiao King, having thoroughly plundered Yunzhou City and adorned with a storage ring, ascended into the skies, hovering before the sacred dragon's moonlit vessel. Addressing the maid Luo on the deck with utmost politeness, he stated, "The leader of the Blackwater Xuanjiao clan, Mo Kuan, seeks an audience with His Highness Lu Yuan." Luo replied calmly, "His Highness is currently in deliberation with the 9-colored demon king. If the Xuanjiao King does not mind, please wait a moment." Very well, the Xuanjiao King nodded in silence, standing patiently outside the dragon boat, not daring to overstep his bounds. As time gradually passed, the silver moon in the sky vanished, giving way to the rising sun on the eastern horizon. The Xuanjiao King brushed off the dust settling upon him, feeling a mix of astonishment and profound admiration for His Highness Lu Yuan. As a member of the human race, the ability to battle alongside the 9-colored sky-devouring demon king for nearly 10 hours was nothing short of extraordinary. Even his formidable Blackwater Xuanjiao form had only recorded a maximum of battling for 7 hours against 32 concubines. Could it be that Lu Yuan was no longer human, but had transformed into the legendary true dragon physique? Finally, after another hour had elapsed, the two intertwining powerful auras within the sacred dragon's moonlit vessel began to dissipate. Luo, as if receiving a signal, nodded and addressed the Xuanjiao King. "His Highness invites you to the conference hall for a discussion." "Thank you." The Xuanjiao King clasped his hands in salute, gathering his spirit as he vanished from the dragon boat deck under the expectant gazes of the mountain-moving king and others below. Thus, they proceeded to the conference hall. Lu Yuan took a sip of his health-preserving tea and subtly massaged his waist. His eyes reflected a sense of tranquility, yet were tinged with an indelible weariness. However, after such prolonged battles, the results were remarkably evident, bolstered by the inner elixir of the 9-legged golden toad, the yin-yang burning immortal wine, and the innate dual cultivation techniques of the 9-colored sky-devouring python. Lu Yuan's prowess surged from the mid-stage of the 7th realm to the pinnacle, transcending the former regent prince Lu Yuan and truly transforming into a formidable practitioner of the 8th realm. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, initial stage of the primordial void realm, 8th realm. Physique, primordial Daobone. Everlasting eyes of all laws, soul-capturing demon eyes, reincarnated eyes. Magical artifacts, imperial sovereign banner. Supreme heavenly manuscript. Extreme path emperor's pouch. Sacred dragon moonlit boat. Heavenly treasure gourd. 9 transformation pill emperor's furnace. Great Luo sword embryo. Universe bag. Medicinal pills, spirit separation pills 57. Soul Nourishing Pills 75. Techniques. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Celestial Art. Chaotic Divine Grinding Visualization Method. Indestructible Sutra, Upper Section. Abilities. Magic Immunity. Phenomenon. 9 Emperor's Coffin. Divine Techniques. Thunder Emperor's Treasure Art. True Dragon's Treasure Art. Upon stepping into the 8th realm, Lu Yuan experienced significant advancements in the Indestructible Sutra, Thunder Emperor's Treasure Art, and True Dragon's Treasure Art, enabling him to wield a greater array of techniques. The phenomenon of the 9 Emperor's Coffin similarly evolved. Lu Yuan sensed that he could now manipulate one of the 9 Supreme Emperor's shadows, inflicting genuine harm upon his adversaries. Should he encounter the State Master again, he would certainly not allow her to escape easily. At that moment, a towering figure approached from outside. It was the chieftain of the Blackwater Mysterious Flood Dragon clan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, memories of his overwhelming defeat of the 7 Stars Sect Master and the terrifying figure of the Crimson Refinement, Divine Sun, flooded his mind. His body trembled instinctively. After exchanging pleasantries, without further ado, he presented a storage ring. Your Highness, this contains nearly all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures above the 7th realm from the treasury of Yunzhou City. After deliberation among us, we have resolved to present them all to your Highness. Lu Yuan gazed at the Blackwater Xuanjiao King, placing a storage ring brimming with precious materials upon the table. He neither rejected it nor hesitated, merely nodding slightly. Does the Xuanjiao King have any further matters to discuss? Let us address them together. The Xuanjiao King shook his head. There is but this one matter. After speaking, he bowed with a measure of self-awareness. There are still some affairs within Yunzhou City that require my attention. I shall not impose upon your Highness any longer, until we meet again by fate. With that, he departed without a backward glance. The Blackwater Xuanjiao King's visit to Lu Yuan was indeed singular in purpose, to present a token of gratitude on behalf of the 5 tribes of the demon races. After the Xuanjiao King left, as Lu Yuan's consciousness delved into the storage ring, a dazzling array of treasures and resplendent lights unfolded before his eyes. It was evident that such exceptional celestial materials and earthly treasures could not possibly be amassed within Yunzhou City. It was likely that the 5 tribes of the demon barbarians had presented their ancestral riches as a tribute to him. Along with the treasures contained within the storage rings of the 7 Stars Sect Master and the Crimson Flame Divine Sun, he could indeed forge a genuine spiritual treasure for Lu. Lu Yuan nodded with slight satisfaction. After placing the storage ring into the Qiankuan bag, he focused his thoughts. A figure emerged from the depths of the bag, materializing in the center of the hall. Clad in tattered battle armor, it barely concealed the radiant whiteness of its skin. Adorned with a golden mask, the face remained obscured, revealing an aura of extreme frailty. It was none other than the Grand General Tian Shui, who had been rescued by Lin Xian and subsequently used as a human shield against Lu Yuan. At this moment, upon seeing Lu Yuan languidly seated upon his ornate throne, the general's spirit suddenly tightened. Yet, gritting his silver teeth, he summoned the strength to prop up his battered form, unsteadily rising to his feet. Chapter 63. The Former Emperor returns to the Imperial Palace. Lu Yuan took a sip of the fragrant tea, his tone unassuming. Indeed, you are the renowned General Tian Shui. Even at this juncture, your character remains as fierce as ever. Alas, the present you is no longer the formidable General Tian Shui who once commanded the winds and rains of the Great Jing, but merely a captive, your life now resting in my hands. Lu Yuan cast his gaze over, his tone as dismissive as that directed at an insignificant insect. Kneel. What a deluded fantasy. The great general of heavenly punishment, his body battered and broken, was incapable of drawing even a wisp of the world's spiritual essence, reduced to the pinnacle of frailty. Yet, in response to Lu Yuan's command, the eyes behind the golden mask were filled with profound scorn. Such spirit. A smile graced Lu Yuan's face. Unfortunately, this place does not afford you the privilege of refusal. In the next moment, a peculiar light flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. General Tian Shui instantaneously felt his body being seized, his legs collapsing uncontrollably as he knelt down, ultimately prostrating himself before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. General Tian Shui roared in fury, his silver teeth grinding audibly, his face a canvas of rage and humiliation. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, flicking his fingers. The golden mask soared away, revealing the striking visage of General Tian Shui. His features were exquisitely chiseled, with a small, rosy mouth and a prominent nose that accentuated the three-dimensionality of his countenance, exuding an aura of sharpness. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his lips, while his face was etched with anger and humiliation. Additionally, the shattered armor revealed glimpses of his fair, radiant skin, and his unparalleled figure could not be concealed even by the armor. It was as though a Valkyrie had descended into the mortal realm, subjected to the indignities of suffering. Lu Yuan rose to his feet and approached the prostrate figure of the Grand General Tian Shui, gazing down at her from his elevated position. Answer me a question, and I shall grant you safe passage. Lu Yuan understood that General Tian Shui possessed a fiery temperament. Therefore, he refrained from mentioning the potential torments she might endure. Instead, he crouched down, gently lifting her smooth chin with his hand, and delicately brushed away the dried blood from the corner of her lips with his thumb. Meeting her furious gaze, he spoke with a hint of tenderness. You should know that I, Lu Yuan, am a man of my word. Once I make a promise, I shall undoubtedly uphold it. The general's expression faltered momentarily. Indeed, During his time as the regent prince, Lu Yuan had proven himself to be a man of unwavering commitment. Never once reneging on his promises, Lu Yuan continued to dispel her doubts. My inquiry will not touch upon the fundamental aspects of the grand scheme, nor will it compel you to betray the empress. It is merely a question, a lingering curiosity that resides deep within my heart. After a prolonged silence, General Tian Shui parted her crimson lips and uttered a single word, ask. Lu Yuan wore a smile of appreciation on his face. Yet his tone grew somber as he pronounced each word deliberately. At that time, why did you not heed my orders? The Four Symbols Army of the Great Scenery is subordinate to the royal family, answering solely to the commands of the reigning emperor. In the past, Lu Yuan served as the regent prince, and upon the demise of the late emperor, he was undoubtedly poised to ascend as the new sovereign. However, aside from the Yanlong army, both the Tian Shui army and the Bingwan army disregarded his commands, resulting in a critical delay in military action. Had it not been for this disobedience, the vast territories of the Dejing realm would have long been unified, free from the chaos wrought by the 5 savage tribes and the remnants of the 7 vassal states. This question had lingered in Lu Yuan's heart for 3 long years. Having captured the Grand General of the Tian Shui army, he was determined to interrogate him thoroughly to resolve this lingering doubt. Faced with Lu Yuan's inquiries, the Tian Shui Grand General remained silent for an extended period. At last, he raised his gaze, calmly meeting Lu Yuan's eyes, in the twilight of the late emperor's life. He summoned me late one night and issued a fatal decree. What was this fatal decree? Lu Yuan pressed for answers, as if a realization had dawned upon him. I cannot heed any of your commands. Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Indeed, apart from my esteemed father, who else could truly compel you, the formidable general of Tian Shui, to wholeheartedly obey commands? The late emperor of Dejing brought the voracious general, who feasted upon the flesh and blood of the ghost tiger, to the bustling capital of Dejing. He bestowed upon her unimaginable treasures of heaven and earth, allowing her to dedicate herself to her cultivation, and further granted her the remnants of the white tiger's soul from the imperial treasury. For the general of Tian Shui, who witnessed the tragic demise of her parents and villagers at the claws of the ghost tiger at the tender age of 6, and was subsequently raised by that very beast, the late emperor was akin to a rebirth of her parents. She would willingly fight to the last drop of her blood for him. Therefore, the late emperor's final decree, stating that Lu Yuan's commands must not be obeyed, would naturally be executed with unwavering diligence. Thus, my dear sister could effortlessly seize the throne of Dejing from my resplendent hands as the regent prince. The reason was not due to her exceptional prowess, but simply because father had never intended for me to ascend to the throne. Even Lu Qinghuan's timely return to the Dejing dynasty after I had quelled the monstrous tribes and the 7 great vassal states was a meticulously planned part of the scheme. Leveraging the late emperor's commands to the general of Tian Shui as a pivotal opportunity, Lu Yuan finally unraveled the entire affair, gaining clarity on why the empress effortlessly garnered the support of the court's nobility, occupying that imperial throne. It was because that position was ultimately meant for Lu Qinghuan by his father. His sole purpose was to lead the Yanlong army to eliminate all elements of instability within the territory of the Great Jing. Even his father had not anticipated that Lu Yuan would prove so formidable, sweeping away adversaries with merely the Yanlong army, rendering some carefully laid plans unnecessary. General Tian Shui observed Lu Yuan, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose lips curled into a wry smile, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her gaze. Yet, her life belonged to the late emperor and to the Great Jing dynasty, despite any feelings of compassion she might harbor for Lu Yuan. She would resolutely carry out the late emperor's orders. After a brief pause, General Tian Shui spoke in a detached tone. I have already provided you with the answer, and you should honor your promise to allow me to depart. Lu Yuan slowly smoothed the corners of his mouth, opening his eyes to behold the disheveled and tattered figure of the heavenly cursed general. He turned away and reseated himself in the chair, calmly sipping a cup of spirit tea. I merely stated that I would allow you to depart in peace. I did not specify your destination. This sacred dragon moonlit vessel harbors hundreds of vacant chambers. You may choose one for yourself. The gaze of the heavenly cursed general suddenly froze, and after a moment, he let out a hoarse and furious roar. Lu Yuan, you despicable scoundrel! Lu Yuan calmly sipped his tea, declaring with unwavering conviction that his words were solely directed towards his own people. As his voice faded, a strikingly beautiful figure approached, gracefully offering a salute. Your Highness, please allow the general to retire and select a room to bathe and rest properly. Understood. Luer stepped forward, leading the furious and vociferously berating General Tian's way out of Lu Yuan's sight. Given Lu's meticulous nature, it was likely that the general would have to swallow back every word he had unleashed in anger. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, rising to his feet, his gaze directed coldly towards the capital of the Great Jing dynasty. Initially, he had no intention of stepping foot into the imperial palace again. The throne and the empress held no significance for him. However, it became evident that from the very beginning, this had all been orchestrated by his father, who never intended to bequeath the throne to him. Thus, Lu Yuan felt compelled to return to the palace and upheave it, demanding an explanation. Chapter 64. The Body of the Flower God, Destiny of Union. Yet, to confront the palace, the national master had to be dealt with first. In his youth, He recalled hearing his father mention that the withered armor army merely served as a fade for guarding the imperial city. The true guardian of the great Jing capital was, in fact, the national master. At that time, Lu Yuan was somewhat perplexed. It was only upon discovering the national master's true identity that he understood. The withered armor army, comprised of 100,000 soldiers, donned the peculiar withered armor, which was nothing but the bark shed from the national master's true form. Merely that bark had given rise to one of the 4 legendary armies of Great Jing, safeguarding the entire imperial city. Thus, to what terrifying extent did the national master's true form possess power? Previously, when Lu Yuan summoned the 9 Emperor's coffin to obliterate the fleeing national master, it was not the true essence of the national master. It must have been a sort of external incarnation. The real national master remained deeply rooted in the heart of the imperial city, cultivating for countless years. However, it was fortunate that the recent battle had not been devoid of gains. Lu Yuan summoned the cosmic bag. With a single thought, a delicate, translucent pink petal floated gracefully in the air. It emanated a palpable aura of spiritual energy. Precisely the same petal that the national master had willingly placed into his dragon claw before his retreat. Lu Yuan reclined casually in his chair, resting his chin on his left hand, and nonchalantly called out, "National Master, please emerge." As soon as the words left his lips, a radiant burst of pink petals coalesced into the ethereal figure of a woman clad in a Taoist robe. She exuded an aura untouched by the mundane, possessing a beauty that was both exquisitely pure and enchantingly seductive, a vision that was breathtaking yet unattainable. Indeed, she was the pinnacle of the Great Jing dynasty. Half of Lu Yuan's master, the national master of the Great Jing. Lu Yuan's gaze roamed unabashedly over the delicate form of the national master. He yawned and casually remarked, "You are but a wisp of a lingering soul, and your time here is fleeting. If you have something to convey, now is the moment." The ethereal remnant of the national master did not respond immediately. Instead, she regarded Lu Yuan with her clear and luminous eyes, silently observing him for a moment before she sighed in admiration. "Your Highness, the surprises you present to me and to it have truly exceeded all expectations." "Are you referring to the national master's true essence?" Lu Yuan inquired. "Indeed," the remnant of the national master replied, nodding slowly. "And what of you?" Lu Yuan gazed intently into the eyes of the remnants of the national master, intrigued. "What manner of being are you, Your Highness? Have you ever heard the legend of the flower goddess?" "The flower goddess?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, refraining from providing an immediate response. Among the 2 great furnace physiques in the world, aside from Lu Er's Cha Jiu Xian body, the other belonged to the national master. The flower god physique. It is said that there once existed a deity known as the flower god, who resided perpetually in the valley of the flower god. The flower god was the essence of myriad blossoms, endowed with sentience, and took on human form, embodying the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Should one acquire the divine essence of the flower god, they could undergo a profound transformation, achieving immortality without bounds. One day, a demonic emperor discovered the valley of the flower god, intent on seizing the flower god to take back to his palace, to plunder the divine essence and attain the coveted realm. And then, Lu Yuan gazed at the national master with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of it. "Are you implying that you are the flower deity from myth and legend?" The national master shook his head slightly. The flower deity of legend perished under the coercion of the demon emperor, invoking the wrath of heaven upon herself. "I." The national master looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, and the reincarnated essence of the flower deity. Lu Yuan paused his hand, which was shaking the teacup, and furrowed his brow. "Where is the evidence?" he questioned. The notion of a flower deity and a demon emperor seemed utterly absurd, making it difficult for Lu Yuan to believe. However, the national master, with her exquisite beauty and ethereal grace, truly appeared to be beyond the realm of mortals. It was quite simple. The national master's clear, flowing gaze was as cold as that of a celestial being, yet possessed the voluptuous allure of a beautiful matron. By engaging in dual cultivation with me and harnessing my spiritual essence, you could break through the bottleneck of the tribulation phase and step into the realm of severing the Tao. The prospect of transcending the 9th realm of tribulation and entering the 10th realm of severing the Tao was indeed enticing. Alas, Lu Yuan found it difficult to trust the national master. Who knows if this reincarnated flower deity, who was also half his master, was merely playing a trick in collusion with the national master of the capital. He pondered for a moment. Lu Yuan inquired further, "Why have you been summoned twice by Lin Xianran to rescue him?" The response elucidated that Lin possessed a sacred physique capable of shattering shackles, making him a tenuous substitute for you in our union. The remnant soul of the flower god master appears to be unable to endure for much longer. Before Lu Yuan could interject, it continued. Its realm is stagnated at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, having lingered there for over 6 centuries. Too fearful to breach that barrier, the flowerwood spirit monster, in its quest to transcend the tribulation realm, must undergo a divine thunder retribution. Its essence is that of an ancient tree, which harbors a profound dread of heavenly punishment. Coincidentally, over 2 centuries ago, it sensed the aura of the reincarnated flower god and, in a fit of elation, abducted the young sprout of the flower god to nurture it within the depths of the imperial palace. Once the reincarnated flower god achieves the tribulation stage, half of its scheme will be realized. It merely requires the addition of another physique that perfectly harmonizes with that of the flower god, so that during their mutual cultivation, it can consume and refine the essence within. This will enable it to elevate its own flower-wood spirit monster physique to that of a demigod, thus circumventing the divine thunder retribution and finally stepping into the coveted realm of path-cutting. Upon hearing the Flower God Master's elucidation, Lu Yuan finally comprehended why the National Master coveted him so intensely. If it were anyone else, possessing the secret technique capable of transcending to the 10th realm, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to attain it. Yet, why was it me? Lu Yuan fixed his gaze upon the eyes of the Flower God's Grandmaster. Prior to this moment, I was merely a celestial spirit. Although I could be regarded as a paragon among the heavens, it hardly seemed plausible that a Grandmaster of such caliber would set their sights on me. Even at the pinnacle of tribulation, the Flower God's Grandmaster fell silent for a moment, a fleeting smile illuminating her enchanting visage, resplendent and captivating. Your Highness, do you believe in predestined relationships? Outside the hall, Lu Yuan, poised to enter, recoiled as if struck by a jolt of electricity, stealthily concealing herself to eavesdrop. What could this mean? Since time immemorial, mythology has suggested the existence of fated unions, where two souls are tethered by a red thread from the moment of their birth, destined to complement one another perfectly, irrespective of the distances that may separate them, ultimately destined to reunite. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that you are suggesting our fates are intertwined by destiny? Indeed. The Flower God's National Master nodded slowly, his voice somewhat ethereal. Even if the National Master did not bring this humble sprout to the great Jing Imperial City, our paths were destined to cross one day. Your constitution aligns perfectly with my divine essence. During our dual cultivation, should the National Master assimilate and refine you, the outcome would be unparalleled, enabling you to effortlessly attain a demigod form and break through to the path-cutting realm. The naturally liberated sacred body could, with considerable difficulty, serve as a substitute for you. But it would be fraught with significant flaws. The National Master would only resort to this as a last resort. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, reclining slowly back into his seat. What you have said is merely one-sided, and it cannot be substantiated in the short term. Seeing that Lu Yuan remained unconvinced, the Flower God Master let out a gentle sigh, their enchanting, voluptuous robe gradually becoming translucent. The Master will not spare His Highness, nor will they spare me. Having traversed the pinnacle of tribulations for several centuries, its depth of power undoubtedly far exceeds His Highness's imagination. Even if you possess formidable manifestations and divine abilities, it is inconceivable that you could stand as its rival. Only by joining forces with me do we have a chance to defeat it entirely. After speaking, the Flower God Master's clear gaze fixed upon Lu Yuan. I can reveal to His Highness the location of the Flower God's soul root. With the soul root in hand, at a mere thought, I could disperse my soul and utterly perish in this world. Thus, you can rest assured. The Flower God's soul root. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with the Flower God's Grandmaster. Do you not fear that upon acquiring the soul root, I shall swiftly eradicate you? You, the reincarnation of the Flower God, would be no more. And all your schemes would crumble, leaving you in a transient fury, after which you would hold no further interest in me. A gentle smile graced the face of the Flower God's Grandmaster. Your Highness would never resort to such actions. I have watched you grow since your childhood. I understand your nature and know you would never strike against me. Chapter 65. Journey to the Imperial Tomb of Dying. Heh. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. Ever since I returned from the icy abyss of the Northern Sea, I am no longer the person I once was. Whether it be the Grand Jing dynasty or you, who once held the status of my half-master, I feel no connection whatsoever. The Flower God Master maintained his gentle smile, resembling a mother observing a mischievous child. From the time your Highness fell gravely ill and vaguely called me mother, to the nights spent at the temple where I imparted teachings until dawn, and in guiding your cultivation, crafting magical artifacts for you, and assisting in the creation of the celestial spirit scriptures, all of it was my doing. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, exclaiming, What does this mean? It is what it is, and I am who I am. Until the moment of utmost significance, it shall not awaken fully. Since the age of 6, I have been by your Highness's side. Throughout the entire great Jing dynasty, not even your cold-blooded father understands you better than I do. It was I who shielded the senses of the withered armor army at the eastern city gate, allowing your Highness to depart the capital unscathed. Yet, I never anticipated that within a mere 2 months, not only would your cultivation be restored, but you would also break through to the 8th realm, mastering many abilities that even I find astonishing. Thus, I took the risk of leaving behind a fragment of my soul, hoping for your Highness's collaboration to jointly slay the National Master. Observing that Lu Yuan remained utterly expressionless and unmoved, the Flower God National Master curled his lips slightly, adding, Of course, there is one significant reason that assures me your Highness would never personally bring about my demise. What reason is that? Lu Yuan raised his cup of spiritual tea, his tone casual. He himself was uncertain as to what could persuade the National Master to believe that he would not harm her. Of course, it was a delicate, snow-white hand gently lifted. It glided along the curves of her figure, barely concealed by her Taoist robe, brushing past her ample bosom with a soft caress. Her exquisite visage radiated a smile that could enchant all, because, Your Highness, could not bear to part with it. In his youth, while hidden deep within the Taoist temple, the gaze he cast upon me during my bath was not merely a fleeting glance. He had, more than once, harbored the desire to consume me whole. Thud. Lu Yuan spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea, coinciding with the sound of knees colliding with the ground outside the door. Lu Yuan glared. Do not slander me with baseless accusations. I was but a child at that time. How could I possibly? Hiki. The smile of the flower god master remained as gentle and accommodating as ever. At first, I believed it was destiny that was influencing Your Highness. However, I later realized it was not. It was merely because Your Highness possesses innate wisdom, and I happen to be the type that you favor. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the voluptuous and enchanting national master, he felt as if he were in a dream upon hearing her utter. This is precisely the type that Your Highness favors. Time was of the essence. The smile on the face of the flower god national master gradually faded, and her demeanor turned exceedingly serious as she regarded Lu Yuan. I have conveyed all that I needed to say. How you choose is entirely your prerogative. After speaking, the flower god national master fixed a profound gaze upon Lu Yuan. The once ethereal remnants of her soul completely disintegrated, transforming into a wisp of spiritual light that floated before Lu Yuan. Faintly, the voice of the flower god national master resonated in Lu Yuan's ears. This spiritual light mark will assist Your Highness in locating the essence of the flower god. Lu Yuan clenched the spirit light mark in his palm. Instantly, a rudimentary image emerged in his mind, indicating the general location of the flower goddess's soul root. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, delicately savoring the spiritual tea. After a considerable time, as if arriving at a resolution, he stored the luminous imprint into his chinkoan bag. Then, he lifted his gaze towards the hall's entrance and said, somewhat irately, if you've eavesdropped enough, you may as well come out. A figure slowly sauntered in. It was Lu Yuan. Her cheeks were flushed, and upon locking eyes with Lu Yuan, she startled and recoiled like a frightened rabbit, her rosy complexion seemingly deepening in hue. Lu Yuan, puzzled, inquired, what is the situation? Has General Tian Shui made the arrangements? They are all in place. Lu Yuan nodded energetically, much like a chick pecking at grains. Well, you have worked hard during this period. It's time for you to return and rest properly. Since the slaying of the Red Refinement Divine Son, nearly a day and a half had passed. Lu Yuan had been vigilantly by his side, and she must have been quite fatigued by now. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's instructions, Lu Yuan let out an "oh," and obediently began to walk outside. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly turned back, a playful smile adorning her face, and remarked, so it turns out, Your Highness was quite mischievous even as a child. With that, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and fearing Lu Yuan's reprimand, she swiftly darted away. What an amusing turn of events. Lu Yuan shook his head in resignation. After a prolonged wait, he finally rose to his feet and, with deliberate slowness, departed from the hall, making his way towards one of the tranquil chambers of the sacred dragon moonlight vessel. As Lu Yuan gently pushed open the door to the tranquil chamber, he beheld a stunning figure reclining on the soft couch. Her voluptuous form adorned solely in a flowing crimson gown, revealing ample, pristine skin. Awakening from a dreamlike state, she appeared languid yet radiant, as if she had consumed an elixir of vitality. This enchanting woman in the resplendent red garment was none other than the nine-colored devouring python. After an arduous battle lasting 11 hours, she had finally been subdued, succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. Nourished by the potent and intricate medicinal properties of the nine-legged dragon golden toad and the yin-yang burning immortal wine, her realm ascended from the late stage of the 8th realm to its pinnacle, now only a step away from transcending to the tribulation realm. The demon queen slumbered in blissful comfort. Lu Yuan poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to the nine-colored demon king. Without hesitation, the nine-colored demon king accepted it, tilting her alabaster neck back to drink it all in one go. She then stretched lazily, her demeanor alluring, her curves accentuated. Tomorrow morning, I shall depart from here. Upon your return, please inform King of the Mountains and others that they may rest in the Tianyun province and refrain from further conquest of the remaining territories of Dying. The nine-colored demon king nodded at this. That is also the plan of the 5 demon clans. After speaking, she playfully licked her red lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Yuan. I wish to. Don't even think about it. Lu Yuan firmly rejected her. The nine-colored demon king was taken aback, her face, which could bring calamity to nations, revealing a heart-wrenching sense of grievance. I merely desire to be by your highness's side. Is that truly a fault? Lu Yuan realized that he had digressed. However, his gaze descended, seemingly penetrating the void, landing upon the colorful illusory python tribe members within the city of Yunzhou. You are the chieftain of the illusory python. If you depart, what will become of these tribesmen? The nine-colored demon king appeared to have already contemplated this. His expression was so indifferent that it bordered on coldness. As the chieftain, I have sufficiently established a sanctuary for my people to thrive. The future of the illusory python tribe must now rest in their own hands. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. He had once ventured into the Valley of the Colorful Serpents and was well acquainted with the affairs of the colorful illusionary python clan. Within this tribe, the colorful illusionary pythons were rather few in number. The nine-colored demon king herself had evolved from an innocent little snake, undergoing several centuries of cultivation to gradually ascend to the position of clan leader. As she had stated, her contributions had been more than sufficient. Henceforth, the fate of the illusionary python clan bore little relevance to the nine-colored demon king, who had transformed into the nine-colored devouring python. Half an hour later, the nine-colored demon king ascended from Cloud State City to the deck, where Lu Yuan awaited. He bowed respectfully and spoke, "Your Highness, the matters have been duly addressed." "Excellent," she replied. Lu Yuan nodded. The colossal Saint Dragon Wanyue vessel, as immense as an island, promptly activated numerous formations, turning its bow and vanishing into the void, swiftly ascending towards a singular direction. "Your Highness, where are we headed?" "To the imperial tomb of the Great Jing." Chapter 66. Su Kaidai returns home. The Prime Minister faints. The imperial tomb of the Great Jing? The nine-colored demon king blinked, somewhat perplexed. What purpose do we have in visiting the tomb? Lu Yuan stood up, stifling a yawn as he made his way toward the tranquil chamber's exit. A voice drifted in, digging a grave. "This serene space is now yours. I shall impose no restrictions upon your freedom. Whenever you wish to depart from the Holy Dragon's moonlit vessel, you may do so without the need for farewells." As the words settled in the air, Lu Yuan's figure vanished from the sight of the nine-colored demon king. The revelations extracted from the mouth of General Tian Shui filled Lu Yuan with profound skepticism regarding his true relationship with the emperor. How could it be that he, an almost flawless heir apparent, was so readily cast aside? The very notion that they would go so far as to scheme against him, facilitating the rise of Lu Qingwan, who had been exiled for over a decade, to become the first empress of Dejing, was perplexing. If he were not of the late emperor's bloodline, then all doubts would be resolved. Thus, Lu Yuan felt compelled to journey to the imperial tomb of Dejing to exhume the remains of the late emperor and perform a bloodline verification ritual. He sought to ascertain whether a true connection existed between himself and the late sovereign. He had not ventured far. Lu Yuan came to a halt and turned to glance back. Upon noticing the colorful demon king trailing behind, he inquired, "Do you not find the tranquil chamber to your liking?" Although referred to as a tranquil chamber, it was quite akin to a cave dwelling, complete with a bedroom, bathroom, meditation room, and spirit herb chamber, all abundantly equipped. The aura of spiritual energy was exceptionally rich. In the grand city of Dejing, such a cultivation cave would command a rental fee of no less than 10,000 spirit stones per day. The colorful demon king, with a voice both enchanting and pitiful, replied, "I have only just arrived in this unfamiliar place and do not dare to rest alone." Lu Yuan's lips twitched. "You, a peak-level demon king of the 8 realms, feigning the innocence of a little girl?" Yet, he could not be bothered to engage further with this theatrical character. After an exhausting 11 hours of battle, coupled with interrogating General Tian Shui and meeting the floral sage, he felt utterly drained, both mentally and physically. A good night's sleep was in order. He turned back and continued towards the bedroom, saying, "If you wish to follow, then do so, but remember this, behave yourself and refrain from any improper actions, or I shall cast you aside without hesitation." The nine-colored demon king's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly as he hastily trailed behind. Upon returning to the bedroom, the nine-colored demon king busied himself with a bath. Lu Yuan paid no heed, reclining on the grand bed, his eyes closed as he succumbed to a languorous slumber. In a hazy reverie, a fragrant and alluring figure slipped beneath the covers, pressing intimately against him. Her crimson lips and delicate hands danced teasingly, yet they failed to rouse Lu Yuan from his slumber, eliciting only a faint, discontented hum from him before silence enveloped the room once more. The celestial scriptures of the chaotic realm resonated, accompanied by the profound sounds of the great Tao and the imagery of a colossal lotus. In the depths of his slumber, Lu Yuan's realm was ascending with remarkable speed. In the capital, at the residence of the Prime Minister, the steward announced, "Sir, the young lady has returned." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister exhaled a sigh of relief and, unable to contain his anticipation, made his way towards the grand entrance. Doubts clouded his judgment regarding the prodigious Lin Xianran, the so-called paragon of excellence. At barely 20 years of age, he had achieved the 7th realm of the Yuan spirit. Indeed, a feat that could rival the former regent prince, Lu Yuan, in terms of cultivation talent. Yet, when it came to military accomplishments, he was utterly unworthy to be compared. After the defeat at Shenlong City and the subsequent debacle at Yinzhou City, his record was tainted. Most disheartening was Lin Xuanran's blatant disregard for Kai Dai's safety, consistently choosing to escape alone, leaving her in peril. This was the source of the Prime Minister's deepest anguish. Even a simple dog, when provided with rare resources, would at least guard the home, exchanging a bark with any intruder. But Lin Xianran, taking advantage of Kai Dai's affections, shamelessly reveled in the resources provided, devoid of any gratitude. The Prime Minister had resolved to sever ties with Lin Xianran, relinquishing any further involvement. Regardless of the investments made in rare materials, his daughter's safety was paramount. He feared that if she accompanied Lin Xianran again, she might not return unscathed. Although his daughter would vehemently oppose this decision, the prime minister was resolute. He would go so far as to confine her to prevent another encounter with Lin Xianran. At that moment, he reached the entrance and beheld a spirit beast carriage coming to a halt. The door curtain lifted, revealing a head peeking out, eyes darting nervously. It was Su Kai-dai, safely returned from the battlefield of Yunzhou City, escorted by her protectors. Relieved at her well-being, the prime minister smiled gently. Kai-dai, come back home with your father. Your mother has been worried sick about you. Dad? Kai-dai quivered at the sight of her father emerging from the residence. Forcing a smile. Ah, I remember. Sister Ling Yuan mentioned a new spirit tea and invited me to try it. I should go. The prime minister furrowed his brow. Interrupting her, whatever it is, we shall discuss it at home. He intended to have a serious conversation with her regarding Lin Xianran, and given her mother's worry, he could not allow her to wander off now. All right then, Kai-dai reluctantly accepted, hesitating before slowly descending from the spirit beast carriage, her posture peculiar. As if concealing something, she shielded her abdomen with her hands, her attire draped heavily, devoid of the vibrant colors she usually wore. The prime minister's smile faded, and his demeanor grew increasingly somber. After decades navigating the treacherous waters of politics, he had ascended to his current position through shrewdness and astuteness. It was impossible for him not to notice his daughter's odd behavior. His gaze fell upon her deliberately bent posture and the layers of fabric concealing her abdomen. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his vision darkened as he staggered, nearly collapsing. Dad, I need to return to my room to freshen up before seeing Mother. Kai-dai managed to muster a smile before attempting to flee into the residence. Stop. The prime minister's voice boomed, resonating through the courtyard and silencing the surroundings. Kai-dai froze, her face paling. Gasping for breath, the prime minister approached her, his eyes ablaze with fury as he lifted the layers of her garments, revealing a pale, slightly protruding abdomen beneath, evidence of a pregnancy that seemed to have advanced for at least half a year. The world around him darkened, and he fainted. Dad. Sir. Meanwhile, at the eastern city gate of the capital, a weary figure emerged, taking in the grand sight of the towering gates with a sigh of relief. With gritted teeth, he muttered, Damn Lu Yuan, why does he always thwart my plans? This was Lin Xianran, who had narrowly escaped during the battle against Lu Yuan. His hatred for Lu Yuan had seeped into his very bones. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's interference, he might have engaged in some indescribable endeavors with the esteemed General Tiansui. After a deep breath, Lin Xianran strode towards the imposing gates. His mind set on visiting the prime minister's residence at the earliest opportunity. He intended to leverage Su Kai-dai to extract valuable resources from the influential prime minister before retreating to seclusion. He firmly believed that with his supreme physique, if he dedicated himself to cultivation, he would soon surpass Lu Yuan and exact revenge, reclaiming everything dear to him. Just as he prepared to undergo the city's inspection, shadows suddenly surrounded him, and the air shimmered with the manifestation of magical artifacts. Before he could react, his consciousness plunged into darkness as he collapsed. The city guards dispersed, revealing the aged figure of Su Jinchun, the current prime minister, whose eyes glinted with rage and murderous intent as he gazed upon the unconscious Lin Xian and ensnared within the artifacts. 2 days later, under the blazing sun, the Shenglong Wangyue vessel glided to a halt before a mountain range located several thousand miles west of the capital, in the territory of the Daijing imperial tomb. This was Lu Yuan's intended destination, where the ancestral emperors of the Daijing dynasty were interred, including his own father. The exact time of the late emperor's demise was unknown to Lu Yuan. He had learned of the burial site only a month prior. Upon his return from the northern sea ice abyss, let us descend and take a look. Lu Yuan stood up and walked step by step towards the mountains. His expression was remarkably serene. Regardless of the truth, it would not significantly affect him. Lu Er nodded and followed closely in Lu Yuan's wake. After taking a few steps, she turned back and gazed at the charming visage of the nine-colored demon king, frowning as she remarked, What are you following for? His Highness did not summon you. You resemble a protective little cat. The nine-colored demon king's crimson lips curled into a smile, the blazing sunlight cascading upon her features, as if she were veiled in a sacred radiance. The imperial tomb of the great scenery is sure to be heavily guarded, and I shall naturally assist His Highness in clearing the obstacles. As for you, with your mere peak 6th realm cultivation, it would be wise for you to stay here and wait, lest you distract His Highness from safeguarding you. Under the quadrupled flow of time aboard the sacred dragon moonlit vessel, along with the enhancement of various extraordinary materials, Lu Er's realm had advanced from the late 6th stage upon departing the flame dragon tribe to the pinnacle of the 6th realm. The formidable nature of the Yin Cha Jiuxian body was evident. Upon hearing the nine-colored demon king's response, Lu Er paused, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. The nine-colored demon king spoke wisely. The imperial tomb of the great scenery would indeed be fortified with heavy troops, and her peak 6th realm cultivation would only serve as a burden to His Highness if she were to accompany him. However, a mere detachment of the tomb guard army did not warrant such trepidation. The laughter of Lu Yuan echoed through the air. Upon finishing his words, his figure had already leaped from the spirit vessel, plummeting towards the entrance of the mountain royal tomb. Lu Yuan shot a fierce glare at the nine-colored demon king and hurriedly sprinted to catch up. The nine-colored demon king pressed her crimson lips together, taking a single step forward, her silhouette appearing half a pace behind Lu Yuan. Sensing Lu Yuan's frustration as she stamped her foot in anger, her smile grew increasingly radiant. Bold intruders. Those who dare to trespass upon the royal tomb. The 1,000-strong tomb guard army boasted a minimum cultivation level of the 5th realm, with their commander being a peak 7th realm cultivator, coupled with formidable armor, weaponry, and formations. It was utterly inconceivable for even an 8th realm grandmaster to breach this place swiftly. Moreover, the royal tomb was merely symbolic, devoid of any treasures. It had remained undisturbed for ages, never once facing an assault. Yet today, it faced an impending catastrophe. Without the need for Lu Yuan to intervene, the nine-colored demon king exhaled gently, and a dense swarm of nine-colored devouring serpent phantoms surged forth, obliterating the tomb guard army entirely. With the obstacles now dispatched, the path ahead lay clear. Lu Yuan and his companions ventured through the grand entrance of the imperial tomb, delving deep into the mountain's subterranean depths. In the heart of the crypt, they uncovered the coffin of the late emperor, interred for less than 3 months. Lu Yuan stood before the golden coffin, his mind awash with vivid memories of the late emperor spanning over a decade. He let out a soft sigh. Regardless of whether you were my father or not, you raised me from childhood, bestowing upon me countless treasures of heaven and earth. No matter the outcome, I shall not proactively bring ruin to the great Jing imperial city. When the time comes to confront Lu Yuan, I shall grant her a chance at life. Thus he spoke. Lu Yuan raised his sword, striking through the air with a decisive slash. With a resounding crack, the golden coffin was cleaved in two, sliding apart to reveal a lifeless body adorned in a dragon robe within. Though devoid of any vitality, the figure lay with eyes tightly shut, emanating an aura of formidable authority and unyielding power. Lu Yuan drew a droplet of his own blood and invoked the art of bloodline identification. The crimson liquid gradually dissolved in the radiance of the spell, ultimately transforming into a translucent energy sphere the size of a fist. Should this luminous orb successfully merge with the remains of the late emperor, it would affirm the existence of a bloodline connection between the two. Your Highness. Lu Yuan murmured softly, her grip tightening on her sleeve, visibly anxious. In contrast, the nine-colored demon king exhibited little concern for the outcome of this bloodline verification. In fact, had Lu Yuan not been a member of the great Jing royal family, it might have even brought her a slight sense of joy. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, the luminous sphere crafted from Lu Yuan's blood gently descended onto the late emperor's corpse within the coffin. Then, it gradually absorbed into the remains without encountering the slightest resistance. Upon witnessing this result, Lu Yuan's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. He, indeed, was the bloodline descendant of the emperor. Lu Yuan is also his sister. Upon learning the outcome, Lu Yuan did not linger at all. Turning to walk towards the royal tombs, Lu Yuan hastily followed, cautiously inquiring, Your Highness, where shall we go next? To the Lingxiu mountain range. The Lingxiu mountain range, situated in the northern part of the Jing Empire, is precisely where the flower goddess soul root resides. Lu Yuan did not entirely trust the words of the flower goddess national master. However, as long as he could obtain the flower goddess soul root, he would be able to ascertain, through his formidable mental prowess, whether the soul root truly held the power to determine the life and death of the flower goddess national master. The essence of the flower god could enable peak tribulation cultivators to effortlessly break through their bottlenecks and ascend to the 10th realm of path slaying. Lu Yuan was undoubtedly unwilling to relinquish his ambitions. He sought the divine root of the flower goddess to discern the truth behind the words of the flower god master, entirely disregarding any ulterior motives regarding the master's physical allure. As the sacred dragon moonlight vessel vanished into the void, it soared towards the ethereal mountain range. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the grand formation of the Jing army, which surrounded the imperial tomb, finally arrived. However, they were met only with the forcibly opened entrance to the tomb. News of the tomb's assault rapidly spread to the imperial palace and the capital through the communication array. Deep within the dungeons of the capital, Lin Xianyan found himself imprisoned under the charge of fleeing from battle, confined within a cage-like formation. He was utterly unable to mobilize even a trace of his elemental energy. The golden essence of his sacred body was severely depleted due to his injuries, rendering recovery impossible in the short term. Why was the Prime Minister keeping me captive here? Lin Xuanyan's disheveled hair fell around him, and no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the reason. Suddenly, the clanking of chains echoed from outside. Lin Xianyan lifted his gaze, only to see Su Kai timidly stepping inside, her head bowed. Unwilling to meet his eyes, just as he was about to express his indignation, he was startled to notice that Su Kai's abdomen was noticeably swollen, unmistakably indicative of several months of pregnancy. Chapter 68, The Sacred Body's Inheritor, a surprising revelation from the God Master Yu. Upon witnessing Su Kai's condition, Lin Xianyan felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. He had never held any affection for the foolish woman, nor had he ever laid a hand on her. Yet, this did not prevent him from perceiving her as his own possession. Now, with her pronounced pregnancy, he felt like an utter fool. Observing Su Kaidai's anxious and helpless demeanor, he could barely contain his fury as he questioned in a low voice, "Is it Lu Yuan's?" He had long been aware that Su Kaidai had once been half of Lu Yuan's childhood companion, nearly becoming the crown princess. It was only after Lu Yuan returned from the Beihai Ice Abyss, leading to the destruction of 100,000 flame dragon soldiers and the loss of all his cultivation, that Su Kaidai, under the prime minister's support, had decisively severed ties with him. But now Lu Yuan not only retained his cultivation, but even achieved a breakthrough, mastering unimaginable divine abilities that could rival the national master in the tribulation phase. His future is boundless, poised to surpass even the esteemed saint body. Su Kaidai, having had a change of heart, sought to apologize to Lu Yuan, and it was quite natural for her to make such an effort. However, the crucial question remained. When did this occur? Recently, Lin Xianyan had been almost inseparable from Su Kaidai. When could she have secretly engaged with Lu Yuan to such an extent? No. It couldn't be him. Su Kaidai gazed at her brother Xianyan, who was visibly upset and questioning her. Overwhelmed with grievance, she burst into tears, exclaiming that she too was bewildered, as she had not been with child during their time at the Yunzhou battlefield. Lin Xianyan, expressionless, retorted, "So you mean to say that you went to sleep one night and woke up like this?" Su Katie's eyes widened, her face alight with surprise. "Exactly. Brother Xianyan, you believe me now, don't you?" She claimed that while returning from the battlefield in Yunzhou, she had merely taken a nap, and when she awoke, her condition had changed. She had informed their father, but he had been entirely disbelieving. A female physician from the manor had confirmed that she was indeed pregnant, and the child was nearly fully formed. Observing Su Katie's joyful expression, Lin Xianyan furrowed his brow, feeling insulted. Did Su Kaidai truly think him as foolish as herself to easily accept such a flimsy excuse? Nevertheless, Lin Xianyan required her assistance for an urgent matter. Suppressing his inner rage, he calmly inquired, "How did you manage to enter here?" Su Kaidai, her face radiant with joy at her brother's belief in her, replied, "I risked my life to gain just a moment with you, Brother Xianyan. If Lu Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly commend this display of filial piety. Yet, both father and daughter were not virtuous souls. Their relationship was one of mutual torment, a perfect match." "All right." Lin Xianyan fixed his gaze upon Su Katie's eyes with utmost seriousness. "I wish to ask for your help with something. You may speak freely, Brother Xianyan. I need you to take this jade slip to the National Master's temple and show it to her, stating that I wish to use my final opportunity to be rescued from the heavenly prison." As he spoke, Lin Xianyan produced a jade slip from his mouth. Su Kaidai accepted it, gripping it tightly with determination. "Rest assured, Brother Xianyan, I will deliver the jade slip to the National Master." Watching Su Katie's departing figure, Lin Xuanyan's brow furrowed further. Not long ago, he had been imprisoned in the heavenly prison on charges of fleeing the battlefield, a baseless accusation, as he had slain numerous enemies of the Great Jing in both Shenlong City and Yunzhou. It was unfathomable that he could be associated with desertion. However, just moments ago, Su Kaidai had entered, her belly swollen, and Lin Xianyan finally comprehended the truth. It must have been Su Katie's own indiscretion that led her to secretly entangle herself with Lu Yuan, resulting in her unexpected pregnancy. Yet Lu Yuan was already a traitor to Great Jing, an enemy of the Empress. Even if the Prime Minister had 100 times the audacity, he would never dare admit that his daughter bore the child of Lu Yuan. Thus, he had deliberately allowed Su Kaidai to enter the heavenly prison, hoping she would curry favor with Lin Xianyan, urging him to take responsibility for Lu Yuan. Lin Xianyan raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the prison door. Envisioning the Prime Minister's cunning demeanor, a cold scoff escaped his lips. Did the Prime Minister truly believe that a mere Su Kaidai could confine him, the supreme true dragon of their realm? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Once Su Kaidai presented the jade slip to the National Master, she would undoubtedly intervene to rescue him from the heavenly prison. Following that, he would immediately enter seclusion, vowing not to emerge until he reached the 8th realm. Coupled with his invincible saintly body, very few within Great Jing would stand as his adversaries. Any schemes aimed at him would crumble effortlessly. With these thoughts, Lin Xianyan let out a few cold chuckles and slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the National Masteress' arrival, confident that she would retrieve him from the heavenly prison before the astonished gaze of the Prime Minister. To the west of the imperial city lay the Temple of the National Master, an area spanning several miles designated as a forbidden zone, where no one was permitted entry without summons. After leaving the heavenly prison, Su Kaidai hastily arrived at this location, her urgency palpable. Before she could catch sight of the temple's outline, she was intercepted by several suddenly appearing female acolytes. The National Master was in a state of tranquil meditation, and no one was allowed to enter. Su Kaidai, clutching the jade slip, implored, "Please, sisters, inform the National Master that the saint body has urgent matters to discuss." The leading acolyte's gaze fell upon the jade slip, sensing the National Master's aura emanating from it. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "I shall report this to the National Master immediately." With that, she turned and rushed deeper into the temple. Moments later, within the temple's inner sanctum, a breathtakingly beautiful nun sat cross-legged above a spiritual pool, her eyes closed, a single red dot of cinnabar adorning her forehead, exuding both ethereal grace and seductive allure. She was none other than the current national master, or rather, the flower goddess national master. Compared to her usual self, she appeared slightly pale, bearing the marks of injury. Upon hearing the acolyte's report, the national master slowly opened her eyes and waited a moment, seemingly in contemplation. Finally, she spoke in a calm tone. Tell the Prime Minister's daughter to assure Lin Xianyan that he may rest easy in the depths of the heavenly prison. Every 10 days, the National Master's estate will send spirit elixirs to aid him in his swift breakthrough. Understood, the acolyte replied, respectfully retreating. The inner sanctum of the temple fell silent once more. I will soon locate Lu Yuan and bring him back to the temple for dual cultivation. The National Master's voice was ethereal and clear. Lin Xianyan, filled with vengeance and endowed with the saintly body, would inevitably achieve a breakthrough with the assistance of the temple's elixirs, making him a valuable asset. The National Master gazed downward, as if penetrating through thousands of feet of earth, observing the massive tree roots that intertwined below. You can rest assured. A mysterious aura dissipated into the void. Retreating once again into slumber, the flower goddess, the National Master, slowly closed her eyes and sighed softly within her heart. Having recently reincarnated and yet to awaken her innate wisdom, she was discovered by the National Master, becoming a sort of external manifestation of its being. With but a single thought, it could seize her corporeal form, leaving her utterly defenseless. During the fierce battle with Lu Yuan, it was indeed the National Master that took the reins. Fortunately, it returned in defeat. No one anticipated that Lu Yuan, with merely a cultivation level of the 7th realm, could unleash his full potential, employing astonishing divine abilities and phenomena, thus compelling the National Master, in the early stages of transcending tribulation, to retreat in disarray. For the flower goddess, this was akin to a solitary lifeline. Therefore, she took a considerable risk, sending a fragment of her lingering soul into Lu Yuan's hands, hoping that with his assistance, she might successfully vanquish the National Master and gain her freedom. Perhaps she could even reverse the possession, taking over the National Master herself. In return for Lu Yuan's promise of offering the essence of the flower goddess to aid him in surpassing the tribulation evaluation and stepping into the 10th realm of the path of severance, the flower goddess would naturally abide by her word without the slightest hint of deceit. However, the condition was, Lu Yuan acquiesced to her request. Should Lu Yuan depart from the great Jing dynasty, embarking on an odyssey across the realms and never to return, the flower god master would be left with no choice but to cultivate in tandem with the sacred body Lin Xianran. Subsequently, he would be devoured and refined by the master, transforming into sustenance for dissipating the divine retribution and stepping into the realm of severing paths. Once the remnants of the soul were dispatched, the flower god master severed all ties to avert detection by the master. Thus, whatever transpired thereafter, whether Lu Yuan acquiesced or not, remained shrouded in mystery to the flower god master. The 3 days spent in seclusion for recuperation were thus marked by an incessant tension and anticipation. A single thought from Lu Yuan would determine her fate. Suddenly, the flower god's national master sensed something. A breathtaking smile blossomed on her untainted visage. All around the spirit pool, flowers unfurled, filling the air with their fragrant allure, enchanting all who beheld them. No trace of anxiety or tension lingered in her heart. She placed her hands in a mudra upon her abdomen, gently closed her eyes, and sat cross-legged above the ethereal spirit pool, peacefully continuing her recovery. Chapter 69. The frigid snows of the far north, the ancient Emperor Tua Shigu Yan. In the northern expanse of Dejing, the Lingxiu mountain range. Is this the root of the flower goddess soul? Lu Yuan gazed at a rather ordinary weed in his hand, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. This particular weed was ubiquitous throughout the mountains. Had it not been for the guidance of the remnants of the flower god master's spiritual roots, it would have been nearly impossible to locate it amidst the sea of impurities. Beside him, Lu Er remained silent, her eyes fixed on the weed with an air of curiosity. The Rainbow Demon King crossed her arms, her demeanor tremulous, seemingly indifferent to the notion of the flower god. With Lu Yuan's assistance, she had successfully evolved into the rainbow-devouring python, and in terms of noble lineage, she was by no means inferior to the so-called reincarnation of the flower god. Lu Yuan gripped the flower spirit's soul root tightly. A wisp of divine consciousness seeped in. In an instant he sensed, from the depths of the void, that a life in the direction of the capital was firmly held within his grasp. With just a slight exertion, he could utterly shatter its soul, leaving no trace for burial. Master of the nation, are you truly serious? Lu Yuan turned to gaze towards the capital. Memories of the year he fell gravely ill at the tender age of 6 surfaced in his mind, recalling the ethereal beauty that resembled a celestial fairy. After a long while, Lu Yuan turned around and addressed Lu Er and the 9-colored demon king. Let us return. Lu Er promptly followed, inquiring, Your Highness, where shall we go next? Lu Yuan chuckled and said, To sleep. With the blessing of the celestial scriptures. Slumber was the swiftest means for him to elevate his cultivation. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's response, the 9-colored demon king's eyes sparkled with delight as she playfully exclaimed, Your Highness, I wish, do not even think about it. Lu Er interjected, positioning herself protectively between Lu Yuan and the 9-colored demon king, her gaze filled with vigilance. The 9-colored demon king, with a beaming smile, remarked, Your Highness has yet to finish the Yangyin burning immortal wine. Only my majestic 9-colored devouring python form can withstand the domineering power of the immortal wine, aiding you in circulating and refining its essence, thus rapidly enhancing your cultivation. My dear sister, are you capable of such a feat? Lu Yuan's momentum faltered, her face reflecting a sense of grievance as she looked towards Lu Yuan. Her Yin-Cha-Jiu-Xian body was indeed comparable to that of the flower goddess, perfectly suited to assist in refining the Yang-Yin burning immortal wine. Yet, to maximize its efficacy, Lu Yuan never expressed his intentions towards her. At most, he would merely graze her smooth skin while they slept. The grievances within her heart had long since accumulated. It was time to cease the unfounded speculations. Lu Yuan helplessly patted Lu Er's little head, asserting that he alone could refine the power of the yin-yang burning immortal wine, without the need for the nine-colored Demon King. Really? Lu Er's eyes sparkled with joy. Of course it's true, Lu Yuan replied with firm conviction. That evening, outside the nine-colored Demon King's chamber, Lu Er listened to the cacophony of sounds emanating from within, feeling both embarrassed and indignant as she shouted, "Your Highness, you deceiver." A few days later, the Saint Dragon moonlit boat drifted like a solitary isle to the northernmost province of the Great Jing. This region, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, is exceedingly frigid. It is a realm where only cultivators and a few ice and snow demonic beasts can barely survive. Lu Yuan stood on the deck, the formation activated by the Holy Dragon moonlight vessel shielding the desolate, icy landscape beyond. Lu Er had just emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Last night, Lu Yuan had shared her slumber, and her cherubic visage radiated joy as she curiously inquired, "Your Highness, what brings us here?" "To slay the Ice Dragon Scorpion King." A fiery, enchanting silhouette approached from behind. It was the nine-colored Demon King. Compared to before, her bewitchingly beautiful countenance appeared even more radiant and immaculate, exuding an ethereal purity. Her demeanor was languid yet alluring, and with every gesture, there lingered an air of regal authority. Upon hearing the response from the nine-colored Demon King, Lu Er wrinkled her nose, turning away in contemplation as she asked, "Isn't the Ice Dragon Scorpion King an early-stage Demon King residing in the extreme northern snowfields? In such boundless snow, it could at least unleash mid-stage tribulation power. Why, Your Highness, would you suddenly choose to confront it? To concoct a particular elixir?" Lu Yuan casually explained, his gaze directed towards the depths of the vast, white snowfield. "I might as well visit Lin Yuan City." Lin Yuan City, the closest stronghold to the North Sea ice abyss, stood nearest to the portal of the Demon Clan. It was here that the Flame Dragon army, under his command, had once recuperated. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him, detection of the impending activation of the Demon Clan's portal, triggering a random quest. Was the Demon Clan's portal about to open? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as this development occurred much earlier than he had anticipated. Task 1. The portal to the Demon Realm has been opened. Under the torrent of the enemy's forces, the fate of the Great Jing hangs by a thread. In light of familial bonds, he must immediately return to the capital of Great Jing and, risking his life, inform the Empress of this dire news. Reward: 1 secret of the Empress. Task 2. What significance does bloodline hold? In the face of the former emperor's peril, you have borne the weight of the Great Jing alone, yet all you have received in return is betrayal. Your ties with the former emperor and the Empress have long since withered. You bear witness as the armies of the Demon Realm tread upon the soil of Great Jing. Reward: the ancient emperor's flame. Lu Yuan gazed at Task 1, informing the Empress of the ominous news concerning the demonic army. The phrase risking one's life likely referred to the national master. Even a transcendent being of the flower god, at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, could not evade the clutches of a formidable adversary. He was merely a step away from overcoming the divine punishment thunder tribulation, poised to ascend into the 10th realm of decisive path. As for the reward, a secret bestowed by the Empress, Lu Yuan exhibited no interest whatsoever. Task 2. By merely observing the demonic army as it encroaches upon the territory of the Great Jing Kingdom, one could acquire the Emperor Flame of Tuashi. The Emperor Flame of Tuashi. It is neither spiritual fire nor divine fire, but rather imperial fire. It is the most formidable imperial flame, forged from the convergence of myriad fires, capable of incinerating the heavens and myriad realms. If Lu Yuan were to obtain it, combined with the techniques of the Thunder Emperor, under the onslaught of lightning and fire, there would indeed be a possibility of slaying the national master. After all, the national master is akin to a tree spirit, most vulnerable to the powers of thunder and the divine arts of fire. Lu Yuan unhesitatingly chose the second task. At the same time, he guided the sacred Dragon Mu Watcher boat with his divine consciousness, heading towards Ling Yuan City. Chapter 70. The opening of the Demon Clan passage at the northernmost edge of the frigid north, there lies an expansive ocean known as the North Sea. Despite being situated in an extreme cold region, the sea remains unfrozen, shimmering with crystalline clarity. The waters of the North Sea possess an ice attribute, serving as a valuable material for the crafting of ice attribute artifacts, providing significant enhancements. This allure has drawn numerous cultivators across the bitterly cold snowfields, braving the peril of ferocious ice beasts to acquire the waters of the North Sea. Over the years, a city gradually emerged along the shores of the North Sea, known as Ling Yuan City. At this moment, one of the four symbols armies, the Ice Phoenix Army, stationed under the orders of the Empress, was guarding Ling Yuan City, watching over the passage that had claimed the lives of 100,000 flame dragon soldiers. What? Within the camp of the Ice Phoenix Army, The general clad in deep blue armor stood up abruptly, his face a mask of astonishment as he read the newly arrived message. The Heavenly Disaster Army has been completely annihilated at Yunzhou City, and the Heavenly Disaster General is missing. Yunzhou City has fallen. He suspected this could be a false report. The Heavenly Disaster General, being at the late stage of the 8th realm, was exceptionally skilled in offensive tactics. Even a formidable early-stage tribulation cultivator could not easily defeat her. How could she possibly be unaccounted for? Yet, the golden phoenix emblem imprinted on the communication talisman compelled him to believe it, for this was a direct message from His Majesty, and there could be no deceit. The Ice Phoenix General turned, his gaze piercing through the military tent, resting upon the boundless surface of the North Sea. The 5 savage tribes and remnants of the vassal states were simultaneously stirring unrest, plunging the Great Jing territory into chaos. Even the provinces of Shenlong and Tianyan had completely fallen within a mere 2 months. If, at this critical juncture, the demon passage suppressed beneath the North Sea were to show any signs of disturbance, the Great Jing would be plunged into dire peril. Suddenly, a subtle tremor emanated from the North Sea. The teacup on the table quivered slightly, and the candlelight flickered, as if something were on the verge of awakening. The Ice Phoenix General's expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, a beam of light shot in from afar, landing on the ground as a figure knelt, breathlessly reporting, "General, an anomaly has occurred in the North Sea. It is suspected that the seal of the demon passage has been forcefully broken. Your Highness, what does the demon passage look like?" On the deck of the sacred Dragon Moon Watcher boat, the formation's radiance isolated the white, frigid expanse, enveloping them in a sense of warmth. Lu Yuan skillfully rested Lu Yuan's head on her soft lap, gently massaging his acupoints with her delicate fingers. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, the colorful Demon King, who was peeling spirit fruits for Lu Yuan, also cast a curious glance. As the Demon King of the southwestern territories of Great Jing, this was her first visit to the extreme northern snowfields, and she had never before witnessed what the demon passage truly resembled. Faced with 2 pairs of inquisitive eyes, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His tone calm. The passage to the demon realm lies deep within the northern sea, suppressed for countless years. Once it manifests, the demonic energy will leak out, causing the perpetually unfrozen northern sea to become encased in ice, forming an unfathomable abyss of ice. This is the northern sea abyss. The 9-colored Demon King nodded slowly and then inquired, "Are the demons truly formidable?" Lu Yuan smiled and retorted, "Do you truly believe that the 200,000 elite troops gathered from the 5 demon clans are formidable?" The 9-colored Demon King affirmed, "Without the involvement of 8th-tier cultivators, they are indeed capable of easily defeating an equal number of troops from the Great Jing. Even the 4 Symbols army might not be without a chance in battle. In terms of combat prowess, the demon and barbarian races are inherently superior to the human race at the same level of cultivation." Lu Yuan closed his eyes and spoke softly. "An army of 10,000 demons can effortlessly obliterate 200,000 elite beast soldiers." "What?" The 9-colored Demon King's mouth fell open in astonishment. Subsequently, a complex expression crossed his face. No wonder His Highness suppressed the demon passage and sacrificed an entire 100,000 flame dragon army, sustaining immense injuries himself. Lu Yuan nodded gently. For the Great Jing, the demonic beasts and the rebellious vassal states were merely an appetizer. It is the army of the demon clan that truly poses a fatal threat to the Great Jing. In fact, the demon army, which had initially cost the lives of 100,000 flame dragon soldiers to defeat, was merely a vanguard. Lu Yuan now felt a sense of curiosity. How would his Empress sister withstand the onslaught of the demonic army advancing southward? What was happening? Why had the Ice Yuan army mobilized in its entirety? Within the city of Lu Yuan, many observed the Ice Yuan army breaking camp, a multitude of war vessels and beasts surging forth towards the North Sea. Could it be that something had occurred in the North Sea? Speculations arose among the anxious onlookers. Lu Yuan City was situated 10 miles from the North Sea, separated by an icy vein, which served to shield the city from the terrifying chill of the North Sea, thus allowing for its establishment. Suddenly, a faint rumbling sensation emanated from beneath their feet, as if the very ground was trembling. In that moment, tens of thousands of treasure-seeking merchants and cultivators within Lu Yuan City felt a deep sense of unease. It seemed as if some catastrophic calamity was imminent. A 6th-tier cultivator soared into the air, breaking free from the city's protective formation, braving the frigid air, and gazing across the icy peaks ahead. What he beheld would remain etched in his memory forever. The tranquil expanse of the North Sea appeared to be cleaved apart, revealing a passageway 1,000 feet wide, extending into the horizon. On either side of this passage, the ever-unfrozen waters of the North Sea began to solidify, forming towering ice walls that reached for the heavens. The entire passage resembled a meticulously constructed staircase leading gently from the depths of the North Sea to the shore. An unimaginable aura of terror began to rise from the depths of this staircase. The 6th-tier cultivator's face turned ashen, as his body was filled with an overwhelming fear of the extreme cold, and he cried out in horror, "The North Sea Ice Abyss! The North Sea Ice Abyss has emerged!" Like a clap of thunder, chaos erupted throughout the city. Figures rushed into the streets in a frenzied panic, heedless of everything, abandoning the city to flee in the opposite direction of the North Sea. It seemed that even the vast, frigid expanse of snow and the ferocious ice beasts paled in comparison to the sheer terror instilled by the emergence of the North Sea Ice Abyss. A week later, Several merchant cultivators escaped from the extreme northern snowfields, bearing devastating news that would send shockwaves throughout the great realm. The demonic passage had opened, Lu Yuan city had fallen, and the Lu Yuan army had suffered total annihilation. No one had survived. Chapter 71. The origins of the ghostly apparition, the oath of heaven, your highness. Why have all these people fled? On the deck of the Holy Dragon Wangwei, Lu Yuan stood on her tiptoes, peering below. She noticed figures desperately fleeing across the vast expanse of white snow toward the south, as if a horrifying presence was in pursuit, ready to engulf them all. The demonic passage must have already been activated. Lu Yuan made a judgment. Upon hearing this, the nine-colored demon king immediately perked up. Casting her gaze into the depths of the vast, white snowfield, she was quite curious about the appearance of the demon army that could even defeat Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan shrank her neck in fear and quickly scurried back to Lu Yuan's side. Soon, the Holy Dragon Moon Sight boat arrived above Lu Yuan city. The place had almost transformed into a desolate wasteland, with streets devoid of a single soul. Lu Yuan did not linger. He maneuvered the Holy Dragon Moonwatcher ship, continuing to soar forward, swiftly traversing the icy vein that lay between Lu Yuan city and the North Sea. The spectacle of the North Sea ice abyss unfolded before him without reservation. It resembled an expansive staircase leading deep into the North Sea, stretching 1,000 fathoms wide, seemingly endless. Upon this staircase, grotesque and fearsome figures emerged in an unceasing flow. An extraordinarily terrifying aura, colder by 100-fold, 1,000-fold than glaciers, emanated from this dark and menacing army, as if even the soul itself would be frozen. Is this the demon race? The nine-colored demon king's eyes radiated brilliance as he gazed upon the demonic forces surging forth from the icy abyss. The demons were of towering stature, nearly matching that of the mountain-moving king. Clad in pitch-black armor, their bodies bore the imprint of twisted runes, while dark spikes protruded from the gaps in their knee and elbow armor, exuding a chilling brilliance. These ominous spikes appeared to be extensions of the demons themselves, their innate weapons of slaughter. At that moment, the nine-colored demon king truly believed Lu Yuan's earlier assertion that an army of 10,000 demons could effortlessly annihilate 200,000 elite troops of the beastmen. These demonic legions were born for war and plunder. Similarly, it was the first time Lu Yuan had seen the appearance of the demons. After a moment of fixation, she suddenly widened her eyes and turned to Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "Your Highness, why do these demons resemble the Ghostchen so much?" The Ghostchen also bore thick black spikes akin to arms, exuding a cold, bloodthirsty aura. Aside from the Ghostchen's resemblance to a dragon or python, measuring over 20 meters in length with a fearsome visage, the demons were strikingly similar to the human race, differing only slightly in stature, almost verging on being of the same lineage. Lu Yuan nodded, acknowledging the resemblance. If the opportunity arises, we should capture a living demon to perhaps unravel the mystery of Gui Zheng's origins. Gui Zheng had recognized him as its master when it descended from the heavens on Lu Yuan's 12th birthday. Despite scouring ancient texts of the Great Jing, Lu Yuan had found no trace of its lineage. The name Gui Zheng was one he had bestowed upon it. Upon first encountering the demon army, Lu Yuan had suspected a potential connection between Gui Zheng and the demons. Unfortunately, at that time, Gui Zheng was not by his side to confirm his suspicions. Now that a chance presented itself, he was determined to attempt capturing a demon in hopes of discovering some clues. As the demon army emerged, the Lu Yuan army, which had long been arrayed before the ice abyss, immediately maneuvered their war vessels and rune formations to launch a frontal assault against the demon forces. In an instant, a dazzling display of arrayed light and the resounding echoes of battle became the sole melody of the northern sea's ice abyss. Witnessing the Lu Yuan army's fearless charge towards the demon army was a sight to behold. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, meticulously arranging the tea table and pouring the divine liquor. Through the vast expanse of white snow and ice, he observed the fierce spectacle of battle between the two armies. For the great Jing dynasty, the Lu Yuan army undoubtedly stood as one of the 4 elemental legions. Each soldier, under the command of the general and the empress, valiantly charged toward the enemy, striving to eternally thwart the forces of the demon clan. However, this bore no significance to Lu Yuan. Since the twilight of the previous emperor, when he summoned the Tian Shui army and the Lu Yuan army, refusing to heed any of his commands, the entire great Jing dynasty had become utterly irrelevant to him. Lu Yuan was deeply curious whether the late emperor would have regretted his decision had he known the terrifying nature of the demon clan. Otherwise, it was not merely the chaos wrought by the savage monsters and rebel factions in the great Jing territory. Even the passage to the demon realm had long been completely sealed by Lu Yuan, which could have ensured a millennium of tranquility for the great Jing. Instead, they now faced both internal strife and external threats, compounded by the impending onslaught of the demon army and the surging inferno of malevolence. Lu Yuan contemplated something, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lu Yuan. "Please summon General Tian Shui." Understood. Lu Yuan invariably executed Lu Yuan's commands without the slightest hesitation or unnecessary inquiry. Before long, General Tian Shui appeared on the deck. With refined features, tightly pursed crimson lips, and a prominent nose, her countenance exuded a striking three-dimensionality, radiating an aura of sharpness. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Her eyes betrayed a fierce anger and an indomitable spirit. Following Lu Yuan's previous deception, she had sworn to never trust him again, vowing to return at any cost. However, her gaze soon shifted to the colorful demon king standing not far from Lu Yuan. With a cold snort, she remarked, "As expected, you have long consorted with the demons, betraying both the great Jing and his majesty." The colorful demon king, accused of collusion with Lu Yuan, raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased by the insinuation. Lu Yuan gazed at the grand general of the Tian Shui. After several days apart, he noticed that her injuries had significantly healed, though she still donned the battle-worn armor, tattered and torn from the conflict. The gaps in her armor revealed large swathes of porcelain skin, accentuating her stunningly graceful figure. The poise and beauty of the grand general mirrored her proud and indomitable spirit. In the face of her fierce and defiant gaze, Lu Yuan felt a profound respect. Lu Yuan sat leisurely in his chair, taking a slow sip of spirit liquor, his tone devoid of emotion. "The reason I summoned you today is merely to allow you to witness the demise of the Ice Phoenix Army. The Four Symbols Army stands as one of the four pillars of the Great Jing. As long as the Four Symbols Army endures, the Great Jing, despite its turbulent times, shall remain steadfast, with the potential to reclaim its former glory. General Tian Shui harbors unwavering loyalty to the late emperor, and likewise to the Great Jing. He understands all too well the significance of the Four Symbols Army to the realm. Now, with the Yamlong Army and the Tian Shui Army having fallen one after the other, and General Ku Jia severely injured, should the Ice Phoenix Army meet its end as well, the Great Jing would truly be in peril. Impossible." General Tian Shui glared coldly at Lu Yuan. Every soldier of the Ice Phoenix Army possesses a flying spirit beast raised since childhood, enabling their forces to move with unparalleled swiftness. Not even the entirety of the 5 tribes of the demon race, including the 7 vassal states, nor any nearby imperial courts, can muster the strength to annihilate the Ice Phoenix Army completely. She was resolute in her belief that Lu Yuan was deceiving her, seeking to disturb her mind in order to extract information detrimental to the Great Jing. "How about a wager?" Lu Yuan spoke in a calm tone. "I will allow you to witness firsthand the annihilation of the Ice Phoenix Army. In return, you must release your spirit, permitting me to examine every fragment of your memories." This was the true intention behind Lu Yuan's summoning of General Tian Shui. When General Tian Shui entered the palace, Lu Yuan had yet to be born. Perhaps she held some knowledge, yet there remained secrets unknown to Lu Yuan, such as why the late emperor exhibited such cruelty towards his own kin, or how his mother, who had never appeared in his memories, had vanished. General Tian Shui, an 8th-tier grand cultivator, possessed a formidable spirit. A forceful intrusion would only result in her soul being shattered, leaving behind a lifeless shell. General Tian Shui regarded Lu Yuan with a frigid gaze, instinctively refusing. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the words remained lodged in her throat, unable to escape. After a moment of silence, she narrowed her eyes, concealing the brilliance within. "Very well. I shall accept your terms." The fate of the Ice Phoenix Army was intricately tied to the stability of the realm. It could not afford to falter. If indeed they were facing imminent catastrophe, she would find a way to relay the message, ensuring that the Empress was prepared in advance. Thus, "Let us establish a heavenly oath." With a single sentence, Lu Yuan rendered General Tian Shui speechless. Chapter 72, The Ice Yuan Army's Annihilation. The demon clan's commander strikes from afar. "What, are you unwilling?" Lu Yuan held his wine cup, gazing at General Tian Shui with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. General Tian Shui felt as though she were stripped bare, standing before Lu Yuan without a shred of dignity, utterly exposed. She contemplated emulating the deceitful manner in which Lu Yuan had once treated her. Even in defeat, she could not relinquish her spirit, allowing him to pry into her essence at will. Little did she know that Lu Yuan proposed a solemn oath of heaven's way. This oath was fatal for cultivators. Any breach would result in immediate detection by the celestial forces, unleashing divine retribution that could lead to the shattering of one's soul. Previously, Lu Yuan had verbally promised to grant her freedom, and General Tian Shui harbored no doubts. To her, Lu Yuan remained the resplendent regent prince, incapable of such treachery. Were it not for the edict of the late emperor, she would have willingly heeded Lu Yuan's commands, becoming a sharp blade in his hand. Yet Lu Yuan, with a deceptive nonchalance, betrayed her trust and failed to release her as promised. If he was unwilling, so be it. Lu Yuan reclined in his chair, casually gesturing, "Luer, escort the general back." "Yes," Luer responded promptly, leading General Tian Shui away. The latter remained rooted to the spot, his cold gaze fixed intently on Lu Yuan's eyes. Ultimately, he complied with Lu Yuan's request and swore an oath to the heavens. The Ice Yuan army was of paramount importance to the Great Jing. If the army were indeed experiencing a devastating rout, she must seize the opportunity to convey this message to the Empress, allowing the capital of Great Jing to prepare in advance. Indeed, Lu Yuan stood up with satisfaction and walked towards the edge of the deck. "Follow me," he beckoned. General Tian Shui, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, trailed behind him step by step. She found it hard to believe what Lu Yuan had claimed and felt compelled to witness it with her own eyes. Soon, General Tian Shui reached the edge of the deck, where an expanse of white lay before her, separated by the formation of the dragon boat. Her gaze pierced through the pristine snow, and she was the first to behold the boundless surface of the North Sea. The tranquil, infinite waters stretched out like an immense canvas, seemingly cleaved by an invisible blade, revealing a passageway 1,000 feet wide, extending into the horizon. On either side of the passage, the ever-unfrozen waters of the North Sea solidified into towering ice walls that reached up to the clouds. The entire corridor resembled a meticulously constructed grand staircase, gently leading from the depths of the North Sea to the shoreline. On this grand staircase, dark and imposing figures surged forth from the depths of the passage, exuding an aura of chilling terror. The North Sea Ice Abyss. Is this the Demon Clan? It was her first encounter with the demon race, having only heard of them from Prince Lu Yuan. Observing the overwhelming demonic army, her expression turned gravely serious. Shifting her gaze, General Tian Shui witnessed the fierce clash between the two armies at the North Sea's edge. Blocking the demon army at the Ice Abyss was the Ice Yuan army, one of the four symbols legions. The casualties were devastatingly high. One by one, the Ice Yuan soldiers fell, their warm blood and lifeless bodies freezing almost instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the ground was adorned with lifelike ice sculptures. General Tian Shui's expression suddenly darkened, reflecting her distress. Lu Yuan's words were astonishingly true. The demonic army was indeed terrifying, the Ice Phoenix Legion. One of the four symbols was like a fragile egg striking against a stone, suffering casualties exceeding tenfold. When Lu Yuan returned alone from the frozen abyss of the Northern Sea, not a single soldier from the 100,000 Flame Dragon army survived, including General Tian Shui. The esteemed ministers of the Great Jing dynasty dismissed the notion that the demonic army could be so fearsome, hardly giving it a moment's thought. Yet now, General Tian Shui witnessed firsthand how the defense line formed by the Ice Phoenix Legion crumbled under the assault of the demonic forces. As if it were nothing more than paper, unable to impede their advance even slightly. Even when Ice Phoenix commanders took to the skies atop ferocious beasts in an attempt to gain the advantage of height, their efforts proved futile. For the demonic army swiftly extended its inky wings, eliminating the airborne Ice Phoenix soldiers with a speed surpassing that of their flying beasts. Before the might of the demonic forces, the Ice Phoenix Legion, a product of the Great Jing's resources and heritage, found itself utterly incapable of retaliation. A chill gradually settled in General Tian Shui's heart as he came to comprehend the terrifying enemy that lay ahead for the Great Jing. You have witnessed how the Ice Phoenix Legion met its demise. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the demonic army, and he spoke calmly to General Tian Shui. Return to your chamber and await me. I shall come to ensure you fulfill your vow in due time. General Tian Shui suddenly turned to Lu Yuan. His eyes fixed intently upon him. Regardless of the circumstances, you were once the Prince of Dejing, bearing the bloodline of the late Emperor. Are you truly willing to stand idly by and witness the slaughter of Dejing's warriors at the hands of the demonic army? Lu Yuan turned his head slightly. Astonished, how did you know? The imposing aura of General Tian Shui instantly froze. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and said, Luer, please escort her down. Yes, your highness. Luer promptly replied, leading the great general of Tian Shui away from the deck. As they departed, the valiant female general cast a lingering gaze at Lu Yuan. Her eyes filled with silent contemplation. At that moment, the multicolored demon king approached, her crimson lips curling into a playful smile. Your highness, I possess a wondrous elixir known as the illusory nectar. Once it passes the lips of the great general of Tian Shui, no matter how steadfast or virtuous she may be, she will inevitably become your loyal supporter. Illusory nectar? Is that not merely your saliva? Lu Yuan couldn't help but think. Shaking his head, I have no interest in her. I have kept her around solely to extract information from her. The nine-colored demon king expressed her belief, your highness. Whenever you desire, you may come to me. Lu Yuan disregarded the self-righteous demon king. His gaze descended, penetrating the vast, frigid expanse of ice and snow, where he beheld the battlefield of the North Sea. The Ice Yuan army was on the brink of annihilation under the relentless slaughter of the demonic forces. The Ice Yuan general, at the peak of the Eighth Realm, lay gravely wounded at the hands of a powerful demon, with death merely a matter of time. Lu Yuan extended his right hand, reaching downwards into the void. A formidable wave of divine consciousness surged forth, transforming into a colossal hand that seized several demon soldiers, who were attacking the Ice Phoenix troops below, and effortlessly cast them into the universe pouch. The unfortunate soldiers believed they had been granted a reprieve from death. Yet, before their taut nerves could relax, they were engulfed by the advancing demon horde, ultimately meeting their demise. Lu Yuan captured several demons, intending to investigate the connection between the ghost snarl and the demon race. Having completed these tasks, Lu Yuan turned the Holy Dragon Moonlit boat, preparing to depart from this place. He regarded these demonic beings with disdain, yet he had no intention of eradicating them. The task of repelling the invasion of the demons was a matter that concerned his beloved sister, and he would not interfere in the slightest. At that moment, a demon general, who was mercilessly slaughtering the Ice Phoenix general, suddenly raised his head, unleashing two beams of pitch-black light that sped towards the Holy Dragon Moonlit boat. The colorful demon king snorted coldly, poised to intervene, but was taken aback as Lu Yuan faced the two beams of darkness and gently pointed his finger. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and an invisible wave shattered the void, shaking the heavens and earth as it collided violently with the beams. In an instant, the beams were utterly dissipated, as if they had never existed. The invisible wave, however, continued its relentless momentum, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater in the surface, which had been frozen for countless millennia and was even more solid than profound ice. The Ice Phoenix army in that vicinity, along with the demons, were entirely obliterated without leaving a trace. Witnessing the power of that single finger, the colorful Demon King widened his eyes in astonishment, his crimson lips parting in disbelief. Ding! The Ice Phoenix army has been completely annihilated, and the host feels elated. Reward: Yin Yang Burning Immortal Wine X10. The host has witnessed the demon army stepping into the territory of the Great Jing Kingdom. Reward: Tua Shi Ancient Emperor Flame. Chapter 73. The Divine Might of the Emperor Flame, Incinerating the Calamity Transcending Beast Rulers. The Holy Dragon moonlit boat slowly vanished into the hazy horizon under the solemn gaze of the Demon General. The Ice Phoenix General, who had just glimpsed a flicker of hope, saw Lu Yuan turning away on the deck and fell into utter despair. Boom. The Ice Phoenix General was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The Demon General cast a lingering glance at the spot where the Holy Dragon moonlit boat had disappeared and commanded a portion of the demon army to cross the ice vein and seize Lin Yuan City. A larger contingent, along with the Demon General, remained stationed at the front of the passage, seemingly awaiting something. On the third day, in the farthest reaches of the northern snowfields, two colossal entities clashed upon the glaciers, generating terrifying waves that caused the entire void to resound with thunderous echoes. As towering glaciers continually fractured in a scene reminiscent of world annihilation. Your Highness, is the colorful Demon King safe? On the deck, Lu Yuan stood on tiptoe, her gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead, her concern evident in her voice. The Holy Dragon moonlit boat activated its formation, shielding all terrifying vibrations generated by the battle from the outside world. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. When did you begin to take an interest in the nine-colored Demon King? He remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, the Ice Dragon Scorpion possesses the cultivation of the early stages of tribulation, but its primary abilities lie in ice and venom. The bloodline of the nine-colored swallowing heaven python is perfectly resistant to these two powers, and coupled with the formidable abilities inherent in its lineage. Even if it cannot vanquish the Ice Dragon Scorpion, it will not come to any harm. At that moment, locked in a fierce battle with the nine-colored swallowing heaven python was the sovereign beast of the extreme northern snowy lands, the Ice Dragon Scorpion. This colossal creature towered hundreds of feet high. Its form resembled that of an ice scorpion, yet it coursed with a hint of true dragon bloodline. The azure crystalline body refracted resplendent rays of light under the sun. Any cultivator below the seventh realm who cast a glance would be frozen into an eternal ice sculpture. In its eyes, the Ice Dragon Scorpion harbored a gluttonous desire for the nine-colored swallowing heaven python. As a tyrant beast of the tribulation stage with a trace of true dragon blood, it understood well that should it succeed in devouring the nine-colored python and thoroughly refining it, its own bloodline would undergo a transformation, resulting in a substantial surge in cultivation, along with the potential to break through the tribulation stage and ascend to the coveted realm it yearned for. In stark contrast to the Ice Dragon Scorpion, the gaze of the nine-colored Demon King remained remarkably tranquil, even as the battle with the Ice Dragon Scorpion took on a frenzied intensity, seemingly disregarding her own wounds. Boom. A massive shadow descended, and the vibrant python's tail struck the Ice Dragon Scorpion with tremendous force, shattering its hard icy carapace and producing a terrifying rumble. The Ice Dragon Scorpion was sent flying, crashing through several ice peaks and gouging a deep ravine into the glacial ground before finally coming to a halt. The nine-colored Demon King shimmered with radiant light, transforming into human form, still exuding an air of cold allure, capable of bringing nations to ruin. Her abdomen had been pierced, a trace of crimson adorning her lips. This injury was inflicted by the scorpion's tail before it was hurled away. Gazing at the wound on her abdomen, the nine-colored Demon King exhaled gently, raising her eyes to the figure on the deck. Her frosty, authoritative gaze was suddenly transformed into an enchanting allure that seemed to drip with seduction. Your Highness, I am no match for the Ice Dragon Scorpion. I humbly beseech your Highness to lend me your assistance. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. Very well. In the next moment, the vast and frigid northern sky was suddenly engulfed by a kaleidoscope of flames, radiating no discernible aura yet emanating a terrifying presence capable of incinerating the very heavens and realms. What manner of flame is this? The delicate smile adorning the face of the nine-colored Demon King vanished without a trace. She felt her very soul laid bare before this resplendent fire, utterly defenseless. A mere thought from it was sufficient to reduce her to ashes. The Ice Dragon Scorpion, flung away by the vibrant serpent's tail, experienced a similar, overwhelming dread. Sensing itself ensnared by the terrifying flames above, there was no escape. A horrifying roar echoed. The Ice Dragon Scorpion, disregarding all else, unleashed its primal power, its massive form radiating an extreme chill that even caused the void to exhibit signs of freezing. Without a backward glance, it fled deeper into the snow-laden expanse. Typically, even as a sovereign beast of the tribulation realm, it would never dare approach the deepest recesses of the northern snowfield. Yet now, confronted with the imminent threat of death, it could afford no further hesitation. Observing the panicked flight of the Ice Dragon Scorpion, Lu Yuan raised his right hand and gently grasped the air towards the Ice Dragon Scorpion. A low hum resonated as the towering Tua Shigu Di Yin transformed into an enormous seven-colored hand, effortlessly seizing the colossal beast, hundreds of feet high, within its grasp. The fearsome roars abruptly ceased, and the entire expanse of snow fell into silence, save for the flickering of a terrifying, multicolored flame dancing amidst the snow. In the sanctum of the holy dragon moonlit vessel, within the alchemy chamber, the nine-colored demon king had yet to recover from the shocking sight of the ice dragon scorpion's effortless demise. Unable to restrain the allure of his enchanting gaze, he frequently turned his eyes towards Lu Yuan. After all, this was a beast of dominion in the early stages of tribulation, possessing a trace of the legendary true dragon's bloodline. Was it truly possible for such a formidable creature to be annihilated so effortlessly? What was the origin of that terrifying, multicolored flame that had so easily vanquished the ice dragon scorpion? Even with the flame's inherent property to counteract ice, such an effortless victory seemed improbable. In that moment, Lu Yuan appeared increasingly enigmatic to the nine-colored demon king. Despite being well acquainted with him, there lingered a sensation akin to peering into a shrouded mist. Could it be that these celestial materials and earthly treasures were indeed without fault? Lu Yuan turned his head and inquired of the nine-colored demon king, who was lost in thought, staring at the back of his head. The nine-colored demon king, snapping back to reality, nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Suspended within the alchemical chamber were various rare treasures emanating an extraordinary radiance. Any single item, if presented at an auction in the city, would undoubtedly be a showstopper. Following the evolution of the nine-colored devouring sky python bloodline, the nine-colored demon king made remarkable progress. Coupled with the recent days spent refining the yin-yang burning immortal wine alongside Lu Yuan, her cultivation had officially ascended to the pinnacle of the eighth realm. She was poised to attempt a breakthrough into the tribulation phase at any moment, to ensure a higher probability of success. The nine-colored demon king recalled a method of concocting a spiritual elixir from her bloodline memories, which could enhance her chances of breaking through by 30%. However, she was in need of a core from a tribulation-level demon beast as the primary ingredient, and the ice dragon scorpion was a perfect match. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, retracting his gaze as he summoned the nine turns Dan Emperor furnace. The furnace opened its three orifices simultaneously, emanating a rich purple light that absorbed an array of resplendent spiritual materials into its body. 2 hours later, a surge of auspicious energy soared into the heavens, enveloping the area in a dense fragrance of elixirs. Beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles were irresistibly drawn, their eyes aglow as they converged upon the source. However, in a fleeting moment, the auspicious energy and the alluring fragrance vanished without a trace. A multitude of bewildered beasts stood still, glancing around in confusion, uncertain as to why the intoxicating aroma that had so powerfully captivated them had abruptly dissipated. Within the Saint Dragon moonboat, the nine-colored demon king reverently accepted the steaming, fragrant holy elixir from Lu Yuan's hands. Casting a deep glance at him, all words of gratitude transformed into an unwavering loyalty and admiration for Lu Yuan. Subsequently, with a flourish of her vibrant red lips, she consumed the holy elixir. Chapter 74. Devouring the souls of the demon clan entering the tribulation realm is no trivial pursuit. Even with the preparation of holy elixirs suitable for the nine-colored sky-devouring python, the probability of the nine-colored demon king successfully breaking through was merely a little over 60%. Of course, this success rate is exceedingly coveted by the vast majority of peak 8th realm demon beasts. For most of these apex 8th realm demons, the likelihood of overcoming the tribulation barrier is only 1 or 2%. To be prudent, Lu Yuan maneuvered the holy dragon Wanyu Shou, coming to a halt above a mountain range where the spiritual energy was sparse. He then summoned the Dan Yang refining body spiritual pool. The dragon boat's enormous mouth clasped a resplendent full moon, which emanated an exceptionally rich and pure lunar force. This transformed into a faint silver beam, enveloping the steaming, warm Dan Yang refining body spiritual pool entirely. The Dan Yang pool radiated waves of Yang attribute spiritual energy. A vibrant, nine-colored sky-swallowing python basked in the boiling waters, its robust and powerful form thrashing about, sending splashes of water that glimmered with dazzling scales, enchanting and breathtaking, exuding an irresistible allure to the male gaze. Lu Yuan glanced at the nine-colored sky-swallowing python in the pool, then turned to Lu Yuan beside her, smiling sweetly as she playfully inquired, "My lord, do you wish to join the nine-colored demon king in the bath?" She harbored serious doubts that if she were not present, he might have already begun to disrobe. "No. Don't say such nonsense." Lu Yuan cleared his throat lightly, forcibly diverting his gaze, and instructed, "To break through to the tribulation realm requires considerable time. During this period, I must trouble you, Lure, to safeguard the nine-colored demon king here, as I have other matters to attend to." "Rest assured, your highness," Lure replied earnestly, always dedicating herself wholeheartedly to fulfilling Lu Yuan's commands. Indeed, Lu Yuan said nothing more and turned to leave this place. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan pushed open another door, revealing a scene surrounded by artificial mountains. On the rocky terrain lay a creature, reminiscent of both a dragon and a python, measuring over 20 meters in length. Its body adorned with ebony spikes as thick as a man's arm. Its grotesque visage, coupled with its pale, ghostly eyes, emanated an unsettling chill that penetrated the heart. Indeed, it had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Lu Yuan extended his hand, gently caressing the massive form of the ghostly beast that lunged towards him, nodding in satisfaction. It has been over 2 months since departing from the capital. The time flow array of the sacred dragon moonlight boat has escalated from double speed to quadruple speed. This implies that the ghostly beast has likely been cultivating for approximately half a year, coupled with an array of rare materials and spiritual elixirs, lavishly bestowed upon it without regard for expense. Achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 6th realm is entirely plausible. Thus, it can be inferred that Ji Weichan has also been in seclusion for nearly half a year. Lu Yuan was on the verge of forgetting. He would go and have a look later to see how her cultivation of the Tying Mother Sutra was progressing. By the time he reached the pinnacle of the 8 realms, he might just be able to utilize her tying profound power. He collected his thoughts. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and with a flick, several figures tumbled out of the bag of holding, towering in stature and clad in obsidian armor. Their bodies bore twisted runes, from which dark, sharp spikes protruded at the joints of their knees and elbows, emanating a chilling radiance. These were the demons he had casually captured upon leaving the frozen abyss of the North Sea. Confined within the bag for several days, they now emerged, still brimming with vitality, exuding waves of frigid demonic energy, and shrieking as they lunged toward Lu Yuan. With a roar, the ominous creature known as the Ghost Claw extended its eerie talons, pinning the demons firmly in place. Then, lowering its grotesque visage, it sniffed at the captives beneath its claws. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply. The demons emitted agonized howls as wisps of black mist spiraled from their bodies, all of which were ravenously drawn into the maw of the Ghost Claw. After a hasty chew, it swallowed the essence with a satisfying gulp, and its pale eyes gleamed with delight at the delectable feast. Leaning its massive head closer to Lu Yuan, the ghostly gaze reflected a lingering desire for more and a hint of supplication. Was that all there was to eat? Lu Yuan gazed upon the lifeless forms of the fallen demons, a bemused expression crossing his face as he gently touched the head of the specter. His intention in capturing these demons was to discern any connection between the specter and the demonic race. However, to his dismay, the specter had devoured them as if they were mere delicacies. Yet, there lay a silver lining. It appeared that the souls of the demons were indeed a delectable feast and a potent nourishment for the specter, potentially surpassing the effects of elixirs. After all, elixirs are crafted to suit human physiology, and the specter, in consuming them, relies solely on its formidable absorption capabilities to extract the spiritual essence contained within. Moreover, the demons exhibited little reaction upon encountering the specter, recklessly charging forward with a fearless resolve. Nevertheless, the souls of the demons provided significant benefits to the specter, seemingly drawn to it for sustenance. This suggests an undeniable connection between the two entities. It is possible that the lower-ranking demons were simply unable to recognize the specter's true nature. Lu Yuan lightly touched the dark, sharp spikes of the ghostly creature. Even with his current realm of Tongshu, he could still perceive an undeniable chill emanating from these menacing protrusions. Lu Yuan grew increasingly curious about the origins of Guizhong. Rest assured, the demon army is abundant, and the demonic passage lies within the icy abyss of the Northern Sea. In the future, you shall certainly have your fill. After painting a grand vision for Guizhong, he left behind a plethora of rare heavenly materials and treasures. Lu Yuan departed from the chamber, poised for the opportunity to capture a demon clan general or perhaps a commander. Such an endeavor might yield valuable intelligence. After a short while, Lu Yuan stood outside a room, gently rapping on the door before pushing it open. A wave of damp, fragrant air enveloped him. The sound of water cascading resonated from the side chamber of the cave dwelling. Lu Yuan approached and beheld the valiant General Tian Shui, finally shedding her tattered battle armor. With her back turned to Lu Yuan, she sat in a steaming wooden tub, her damp, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, creating a striking contrast against her fair and translucent skin. A meaningful smile flickered across Lu Yuan's face as he spoke calmly. It appears that I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Despite his words, he remained motionless. Suddenly, a pale, exquisite female figure emerged from the bath, standing tall and elegant. Her form was slender and graceful, with a waist that could be embraced with a single hand, and her rounded hips resembled a full moon. Her long, powerful legs exuded strength, and subtle curves were discernible on either side of her delicate body. Lu Yuan beheld General Tian Shui as she gracefully stepped out of the bathing tub, donning a silver silk robe that shimmered like moonlight, cinched delicately at her slender waist. With utmost reverence, she knelt before him, lifting her exquisitely defined visage, closing her eyes and softly uttering, "Your Highness, let us commence." Lu Yuan looked down upon the esteemed general of the heavenly ascendancy. It is likely that throughout the entire Great Jing Empire, no one would dare to believe that the proud and powerful general of the heavenly ascendancy would, like a mere maidservant, present himself impeccably clean, kneeling before a man, allowing himself to be at his mercy. Lu Yuan certainly did not believe that General Tian Shui had suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, he merely uttered a non-committal HM and extended his right index finger to gently press against her smooth forehead. A torrent of pure spiritual energy surged forcefully into her sea of consciousness. The general trembled slightly, emitting a muffled sound from her nose, her expression betraying a hint of pain. Time passed, 15 minutes, then 30, and a full hour later. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Having absorbed the entirety of General Tiansui's memories, a complex array of emotions swirled within him. At that moment, kneeling before Lu Yuan was General Tiansui. Her complexion as pale as parchment, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sweat that seeped from her brow dampened her silver robe, clinging closely to her form, revealing a state of extreme exhaustion both mentally and physically. Lu Yuan was well aware that this was a typical manifestation of injury and weakness following a forcible intrusion into one's soul. He nodded gently. Indeed, you are quite obedient. Soon, I shall have Luo bring a bottle of soul-nourishing elixir to aid in your recovery from the trauma inflicted upon your spirit. A flicker of brilliance unexpectedly shone in the weakened eyes of General Tian Shui. His body swayed precariously, as though on the brink of collapse. Yet he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Yuan turned away from this place. Chapter 75, The Manifestation of the White Tiger's Malevolent Spirit. He stepped out of the room. Lu Yuan let out a gentle sigh. From the memories of the great General Tian Shui, he could not discern the reasons behind the late emperor's actions, nor had he caught a glimpse of his mother. It was not just the great general. Throughout the entire imperial palace, aside from the late emperor and the current empress dowager, it seemed that no one had truly seen Lu Yuan's mother. Shrouded in an air of mystery, the late emperor had passed away, and from his remains, Lu Yuan had confirmed his own lineage as a descendant of the imperial bloodline. Thus, to uncover information about his mother, her origins, how she vanished, and why he had never laid eyes on her throughout his life, he might only glean such knowledge from the current empress dowager, the very mother of the reigning empress. Residing for years in the Xin Palace, the Empress Dowager had only made rare appearances during significant events while the late emperor was alive. Following the emperor's demise and the ascension of the empress, she had nearly vanished from the public eye. However, Lu Yuan was aware that many factions within the court had, in fact, been nurtured by the Empress Dowager, who, alongside the empress, wielded control over the entire Dejing dynasty. It seemed that in the future, when he infiltrated the palace, he would need to interrogate this motherly figure thoroughly. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, devising a plan for the path that lay ahead. The flower god, the imperial concubine, were both objectives he yearned to attain. The origins of Gui Zheng could not be overlooked either. Should the demonic army's souls be allowed to indulge freely, their ascension might be remarkably rapid. Lu Yuan was eager to discover what formidable and terrifying entity would emerge if the ghostly figure were to elevate its cultivation to the 8th or even the 9th stage of tribulation. At that moment, a silhouette approached, none other than Lu Er, who gracefully held a pill bottle. After offering a respectful bow, she stepped into the chamber of the Grand General of Heaven's Wrath. Lu Yuan waited in silence. After a brief moment, the room echoed with a frightened cry of Lu Er, followed by the sound of a shattering upon the floor. As long as one remains still, no harm shall come to you. Within the chamber, General Tian Shui's countenance remained ashen, a reaction to the forceful intrusion upon his very soul. However, his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, devoid of any visible wounds. At that moment, he restrained Lu Er, extending a spiritual blade against her delicate, fair neck. Noticing her pale, frightened visage and trembling form, a flicker of compassion crossed General Tian Shui's gaze, prompting him to issue a warning. All right, I won't move. Lu Er stammered, paralyzed with fear. General Tian Shui nodded, coercing Lu Er as they exited the room and entered the corridor. There, an elegant and noble figure leaned against the corridor's edge, appearing suddenly within her line of sight. Instinctively, General Tian Shui's right hand tightened. In a cold voice, he threatened, "Do not move, or I shall take her life." With that, the blade pressed deeper into Lu Er's tender neck, causing a trickle of crimson to seep from her skin. Lu Yuan chuckled. Very well, go ahead and kill her. The General of Heavenly Desolation was momentarily taken aback. In her records, Lu Er was noted as Lu Yuan's most beloved maid, generously bestowed with various rare treasures, often accompanying him to significant events. This was in stark contrast to the cold and merciless demeanor before her. Suddenly, the General of Heavenly Desolation recalled something and glanced down at Lu Er, who was restrained before her. A flash of light occurred, transforming Lu Er into a lifeless marionette. With a thunderous roar, an unimaginable force surged forth, crashing violently into the General of Heavenly Desolation. She coughed up copious amounts of blood, slamming against the wall, her crimson lifeblood staining her silver robe, rendering the scene exceptionally tragic. Lu Yuan retracted his right hand, gazing upon the nearly shattered figure of the Heavenly General. You seek to coerce Lu Er, compelling me to tread cautiously and allow your escape from the spirit vessel, only to relay information of the demonic army's advance southward to the Empress. That puppet, which transformed into Lu Er, originates from the storage treasure of the Seven Stars Sect Master, an ordinary artifact. Yet, due to the damage to your soul and your confinement within the Holy Dragon Moonlight Vessel, you lack the capacity to discern this truth. Observing Lu Yuan's expressionless demeanor, the Heavenly General coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. In my life, he whispered, closing his eyes in anticipation of death's embrace. Lu Yuan gazed at her for a while, exclaiming with a TSK, truly loyal, indeed. If I were my sister, I would undoubtedly feel immense comfort knowing that there exists such a steadfast and valiant general as you. After speaking, he shook his head, conceding, well, if you wish for death, then let it be a clear demise. Lu Yuan concentrated his primordial energy within his palm, seizing the head of the heavenly traitor general, suspending her in midair. A torrent of pure and formidable spiritual power surged through his palm, continuously flowing into the general's sea of consciousness. A piercing and agonized scream erupted from her lips, her body tensing and contorting in agony. A ferocious roar followed, imbued with a chilling aura of violence and bloodshed. A spectral image of a white tiger emerged from within the heavenly traitor general, howling towards the heavens, causing the entire sacred dragon moonlit vessel to tremble imperceptibly. Abominable beast. Lu Yuan unleashed the Daluo sword embryo, and with a resonant hum, it cleaved through the ethereal form of the white tiger. The glimmer of the sword flashed, and the fearsome roar of the white tiger vanished without a trace. The entire spectral figure of the white tiger was severed into countless fragments, akin to disintegration. General Tian Shui's screams turned hoarse, his body trembling like a sieve, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. Lu Yuan gazed at the shattered ethereal image of the white tiger for a while. As he noticed it was on the verge of vanishing, he summoned the imperial banner. After absorbing countless vengeful souls, the number of spirits within the imperial banner had reached 2 to 3 million. Coupled with the primary souls of the 7-star sect master and the scarlet flame divine sun, over 200,000 vengeful souls surged forth relentlessly. Even an 8th-level grand cultivator would meet a fate of being devoured by countless specters. The deep purple, almost black imperial banner swayed gently as a multitude of vengeful souls poured forth, all crashing into the nearly dissipated white tiger image. Each vengeful soul resembled a needle, gradually stitching together the fragmented and dismembered ethereal form of the white tiger, piece by piece. This process, Lu Yuan keenly sensed the presence of the ethereal white tiger. He could even manipulate it to act according to his will. This was an indirect means of control and subjugation, resulting from the continuous fusion of his soul with the white tiger's phantom within the imperial banner. Gradually, the white tiger's apparition, or rather its residual soul, began to expand in size, becoming ever more distinct and lifelike, akin to a true ferocious spirit of the white tiger being born. During this process, the anguished cries of General Tian Shui gradually faded, transforming into faint, tortured moans. Thunder rumbled above the sacred dragon moonlit vessel as dark clouds loomed ominously, with jagged bolts of lightning flickering within, as if brewing a tempest of calamity. Lu Yuan lifted his head and gazed upon the ominous scene of thick, dark clouds enveloping the heavens. Rather than feeling any trepidation, a look of delight spread across his face. The descent of heavenly tribulation was an omen that manifested only when something deemed intolerable by the celestial order came into existence. Presently, as the ethereal form of the white tiger gradually took on a vivid lifelike quality amidst the infusion of fierce souls, the rumbling thunder from above grew increasingly terrifying. Chapter 76. The white tiger servant in the realm of tribulation. The thunderous roars intensified, echoing with an ominous ferocity as the billowing storm clouds obscured the sky, plunging the world into a profound darkness. Only when the lightning struck did the entire expanse momentarily illuminate. Beside the Danyang refining body spirit pool, Lu Air, stationed there under Lu Yuan's command, sensed the terrifying aura of the thunder from outside. Her delicate face paled in fear, mistakenly believing that the 9-colored demon king had broken through her realm, summoning the impending tribulation. Within the searing waters of the Danyang spirit pool, the 9-colored demon king opened her eyes, her breathtaking beauty tinged with a hint of pain as she approached a critical moment of breakthrough. The horrifying thunderclaps from outside instilled a deep-seated fear within her, leaving her anxious and unsettled. The divine punishment of the heavenly tribulation was a source of dread for countless beings across the world. Even those who ascended to the emperor realm would find themselves subjected to the terrifying wrath of thunder, capable of utterly annihilating the divine body of an emperor. Fortunately, at that moment, a familiar voice resonated in the ears of both Lu Air and the 9-colored demon king. Do not be afraid, continue your breakthrough. The tribulation will not affect you. Instantly, the 9-colored demon king's heart found peace, a smile gracing her features as she closed her eyes, focusing intently on her ascension. The unique aura of the tribulation realm gradually emanated from within her. Lu Air experienced a similar transformation. Her complexion regained its rosy hue, and she no longer perceived the thunderous onslaught outside as terrifying. Instead, she eagerly leaned against the window, curiously observing the swirling storm clouds and the flashing lightning. The deep purple banner of the emperor undulated and transformed, with an endless stream of fierce souls surging forth from its surface, merging into the menacing spirit of the white tiger. This infusion breathed life into the white tiger's spirit, making it appear as though an ancient beast had truly descended upon the world. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He pondered where his inexpensive father, the emperor, had procured the remnants of the white tiger's soul, which astonishingly possessed nearly the entirety of the ferocious beast's essence. Having been nurtured within the body of the Grand General Tian Shui for such an extended period, it had become thoroughly stabilized. At this moment, with an ample supply of pure souls to nourish it, there existed a genuine opportunity for the ancient ferocious beast's divine might to be resurrected. Of course, this hinged upon Lu Yuan's ability to preserve it. A thunderous roar reverberated from the heavens, a terrifying sound that echoed across the firmament. From the dense, pitch-black clouds, a colossal bolt of lightning, thick enough for 10 men to embrace, was rapidly brewing and manifesting. The formidable divine power of the heavens focused upon the holy dragon Wangwei boat, poised to obliterate it at any moment. Lu Yuan raised his head, gazing intently at the formidable bolt of lightning for a while. He recalled the Thunder Emperor's secret technique, which embodied the supreme essence of the Thunder Tao. When cultivated to perfection, it could even supplant the heavenly Tao, wielding the authority of thunderous retribution. However, his current cultivation was insufficient, allowing him only to employ scattered techniques such as the Lightning Fist, Thunder Emperor's Finger, and thunder transforming into stars. Crack. As Lu Yuan pondered deeply, he consumed an unfathomable number of fierce souls, and the essence of the white tiger finally settled completely. Above, terrifying calamity thunder roared, descending almost simultaneously. A colossal bolt of lightning, akin to the creation of heaven and earth, cleaved through the pitch-black firmament, crashing down with a resounding boom. In the presence of this lightning, the sacred dragon moon-watching vessel, stretching 1,000 zhang and rivaling an island, appeared exceedingly insignificant, as if it could be effortlessly reduced to mere dust. Lu Yuan took a step forward, and intricate patterns emerged beneath his feet, causing his figure to vanish into thin air. When he reappeared, he found himself at the bow of the sacred dragon moonlit vessel, standing upon the resplendent full moon cradled in the dragon's maw. A torrent of pure and formidable lunar energy surged into Lu Yuan's being, illuminating his eyes and enveloping his skin in a halo of unblemished sanctity. With a hum, the Daoyuo sword embryo materialized in Lu Yuan's grasp. Unlike its previous dull and ancient appearance, the Daoyuo sword embryo now radiated an exquisite brilliance, so intense that merely gazing upon it was akin to a piercing ache in the eyes. The humanoid figure etched upon the sword embryo seemed to come alive, as shimmering light rained down in dazzling abundance, while ethereal, mist-like patterns spread forth like pure celestial essence. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, wielding the dazzling sword embryo as he gently sliced through the descending calamity of thunder. Whoosh! The unparalleled sword radiance surged forth, brilliant enough to rend the fabric of eternity. Its resplendent light piercing through the boundless darkness brought forth by the storm clouds, causing the very heavens to tremble. With a single strike, the cosmos reversed, and the universe unveiled itself, as if the heavens and earth were reenacting their primordial emergence. The colossal thunderbolt was instantaneously engulfed by the sword's brilliance, vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. The magnificent sword light, undeterred, struck heavily upon the dense, obscuring storm clouds. Crack! The shrouding clouds were cleaved asunder, transforming into scattered wisps, dissipating entirely. The scene was restored to one of clear sky stretching infinitely. Lu Yuan's eyes opened slightly as he instinctively glanced at the Daluo sword embryo in his hand. This was the first time he exerted his full effort to activate the sword embryo, offering the tribulation thunder the respect it deserved. To his astonishment, the Daluo sword embryo proved to be incredibly formidable, effortlessly shattering the tumultuous clouds of tribulation. Of course, it could also be attributed to the fact that the fierce soul of the white tiger had just recently transcended to the realm of tribulation, rendering the thunder relatively weaker. He gazed at the clear, azure sky above. Lu Yuan once again activated the array of the sacred dragon moonlit vessel to conceal his presence, his form shimmering before vanishing from sight. Within the room, the fierce spirit of the white tiger had firmly stabilized, having devoured nearly 1,000,000 historical souls, its aura now robustly reaching the initial stage of tribulation. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Once the nine-colored demon king successfully transcends, he will possess 2 formidable powers at the tribulation stage. He then turned his gaze towards General Tian Shui, whose slender form lay curled upon the ground, a pallid complexion adorning his exquisite features. Drenched in sweat, he appeared as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, his breath weak, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Lu Yuan raised his hand to grasp the air. The fierce soul of the white tiger shrank dramatically, captured within his grasp, vividly alive, as if a genuine white tiger had materialized in the world. This phenomenon occurred because the 1,000,000 fierce souls contained within the imperial banner had fused with the remnants of the white tiger's soul, collectively transforming into a complete fierce soul of the white tiger. This entity was, in essence, bound to Lu Yuan, subjected to his absolute dominion. Any command would be executed unconditionally, and a mere thought could disperse it into oblivion. What my father and sister failed to receive has, instead, been bestowed upon me as a precious gift. Lu Yuan chuckled softly as he infused the fierce soul of the white tiger into the body of the General Tian Shui, who lay coiled upon the ground. Ah, how! The 2 voices resonated simultaneously, upon reuniting with the fierce soul of the white tiger. The previously feeble aura of General Tian Shui surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she transcended the realm of Tongxiu, attaining the initial stage of tribulation with newfound power. The general clasped her head with both hands, emitting low growls as if resisting something beyond her capacity. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless. Her body and spirit, upon merging with the fierce soul of the white tiger, became irrevocably bound to Lu Yuan, relegated to servitude for eternity, with no hope of resurgence. Before long, General Tian Shui fell silent, prostrated on the ground without a single movement, save for the faint rise and fall of her breath and the subtle tremors of her form, indicating that she still lived. Lu Yuan looked down at her from his elevated position, his tone devoid of any emotion as he commanded, "Kneel." The general of heaven's wrath trembled slightly, rising from the sweat-soaked ground before slowly kneeling before Lu Yuan. The silver robe she wore had long since been torn away in the throes of her suffering, leaving her delicate form exposed in all its curvaceous splendor before him. Her eyes reflected a tumultuous blend of anger, obedience, humiliation, resentment, submission, and despair. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He spoke softly, "You should now understand the purpose behind the late emperor bestowing upon you the remnants of the white tiger's soul." General Tian Shui lowered his head, his voice trembling with reverence. "It was to enable me to nurture the remnants of the white tiger's soul, to consume and refine the myriad souls into spiritual elixirs, ultimately transforming into a white tiger war beast, obedient to the late emperor's commands." Lu Yuan nodded. His recent actions bore a striking resemblance to those of the late emperor, both invoking the fearsome spirit of the white tiger to manifest in the mortal realm, thus acquiring formidable strength in the realm of tribulation. The sole distinction lies in Lu Yuan held no affection or ties with General Tian Shui. In fact, they could be considered adversaries. Thus, he bore no psychological burden whatsoever. In Chapter 77, the celestial moon elixir dripped as two formidable beings transcending tribulations departed from General Tian Shui's chamber. Lu Yuan arrived at the spiritual plant chamber, situated near the crescent moon resembling a dragon's head. Ji Yuechan's room was not far away, allowing her to better absorb the ethereal power of the moonlight. After planting the seeds of the Xianyu immortal tree, Lu Yuan had scarcely visited lately. Tasks such as watering were entrusted to Lu Er. Under the nurturing embrace of the magnificent moonlight power, this genuine celestial tree seed finally sprouted tender shoots, appearing crystal clear, with silvery luminescence dancing upon its leaves, truly exquisite. The reason for Lu Yuan's visit was the dew droplets that had formed on the tender shoots of the Xianyu immortal wood this morning, illuminated by the moonlight. With a thought, he enveloped the shoots with his primordial force and carefully extracted the 3 dew droplets that had coalesced upon them. These droplets, crystalline and translucent, radiated a silvery glow, encapsulating a profound essence of lunar primordial energy. They possessed remarkable potency for cultivation, healing, and breakthrough, and could also be utilized in the refinement of exquisite elixirs and artifacts. After securing the 3 droplets into a pill vial and watering the Xianyu immortal wood, Lu Yuan turned to leave the chamber. He recalled the text that mentioned certain divine liquids capable of accelerating the growth of spiritual plants. In the future, there may be an opportunity to expedite the growth of the Xianyu immortal wood, allowing it to truly become a towering marvel of creation. In a nearby room, Ji Yuechan knelt before the table, pouring a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, which she presented to Lu Yuan with both hands. Lu Yuan took the teacup and casually sipped from it. He inquired, "How is your progress with the Taiyuan Mother Sutra?" It is said that the Taiyuan Mother Sutra was a cultivation method realized by the goddess of the dark moon beneath the moonlight. After cultivating the Taiyuan Mother Sutra, Ji Yuechan's water moon physique can transform into the acquired Taiyuan profound body, aiding cultivators in breaking through the bottleneck from the 8th to the 9th realm. Considering the time dilation aboard the dragon boat, Ji Yuechan had been practicing for nearly half a year and should have made considerable progress. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Ji Yuechan knelt gracefully before him, raising her snow-white, exquisite visage, and softly replied, "Your Highness may investigate for yourself." Lu Yuan gazed at the once favored princess of the Moonwheel Kingdom. In stark contrast to her fierce resistance at the beginning within the Ministry of Education, Ji Yuechan now appeared profoundly subdued, offering no semblance of defiance against his commands. It was as if she had resigned herself to her fate. The reason for this transformation lay in the fact that the remnants of the Moonwheel Kingdom had retreated to the Mo Song domain, leaving her entirely forsaken by her father, mother, and elder brother. Lu Yuan set down his teacup, refraining from probing into Ji Yuechan's cultivation progress. Instead, he spoke calmly, "I shall rest here with you tonight." Ji Yuechan's delicate form trembled beneath her black skirt. She bit her lower lip, lowered her gaze, and softly replied with a gentle Lu Yuan shook his head, rising to his feet as he made his way towards the door. His voice echoed back, "Once I break through to the tribulation realm, you shall be free to leave." He added, just before vanishing, "This is the truth." 2 days later, within the Dan Yang body refinement spirit pool, the tail of a 9-colored python writhed incessantly, stirring the Yang attribute water into a relentless boil. An extraordinarily potent aura radiated outward, illuminating the heavens within a 1,000-mile radius in resplendent hues of 9 colors. At the pinnacle of the 6th realm, Lua found herself unable to draw near, overwhelmed by the sheer force of this power. Yet, she steadfastly adhered to Lu Yuan's command. Unwilling to depart from this place, her delicate face contorted in pain. At that moment, a figure materialized before her, providing a sense of relief. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Your Highness has arrived." Indeed. Lu Yuan smiled as he gently stroked Lu Er's head. Noticing her forehead glistening with sweat, he said, "Open your mouth." Lu Er tilted her delicate, fair face upwards, obediently parting her rosy lips, her eyes gently closed, with her long eyelashes fluttering softly. Lu Yuan extracted a drop of the mysterious moonwood essence and administered it to Lu Er's lips. A rich and refreshing stream of profound energy blossomed within Lu Er's abdomen, cascading through her limbs and bones. The overwhelming heat dissipated entirely, and her constitution was enhanced under the nurturing power of the lunar essence, resulting in an elevation of her realm. Indeed, with the refinement of a few more drops, you may soon endeavor to challenge the seventh realm. Lu Yuan displayed a satisfied expression amidst Lu Er's joyful demeanor. His gaze fell upon the nine-colored demon king within the Danyang pool. The nine-colored swallowing sky python truly lived up to its legendary status as a divine beast. With the enhancement of the bloodline's sacred pill and an abundance of celestial spiritual energy, it had achieved a breakthrough to the ninth realm of tribulation in less than 3 days. With Lu Yuan's discerning eye, he could naturally perceive that the nine-colored demon king was currently stabilizing the surging power within. It would not be long before it officially entered the tribulation realm. Furthermore, with the formidable General Tian Chui, who had merged with the White Tiger's fierce soul, Lu Yuan found himself surrounded by 2 unparalleled powerhouses at the tribulation realm. It was time to contemplate a return to the capital. A thunderous rumble echoed from the front, a terrifying pressure enveloping the heavens for miles, only to recede in an instant. Lu Yuan cast his gaze and happened upon the nine-colored demon king, who had transformed into human form. Basking in the sacred waters of the Danyang spirit pool, her already breathtaking beauty appeared even more pure and sacred, exuding an air of languid yet supreme queenly majesty. Her crystalline, fair skin shimmered in the pool, emanating an irresistibly lethal allure. With a hint of languid coldness in her gaze, she slowly turned towards Lu Yuan. Upon seeing him, her expression softened into a gentle smile, radiating unmasked delight. With a delicate grace, her enchanting, snow-white figure emerged from the Danyang spirit pool, advancing step by step towards Lu Yuan. The curve of her lips was beguiling, captivating enough to stir the primal desires within any male creature who beheld her. Even Lu Yuan, who was thoroughly familiar with every contour of the nine-colored demon king's form, felt his heart race uncontrollably at the sight of her alluring elegance. Behind them, Lu Er furrowed her brow slightly. The Xianyu fairywood essence that Lu Yuan had just fed her suddenly lost its appeal. Your Highness, I have broken through to the tribulation realm. The nine-colored demon king cooed, her delicate hand caressing Lu Yuan's chest, her enchanting visage drawing ever closer. Her breath warm and fragrant as it brushed against his face. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, her gaze dreamy and bold, her entrancing eyes seemingly poised to consume Lu Yuan whole. Has the nine-colored demon king's breakthrough to the tribulation realm unleashed her inner desires as well? Lu Yuan made a judgment. Clearing his throat, he solemnly congratulated, Congratulations. The nine-colored demon king, with her enchanting eyes, noticed that Lu Yuan appeared as a wooden statue, oblivious to her insinuation. With her delicate, pale fingers, she mournfully traced circles upon his chest, saying, Your Highness, I wish to solidify my realm. Lu Yuan nodded, expressing his willingness to concoct any elixir she desired, ready to commence the refining process. A trip to Yunzhou City would suffice. The Master of the Seven Stars, along with the storage treasures of the Crimson Refining Divine Child, and the vast resources presented by the Xuanjiao King representing the 5 demon clans, all resided within the cosmic bag, far too numerous to count. The nine-colored demon king's tongue playfully licked her lips as she coyly remarked, The elixir I desire, of course, is one that your highness himself, no? Lu Er interjected, resembling a feisty little leopard. She firmly pushed the nine-colored demon king aside, standing protectively in front of them with arms wide open, declaring with righteous indignation, Your highness is quite fatigued and requires rest. Lu Yuan gently caressed Lu Er's head, expressing his gratitude for her concern. Lu Er beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling in joy. Half an hour later, having just bathed and preparing to warm the bed for Lu Yuan, Lu Er suddenly discovered that the prince had vanished without a trace. Chapter 78. The refinement of spiritual treasures. The sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. A colossal dragon-shaped spiritual vessel, invisible to the naked eye, drifted slowly through the heavens like a floating island. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yuan reclined on a chair crafted from exquisite blackwood. Behind him, Lu Er's delicate face was taut, her petite fist rhythmically pounding against his shoulders, while she muttered something with an air of fierce indignation. Lu Yuan understood that Lu Er was merely venting her frustrations from days spent sequestered in her chamber. He chuckled softly, allowing her to pound on his shoulders. These past few days could be aptly described as shrouded in darkness. The bloodlines of true dragons, pythons, and flood dragons are inherently lustful. After the nine-colored demon king evolved into the nine-colored devouring python, this trait was even more pronounced than in the seven-colored illusory python. On the day he broke through to the tribulation realm, both his cultivation and desires surged forth, leaving no respite for Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan closes his eyes, visions of the nine-colored demon king entwined around his waist like 2 great white pythons flood his mind. More than once, in moments of deep emotion, the form of a human intertwined with a serpent emerges, adorned with scales of vibrant hues, their texture surpassing even that of the softest skin. Over the past few days, the initial strength of the nine-colored demon king during the tribulation has been thoroughly consolidated. Presently, he is resting, replenishing his expended energy and demonic essence. Lu Yuan reaped significant rewards. Originally possessing 10 jars of the Yin-Yang immortal wine, only 6 remained. His cultivation progressed from the initial stage of the 8th realm to a stable breakthrough into the mid-stage. Those above the 7th realm are regarded as great cultivators, capable of effortlessly annihilating a city worth millions. The eighth realm is even more formidable. Not only is the power terrifying, but further breakthroughs in cultivation become exceedingly arduous. Many great cultivators have spent centuries in seclusion, struggling to ascend even a minor realm. Yet, Lu Yuan, fortified by the supreme heavenly book, the primordial Daobone, the yin-yang immortal wine, and the dual cultivation with the nine-colored devouring python, achieved a breakthrough in just a few days. If this were to spread, it would be beyond belief, even for those like the national master, who stand at the pinnacle of tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that Lu Yuan paid her no heed, Lu Er became increasingly indignant, secretly applying more strength with her little hands. Lu Yuan, helpless, turned halfway and wrapped his arms around Lu Er's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Lu Er let out a startled gasp. Upon regaining her senses, she realized she was perched upon Lu Yuan's waist with her legs apart. A blush instantly adorned her delicate face as she softly called out, "Your Highness." Possessing the raring Chajiu Xuan body, she stood alongside the flower god Master's divine physique, both revered as the pinnacle of alchemical bodies. Though still young and her form akin to a budding willow, not yet fully developed, there was already an enchanting allure that hinted at her potential. Lu Yuan felt the soft flesh of the girl seated upon him, gently caressing the back of her head before planting a tender kiss on her cherry lips. With a smile, he inquired, "Have you been slacking off these past few days? How is your cultivation progressing?" Lu Er leaned down, her supple form closely aligning with her beloved prince. The earlier hints of complaints had long since vanished without a trace, and she replied in a soft voice, "I have already achieved the perfection of the sixth realm and can attempt to break through to the seventh at any moment." Lu Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming in admiration, "Lu Er is so remarkable? She's almost at the seventh realm." Receiving such praise, Lu Er felt a surge of joy fill her heart, her eyes narrowing into slits with delight as she tilted her small face upwards. "I wish to catch up to His Highness soon and become someone of use to him." By useful, she naturally meant that she hoped her Chajiu Xian body could swiftly provide nourishment to Lu Yuan, aiding him in rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, saying, "I shall guard you when the time comes for a breakthrough." After a moment of reflection, he gently embraced Lu Er and stood up, placing her on the deck. He then retrieved the spectral soul-cleansing sword. Lu Er immediately took out the weapon from her storage pouch. It was a gift from Lu Yuan, a superior spirit artifact, even more exquisite than the heavenly spirit sword he had wielded during his time as the regent prince. Fortune smiled upon them, for his universe pouch contained ample high-grade materials. Having been preoccupied earlier, he had forgotten to refine this spirit sword. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to forge it anew and enhance her power. Lu Yuan retrieved the heavenly treasure gourd. This remarkable artifact, capable of forging myriad instruments, is suspected to be an imperial weapon, akin to the nine-turned Dan Emperor furnace. Provided the materials possess sufficient quality, it can effortlessly craft treasures surpassing spiritual artifacts, as well as profound celestial treasures. Under the eager gaze of Lu Er, an array of resplendent materials was summoned by Lu Yuan, gracefully suspended in midair. Dragon scale Xian iron, starfall fine iron, red dust sand, 9 nether Xian Ming copper, earth store jade, numbering in the hundreds. Alongside the exquisite spiritual artifact, the shadow-waving soul-dispersing sword, all were absorbed into the heavenly treasure gourd. The gourd expanded dramatically, resembling a small mountain, exuding a fervent and enigmatic aura. It appeared that the gourd possessed a spirit, adeptly refining the absorbed materials into the artifacts desired by Lu Yuan based on their attributes. This time, it was a process of reforging the shadow-waving soul-dispersing sword, elevating its rank to that of a spiritual treasure. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a spectral light erupted from the heavenly treasure gourd, transforming into a sleek black longsword, which hovered steadily before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan held it in his hand. It felt icy to the touch, as if it had been born from the depths of the underworld, exuding an intensely sharp and ominous energy. Its rank had transcended from a top-tier spiritual weapon to a mid-tier spiritual treasure. Among the storage artifacts of the Scarlet Refinement Divine Sun, whom Lu Yuan had slain in Yunzhou City, there was not a single item of such caliber. He approached the edge of the deck. Lu Yuan gazed down at a desolate mountain, wielding the shadow soul-cleaving sword, and with a gentle stroke through the air, a whisper of a sound emerged. Swoosh! An intangible sword light burst forth with an astonishing velocity, striking the ground below. Boom! The entire desolate mountain was cleaved in two by the unseen blade, its massive form crashing thunderously to either side, raising clouds of dust that enveloped the surrounding area for several kilometers. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yuan tossed the treasured sword into the eager hands of Lu Er, who awaited with bated breath to try her luck with it. With both hands, she caught the sword, playing with it affectionately for a moment before joyfully exclaiming to Lu Yuan, "Thank you, Your Highness, for this precious gift." Subsequently, Lu Yuan crafted a set of mid-tier defensive artifacts for Lu Er, a splendid ensemble adorned with over 100 intricate array patterns. These patterns were derived from the sacred dragon moon-watching vessel, and when fully activated, they could conjure successive layers of protective light barriers. Moreover, the attire could transform its design and patterns in accordance with the wearer's will. The 9-colored Demon King required no such artifacts from Lu Yuan. Her scales served as supreme defensive implements, while her serpent tail and fangs functioned as exceptional offensive weapons. Additionally, she possessed divine abilities inherited through her bloodline. In a comparable realm, even a few ordinary great cultivators would be no match for the nine-colored devouring python, a formidable ancient beast of divine lineage. Considering the time frame, the demonic army should soon emerge from the extreme northern snowfields, approaching the first defensive stronghold of the Great Jing border. Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the deck, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse before him. The grand territory of Dejing was fortified by three formidable defensive lines, woven together by no fewer than 7 cities and strongholds, within a radius of 10,000 miles. Various sects and schools of cultivation were compelled to mobilize their elders and disciples to withstand the imminent threat of powerful adversaries. It was anticipated that the demonic army would act as a swift arrow, effortlessly breaching these defenses and advancing toward the heart of Dejing, the capital city. Thus, if Lu Yuan aspired to obtain the ethereal essence of the flower goddess national master, he must possess the strength to contend with the national master before the demonic forces besieged the capital. A peak tribulation demon, poised to ascend to the realm of severing paths, had long established its roots in the capital, likely transforming its dominion into a realm akin to its own miniature world. Successfully eliminating such a foe would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting endeavor. However, fortunately, apart from possessing the formidable combat prowess of the Transcendence realm, Lu Yuan has the support of the colorful Demon King, who emerged victorious after a successful breakthrough, and the formidable General Tian Shui, who has integrated the complete essence of the White Tiger's fierce spirit from the Transcendence realm. While he may struggle in a one-on-one confrontation, can 3 against 1 truly be unable to contend with a mere ancient tree spirit? Moreover, one must not overlook the ever-capricious flower god, the national master. If there were but a single national master in the capital, Lu Yuan would now be confident in his ability to infiltrate the city. Alas, his sudden return, alongside the revelation of secrets surrounding the sister of the Empress of Dejing, seems to complicate matters. Patience is indeed required. Lu Yuan rose to his feet and addressed Lu Er. Feel free to move about. Should you sense any signs of breaking through the 7th realm, inform me in advance. Upon finishing his words, runes materialized beneath his feet, and with a flash of light, he vanished from the spot. This was also a manifestation of the Holy Dragon's moonlit vessel formation. Chapter 79, The Demonic Clan's Southern Advance. Establishing the first line of defense for the great scene within the ancient and serene confines of the Holy Dragon's moonlit vessel, General Tian Shui wore a vacant expression, presenting Lu Yuan with a cup of spiritual tea. After the feeding of over 1 million fierce souls, the true essence of the White Tiger's malevolent spirit was born. Now irrevocably entwined with the banner of the human emperor, subjected entirely to Lu Yuan's absolute dominion. The general, merged with the White Tiger's malevolent spirit, was similarly ensnared. Akin to a marionette, effortlessly manipulated by Lu Yuan. From his very form to the depths of his soul, he could muster not even the slightest resistance. Lu Yuan gazed at the Grand General. Several days had passed, and her cultivation at the early stage of tribulation had become thoroughly stabilized. Her expression was numbed, resembling that of a puppet. Lu Yuan took a sip of the spiritual tea and slowly spoke. Before long, I shall march towards the capital of the Great Jing. A flicker of conflicted light appeared in the eyes of General Tian Shui. Your master intends to slay the Empress and seize the throne of Great Jing. The throne? Lu Yuan found it amusing. Why do you think I would still be interested in it? After saying this, he calmly continued. What I seek to eliminate is the national master. The national master? General Tian Shui's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him, his eyes glimmering with a heightened intensity. Pressing his lips together, he replied, I will assist you in dealing with it. Lu Yuan's hand trembled momentarily as he shook the teacup. He gazed at General Tian Shui with an icy and mocking tone. Assist me? Do you even possess the privilege of choice? General Tian Shui's body quivered violently. He knelt before Lu Yuan, his forehead touching the ground. My lord, I was in the wrong. Lu Yuan gazed at the kneeling General Tian Shui and inquired, what do you know about the national master? At first, there was only a blankness in the depths of General Tian Shui's eyes. However, upon hearing that Lu Yuan intended to eliminate the national master, he surprisingly volunteered to assist in this endeavor. It was evident that he possessed some knowledge regarding the national master. When Nu merged with the remnant soul of the White Tiger, he had once overheard the late emperor mention that the national master was an extraordinary and formidable being, deeply rooted in the capital for countless years, posing a constant threat to Dejing. If the opportunity arose, it would be imperative to uproot this menace entirely. Upon hearing General Tian Shui's response, Lu Yuan slowly nodded. As far as he knew, the national master had already existed at the time of the founding of the Great Jing dynasty. It was suspected that he had entered into some form of covenant with the founding emperor. Otherwise, how could one dare to slumber so soundly in such a vital area of the capital? He reined in his thoughts. Lu Yuan spread his palms, and 2 luminous spheres of silvery light floated before General Tian Shui. Within this ethereal glow, a silver battle armor and a silver longsword became discernible. These are the magical artifacts prepared for you. Try to see if they resonate with you. These two artifacts were also of medium-grade spiritual treasures, crafted during the journey here. The greater General Tian Shui's strength, the more it contributed to Lu Yuan's own enhancement. As General Tian Shui lifted her gaze to the two floating orbs, she found herself unable to refuse any command from Lu Yuan. Rising to her feet, she shed her silver-feathered attire, revealing her pale, elongated form. With a curvaceous figure, a slender waist, and proud bosoms, her elegant neck and exquisite visage exuded a striking aura of vigor. General Tian Shui cast a discreet glance at Lu Yuan. Noticing his calm demeanor, devoid of any desire, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she extended her right hand to touch the orb of battle armor. The sphere flowed like water, enveloping her arm and soon covering her entire body. In an instant, a formidable female warrior clad in silver armor, exuding an air of confidence and grace, materialized before Lu Yuan. General Tian Shui's physique and beauty were among the finest in the world, rivaling even that of the nine-colored Demon King. Her demeanor, starkly contrasting with the former, radiated a cold authority forged in the crucible of battle. At this moment, upon donning the silver battle armor, General Tian Shui immediately sensed its extraordinary quality, astonishingly realizing it was of medium-grade spiritual treasure. She involuntarily raised her eyes to Lu Yuan, an indescribable shock washing over her. The artifact was a spiritual instrument, and above spiritual instruments, there lay spiritual treasures. Despite her illustrious status as General Tian Shui, with a legacy of remarkable achievements, the armor she once possessed was merely a low-grade spiritual instrument, in comparison to offensive magical treasures. Those with defensive and special attributes were inherently more challenging to forge, and thus far more precious. And now the battle armor that Lu Yuan casually bestowed upon her transcended the realm of spiritual artifacts, reaching the astonishing level of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. It was simply unfathomable. Had she donned this mid-grade spiritual armor during the battlefield of Yunzhou City, coupled with her formidable primordial energy and the white tiger battle spirit, even the Mountain King summoning the barbarian ancestor would likely struggle to breach her defenses. What holds even greater significance is, why did Lu Yuan bestow such a rare mid-grade spiritual treasure upon her, a mere servant? General Tian Shui acutely sensed that her very body and soul were under the dominion of Lu Yuan, rendering her incapable of defying any command. In her mind's eye, Lu Yuan regarded her as nothing more than a disposable servant, one whom he could cast aside at any moment. Thus, he repeatedly belittled her with his words. Even on the battlefield, she was merely a disposable shield, destined to be sacrificed at a critical juncture. The outcome: Lu Yuan unexpectedly bestowed such a precious treasure upon her. Within the entire Great Jing dynasty, there might not exist a single medium-grade spiritual treasure of comparable value. For a moment, General Tian Shui appeared somewhat dazed, barely registering what Lu Yuan had uttered next. It was only after Lu Yuan departed the room that he remained half-kneeling, reaching out to touch another orb of light, one that bore a silver longsword. The following dawn, Lu Yuan awoke from his slumber, his cultivation having stabilized at the mid-stage of the 8th realm through the self-operating celestial scriptures and the endowments of the primordial Dao bones. Before long, he would be ready to attempt the breakthrough into the late stage of the 8th realm. Lu Yuan approached the window. Gazing at the breathtaking dawn where the horizon was adorned with resplendent hues, he stretched his limbs in a grand yawn, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort, his entire being brimming with vitality. After such a prolonged period of rest, it was time to venture outdoors and invigorate his body. Otherwise, he might become as rusty as an unused tool. Lu Yuan murmured softly, and just then, the system task panel appeared before him. A glance at it sent a jolt of energy through him. The demonic forces had officially breached the outer perimeter of the Great Jing territory. The cities of Jingfu, Taya, Gufeng, Shoshan, Long'an, Shilin, and over 20 sects within a 1,000-mile radius had collectively established the first line of defense, preparing for a direct confrontation with the demon army. Chapter 80. The Empress's younger brother, the Grand Minister. 700 miles south of the northern snowfield lies a mountain range that traverses 3 major provinces, effectively blocking most of the icy climate and the beasts of the snow. The 4 cities and 3 strongholds built upon this mountain range form the first line of defense for the northern outskirts of Great Jing. Lin Yuan City had lost contact for nearly 7 days, and not a single message had been received. The cultivators sent to investigate had also vanished into the snow. Even the most oblivious person would recognize that something was amiss in the northern snowfield. The Empress remained in seclusion, and the Empress Dowager had commanded the cities of Jingfu and the 3 strongholds, along with all the sects within a 1,000-mile radius, to immediately mobilize their forces. They were to construct an impregnable barrier outside the northern snowfield in anticipation of the impending enemy. At this moment, atop the walls of Jingfu City stood a general clad in golden armor, exuding an air of authority. Leaning on his sword, he gazed intently towards the northern snowfield, a profound anxiety brewing within him. Sun Qiyan, a mid-stage cultivator of the 8th realm and the younger brother of the current Empress Dowager, commanded an elite army of 100,000. Not long ago, he had led his forces to decisively defeat the main force of the Mooncycle vassal state, compelling the remnants to retreat into the Emotsong domain, effectively neutralizing any threat to Great Jing. This remarkable achievement had earned him the title of Grand Minister of Great Jing and countless rewards, establishing him as a prominent figure in the court. With the current anomalies in the northern snowfield, he found himself nearby, naturally becoming the commander of this defensive line of 7 cities. Should he achieve further glory in battle, there was even the possibility of being granted the title of a noble from a different lineage. Yet, Sun Qian was acutely aware that something grave had transpired in the northern snowfield. The existence of the Lu Yuan army stationed in Lu Yuan city was known only to a select few within the court. He was one of them. The Lu Yuan army, which had consumed vast resources to be established, had vanished without a trace in the northern snowfield, leaving no communication behind. One could only imagine the terror that lay within. At that moment, a beam of light shot from the distance, landing on the city wall, where a figure knelt on one knee, reporting to the Grand Minister. The generals and sect leaders have all arrived at the city lord's residence. Good, Sun Qian replied, turning and concealing all emotion from his face as he made his way to the city lord's residence. Inside the council chamber of the city lord's residence, over 20 figures occupied their seats, armored generals, dust-brushing Taoists, and scholarly Confucian cultivators. They were the leaders of the local military forces and sects within a 1,000-mile radius of Great Jing, all summoned by the orders from the capital to gather their subordinates and disciples to resist the potential enemy. Upon Sun Qian's entrance into the council chamber, the figures immediately rose, laughter and flattery filling the air. The Grand Minister has arrived. Finally, we have a pillar of support. I have heard that the 50,000 troops of the moon cycle were nearly annihilated at your hands, truly a national guardian. With the Grand Minister here, the disturbances in the northern snowfield are hardly worth concerning ourselves about. Ha ha ha. Sun Qian, already a mid-stage cultivator of the 8th realm and a national guardian commanding 100,000 troops, was further elevated by his status as the Empress Dowager's brother and his recent military achievements. It was clear he would become a pivotal figure in Great Jing's future. The cultivators and generals, stationed in this barren northern land and distant from the capital, seized the opportunity to curry favor with him, aware that recognition could yield significant benefits. Your praise is excessive. Sun Qian waved his hand, sitting down at the head of the council table amidst the flattery. The chamber fell silent instantly. Among the gathered sects, the leader of the Shattered Star sect stood up, having been chosen as the spokesperson. After paying respect to Sun Qian, he respectfully inquired, "Might the Grand Minister enlighten us on the specific details of the enemy?" These sects had received urgent orders from the capital and hastily brought their elite elders and disciples to the nearest cities and strongholds to join the Great Jing soldiers in repelling the enemy. However, until now, they remained ignorant of the enemy's identity and the specifics of the situation. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Sun Qian calmly sipped his spirit wine before finally raising his gaze to respond. The capital is also unaware of the specifics regarding the enemy. What? One sect leader's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain himself. You mean we have no concrete information? Are we to flounder about like headless flies, merely waiting for the enemy to appear? An elder echoed, "We only gathered our sect's elite forces at the behest of the Empress's urgent summons. If the enemy is formidable and we have not prepared in advance, we could suffer heavy losses." The most critical aspect of any sect, aside from their formidable cultivators, lay in the foundation of their true heirs and core disciples. Too many losses in battle could undermine their very existence, leading them down a path of ruin. Faced with a flurry of eager, questioning looks, Sun Qian's expression remained unchanged, though his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Only the Empress had the authority to command the rapid mobilization of the various sects within the Great Jing territory. His elder sister had issued the orders in the name of the Empress. 2 months ago, the Empress had entered seclusion and had not been seen since. All military affairs had been handled by his sister, and he could not help but view the Empress as merely a puppet. After all, how could a young girl, who had only recently returned to the capital after years away, possibly contend against the illustrious regent Prince Lu Yuan and ascend to the throne? The noisy council chamber gradually quieted, and the gazes turned to Sun Qian, noticing that his expression had grown increasingly cold and unyielding. Lowering his wine cup, he spoke with indifference. "If any of you wish to leave, you may do so now, but..." He cast a sweeping glance over the various sect leaders. "You must consider carefully. You occupy your respective territories, enjoy the nurturing of the world's spiritual essence, and have a continuous lineage of incense offerings. All of this is granted by whom? Now, with an enemy poised to invade our Great Jing territory. If you choose to retreat at this moment, what right do you have to continue enjoying the resources that were once yours?" At his words, the expressions of the over 20 sect leaders and elders shifted in unison. They hurriedly pledged to stand with the Grand Minister through thick and thin, declaring that even if they were to perish in battle, they would do so without regrets. Sun Qian nodded in satisfaction, his demeanor returning to its previous calmness. "Rest assured, the enemy is not as formidable as you might imagine. The Empress has orchestrated such a grand mobilization, summoning all to this location, solely to eradicate the enemy entirely, lest they, like the remnants of the vassal states, spring back to life with the gentle caress of spring." Upon hearing these words, the sect leaders and elders collectively exhaled in relief. Sun Qian chuckled softly, seizing the moment. "After the great battle, I shall personally commend each of you to Her Majesty the Empress based on your performance on the battlefield." Observing the eager expressions of the sect leaders, who quickly vowed to fight valiantly against the foes. Sun Qian wore a smile, though his heart brimmed with derision. Chapter 81. The Fiery Inferno. And the generals gamble several dozen miles from Jinfu City, a reconnaissance team struggled to traverse the mountains. The frigid air drifting from the extreme north, sharp as a blade, assaulted their faces with painful intensity. The team leader, wrapped tightly in the prepared pelts of fire element beasts, lifted his gaze toward the horizon. All he could see was a vast expanse of white, the ground coated in frost, with sparse vegetation dotting the landscape. Captain, in such bitter cold, what sort of enemy could possibly traverse from the extreme northern ice fields? One scout queried, drawing his neck in as the icy wind surged into his clothing, nearly numbing his body. It must be the beasts of the snowfields, another scout responded. Those creatures, tough and resilient, can endure the harsh northern climate. However, due to scarce food and thin spiritual energy, they have repeatedly formed beast tides, attempting to cross the mountains and infiltrate our heartland. The team leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is likely the beast from the snowfields. The Great Jing occupies the Mo Tsang domain, a land rich in the essence of heaven and earth. Besides the beasts from the extreme north, there are also the savage tribes from the southwest, as well as those vassal states, who have long coveted the fertile lands of Great Jing. It is said that the 5 savage tribes from the southwest have even seized Yunzhou City, effectively conquering the entire Tianjin province. One wonders what the commanders there are doing. Suddenly, the team leader seemed to catch sight of something, his gaze fixated on the distant snowy expanse. Silence. It seems something is approaching, he commanded gravely. The scouts instinctively turned their attention, but all they could see was the howling wind and the pervasive frost. Nothing else was visible. The sound of hooves, sharp and clear like the clatter of horses' feet, drifted through the cold air. The scouts quickly concealed themselves, revealing only their vigilant eyes as they surveyed their surroundings. The sound of hooves drew nearer, and several towering dark figures emerged from the white, frigid winds, gradually becoming visible to the scouts. These were figures clad in black armor, tall and imposing, with dark bone spikes protruding from the gaps in their armor, exuding a terrifying cold brilliance. They rode war beasts, similarly clad in black armor, resembling horses, advancing in formation towards the scouts. The icy gazes emanating from the armor pierced through the space, landing upon the scouts. A chill enveloped them, as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. Retreat. The team leader's voice emerged as a strained whisper, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. He was unaware of the origins of these foes, but a mere glance was enough to freeze his very soul. They were not adversaries his reconnaissance team could confront. The scouts, quick to follow their leader's example, activated their speed-enhancing techniques, rushing towards Jinfu City with the swiftness of the wind. Moments later, the team leader realized that the icy scrutiny had finally vanished. He let out a long sigh of relief, ready to activate the communication jade slip he had just retrieved, when suddenly a resonant hum echoed from behind. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost consciousness entirely. Within the clouds of the sky, Lu Yuan stood on the deck and observed several demon scouts draw their bows and shoot, eliminating the scouts of Dejing. He then turned and retraced his steps in the direction from which he had come. Upon encountering enemy scouts, it became evident that he was not far from the military camp's defensive line, rendering further reconnaissance unnecessary. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the Grand General of Tianshui, who stood behind him. Do you believe that the forces of the 7 major strongholds of Jinfu City can withstand the assault of this vanguard from the demon race? The Grand General of Tianshui, clad in silver battle armor and wielding a silver long sword upon his back, exuded an aura of valor and determination, subtly radiating the pressure of a transcendent cultivator. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Yuan's inquiry, he lowered his gaze in contemplation. After a brief pause, he respectfully replied, the 7 major strongholds of Jinfu, combined with the various sects within a radius of 10,000 miles, can muster a defensive line of 600,000 cultivators. The vanguard of the demon race consists of merely 5,000 troops. It should be incapable of breaching this defense. The vast realm of Dying nearly encompassed the entirety of the Moxing domain, stretching over 1,000,000 miles. Apart from the local armies of the major provinces, one could observe the presence of numerous sects and schools at almost every 100-mile interval, rendering the region remarkably prosperous. Hence, despite the urgency of the situation, it remained feasible to assemble an army of 600,000 cultivators to form the first line of defense in Jinfu City and the other 6 strongholds before the demon race could emerge from the extreme northern snowfields. Having witnessed the annihilation of the Ice Luan army, the Grand General of Tianshui was acutely aware that Jinfu City could not possibly hold back the demon forces. Only the elite sects from the core regions and their formidable armies could directly confront the demon horde. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan inquired merely about the modest contingent of 5,000 demonic troops. The grand army of 600,000 at Jinfu City could easily submerge the 5,000 with sheer numbers. Thus, her response was that the demonic forces could not breach the defensive line constituted by the 7-fold fortifications of Jinfu City. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. You hold the soldiers of the Great Jing in far too high regard. The 5,000 vanguard of the demon tribe are more than capable of effortlessly breaching the defenses of the 7 towns of Jinfu. General Tian Shui refrained from further comment. Yet her tightly pressed lips betrayed her evident disbelief in Lu Yuan's disparagement of the great Jing soldiers. At that moment, the colorful demon king from the rear, with a playful smile, suggested, "How about a wager? If the 5,000 demon vanguard can easily shatter the defenses of Jinfu, then the delightful service to His Highness this evening shall be bestowed upon the general." Lu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Jiokai. If it weren't for Lu Er being in seclusion in the training chamber, she would undoubtedly be leaping up and flailing her arms at this moment. Unexpectedly, General Tian Shui gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, asking pointedly, "Very well then, what if His Highness were to lose?" Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the vast expanse of white ground, where a formidable vanguard of the demon army, shrouded in darkness, advanced menacingly towards the defenses of Jinfu City. His tone remained calm. "If we are defeated, you may send a message Jade slip to the Empress in the capital." Agreed. General Tian Shui inhaled deeply, his chest subtly rising and falling beneath his silver armor. His gaze remained fixed on the demon vanguard below. As long as he could swiftly relay the news to the Empress about the terrifying demon army and the emergence of the ice abyss in the northern sea, along with the tragic demise of the Ice Luan army, he could finally relinquish the burdens of his past and sever ties with the late Emperor of Dejing, ensuring that he would have no further entanglements with the realm. In the council hall of Jinfu City, the Empress Dowager's brother, Sun Qian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly sensed something and opened them wide in alarm. In the next moment, he rose and stepped out, appearing atop the city wall. His gaze pierced through dozens of miles, clearly observing a formidable line of figures clad in black armor, silently advancing towards the defenses of Jinfu City. These towering figures exuded an unmistakable aura of icy malevolence, as if they had emerged from the depths of the netherworld. Even as a mid-level cultivator of the Eighth Realm, he could feel a chill that seemed to freeze his very soul. Demons. Indeed, they are demons. Upon recognizing the enemy's appearance, Sun Qian's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 82. The Empress Dowager. Arrows breached the city. The emergence of the demon passage in the ice abyss of the northern sea was no longer a secret in Dejing. Recently, the most fervent discussions in taverns and tea houses revolved around Lu Yuan's struggle for survival in the ice abyss, which led to the tragic demise of the 100,000 Yanlong army. The air was thick with vitriol and contempt. Yet, when it came to the might of the demons, few took it to heart. For the Mo Tsang domain, the term demons felt exceedingly distant. The only traces left were recorded in ancient texts dating back at least 10,000 years. However, as the Empress Dowager's brother and a high-ranking minister, Sun Qian understood all too well that the demon race should never be underestimated. Lu Yuan initially led an undefeated army of 100,000, the Yanlong army, which suffered tremendous losses to barely repel the vanguard of the demon clan and temporarily seal the passage to their realm. The accusation of sacrificing the 10,000 Yanlong soldiers for his own survival is merely a deliberate slander against Lu Yuan, an attempt to tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, with Lu Yuan seemingly stripped of his powers and reduced to a mere mortal, the Empress Dowager employed both benevolence and intimidation to manipulate the court nobility, ultimately succeeding in wresting the supreme throne of dying from Lu Yuan. As the demon army drew near, the city echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. A multitude of dying soldiers and sect cultivators surged forth from the city, forming a dense battle formation, ready to meet the enemy's charge. Sun Qian cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. His mission was to ascertain the strength of the demon army and relay the information back to the capital. He was even prepared to flee immediately if the 7 towns' defense line of the Jinfu could not withstand the onslaught of the demons. As the younger brother of the Empress Dowager and a prominent figure in dying, he possessed ample glory yet to be savored. He could not afford to perish here in vain. Gathering his thoughts, unnoticed by anyone, Sun Qian produced a peculiar blood-red eye from his hand and cast it toward the highest point of the city wall. The crimson pupil transformed mid-air into a blurred magical array, vanishing silently into the wall. An enigmatic aura of space emanated from it, establishing a subtle connection with the capital. In the grand palace of dying, at the Dexin Palace, no maidens were in sight. Only the Empress Dowager sat alone, hand on her forehead. Reclining on the throne with her eyes tightly shut, her brow slightly furrowed, as if awaiting something. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe embroidered with phoenixes and peonies, the golden threads shimmered in the sunlight like a flowing river of stars. The hem of her gown trailed delicately on the ground, and the intricate embroidery spoke of royal majesty and opulence. Her hair was elegantly styled high, adorned with a phoenix hairpin and pearls that accentuated her fair, jade-like complexion. Although time had left its marks on her features, it could not diminish her past grandeur. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated. The magical artifact upon the long table seemed to activate, projecting a luminous veil into the air. On it, the scenes of the fortified city and the army in formation became vividly clear. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, her gaze calm and profound, as if she could perceive all things in the world, exuding an aura that conveyed both authority and power without the need for anger. The images displayed were from the perspective of the blood-red pupil, showcasing the real-time battlefield scenes at the 7 key towns of the Jinfu. The Ice Luan army had been silently obliterated in the North Sea ice abyss, mirroring the fate of the former Yanlong army. The Empress Dowager, troubled, commanded her brother to use special artifacts to present the frontline battlefield to her, so that she could better understand the demon's capabilities and devise appropriate countermeasures. Is this the demon clan? She squinted her phoenix-like eyes, observing the figures of the demons arrayed in formation, gradually advancing toward the city's defenses, her heart heavy with concern. These demons were tall, clad in eerie black armor, their mounts equally ominous, revealing only their menacing eyes, evoking an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fortunately, the number of these demons was relatively small, approximately 5,000, likely just the vanguard. Moreover, they were overly arrogant, lined up without any formation, directly advancing step by step toward the Jinfu's 7 towns defense line. Within this fortified line, there were a staggering 600,000 troops, including elders and disciples from over 20 sections. Even employing a human wave strategy, they could easily overwhelm the 5,000 demons. This would also provide an opportunity to probe the demon's capabilities in preparation for the true demon army's arrival. With this in mind, the Empress Dowager relaxed slightly, reaching for a teacup to take a gentle sip, already contemplating the rewards she would bestow upon her brother after vanquishing the 5,000 demon vanguards. Suddenly, the 5,000 demons in the formation halted. Their horse-like mounts stomped angrily on the ground, their exposed eyes glowing crimson, seemingly eager to feast on the flesh and blood of humanity. With a swift motion, the towering demons on horseback drew black longbows from their backs. As if rigorously trained, they uniformly pulled back their bows, and purple arrows appeared on the top bowstrings. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed deeply. At this moment, the position of the demon vanguard was still 10 miles from the Jinfu city defenses. Coupled with the activation of the city's protective array, it was utterly fanciful for the demons to inflict harm upon the soldiers within the city using only long-range arrows. However, in the next instant, whoosh, 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 a barrage of purple arrows sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound, appearing en masse at the city's defensive array with astonishing speed. Boom! The purple arrows detonated mid-air, intercepted by the manifested defensive array. Yet, in mere moments, the protective barrier began to tremble precariously before shattering like glass. The purple arrows descended unimpeded upon the city walls, erupting in blinding brilliance. A multitude of dying soldiers and sect disciples were completely engulfed by the deep purple light, their cries of anguish stifled before they could escape. The Empress Dowager sprang to her feet, her dignified countenance filled with shock and disbelief. "My lady, that golden-armored general appears to be the younger brother of the Empress Dowager, does he not?" On the deck of the Sacred Dragon's moonlight vessel, the multicolored demon king gazed at the imposing golden-armored cultivator atop the Jinfu city walls, inquiring with a smile. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded. Recently, he had led his loyal troops to drive the remnants of the Moon Wheel from the Mo Tsang domain, earning commendation and being bestowed the title of Grand Minister, making him a highly sought-after general in the court. This news had spread throughout the great scenery. One could easily discern it with a mere sweep of their mind while passing through any city. Grand Minister? The 9-colored demon king raised an eyebrow, as if hearing a jest. Intentionally glancing at the general of Tian Shui, whose enchanting visage bore an expression of Navet, he remarked, "General, is it truly the case that expelling the remnants of the moon will can earn one the title of Grand Minister?" In days past, His Highness swept through the 7 vassal states, ravaging palaces and royal halls. Surely, his military exploits were of unparalleled magnitude, that he was stripped of his princely status, allowing that so-called empress to usurp the throne? The general of Tian Shui, clad in silver armor, remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield below. However, the 9-colored demon king was determined not to let her off easily. Casting a glance at the tumultuous battlefield, he remarked with a smile, "The formation of Jinfu City has been breached, suffering grievous losses, yet the great scenery has not even laid a finger on the demon race. By the time reinforcements from other strongholds arrive, Jinfu City will undoubtedly be a desolate ruin. General, the command abilities of this Grand Minister seem vastly mismatched to his esteemed position, do they not?" The general of Tian Shui continued to remain reticent. As a seasoned general, she perceived at first glance that the vanguard of the demon race was arrayed in formation, advancing towards Jinfu City with utter disregard for the defending forces of the great scenery. She had not anticipated that the reality would indeed unfold in such a manner. With a single volley, the demon race overwhelmed Jinfu City, causing countless casualties. The wager she had placed with Lu Yuan now seemed destined for a dismal defeat. Not only would she be unable to relay the formidable strength of the demon race to the Empress, but she would also have to dutifully serve Lu Yuan that very night. Chapter 83. The 5,000 Demon Army, Defense Crumbles at a Single Strike. At this moment, the voice of Lu Yuan resonated. To cultivate to the 8th realm, this esteemed upper pillar state must possess depths beyond mere appearances. The reason for the devastating losses from merely a single simultaneous assault is likely an intention to preserve strength. Preserve strength? Mused the 9-colored demon king, somewhat perplexed. What does this imply? General Tian Shui similarly turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan, seemingly eager to uncover the answer. Lu Yuan did not respond directly. Continue watching. And you will understand. Boom, boom, boom. On the city wall, the high-ranking cultivators of the great scene finally reacted, swiftly unleashing their sword auras and spells to meet the oncoming purple arrows. The arrows exploded mid-air, releasing dazzling bursts of light. The deputy general rushed over, reporting loudly, "General, the soldiers from Taya City and Longan Fortress have completely broken camp and are converging towards us." Sun Qian nodded, gazing intently at the approaching demonic army. His eyes profoundly deep. He had refrained from making a move, conserving his energy for unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the demonic forces 10 miles away began to advance again. Still in a single line. Viewed from the sky, they resembled a black wave sweeping towards the 100,000 troops stationed at Jinfu City. Smoke billowed behind the demon ranks, and the armored mounts moved swiftly, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon, they became distinctly visible to the defenders of Jinfu City. What is this? Voices of shock erupted. The towering figures of the demons, clad in menacing black armor with spikes protruding from their knees and elbows, instilled a chilling dread in the hearts of the defenders. Damn it! The leader of the Qiang sect bellowed. Flames of intense heat erupting from his body as he soared over the city wall, charging towards the demonic army like a blazing star. Disciples of Qiang sect, follow me to slay the enemy. Yes. Hundreds of figures clad in identical robes ignited in flames, trailing behind their leader to confront the foe. The true fire of the three suns? The leader of Qiang sect has actually succeeded in refining the spirit fire. It is simply astonishing. Murmurs of awe spread across the city wall. The true fire of the three suns, said to be birthed from the three flavors true fire, is an exceedingly terrifying spirit fire. For thousands of years, no one had truly refined it. Now, the leader of Qiang sect had tamed it. No wonder he dared to be the first to charge into battle. Today, he would surely earn the first merit. In an instant, the gaze of the disciples and elders on the city wall turned eagerly towards their sect leader. After the initial shock of the purple light assault, many cultivators came to their senses. The purple light was indeed formidable, but its numbers must be exceedingly scarce, perhaps even exhausted. The enemy that appeared was merely 5,000 strong. With a mere city like Jinfu boasting 100,000 cultivators, dealing with 5,000 foes was surely more than sufficient. Indeed, if they delayed, all the merits could be snatched away by Qiang sect, and how then could they hope to receive the Empress's rewards? Several sect leaders atop the wall shared this realization. After exchanging greetings with the upper pillar country, they eagerly rushed out of the city with their elders and disciples. Soon, the first to engage, Qiang sect, clashed head-on with the demons. The sect leader, enveloped in golden flames, swelled to several times his size, resembling a giant of fire. With a sinister grin, he clenched his fist and struck fiercely at several demons. A war blade, infused with malevolent energy, materialized from thin air to intercept the golden fiery fist. Poof! The demonic blade effortlessly pierced through the fiery fist, slicing along the sect leader's body. The roaring giant of flames froze in place, the golden flames extinguished as if meeting a natural enemy, revealing the towering figure of the Qiang sect leader. A line of blood appeared on his forehead, and then his entire body was cleaved in two along that line, spilling blood and entrails across the ground, exuding a heavy stench of blood. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Terrified gazes fixated on the corpse of the Qiang sect leader. An uncontrollable fear began to spread. The leader of Qiang sect, a peak 7th realm cultivator who had tamed the true fire of the three suns that had evaded cultivation for millennia, possessed true combat power that was not inferior to an early-stage 8th realm cultivator. And yet, he had fallen in such an inexplicable manner. Unable even to escape with his divine soul, the demon commander who struck down the Qiang sect leader uttered an incomprehensible sound. However, cultivators above the 7th realm deciphered its meaning through its mental fluctuations. Kill. With a clang, the 5,000 demonic vanguard troops all drew their weapons, riding their dark mounts like a tidal wave surging towards the 100,000 troops of Jinfu City, like a force of nature. Just moments ago, the zeal to achieve merit and earn the Empress's favor filled the sect's troops. With the demon's charge, nearly instantaneously, corpses littered the ground, leaving no opportunity for escape. Those who had just leapt off the city wall turned ashen-faced, disregarding everything to flee back into the city. In a single charge, hundreds of Qiang sect cultivators were annihilated, including over 3,000 who had rushed forward, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. On the city wall, Sun Qian silently observed this scene, his expression unchanged. Yet his heart sank sharply. Even with the Ice Phoenix army seemingly prepared for annihilation, he had still underestimated the terror of the demons. He had just witnessed that neither the peak 7th realm leader of Qiang sect nor the elder and disciples of the 6th and 5th realms stood a chance against the demonic forces. Even, Sun Qian's gaze fixed intently on the central figure among the demonic army, whose aura was evidently more powerful than the others. Its armor faintly shimmered with a purple hue, and it had yet to make a move. At that moment, as if aware of being watched, the most formidable demon raised its gaze, locking eyes with Sun Qian. Boom. Sun Qian felt as if his sea of consciousness had been struck by a heavy hammer, resonating painfully, and the scene before him blurred slightly. An 8th realm demon, Sun Qian's heart was filled with dread. As a mid-8th realm cultivator, he possessed numerous defensive treasures. Yet a mere glance nearly shattered his sea of consciousness. The demons were indeed terrifying. Even in equal realms, he found himself bereft of any capacity for resistance. Overwhelmed by fear, Sun Qian nearly abandoned the city, recklessly fleeing back to the capital. An image involuntarily surfaced in his mind: Lu Yuan, the regent prince who had been betrayed by his aunt, the empress's sister. How had Lu Yuan once led the Yanlong army to confront such formidable foes and ultimately emerge victorious, even temporarily sealing the demon passage? Chapter 84. Slaying the Upper Pillar Country, the empress's fury before the city wall. In just a single round of skirmishing, over 3,000 cultivators fell victim to the demons. Those clad in black armor, with spikes jutting out from every crevice, appeared as grim reapers emerging from the depths of hell, utterly shattering the morale of the Jinfu defenders. They fled towards the city in a state of sheer panic, terrified that a moment's delay would lead to becoming cold corpses. A bunch of worthless fools. Sun Qian stepped forward, hovering before the city wall. The aura of an 8th realm cultivator radiated powerfully and authoritatively. A mere 5,000 demons have sent you fleeing in terror. It is truly a disgrace to the great scene. The fleeing sect cultivators halted one by one, looking up at the Upper Pillar Country with glimmers of hope in their eyes. Tianyin army, heed my command. As Sun Qian issued his command, the gates of Jinfu City swung open, revealing rows of armored figures, his elite troops. They formed ranks, poised to confront the enemy. The sounds of long spears and battle blades being unsheathed resonated, becoming the sole melody in the air. Arrayed patterns of spiritual light emanated from the armor of the Tianyin army, coalescing into numerous battle formations, the Tianyin Annihilation Array, the foundation of their invincibility. Hundreds of soldiers, under the guidance of their officers, melded their vital energy and blood force into a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, the sect cultivators felt a surge of courage, their fears of the demon race diminishing significantly. The Grand Marshal was a mid-stage practitioner of the 8th realm. Coupled with the undefeated Tianyin army, the enemy, suspected to be demons, numbered merely 5,000. As long as they followed the Grand Marshal and the Tianyin army, victory was assured. In an instant, the eyes of these sect cultivators sparkled with a renewed eagerness for battle, fueled by thoughts of post-battle rewards and the covetous allure of the Empress's bounties. Sun Qian, observing this, smirked with derision. He then retrieved his magical artifact and surged ahead into the fray of the 5,000 demon troops, followed closely by dozens of battle formations. Kill! Shouted the sect disciples, led by their masters or elders, charging with fervor towards the enemy. In that moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. The 5,000 demons stood in formation, resembling a dark tide, unyielding in the face of the vastly superior cultivator army. The eyes visible behind their armor were devoid of emotion, akin to cold machines driven solely by the instinct to kill. Soon, the two armies clashed head-on. Sun Qian unleashed the Tianyin seal, directing it towards the formidable 8th realm demon lord, whose very presence chilled his soul. The Tianyin seal, a replica of an ancient divine treasure, was a supreme spiritual weapon. Under Sun Qian's command, it transformed into a small hill of orange-yellow, exuding an immense pressure as it bore down on the demon forces. The 8th realm demon commander flickered into position beneath the seal, and the collision of his demon flame-infused fist with the Tianyin seal produced a cataclysmic sound. Cracks marred the seal's surface, and it shattered, disintegrating into dust. A chill coursed through Sun Qian as he abandoned any thoughts of standing against the demons. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, a streak of light racing back. Knowing that the Tianyin army and sect cultivators would hold the demonic advance at bay, his family and kin would be rewarded handsomely, living in splendor. At that moment, the sect cultivators of Jinfu City, under the leadership of Sun Qian and the Tianyin army, engaged the demon forces. However, in a single charge, the cries of over 10,000 cultivators were snuffed out before they could even be uttered, leaving only lifeless corpses. Sword flashes, blade gleams, runes, arrows, and spells, all their assaults, were effortlessly absorbed by the demon's obsidian armor, causing no harm whatsoever. A 6th realm female elder from the Qing Shui sect, channeling all her vital energy, conjured an extraordinarily sharp water blade and struck a demon before her. The thick aura emanating from the dark armor held for only a moment before the water blade cleaved through, bisecting the demon and its mount. Their remains splattered across the ground. The elder's eyes lit up, but before joy could register on her face, a searing pain erupted in her abdomen as a black spear pierced through, creating a gaping wound. Raising her gaze, she met the chilling gaze of a demon. The outcome of this clash shattered the morale of Jinfu's defenders. No one anticipated that even under the command of the Grand Marshal and with a significant numerical advantage, they would still fall short against the mere 5,000 demons. The sheer terror of the enemy was overwhelming. Their magical assaults felt like mere tickles, while a single strike from the demons claimed lives indiscriminately. In the face of absolute power, numbers offered no advantage whatsoever. Centuries later, the soldiers of Dying and the sect cultivators of the northern territories would again feel the dread and might of the demon race. In the Xian Palace, the Empress Dowager watched the scenes unfold within the magical artifact's luminescence, her expression grave. She had not anticipated the legendary demon race to be so formidable. The 100,000 defenders of Jinfu City stood no chance against a mere 5,000 demons. The defenses of Jinfu City were crumbling, and the territory of dying would fall into the hands of the demons. However, this confrontation had revealed much about the demons, and Sun Qian had proven his worth. Her gaze shifted towards the battlefield, where Sun Qian was engaged with the demon forces. She held high hopes for her younger brother. Should he achieve further accomplishments and break through to the late 8th realm, he would be deserving of a noble title, governing a region of his own. With his temperament, he would realize he was no match for the demons and retreat to preserve his strength. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Sun Qian, locked in combat with the demon lord, suddenly summoned a majestic sword, piercing through the void towards the demon. Simultaneously, he donned a pair of exquisite cloud boots, transforming into a streak of light, fleeing without a glance back. On the battlefield, the dense mass of dying cultivators, overwhelmed by the 5,000 demons, instinctively sought their leader, the commander of this defense, the Grand Marshal. Yet, they were met with the sight of Sun Qian, who, while wielding his sword to obstruct the demon lord, turned his back and fled the battlefield. In that instant, many sect cultivators were left stunned. They could not fathom that Sun Qian, a figure of dying's upper echelons, would abandon the defense at such a crucial moment and flee alone. Sun Qian, damn you. One sect leader finally reacted, cursing at the receding figure of Sun Qian. He had used them as cannon fodder to create an escape route for himself. Curse the dying court. There is not a single good person among them. A chorus of curses erupted from the battlefield. The once determined cultivators, now bereft of any fighting spirit, frantically fled in all directions. With a deafening crash, a dark sphere of light ascended into the air, hurtling towards the rear of Sun Qian's escape with astonishing speed. This was the formidable demon from the 8th realm, previously momentarily delayed by the magical sword. Witnessing this scene, the fleeing cultivators felt a flicker of hope, ceaselessly cursing Sun Qian, wishing for him to be slain by the demon, thus providing them a chance at survival. Yet, faced with the demon's lethal strike, Sun Qian activated his life-saving artifact, distancing himself considerably, seemingly on the verge of escape. The demon paused mid-air, appearing unable to pursue further. Just as the disciples of the sect, who had been ambushed by Sun Qian, were consumed by despair, suddenly, a figure materialized ahead, perfectly obstructing Sun Qian's path. This figure, clad in a dark robe, possessed an exquisite visage and an aura of noble elegance. With a mere gesture, a terrifying dragon claw materialized, seizing Sun Qian as if he were a mere chick. Chapter 85, The Kuanping Treasure Technique? The slave caller Lu Yuan? How did he arrive? An elder's voice echoed through the battlefield, laced with confusion and excitement. That strikingly ethereal face was one that nearly every inhabitant of the Great Jing dynasty recognized. Lu, the crown prince has arrived? Could it be that he has come to rescue us? The disciples, unable to discern the distant figure's features, displayed expressions of fervent hope upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, akin to drowning men grasping at straws. The emergence of the 5,000-strong demon army made the soldiers of the Great Jing and the sect cultivators acutely aware of a grim reality. The demon race was indeed a formidable and terrifying force. The earlier annihilation of the 100,000 Yanlong army in the icy abyss of the North Sea might truly be a tragic and heart-rending saga. Rather than the court's narrative of Crown Prince Lu Yuan sacrificing the Yanlong army for his own survival, he might have been wronged. At this moment, Lu Yuan appeared on the demon battlefield, effortlessly intercepting the fleeing Sun Qian. To the cultivators, he became the sole beacon of hope amidst despair. Lu Yuan. In the Duxing Palace, the Empress Dowager abruptly rose, her gaze fixed intently on the youthful figure displayed on the luminous screen. This once revered matriarch of the empire trembled with suppressed rage, never having anticipated such a turn of events. Lu Yuan's sudden appearance was nothing short of astonishing. His formidable power effortlessly halting Qi Yan's advance. Given Lu Yuan's deep-seated animosity towards her and the Empress, one could easily surmise the grim fate that awaited Qi Yan should he fall into Lu Yuan's grasp. As anticipated, the scene depicted in the luminous screen revealed Lu Yuan manifesting a dragon's claw, which he briefly displayed before forcefully hurling Qi Yan back towards the battlefield. The impact was thunderous as Qi Yan crashed through the city walls of Jinfu, leaving a gaping hole and becoming entombed in rubble. When he emerged, he was disheveled and wretched, resembling a beggar. You shall pay for this. The Empress glared at Lu Yuan's figure on the screen, her teeth clenched in fury, struggling to maintain her regal composure. At that moment, Lu Yuan, now on the city walls, slowly turned his head, locking eyes with the Empress through the barrier of the array. Her heart skipped a beat. This wretched spawn has discovered me? Impossible. This particular artifact can only be unraveled by the primordial spirit of a tribulation-transcending cultivator. How could he have reached such a level? Yet, within the scene, Lu Yuan continued to gaze at her, their eyes locked in a profound exchange, rendering the Empress Dowager with an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as if she were laid bare, devoid of any secrets. Until a profound smile graced Lu Yuan's face. Suddenly, a blaze of 7-colored flames erupted from the light screen, consuming the image entirely. The Empress's breath quickened, her opulent garments dampened by perspiration. Deep within her heart, she harbored a profound apprehension towards this wretched offspring who had nearly ascended to the throne. The defenses of the Jinfu's 7 towns would inevitably be breached, and Qi Yan had likely already fallen. A fierce hatred flickered in the Empress's eyes as she strode purposefully towards the palace exit. Such a monumental upheaval had befallen the Great Jing. She needed to confer with her daughter to devise a strategy, The vendetta against Qi Yin must be avenged. Outside the Jinfu city. As the sect practitioners beheld Sun Qi Yin being hurled back by Lu Yuan, they were momentarily taken aback. Then, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Your Highness, for your intervention, sending this scoundrel to join my demise. Sun Qi Yin, you old rogue, did you ever foresee such an end? Ha ha. Your Highness. The master of Qishui's sect, was deceived by the great Jing court and wronged you. If there is a next life, I vow to follow you faithfully, without regret. In a certain sense, Lu Yuan's act of casting back the fleeing Sun Qi Yin served as retribution for these sect practitioners. It was only natural for them to express their gratitude. However, their declarations of unwavering loyalty to Lu Yuan merely reflected their desire for his compassion. Hoping for his intervention to rescue them, Lu Yuan hovered above the city wall, observing the great Jing cultivators, who were effortlessly overwhelmed by 5,000 demonic beings. Devoid of any capacity for resistance, his countenance remained largely inscrutable. He merely retrieved a deep purple banner, adorned with undulating ghostly runes, the human emperor banner. After the last offering to the remnants of the white tiger, it contained merely 1,000,000 vengeful spirits, just enough to replenish its power. A chilling wind howled as ethereal souls, nearly invisible to the naked eye, drifted forth from the myriad of broken corpses strewn across the ground. As if drawn by an unseen force, one after another, they were absorbed into the surface of the human emperor banner, which grew increasingly sinister and chilling. Suffused with a violet luminescence, Lu Yuan no longer cast his gaze upon the great Jing cultivators who were being slaughtered by the demonic clan. Instead, he turned to face the approaching formidable beings of the demonic race. Beneath their black armor, a pair of eyes coldly scrutinized Lu Yuan. Yet they did not make a move to attack. It seemed they held him in profound apprehension. Lu Yuan smiled and spoke. We can collaborate, for instance, guiding you to the path leading to the grand capital of dying. Although the words were incomprehensible to the demon clan, the essence conveyed through his divine thoughts was graspable. The demon clan regarded him with a frigid stare, emanating a wave of divine intent. The despicable human race is only worthy of serving the divine beings. Lacking the qualification for partnership, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and sighed softly, expressing his initial intent to spare a life. As his words hung in the air, he unleashed a punch, and 6 colossal, indistinct vortices materialized, exuding an overwhelming force capable of obliterating the void itself. With a thunderous roar, they surged toward the formidable demon clan warrior. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, an unparalleled technique intrinsic to the 6 Paths Reincarnation divine art, maintained its terrifying might even in the supreme realm. The 6 swirling orbs of reincarnation emerged before the demon warrior, pulverizing the emptiness in their wake. An aura of reincarnation enveloped the surroundings, as if seeking to draw all existence back into the cycle of rebirth. The demon warrior's expression shifted dramatically. As a surge of intense, dark energy erupted from his entire being, bellowing a defiant roar in preparation for a counterattack. Yet, in the face of absolute power, this 8th realm demon found himself utterly powerless, drawn into the grasp of the 6 terrifying vortices. His pitch-black armor and body, as if having traversed the 6 paths of reincarnation, shattered significantly, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Lu Yuan retracted his fist, storing the dying 8-realm demon clan powerhouse into his Qin bag. He then gazed into the void ahead and calmly spoke, if you do not reveal yourself, I shall unceremoniously accept these 5,000 demon frontliners. The 8-realm demon powerhouse and the 5,000 demon troops merely constituted the vanguard, not the main force of the demon clan. From the very beginning, Lu Yuan sensed a formidable demon lurking in the void, at least on par with the 9-realm transcendence, akin to the flower goddess national master. However, in terms of strength, this entity was undoubtedly far more terrifying than the national master of the flower god. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding. The host has witnessed the annihilation of 100,000 guards in Jinfu City. Rewards obtained. Coimping treasure technique. Soul harvesting bell. Another notification followed. Ding. The host has witnessed the tragic demise of the Empress Dowager's brother at the hands of the demon clan, inciting the Empress Dowager's wrath and delight. Reward obtained. Servant collar. Chapter 86. The Empress, conjuring soldiers from beans, the human emperor's scripture. Lu Yuan gazed upon the rewards. The Coimping treasure technique and the soul-devouring bell were precisely the objectives of his arrival in Jinfu City, thus presenting no surprise. The second reward. The collar of servitude that incited the Empress Dowager's fury, inevitably conjured certain associations. The Empress Dowager was indeed among Lu Yuan's targets. As a former sovereign revered by all, she must possess knowledge regarding his mother and the reasons behind the late emperor's decision to designate him as the crown prince, only to initially withhold the throne from him. The arrival of the collar of servitude was remarkably timely. Once he captured the Empress Dowager and placed it around her neck, she would be transformed into a mere tool for his bidding. Whatever task she would be compelled to undertake or secrets to be divulged, she would comply like a loyal hound. At that moment, the formidable aura of the demon clan in the void seemed to retreat, gradually dissipating until it vanished without a trace. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, dispelling the notion of pursuing further. The Coimping's divine art could transform into both the Kuan and the Ping forms, mastering the exquisite intricacies of Yin and Yang's evolution. It harbored the boundless power of the ocean, as well as the forces of the sun and moon, all while exhibiting the swift prowess of the Kunping. Originally, Lu Yuan intended to test its might against the Tribulation Realm demon clan. Yet, given that the demons retreated out of fear, he found no inclination to chase after them. Doing so would merely aid the Great Jing in depleting the strength of the demon clan, which did not align with his interests. Suddenly, a captivating figure clad in a red dress appeared beside Lu Yuan. Her voice, sultry and enchanting, inquired, "What captures your attention, Your Highness?" She remained oblivious to the presence of the Tribulation Realm demon's aura, in terms of primordial spirit strength. Even though she was a 9-colored swallowing python at the early stage of tribulation, she was far inferior to Lu Yuan, who possessed the chaotic divine grind and refined his primordial spirit nightly. Nothing of significance. Lu Yuan casually explained the situation. The two figures vanished into the void, awaiting the arrival of 5,000 demon clansmen to annihilate the forces of the Great Jing, along with the remaining 6 major strongholds. Once the hundreds of thousands of vengeful souls were collected into the Emperor's banner, he would summon the universe back to ensnare the blood-soaked malevolent demon vanguard and escort the 9-colored demon king back to the sacred dragon moonlit vessel. This contingent of 5,000 demons would provide ample sustenance for Guizhong Zhang, facilitating his breakthrough to the 7th realm. It was also possible that the 8th realm demon, previously gravely wounded by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, possessed some knowledge regarding Guizhong Zhang's origins. In the Great Jing Palace, the resplendent Empress Dowager descended from her phoenix-drawn carriage. A procession of palace maidens and eunuchs knelt in reverence, declaring, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. May she live 1,000 years." The Empress Dowager proceeded alone into the Phoenix Welcoming Palace, the resting quarters of the Empress, who had been in seclusion for 2 months. Having absorbed the true dragon's fortune and the Eastern Palace seal bestowed by Lu Yuan, the Empress Dowager understood the critical nature of the Empress's cultivation and refrained from disturbing her. Yet the impending invasion of the demon clans posed a grave threat to the Great Jing dynasty. Thus, she deemed it necessary to consult her daughter, whose eyes had become inscrutable. Pushing open the grand doors of the chamber, she beheld a scene bathed in golden light, vibrant and kaleidoscopic. The floor of the grand hall was adorned with countless spirit stones, spirit pearls, and exquisite glass, radiating an intensely rich spiritual energy. A pristine moon hung from the lofty ceiling, casting a silvery luminescence that enveloped the space. The Empress Dowager traversed the hall to stand before a spirit pool, where a golden divine phoenix robe draped over a clothing rack. The Empress, her body aglow with ethereal radiance, rested in the shimmering golden waters of the divine pool. Her eyes gently closed. Despite her state of undress, she exuded an unparalleled imperial majesty that compelled submission. The Empress Dowager glanced at the rippling golden waters, knowing that the divine spring water, drawn from the legendary birthplace of the sun and moon, could easily purchase 10 large cities with but a single drop. She had previously believed such waters existed only in myth. The golden light dancing upon the surface signified the true dragon's fortune of the dynasty. Nearly all of it present here, including that contained within the Eastern Palace seal. Even a slender thread of this fortune could produce a favored child of destiny. After over 2 months of seclusion, the Empress had, through some mysterious means, assimilated the vast fortune of the dynasty into her being, manifesting as a true, supreme empress. The aura she inadvertently radiated was several times more formidable than that of the national master. Suddenly, the Empress opened her eyes, and majestic phantoms of imperial robes and crowns emerged from her gaze, only to swiftly dissipate. She cast a glance at her mother, and before the Empress Dowager could speak, her pure, radiant arm emerged from the golden waters, conjuring a small golden box in her palm. "Mother, this item can temporarily alleviate the concerns regarding the demon clans." The Empress Dowager received the small box, skeptical that such a mere artifact could deter the formidable demon army. This is a summoning artifact. When deployed on the battlefield, it can halt the tide of the demon forces. After this brief explanation, the Empress closed her eyes once more, her flawless form shimmering softly in the golden pool. "Mother, I have reached a crucial juncture in my cultivation and cannot rise to see you off." The Empress Dowager caressed the golden box, her eyes reflecting a sigh of relief. She regarded her daughter deeply and nodded. "I shall represent your majesty in the campaign, striking a decisive blow against the demon army to restore the faith of the people and soldiers." With that, she turned and exited the Phoenix Welcoming Palace. Once the resplendent figure of the Empress Dowager faded from sight, the Empress opened her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke with a note of reverence. "I implore the esteemed one to intervene and safeguard Mother Qing Wan's safety." "Very well." An elderly voice resonated within the hall, tinged with mirth. "Your progress in cultivating the human emperor scripture surpasses my expectations. In no more than 2 months, you shall reach completion. The scions of the various lineages cannot seize the opportunities that rightfully belong to you." With that, the elder departed. In the Phoenix Welcoming Palace, only the Empress remained, immersed in the golden spirit pool, her exquisite form partially veiled. As she prepared to resume her cultivation of the human emperor scripture, the image of her elder brother, Lu Yuan, unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Lu Yuan retrieved a small, exquisite black bell and presented it to Lu Er, who had just emerged from her seclusion. "Here is a magical artifact to protect you," he said. With the enhancement of a fourfold temporal flow, Lu Er had effectively been in seclusion for nearly half a month. The peak of her 6th realm power was on the verge of overflowing. and she could attempt to break through to the seventh realm at any moment. Upon receiving the dark bell from the prince, Lu Yuan sweetly expressed her gratitude and took the bell into her hands. A chilling, malevolent aura surged through her hand and arm, infiltrating her very being. Even with her possession of the Yin Cha Jiuxian body, she shivered momentarily from the cold. The artifact was of exceptionally high grade. Observing the extraordinary nature of the bell, the multicolored demon king, with a hint of jealousy, remarked on its significance. Subsequently, she cast a sultry glance filled with sorrow towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan lightly coughed, feigning ignorance. Apart from the soul-burying bell, he was left with only the Emperor's banner and the Taoist sword embryo. The rest, aside from the extreme Tao Emperor's pouch, such as the 9 Revolutions elixir furnace and the universe bag, were merely auxiliary treasures. None were suitable gifts for the 9-colored demon king. The soul-burying bell was a recent acquisition, and compared to the 9-colored demon king, the peak of the 6th realm, Lu Earth, was more deserving of a supreme weapon that integrated both offense and defense for her protection. Chapter 87. The Soul-Burying Bell. Ghostgen breaks through the 7th realm. Let us refine it with a drop of blood, and then test its might. Yes, your highness. Lu Yuan responded with delight, producing a drop of her vital blood to begin the refinement of the soul-burying bell. In no time, the soul-burying bell vanished from Lu's palm. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a large, pitch-black bell, suspended in mid-air, exuding waves of terrifying and sinister energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Yuan, being a body of extreme Yin, the Yin Cha Jiuxian body, was exceptionally compatible with this artifact of the same Yin attribute. It could unleash its utmost power, posing no issues even when utilized in the supreme realm. Let us test its might. With a flicker of thought, Lu Yuan summoned the Qiankuan bag, which materialized before him, its mouth agape as it released several towering figures clad in black armor, the warriors of the demon clan. They roared in fury, charging fearlessly towards Lu Yuan and his companions. Lu Yuan stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the group. She extended her delicate hand and gently struck the soul bell. With a resonant boom, a wave of black ripples emanated from the bell, swiftly engulfing a significant portion of the deck, including the advancing demon warriors. In a mere instant, these once ferocious demon fighters, who had mercilessly slaughtered soldiers and practitioners at the Jinfu City defense line, were rendered lifeless by the black ripples. The fierce, malevolent light in their eyes flickered out like a dying flame, as if their very souls had been erased. Their bodies crumpled to the deck, transforming into cold corpses. Gulping, Lu Yuan stared at the imposing black bell before her, her eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. She had not anticipated that with a single strike, such formidable demons would be devoid of any capacity for resistance, their souls extinguished without a trace. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yuan, and she quickly turned her small face back. Seeing the prince behind her unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. With a look of guilt, she hesitantly said, "Your Highness, this is my first time using this magical artifact. I forgot that the bell sound has a wide range of attack and almost harmed you." "Not at all." Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Observing Lu Yuan's remorseful expression, he couldn't help but wonder if he were to collapse at that moment, would it frighten her to tears? The 9-colored demon king cast a covetous glance at the soul bell. She was now certain that this magnificent bell was a top-tier magical artifact, likely at least a Xiantian spirit treasure. Even with her cultivation at the early stage of tribulation transcendence, she felt a chilling aura aimed at the soul emanating from the bell's sound. Had Lu Yuan's cultivation been on par with hers, unleashing the full potential of the soul bell could have posed a genuine threat to her very existence. "Let us return and rest," she suggested. Lu Yuan gently patted Lu Yuan's head, saying, "I shall head to the training chamber shortly to assist you in breaking through your realm." "Thank you, your highness." Lu Yuan replied obediently, clutching the soul bell as she entered the spirit vessel. "Your highness, I too shall return to the Danyang body refinement pool for my cultivation," the 9-colored demon king said, her lips curling into a seductive smile, seemingly hinting at something to Lu Yuan. Her gaze then shifted to the nearby General Tiansui, and her alluring demeanor was swiftly replaced by the coldness and authority of the Empress. "Remember, you are merely a weapon in His Highness's hand, devoid of dignity and self. Do not let me catch wind of any insubordination towards His Highness." With that, the 9-colored demon king transformed into a myriad of radiant colors, vanishing without a trace from the deck. The Danyang body refinement pool, infused with potent solar energy, was capable of tempering the body. After the 9-colored demon king achieved a breakthrough in the tribulation realm within its waters, she had come to relish the sensation of restoring her true form as the 9-colored devouring python, luxuriating in the scorching waters of the Danyang pool. It also aided in refining her physical body, making her stronger and more robust. With a final glance at Lu Yuan, the 9-colored demon king departed. Lu Yuan did not linger on the deck, but proceeded towards the cavern where the ghostly creature resided. The demonic vanguard from the Qiankuan bag would provide a sumptuous feast, allowing him to formally transcend his current realm. As Lu Yuan's figure vanished from the deck, not far away, the recently threatened General Tian Shui displayed a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Lu Yuan appeared to have completely forgotten her, not uttering a single word. The previous wager was also not brought up again. The assertion made by Lu Yuan regarding the Empress Dowager's brother, Sun Qiyan, preserving his strength has been validated. Sun Qiyan appears to be acutely aware that this adversary is extraordinary, and thus has not prepared to fight to the death. From the outset, he is resolved to abandon his vast army of several 100,000 and flee the battlefield. The wind howls ominously. The sacred dragon's moonlit vessel, concealed within the void, glides slowly toward the heart of the great Jing. General Tian Chui stands upon the desolate deck, enveloped in silence for an extended period. As the sun sets in the west and night approaches, he finally stirs and makes his way toward Lu Yuan's quarters. Lu Yuan pushed open the door, revealing a scene encircled by an artificial mountain. The ghostly creature, Gui Zheng, lay atop the rocky formation, seemingly in slumber. Its imposing 20-meter form exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Upon sensing Lu Yuan's presence, Gui Zheng opened its eyes, summoning an icy wind as it appeared before him, obediently leaning its head closer. This behavior contrasted starkly with its fearsome and terrifying appearance. Indeed, Gui Zheng's docility was reserved solely for Lu Yuan. Even Lu Er, who frequently fed it, was met with only a semblance of restraint, as the creature refrained from aggression. To adversaries, Gui Zheng was a nightmarish entity. Emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, its frigid aura instilling a bone-deep terror with just a single glance. Lu Yuan smiled as he gently patted Gui Zheng's head. The Qiankuan bag soared into the air, casting a radiant glow that enveloped both Lu Yuan and Gui Zheng. Approximately 2 hours later, Gui Zheng stood atop a barren little hill, his head raised as he unleashed a series of furious roars. A dense and overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from him, spreading wildly in all directions. The ferocious energy surged like crashing waves, blanketing the small hill and vast stretches of land in a layer of chilling, white malevolence. The soulless corpses of the demon clan shattered into fragments, transforming the entire world into a scene reminiscent of the legendary Shura Hell. Indeed, Gui Zheng had ascended to the 7th realm. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, yet a lingering dissatisfaction brewed within him. Given that the ghostly creature could devour the souls of the demon race, its origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. It might even rival the 9-colored celestial python. However, the speed of its realm advancement was far from commensurate with its terrifying and enigmatic nature. Lu Yuan speculated that it could be the elixirs and spiritual herbs of the human race that are utterly incompatible with the ghostly entity. For many years, it has remained in a state of hunger. Only sustenance akin to the souls of demonic beings could facilitate its rapid growth. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan raised his hand and summoned the formidable 8 realms demon clan warrior, who had been incapacitated by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, now appearing on the ground. The 30-meter-long ghostly beast, with an incongruous swiftness for its size, lunged forward. Its head drew close to Lu Yuan, fixating intently on the 8 realms demon warrior. The ghastly visage bore 2 pale eyes, radiating an intense yearning. Lu Yuan reached out and pushed aside its massive head, chuckling and chiding. Do not be so hasty to feast. I have some inquiries to make. Furthermore, at your current 7th realm, can you truly consume the soul of an 8th realm demon? Chapter 88. The Black Soul Army. 3,000 Dao states, the ancestor's aura in the vast, snowy expanse of the northernmost territories, a thick shroud of darkness enveloped the landscape. Countless demon soldiers trampled the frost, marching in unison. Each demon was clad in armor, with ominous black spikes protruding from the seams, exuding a sinister and terrifying presence. Aside from the sound of ice being crushed beneath their feet, an eerie silence reigned among the ranks, as if they were mere lifeless puppets. Among the army, there were also monstrous beasts, akin to small mountains, flapping their wings, including abyssal dragons with eyes gleaming with purple light. Without exception, they bore the distinctive black spikes, emanating a chilling aura. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from the distant horizon, descending before the demon army, revealing the silhouette of a formidable demon warrior. This was the demon from the crossing tribulation realm, who had chosen to retreat in fear during the standoff with Lu Yuan in the Golden City. Upon landing, he knelt before the front ranks, specifically before the 3-headed dragon, and swiftly reported the recent events in the demon tongue. The strikingly handsome young demon, known as the Little Demon King and the youngest offspring of the demon ancestor, displayed a keen interest upon hearing the report. If I recall correctly, this is the individual who thwarted the advance of your Black Soul army and temporarily sealed the Mustard Passage a few months ago, is it not? Indeed. The Black Soul commander, in the mid-stage of crossing tribulation, nodded respectfully. The Emotsong domain, where the Dai Jing dynasty resided, was but a trivial corner of the vast 3,000 Dao states, hardly deserving of mention. The war between the demons and the 3,000 Dao states had persisted for millennia. Recently, the Black Soul commander, employing the celestial demon Great Art, inadvertently discovered the coordinates of the Emotsong domain amidst the boundless starry sky. He promptly summoned the primordial ancestor demon artifact to establish a spatial passage to the Emotsong domain. During the instability of this passage, he dispatched a vanguard force to guard it. However, they were annihilated by Lu Yuan, the Dejing dynasty's prince, who led the Flame Dragon tribe, which possessed a significant restraining power against demons, and temporarily sealed the passage. Now that the passage had reopened, it was sufficiently stable to allow crossing tribulation experts to traverse. The Black Soul commander immediately began to mobilize troops with the intention of decisively conquering the Dejing dynasty and seizing the entirety of the Emotsong domain. Subsequently, the Emotsong domain would serve as a springboard to amass forces and gradually encroach upon the 3,000 Dao states. Such a springboard was not a novelty for the demons, who had established numerous similar footholds throughout the extensive warfare of the past millennia. The Little Demon King, having recently emerged from seclusion, learned of the Black Soul Army's breakthrough into the Emotsong domain and sought to stretch his limbs while accumulating some merit. Upon hearing the Black Soul commander's report, the Little Demon King became even more intrigued. In less than a few months, you have acquired a power that instills fear in you. It seems this insignificant Emotsong domain has birthed a fledgling dragon. He particularly relished hunting the talents of the 3,000 Dao states, and Lu Yuan, the prince of the Dejing dynasty, was fortuitously added to his list of targets. There was one more matter. The Black Soul commander respectfully stated, "My subordinate observed the capital of the Dejing dynasty through demonic eyes and detected an exceedingly powerful presence that caused a sense of trepidation." The Little Demon King dismissed this concern nonchalantly, replying, "As long as it is not a supreme being, none can thwart me. I sensed a surge of searing bloodline energy in the west. It must be the habitat of the Flame Dragon tribe. Black Soul, you shall lead an army of 10,000 to convert this Flame Dragon tribe into fallen flame dragons for my use." With that, the Little Demon King produced a sphere radiating primordial demonic energy. The Black Soul commander received it reverently and immediately dispatched 10,000 troops, riding on several abyssal dragons, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. How? The Holy Dragon's Moonwatch vessel. In response to Lu Yuan's query, the ghostly creature let out a low howl, signaling that it would not be overwhelmed by the soul of an 8th realm demon, its eager eyes betraying its anticipation. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, raising his hand in a gesture that summoned the abyssal demon clan out of thin air. Their bodies were tattered, and their essence was severely diminished. Yet, they remained ferocious and irritable, swaying dangerously as they aimed to attack Lu Yuan. Suddenly, the gaze of the abyssal demon clan fixated on Gui Zheng. Resembling a dragon or a python, it was adorned with ebony spikes as thick as an arm. Its dragon claws gleamed with a chilling radiance, and its grotesque visage exuded an icy aura that penetrated to the very core, while its pale eyes sparkled with a savage, bloodthirsty light. In an instant, the abyssal demon clan's body and soul seemed to be frozen in place, standing dazedly. After a moment, their bodies and eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. With a thud, they fell prostrate, stammering in a cryptic and incomprehensible demon tongue. Lu Yuan squinted as he observed the scene before him. He suspected that Gui Zheng might be connected to the demon clan. However, he was taken aback to witness a formidable demon of the 8th realm trembling and prostrating itself before Gui Zheng. The obscure and cryptic language of the demon clan lacked any infusion of spiritual consciousness, rendering Lu Yuan incapable of comprehending its meaning. At that moment, Gui Zheng turned his massive head and conveyed a thought through spiritual resonance, stating that Lu Yuan bore the aura of the ancestor and beseeching him to allow the return to the supreme abyssal divine kingdom. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What did the term ancestral aura signify? Could it be that Gui Zheng shared a connection with the ancestral beings of the demon race? And what, pray tell, was the abyssal divine kingdom? Before Lu Yuan could pose his inquiries, the 8 realms demon unexpectedly struck his forehead with a palm. His head shattered like a watermelon, and from it emerged a small soul figure, fervent and devout, which willingly leapt into the gaping maw of Gui Zheng. With a gurgling sound, Gui Zheng swallowed the soul of the 8 realms demon, and his aura surged dramatically, an overwhelmingly intense malevolent energy radiating outward in all directions. Lu Yuan retreated several dozen meters, quietly observing the surging aura of Gui Zheng, who was undergoing a breakthrough. He contemplated the information regarding the primordial demon clan. After half an hour, Gui Zheng ascended to the mid-stage of the 7th realm. The power of more demon souls required further refinement through a state of slumber. Lu Yuan exited the lair of the ghostly beast and approached Lu Er's tranquil chamber. After a moment of sensing, he realized that Lu Er's aura had not yet reached its zenith. He then turned and made his way towards the master bedroom, intending to guard her tomorrow instead. It was already evening, and he too should return to rest, preparing to cultivate with the supreme heavenly scroll in hand. Lu Yuan merely requires slumber. The 6 paths of reincarnation divine skill, the chaotic divine grinding visualization, and the indestructible scripture can all operate autonomously, swiftly elevating his realm. Lu Yuan had also attempted to forcibly enter a deep slumber through various spells and elixirs, yet he could not activate the celestial book. Only through natural sleep could one transcend into the chaotic realm of the supreme celestial book, where one could observe the profound laws of the universe and listen to the resonant sounds of the Tao. In the tranquil master bedroom, candles flickered gently, casting a warm glow throughout the space. The formidable General Tian Shui, clad in silver armor, had been waiting here for an extended period. He remained uncertain whether to feel relieved or lost in anticipation of Lu Yuan's return. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. The general's body tensed instinctively, his chiseled features betraying a hint of anxiety, until Lu Yuanxing entered the bedroom as if he had not seen her. passing by her and reclining upon the gilded bed of fire and jade to rest. The flickering candlelight caused the slender silhouette of the great general of Tian Shui to waver slightly. The general bit her lower lip, standing before the grand bed. She extended her delicate, jade-like hand to unfasten the straps of her armor. In the next moment, the silver armor slipped off like the skin of a lychee, cascading to the floor and revealing the tender flesh beneath. Her bosom was full, her waist slender, her figure graceful and tall, embodying the unique firmness and softness of a Valkyrie. Her long, straight legs were perfectly aligned, seamlessly coming together. The general, devoid of any garments, bent down and nestled into the covers, gazing at the slumbering Lu Yuan. Biting her red lip, she cautiously pressed her alluring, warm body against him. Chapter 89, The Darkened. Tenfold stronger, fallen flame dragon clan. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Close at hand, the general Tian Shui, almost pressed against him, bore an expression tinged with rigidity. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. I still prefer your fiery and unyielding demeanor. General Tian Shui's gaze trembled, her head bowed. Crimson lips biting into her flesh, drawing forth droplets of blood. Lu Yuan extended his hand before the grand general of heavenly wrath, exhibiting no tenderness. He measured her dimensions with a casual air and remarked, the empress, by refining the fortunes of the dynasty, governs vast territories, including the frigid northern expanses and the events occurring in the 7 towns of the Golden Prefecture, all of which she can perceive in the depths of her consciousness. The grand general of heavenly wrath abruptly lifted her head, disregarding the pain, and cautiously confirmed. Is it the Master's intention to imply that the Empress is aware of the demonic forces breaching our defenses and recognizes the terrifying might of these invaders? Indeed. Lu Yuan nodded. When he was imbued with the imperial dragon chi, he could vaguely perceive the events that greatly undermined the fortune of the dynasty occurring across the vast territory of dying, such as the rebellion of the 7 vassal states and the invasion by the 5 tribes of monsters. Naturally, the Empress could also accomplish this. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's affirmative response, General Tian Shui closed her eyes momentarily. When she opened them again, her gaze was clear, as if she had finally resolved her last lingering attachment. In her childhood, her entire village, including her parents, had been slaughtered by the descending ghost tiger. After enduring years of torment, she ultimately avenged her parents by slaying the ghost tiger and consuming its blood and flesh. The ghost tiger's anguished roars attracted the attention of the hunting first emperor, who brought her into the palace, where she was bestowed with countless heavenly treasures and granted the remnants of the white tiger, leading to the establishment of the Tian Shui army. Even though she now understood from Lu Yuan that the first emperor merely viewed her as a vessel for merging and restoring the remnants of the white tiger, destined to be enslaved as a white tiger warbeast, she still acknowledged the indelible kindness bestowed upon her by the first emperor. After the passing of the first emperor, this attachment of gratitude transformed into a similar sentiment towards the empress. Now that the empress was aware of the formidable strength of the demon race, she would undoubtedly devise a response. This unwarranted attachment would dissipate completely. Lu Yuan gazed upon the celestial general, whose entire being seemed to transcend ordinary existence. Radiating an extraordinary clarity, he could surmise the events that had transpired, yet his hand remained devoid of any semblance of compassion or tenderness. This esteemed general, renowned in the Dejing dynasty as the Valkyrie, possessed an unexpectedly exquisite touch. Master, the celestial general intoned, her voice imbued with a sense of submission. Fully aware of her duties as a servant. I am still a maiden, I humbly beseech your mercy. After a considerable pause, the celestial general straightened. Her cheeks flushed with allure, as the silk bedding cascaded down her graceful back. Her porcelain skin glimmered with a radiant sheen, harmonizing beautifully with her flowing tresses, creating a striking visual tableau. She bit her lower lip, her slender waist gently swaying. In the early morning, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. In his embrace lay the recently slumbering General Tian Shui, her snow-white, rounded shoulders exposed. Her features were exquisite, with rosy lips and a visage marked by a striking sharpness, still lingering with a trace of a piteous plea for mercy. Lu Yuan rose from his slumber and donned his garments, simultaneously activating the interface. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, late stage of the Tongshu realm, 8th realm. Physique, primordial Daobone. Everlasting eyes of all laws, soul-capturing demon eyes, dual pupil. Treasures, human emperor banner. Supreme heavenly book. Extreme Dao imperial pouch. Sacred dragon moonlit boat. Heavenly treasure gourd. 9-turn pill emperor furnace. Great Luo sword embryo. Universe bag. Slave collar. Medicinal pills, Tongshu pill 93. Soul nourishing pill 58. Dragon toad golden pill 75. Jade purity pill 36. Techniques, 6 paths of reincarnation divine art. Chaotic divine grinding visualization. Indestructible scripture, upper volume. Abilities, mana immunity. Ancient emperor flame of the Tuashi. Phenomenon, 9 emperors burial. Divine powers, Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. True Dragon's treasure technique. Twimping's treasure technique. Last night, having consumed 2 jars of yin-yang burning immortal wine and engaged in dual cultivation throughout the night, he officially broke through to the late stage of the 8th realm. The Grand General of Heavenly Calamity, embodying the fierce soul of the White Tiger, shone with unmatched brilliance and excelled in battle formations. However, even in his virgin state, The effects of dual cultivation with yin-yang burning immortal wine paled in comparison to the 9-colored devouring sky python. The primary reason for his successful breakthrough was that Lu Yuan had already reached the threshold for advancement. The previous night's cloud and rain dual cultivation merely facilitated the process. He finished adorning his robe. Lu Yuan departed from his chamber, poised to assist Lu Er in safeguarding their realm. Suddenly, a system notification materialized before him, detection of an army of 10,000 demon clans advancing towards the Flame Mountains, seeking to corrupt the Flame Dragon tribe into the fallen Flame Dragon clan. Random tasks triggered. Task 1. Remain indifferent. The host has already contributed significantly to the Flame Dragon tribe and cannot offer perpetual protection. Reward. Ancient Flame Dragon Bone 1. Task 2. The bond between the host and the Flame Dragon tribe is unbreakable. Unable to witness the tribe's suffering. Hasten to the Flame Mountains to annihilate the 10,000 demon army. Reward. Flame Dragon Slayer Sword. Exceptional Spirit Treasure. Task 3. It is well known that purification weakens by 1/3, while corruption strengthens tenfold. Rush to the Flame Mountains, eradicate the 10,000 demon army. Seize the fallen demon pearl, and personally transform the Flame Dragon tribe into the fallen Flame Dragon clan. Reward. Inheritance of the God-devouring demon technique. Desolate Divine Eye. A demon clan assault on the Flame Mountains? Lu Yuan felt a twinge of astonishment within. However, prior to his departure, he had forged the entire mountain range into a formidable artifact of heaven and earth, thus acquiring the primordial sword embryo of the Deluo. The Flame Mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, perpetually ablaze, with magma surging and brimming with an exceptionally rich aura of fire attribute spiritual energy. Even a powerful cultivator at the tribulation stage would find it challenging to breach it in a short span of time. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy possesses a commendable restraining effect against the sinister demonic aura of the demon clan. It was under such advantageous circumstances that the Flame Dragon army successfully repelled the vanguard of the demon clan and temporarily sealed the passage during the time of the Northern Sea Ice Abyss. Lu Yuan focused intently on the task at hand. The Flame Dragon tribe had yet to flourish, and the young Flame Spirit Shan had not fully awakened her Flame Dragon bloodline. If left unattended, this lineage would undoubtedly fall into the clutches of the demon race, potentially facing Lu Yuan as adversaries on the battlefield. The reward for the second task, the flame-slashing dragon sword, was an exquisite spiritual treasure, appearing quite impressive. However, the third task, to cleanse the weak by 1/3 while amplifying the dark by tenfold, this had almost become a predetermined principle. Lu Yuan was utterly convinced that a normal flame dragon could never rival a fallen flame dragon. Furthermore, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. The inheritance of the devouring demon technique contained the essence of supreme doctrines, encompassing the entirety of the devouring demon technique's legacy. Once refined, one could become the sole heir of the devouring demon technique across the realms. The Annihilation Divine Eye was likewise a remarkably potent constitution. The divine light it emitted could siphon the life force and spiritual essence from living beings, thereby nourishing its wielder. Lu Yuan unhesitatingly chose the third option, annihilating an army of 10,000 demon tribes and transforming the Flame Dragon clan into the fallen Flame Dragon clan. His primordial spirit immediately connected with the sacred dragon moonlit vessel. The surface of the dragon ship illuminated with an intricate array of runes, while a massive full moon within the dragon's head radiated an overwhelming lunar power. The colossal vessel surged forth towards the fiery mountain range with a velocity akin to that of tearing through the void. Chapter 90, The Array Shattered. The source of demonic chi, the fiery mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, with volcanic peaks forming a continuous expanse and magma flowing vigorously beneath the surface. The air was saturated with an exceedingly dense and violent fire attribute spiritual energy. At this moment, the grand array constructed using the might of the entire fiery mountain range was under fierce assault. Several abyssal dragons roared in midair, continuously spewing forth abyssal flames that rippled across the protective barrier of the formation. Not far away, the Black Soul Commander, in the tribulation stage, stood before the dark mass of 10,000 demon tribes, gazing at the grand array ahead with a flicker of incredulity in his eyes. He sensed a trace of an emperor's handiwork within this formation, an instinct so vague that he would not have discerned it had he not encountered the aura of the ancestral demonic artifact while opening the spatial passage to the Emotsong domain. Could it be that this seemingly insignificant flame dragon tribe had once befriended a powerful emperor who crafted this grand array to safeguard their peace? Or perhaps, within the Flame Dragon tribe, there existed an extraordinary imperial weapon, with the mountain range perpetually suffused by its lingering aura, indirectly forging this formation? The Black Soul Commander felt a surge of envy. Regardless of the reason, the Flame Dragon tribe was potentially linked to an emperor, possibly harboring some remnants or legacies of imperial might. He was poised to report this revelation to the young demon lord, but paused momentarily. It was merely speculation. If it turned out to be nothing, the young demon lord would be left disappointed, and he would face repercussions. Thus, he decided to first dismantle the array and penetrate the fiery mountain range, confirming the situation before contacting the young demon lord. With this thought in mind, the Black Soul Commander raised his hand, and several of his loyal guards swiftly presented a massive black bow. Fixated on the array's protective barrier, he drew the bowstring taut, conjuring a purple arrow that coalesced upon the string. In that moment, The heaven shifted as an endless tide of dark demonic energy engulfed nearly half the sky. Cold and terrifying. Boom. The purple arrow struck the formation's protective barrier with a resounding impact, unleashing a powerful wave that swept outward, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble violently. The abyssal dragons caught in the air were thrown into chaos, desperately fleeing like ships tossed upon turbulent seas. The array's protective barrier twisted violently under the force of the arrow, teetering on the brink of collapse, revealing the horrified and terrified gazes of the flame dragon clan within. Fortunately, the formation remained unbroken. Continuous streams of fire attributes spiritual energy were drawn from the flowing magma of the volcanic range, replenishing the array and stabilizing the protective barrier. Seeing that his initial strike had failed to breach the array, the Black Soul Commander huffed in annoyance and prepared to shoot again. This time drawing back the bowstring to unleash 3 arrows. The brilliance emanating from these arrows intensified. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 arrows collided with the array, finally shattering the protective barrier that enveloped the entire fiery mountain range, exploding into a myriad of sparkling fragments that scattered across hundreds of miles. The Black Soul Commander stepped forward into the mountains, confronting the Flame Dragon clan members who, despite trembling in fear, stood resolutely at the entrance, wielding their artifacts. His gaze ultimately fell upon a young girl, appearing around 11 or 12 years old. Her eyes gradually brightened, such a rich flame dragon bloodline. Having been tainted into a fallen flame dragon, she was entirely qualified to become the steed of the young demon lord. The girl, shielded like a princess by her kin, wore a red dress and exuded an aura that reached the realm of transformation. Grasping a crimson spear, her innocent eyes brimmed with fury and hatred towards their enemies. "Fear not, for I am not your enemy, but a benefactor who shall bestow upon you an unparalleled opportunity," declared the Black Soul Commander, reverently presenting a purple orb. Waves of primordial demonic energy seeped from the orb, warping and distorting the air around them. As the primordial demonic energy enveloped the space, the Flame Dragon clan members who came into contact were overtaken by excruciating pain, dropping their artifacts and howling in torment. Tiny dark red scales sprouted from their exposed arms and necks, suffused with the essence of corruption. The demon army behind them watched enviously as their kin accepted the primordial demonic energy, their eyes glistening with longing. The girl in the red dress, whom the Black Soul Commander had admired for her rich bloodline, was also engulfed by the primordial demonic energy. She let out a pained groan as dark red glimmers appeared in her clear eyes. However, her descent into corruption was slower than that of her kin with thinner bloodlines. Struggling to turn her neck, she glanced towards the rear of the fiery mountain range, feeling a sense of relief. The enemies were all drawn towards this location, allowing her mother, uncle, and younger clan members a chance to escape safely. The bloodline of the Flame Dragon clan had not been severed. Yet in the next moment, the towering figure of the formidable enemy, clad in a spiked black helmet, transmitted a chilling message that froze her heart. "Abandon all hope. None of your kin shall escape. They shall all become powerful fallen flame dragons under the young demon lord." The girl's expression changed drastically, despair flooding her heart as her body grew increasingly cold, on the verge of being consumed by the primordial demonic energy and tainted into a fallen flame dragon. Suddenly, a 7-colored flame ignited on the horizon, instantly bathing the entire sky in its radiance. The icy, malevolent demonic energy was completely dispelled by the terrifying 7-colored flames, transforming the world into a bright and scorching landscape. This imperial fire. The Black Soul Commander momentarily froze, then gasped in alarm, his eyes reflecting intense trepidation. Boom. A figure enveloped in 7-colored flames descended from the heavens, striking the Black Soul Commander with a single punch, sending him flying thousands of meters away. The nearby demon soldiers, splashed with the 7-colored sparks, were instantly engulfed in flames, their anguished screams echoing as they collapsed to the ground, reduced to charred remains in the blink of an eye. Brother Lu Yuan, the girl in the red dress, whose eyes regained their clarity upon the dispersal of the primordial demonic energy, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Yuan's figure. As her despair and fear dissipated entirely, Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, speaking without turning back. "Protect the members of the Flame Dragon clan." "Yes, my lord." The General Tian Shui, clad in resplendent silver armor, emerged to safeguard the little girl in the red dress and the members of the Flame Dragon clan. With a thunderous roar, a colossal spirit vessel shattered the clouds above, gracefully descending from the distant sky to hover over the Flame Mountain range. The surface of the spirit vessel illuminated with intricate runic patterns, coalescing into a terrifying aura of offensive power directed at the ominous mass of the demon army below. A creature, half dragon and half python, measuring over 30 meters in length and covered in sharp spines, leaped from the spirit vessel, crashing onto the ground and raising a billowing cloud of dust. Its pale, ghostly eyes gazed greedily at the dark horde of demons, as if feasting upon a sumptuous banquet. This was the ghastly entity known as Gui Zhang, who had broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th realm after devouring the souls of demon commanders. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye as the surface of the holy dragon Wangwei vessel flickered with the light of formation patterns. The runes on Lu Yuan's body surged brilliantly, emanating radiant light, as the wondrous essence of the Kunping erupted in full force, transforming into a fish and a divine bird. Intertwining the forces of yin and yang, it surged towards the Black Soul Commander, situated thousands of meters away. The Kunpeng, renowned for its unparalleled speed, appeared before the Black Soul Commander in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous roar, it struck fiercely. The Black Soul Commander, unable to evade, coughed up blood and staggered backward. Yet, his gaze did not fixate on Lu Yuan. Instead, it remained transfixed on the monstrous creature descending from the colossal spirit vessel. His pupils quivered violently. He sensed the aura of the ancestor emanating from this fearsome beast. Chapter 91. Slaying the Transcendent Devil Clan. The sea was boundless and infinite. As a massive black fish leaped from the depths, transforming into a great rock, soaring high into the skies, ascending to 90,000 miles. Lu Yuan's eyes were of two distinct colors, one golden and the other black, symbolizing the dual powers of the Kunpeng's yin and yang. His entire form radiated a resplendent golden light, adorned with black streaks, as he charged fiercely toward the tribulation of the demon clan. Stars shattered, the void trembled, and the exhilaration was palpable. After acquiring the Kunpeng's divine techniques, he had long awaited an opportunity to unleash them. The tribulation demons, with their toughened hides and robust physiques, proved to be ideal targets for honing his skills. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Soul Commander staggered backward, coughing up blood. The power of the Kunpeng's yin and yang invaded his body, relentlessly dismantling his meridians and purifying the demonic essence. Yet, he remained ensnared in a state of shock. His gaze fixated on a monstrous beast amidst the tumult of battle, voraciously devouring the souls of its kin. The demon clan was composed of 3 primordial ancestors, each possessing boundless strength capable of recreating the cosmos, the very source of all demonic bloodlines. The little demon king had bestowed upon him the ability to transform the Flame Dragon clan into the fallen Flame Dragons, a power drawn from the 3 primordial ancestors. However, at this moment, he sensed an intense and pure ancestral aura emanating from the beast, despite its mere 7th realm strength. The sensation was so overwhelming that even this tribulation realm demon general felt a profound urge to submit. No, this matter must be reported to the little demon king immediately. The Black Soul Commander spat forth a mouthful of blood, suddenly tilting his head back with a furious roar. The overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, and with the terrifying might characteristic of a mid-tribulation being, he propelled himself, transformed into the Great Pong, surging forward several hundred feet. Subsequently, disregarding all else, he soared into the void, heading towards the direction of the army led by the little demon king. Lu Yuan took several steps back to steady himself. Gazing at the diminutive black, that was the fleeing demon tribe, he could not help but shake his head. The demon race was inherently formidable, and this particular demon possessed the strength of the mid-stage tribulation. At his mid-stage of the 8th realm, he could not vanquish it solely with the Kunpeng treasure art. However, it was fortunate that the long-lost Kunpeng treasure art from the 9 heavens and 10 earths was merely one of his techniques. With the simultaneous deployment of the 3 grand arts, augmented by the 6 paths of reincarnation divine skill, coupled with the Deluo sword, embryo, mana immunity, and imperial fire, if he could allow the tribulation demon to escape, he would not need to venture to the capital to confront the peak tribulation grandmaster. Instead, he could simply retreat to the Mo Tsang domain. A tremendous rumble echoed. Lu Yuan vibrated his body, unleashing a full-scale eruption of power, executing the Kunpeng movement technique to perfection, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he pursued the fleeing tribulation demons with lightning speed. With his current strength, employing the Kunpeng's swiftness allowed him to traverse short distances that rivaled the art of shrinking the land. Moments later, distant roars of the demon clan echoed, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of a battle that shattered the void. A half-hour later, the world returned to tranquility, revealing a mountain range that had been nearly obliterated. Lu Yuan exhaled softly, retrieving a drop of Xianyu immortal wood essence and swallowing it. A vast and gentle energy coursed through his limbs and bones, as if his body were a tree parched from years of drought, finally quenching its thirst with greedy gulps. The weariness gradually dissipated. The demon clan in the midst of tribulation was not an adversary to be trifled with. Lu Yuan employed all his means, obliterating the great path, ultimately leading to the demise of his foe. Yet, it would be more accurate to say that it was not merely a killing, rather, in the face of adversity. The adversary was forced into a corner during the tribulation and chose to self-destruct, seeking to perish alongside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan unleashed the Supreme Tao Emperor's hood, alongside the 9 transformations Dan Emperor's furnace, complemented by the formidable physique cultivated through the Indestructible Sutra. Thus, he managed to evade the cataclysmic forces of the shattering void. He raised his palm, revealing a sphere emanating primordial demonic energy, indeed, the fallen demon pearl. After the self-detonation of the tribulation demon clan, Lu Yuan had seized this storage artifact, liberating it from all constraints. Within it, aside from the fallen demon pearl, lay an immense accumulation of materials from the demon race. Upon securing the pearl, his expended primordial energy was nearly replenished. Lu Yuan unleashed the swift might of the Kunpeng, his figure vanishing abruptly from the spot. The foundational integrity of the Flame Mountain's grand formation remained intact. Thus, the protective barriers swiftly reconstituted, enveloping the entire mountain range. Upon the ground, strewn with the remains of demons, lay coiled a fearsome creature reminiscent of both dragon and serpent. This was the Ghost Jun. After devouring a multitude of demonic souls, it had succumbed to slumber, its aura visibly intensifying. The sinister energy emanated from Ghost Jun, spreading relentlessly, reducing the demonic corpses beneath it to a powdery dust, cloaked in a pallid frost. Suddenly, the esteemed General Tian Shui, stationed nearby, sensed an anomaly and turned his gaze toward the distance. At almost the same moment, Lu Yuan appeared. The Grand General of Tian Shui finally seemed to exhale in relief, respectfully addressing him as master. Brother Lu Yuan. A figure in a red dress rushed into Lu Yuan's embrace. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze to the delicate face of Yin Lingshan, whose cheek was pressed tightly against his chest, and exclaimed in astonishment, Lingshan, how have you grown so much? The last time he departed from the Flame Mountains, scarcely a month had passed. How could Yin Lingshan have transformed into the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old girl? Yin Lingshan herself was uncertain. She lifted her small head and affectionately gazed at her elder brother, Lu Yuan, saying, I consumed the dragon golden toad essence pill you left behind, and after a few restful sleeps, I suddenly grew up. Behind them, the great General Tian Shui interjected. Those possessing the bloodline of divine beasts experience growth in their physical form as their realm ascends. When Princess Yin's realm transitions from the 3rd to the 7th, she will likely attain the stature of adulthood. Upon hearing this, Yin Lingshan seemed to contemplate something, a faint blush creeping across her tender neck. She buried her face once more into Lu Yuan's chest, unwilling to lift her head. After a while, the colorful Demon King returned, accompanied by the general's wife. The general's wife's eyes were red, suggesting she had been weeping. Upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, she finally exhaled a shaky sigh of relief. Previously, when the formidable enemy had approached, Yin Lingshan had chosen to stand with her kin to resist the threat, buying time for the younger members of the clan to escape from the back mountain. The general's wife had wished to remain with her daughter as well, yet her frail health rendered her incapable of doing so. Unable to bear the thought of her mother meeting a tragic fate alongside her, Yin Lingshan had, in a moment of distraction, rendered her mother unconscious and entrusted her to a clan aunt for safe passage. With her ascent in realm and physical growth, her intellect had matured in tandem, and she willingly took upon herself the burdens of the tribe. Lu Yuan offered a brief moment of solace before making his way to the heart of the battlefield, curling up beside the slumbering specter of Guizhong. An overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from its being, shattering the corpses of the demon army and cloaking the ground in a chilling frost. Even with Lu Yuan's formidable strength, he could not escape the sensation of his limbs growing cold amidst this sinister presence. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan retrieved the fallen demon pearl. As anticipated, the transformation of the Flame Dragon tribe into the fallen Flame Dragon clan required the mediation of the Ghost Jun. Chapter 92. The Spatial Teleportation Array, Fallen Flame Dragon Army. With a howl, stimulated by the fallen demon pearl, Ghost Jun awakened from its slumber, its pale, ghostly eyes radiating a chilling aura. It opened its gaping maw wide, and the rich, primal demonic energy enveloping the fallen demon pearl was irresistibly drawn in, swallowed with a gurgle. After consuming the fallen demon pearl, Ghost Jun fell back into a deep sleep. A tender, inexperienced consciousness reached Lu Yuan's ears. The fallen demon pearl contained a brutal and malevolent contaminating power, which required purification before it could be assimilated into the Flame Dragon tribe. Transforming them into a more formidable fallen Flame Dragon clan, Lu Yuan looked at Guizhong with some astonishment. After all these years, it was the first time he had heard the divine thoughts emanating from Guizhong, which seemed to carry a hint of a young girl's voice. Guizhong was not a mere kitten or puppy, easily discernible by a casual embrace. The various texts contained no traces of Guizhong, leaving Lu Yuan truly unaware of its gender. He could only wait and see for now. Lu Yuan gazed at the 9-colored Demon King and said, 9-colored. Remain here to guard against Guizhong. Should anything unusual occur, I shall arrive at the earliest opportunity. Upon receiving the command, the 9-colored Demon King nodded with a smile in agreement. With the presence of the nascent 9-colored swallowing sky python, even if the national master were to suddenly appear, it would be impossible to breach the defenses in a short span of time. Lu Yuan, accompanied by his sister-in-law and Yin Lingshan, ventured into the depths of the fiery mountain range, the domain inhabited by the Flame Dragon tribe, a barren volcanic core. Lu Yuan, having arranged the final array with the ethereal crystal, finally rose to his feet. He exhaled deeply, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, revealing signs of considerable fatigue. Before him lay an expansive array, emanating a faint aura of spatial power. It was none other than a spatial teleportation array, connecting to a meditation chamber within the sacred dragon moonlit vessel. Upon reaching the 8th realm of cultivation, Lu Yuan's mastery over the sacred dragon's waning moon vessel has been enhanced, with the temporal flow and array formations growing ever more formidable. A spatial teleportation array leading to the Sacred Dragon's waning moon vessel has been activated, allowing for immediate access should any unforeseen events arise in the blazing Flame Mountains. Lu Yuan harbors deep feelings for the Flame Dragon tribe, setting aside the loyalty they have shown him as they sealed the passage to the demonic realm. Leading to the demise of the Flame Dragon army in the frozen abyss of the Northern Sea, the rewards he has received here, such as the primordial sword embryo and the 9 Emperors' coffin manifestation, are ample justification for Lu Yuan's dedication to safeguarding the tribe's safety. Moreover, this assistance is but a trifling effort on his part. Should the fallen Flame Dragon clan flourish in the future, it may very well evolve into a formidable force that reverberates across the 3,000 Dao states. In such a case, it is conceivable that Lu Yuan could once again assemble a fallen Flame Dragon army to accompany him in battles across the heavens and the earth. My lord, you have worked tirelessly, the elderly chieftain stammered, approaching with tear-filled eyes. What merit or virtue do we possess that allows us to receive such profound love and favor from you? He knelt upon the ground, and behind him, the members of the Flame Dragon tribe followed suit, collapsing to their knees. We, the Flame Dragon tribe, hereby vow to follow you through the generations, unconditionally devoted to you. With no regrets, the voices of the Flame Dragon people converged, resonating within the mountain's depths, subtly stirring a certain power of faith. Lu Yuan hurriedly assisted the elderly clan leader to his feet. Gazing at the densely packed members of the Flame Dragon clan before him, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on the matter of converting the fallen Flame Dragons?" Lu Yuan had previously articulated his stance. In response to Lu Yuan's request, both the Elder Patriarch and all members of the Yanlong clan would unhesitatingly comply, promptly expressing their agreement. However, Lu Yuan believed that such matters should be approached with caution. After all, once implemented, the world would no longer recognize the Yanlong clan, but rather a fallen incarnation of it. Now, 2 hours had elapsed. Under the refinement of Gui Zhong, the fallen demon Pearl should have been nearly purified. Should the Yanlong clan still consent, they could commence the transformation, and he would also be eligible for the rewards. The Elder Patriarch intoned solemnly, "Your Highness, we have deliberated thoroughly. We shall transform entirely into the fallen Yanlong clan." Very well. He gazed upon the faces filled with trust and support. Lu Yuan nodded slowly, saying, "There's no time like the present. Let us gather our kin and proceed to the entrance of the mountains." Indeed. Along the way, Yin Lingshan produced a handkerchief from an unknown source and gently dabbed Lu Yuan's forehead, diligently wiping away the beads of sweat. Lu Yuan gazed at her and smiled. "It has only been a few days since we last met, and you have already reached the 3rd realm. Xiaolingshan's talent for cultivation is the finest I have ever encountered." Yin Lingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Am I better than father and mother?" Of course. Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively without hesitation. Ever since she had evolved the Flame Dragon bloodline, her talent had surpassed even that of the initial realm of the Flame Dragon. It was anticipated that upon reaching the 5th realm, she would be able to transform into a true Flame Dragon, mastering the extraordinary abilities contained within her bloodline. Not far away, the daughter of the general's wife displayed an affectionate demeanor towards Lu Yuan, her gentle and refined face adorned with a soft smile. Soon, nearly all members of the Flame Dragon clan gathered before the fiery mountain range, a mix of tension and anticipation palpable among them. Lu Yuan entrusted Yin Lingshan to the lady of the house. Treading upon the pervasive frost and chilling cold, he approached Gui Zhong. As Gui Zhong opened its eyes, a formidable aura emanated from its being, growing increasingly potent. The brutality and malevolent emotions contained within the fallen demon Pearl posed a contamination powerful enough to drive the Yanlong clan to madness. Yet for Gui Zhong, it served as sustenance. There existed no creature more savage and malevolent than it in this world. How? Gui Zhong rose, 2 skeletal wings sprouting from its back, its fearsome form soaring nearly 40 meters into the sky, unleashing a deafening roar. Amidst this roar, a pearl exuding black mist was expelled from Gui Zhong's mouth, releasing a dense, dark aura that surged towards the ground, overwhelming the Yanlong people in a multitude of dark tendrils. This aura was infused with an oppressive, frigid power, capable of freezing even the soul. Many members of the Yanlong clan, witnessing the approaching black mist, instinctively desired to retreat. However, reassured by the unwavering loyalty to the prince, they suppressed their fears and stood resolutely in place. In contrast, Yin Lingshan, the general's wife, along with the former Yanlong soldiers, bore expressions of unyielding determination. Their trust in Lu Yuan was absolute. Even if he were to bring them harm, they would not harbor any regrets. As the corrupted demonic energy entered their bodies, some of the less gifted and younger clan members could not help but clutch their heads and cry out in agony, feeling their bloodlines transform at an astonishing rate towards an entirely opposing essence. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting upon Yin Lingshan and her sister-in-law. In contrast to the other clan members, Yin Lingshan, having undergone bloodline evolution, exhibited a remarkably rapid transformation. The power emanating from her was on a swift ascent. Nearing the threshold of the 3rd realm, poised to break through at any moment. As for her sister-in-law, she had once been the jewel of the Yanlong tribe, but had fallen from grace due to her injuries. Now, her rate of transformation was no less impressive than that of her daughter, evoking a sense of deja vu reminiscent of a celestial maiden living her second life. The fallen Yanlong clan seemed to possess a darkness far beyond my initial expectations. Its strength magnified tenfold. Lu Yuan sensed the presence of the infernal dragon clan members, a surge of unexpected delight coursing through him. Perhaps in the future, the infamy of the fallen infernal dragons would indeed echo across the heavens and the earth. It was no wonder that the demonic army had specifically dispatched a formidable commander from the tribulation realm, traveling great distances to recruit the infernal dragons under their banner. Now, all the advantages accrued to Lu Yuan. One can only imagine the fury of the demon powerhouse who made this decision upon learning the news, likely causing him to spit blood in rage. Chapter 93, Devouring the Demon Technique. Annihilation Divine Eye. Approximately half an hour later, the anguished roars of the infernal dragon tribespeople, infused with demonic energy, gradually transformed into triumphant howls. Fine black dragon scales began to cover their bodies, with some even sprouting black dragon horns. Following the death of 10,000 demonic soldiers, the residual demonic energy was now being drawn together by an invisible force, continuously flowing into the bodies of the infernal dragons. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony akin to a heartbeat resonated from within the infernal dragons. A burly veteran soldier of the infernal dragon army, despite having lost an arm, threw his head back and roared with fury, powerful demonic energy surging skyward, shattering the clouds and expanding in all directions. More and more tribespeople completed their transformation, uncontrollably unleashing roars that resembled a celebration of rebirth, uniting in the skies above. Many of the bloodline-rich infernal dragons transformed into the visage of the fallen infernal dragons, their internal realms experiencing a dramatic surge. In that moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, as the overwhelming and dense demonic energy dispersed the clouds entirely. The entire Flame Mountain range grew several degrees colder, with the breeze wafting through the valleys carrying a biting chill. Thousands of miles away, at the forefront of the demonic army, the little demon lord seated atop a three-headed demon dragon perceived something and turned his head slightly towards the west. A smile crept onto his face. It seemed the fallen infernal dragons had indeed come into existence, even more formidable than anticipated, destined to become a powerful force under his command. He satisfactorily withdrew his gaze and continued advancing towards the heart of the great Jing dynasty, eagerly awaiting the arrival of General Black Soul, who would lead the fallen infernal dragons to him, allowing him to behold his new tribe in all its glory. Ding. The host has annihilated 10,000 demonic soldiers, seized the fallen demon pearl, and personally transformed the infernal clan into the fallen infernal dragons. Reward obtained. Inherited the essence of the devouring demon technique. Annihilation Divine Eye. At the moment, the entire infernal clan was transformed into the fallen infernal dragons. Lu Yuan also received a system notification, granting him the reward of the devouring demon technique's original legacy, along with the Eye of Annihilation. The devouring demon technique is a legendary martial art created by an extraordinarily gifted emperor, capable of absorbing the innate essence of one's own body and merging it with oneself. Upon gathering the myriad sources of essence, one can even transform into a postnatal chaotic body. It is a technique that holds the potential to elevate one to imperial status. The Eye of Annihilation is a unique ocular ability that can unleash the light of annihilation, subduing enemies while simultaneously siphoning their life force and spiritual essence to replenish oneself. He collected his thoughts. Lu Yuan gazed ahead. The members of the Flame Dragon tribe had all transformed into the fallen Flame Dragon clan. Following the demise of 10,000 demon warriors, the residual demonic energy nurtured those former Flame Dragon soldiers who had suffered injuries and fallen in rank, allowing them to largely recover. Among them were 2 at the 7th tier, a dozen at the 6th tier, and over 100 at the 5th tier. In terms of combat prowess, they were even stronger. Notably, the several dozen fallen flame dragons, capable of shifting between dragon and half-dragon forms, were formidable weapons of war on the battlefield, sweeping away all in their path. The one with the most potent bloodline, Flame Spirit Shan, had ascended to the 4th realm, emanating a dragon's pressure that could no longer be overlooked. What slightly surprised Lu Yuan was the once illustrious sister-in-law, who was indeed one of the 2 formidable 7th-tier powerhouses. As night fell, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged before the 9 turns alchemy emperor furnace, finally opening his eyes and exhaling a long breath of turbid air. After transforming into the fallen flame dragon, his subsequent cultivation had become a dilemma. The training of the fallen flame dragon necessitated demonic energy, which exhibited a rather low efficiency in converting natural spiritual energy. Consequently, Lu Yuan sought out the elixirs employed by the demonic clan within their storage artifacts. After utilizing the 9 turns alchemy emperor furnace for transformation, he acquired the relevant formulas. He then refined all the mid to low-tier materials within into demonic pills that could be absorbed by the fallen flame dragon lineage. From the afternoon until this late hour, he finally completed the task. "Your Highness, you have worked hard," remarked the elder clan leader and others, who approached Lu Yuan upon witnessing him open his eyes. Their gratitude was beyond the capacity of words to convey. Their reverence for Lu Yuan had reached a point where they would willingly risk their lives in his service. Particularly those warriors who were former members of the Flame Dragon Army, as well as the younger clan members, regarded Lu Yuan as a living embodiment of faith. Bowing to him in submission, Lu Yuan rose to his feet, stowing away the 9 Revolution Pill Emperor furnace. He extended a storage ring brimming with elixirs towards the elder clan leader, saying, "These potions should suffice for the needs of our kin for quite some time." Lu Yuan speculated that the demonic tribe must possess formations or artifacts capable of converting the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into demonic energy. When they encounter the demonic army, capturing a powerful demon should provide an opportunity to obtain this knowledge, thus sparing the need for the cumbersome process of pill refinement. The old clan leader and others, overwhelmed with gratitude, were persuaded by Lu Yuan to take their leave and rest. Noticing Lu Yuan's fatigue, the general's wife gently invited him to her home for a comforting cup of warm fire mulberry tea. Little Ling Shan, brimming with joy, eagerly took Lu Yuan by the hand and led him home. However, having just transcended to the 4th realm and transformed into a fallen flame dragon, she found herself utterly exhausted. Once her initial exuberance waned, she could no longer hold on and fell asleep in her mother's embrace. In a hazy state, she was stirred awake by some commotion, and as she struggled to open her eyes, her mother tenderly covered her with a warm hand, humming a lullaby, before she soon drifted back into a deep slumber. "Will you leave with me?" The following morning, Lu Yuan had indulged in the exquisite delicacies of the Flame Dragon tribe. Just as he was about to bid farewell, he was taken aback by the elder chieftain's arrangements. Indeed, behind the elder stood 100 fallen flame dragon warriors, 1 at the 7th realm, over a dozen at the 6th realm, and several dozen at the 5th realm. Except for 1 7th realm warrior who would remain to safeguard the home, nearly all the formidable members of the Flame Dragon tribe were present. Although His Highness was undeniably unmatched in martial prowess, it was essential to have companions to manage various trivial matters. Henceforth, these 100 tribesmen would serve as His Highness's personal guards, entrusted with the execution of any tasks required. Most of the elixirs refined by His Highness would also be entrusted to them, enabling a swift enhancement of their abilities, thus alleviating His Highness's burdens. Lu Yuan gazed upon 100 fallen flame dragon warriors, most of whom were former veterans of the Flame Dragon Army, possessing an abundance of combat experience. Among them stood a formidable figure, the general's wife, who, after her transformation into a fallen flame dragon, had once again embodied the grace of a once celebrated prodigy. The most distinguished among them, Ling Shan, was present as well. With her exceptional talents, she held great promise for achieving the pinnacle of supreme pathways in the future. The old clan leader had entrusted Ling Shan to stay by Lu Yuan's side, clearly recognizing that only he could provide her with the ample opportunities for growth that would not squander her innate gifts. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself under the hopeful gazes of the 100 fallen flame dragon warriors. Lu Yuan finally nodded in agreement, stating, "Well then, from now on, you shall accompany me in my cultivation. Whenever you wish to return and visit, you may do so at any time through the teleportation array." Half an hour later, the sacred dragon moonlit vessel ascended, gradually departing from this place amidst the reluctant gazes of the fallen flame dragon clan. The dragon ship boasted hundreds of chambers, or rather, caverns, complete with training rooms, bathing facilities, storage areas, and crafting workshops, all meticulously arranged. After ensuring the settled accommodations for the fallen flame dragon warriors, Lu Yuan finally found the time to address the inheritance of the devouring demon technique. In Chapter 94, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. While the devouring demon technique is indeed formidable, Lu Yuan has an even more advantageous option. Thus, he intends to entrust it to Lu Air for refinement. This way, the followers by Lu Yuan's side will possess 3 supreme legacies: the 9-colored sky-devouring python, the white tiger's fierce soul, and the devouring demon technique. Once they all reach their full potential, they will be capable of sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Lu Yuan could certainly choose to remain passive. Unless in a critical moment, there was no need for him to take action. He pushed open the door to find Lu Air seated gracefully on a jade mat, emanating waves of chilling spiritual energy. The notion of possessing the potential of a great emperor as a chaotic body in the postnatal realm was astounding. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's introduction to the devouring god-demon technique, Lu Air was left utterly astonished, feeling as if she were in a dream. The revelation that His Highness intended to bestow the original inheritance upon her left her in a state of shock, grappling with a sense of uncertainty. Such a precious gift. How could it be given to her? Surely, His Highness should refine it himself. Indeed, Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, "The path to becoming an emperor in the realms above and below is scarce, and the devouring demon technique is one such opportunity. Though it possesses certain flaws, it undoubtedly presents a significant chance for you." Lu Air gazed at Lu Yuan in a daze, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Overcome with emotion, she exclaimed, "In life, Lu Air belongs to your Highness, and in death, I shall be your Highness's spirit. Whatever form you desire, Lu Air shall comply." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the cunning glimmer in Lu Air's eyes, he affectionately ruffled her hair and advised, You may begin the refinement now. I shall assist you in safeguarding the process. Subsequently, he retrieved the foundational inheritance of the devouring divine art. Approximately 2 hours later, within the vast, island-like expanse of the sacred dragon moonlight vessel, a chilling and domineering aura emanated from the central region. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, wildly converging to form a colossal funnel, continuously cascading downwards, completely absorbed by the interior of the dragon vessel. Simultaneously, the enormous full moon held by the dragon's head released a tremendous amount of pure lunar radiance, further amplifying the cold and tyrannical atmosphere, as if an awe-inspiring demon god was on the verge of manifesting. In the Danyang refining body-spirit pool, the 9-colored devouring python, having not entwined with the prince for 2 or 3 days, languidly soaked in the heated waters. The gentle ripples obscured its alluring form, rendering it ethereal and elusive. Upon sensing the icy, overpowering aura, the 9-colored demon king abruptly lifted its voluptuous upper body, gazing toward the wall ahead. Its eyes seemed to penetrate through numerous rooms, unable to contain its astonishment. Within that aura, it perceived a faint trace of the Tao of a future emperor. Though exceedingly subtle, it was sufficient to attest that a prodigious being, destined for greatness, was being born at that very moment. That direction appeared to be the little girl's chamber. The 9-colored demon king wore an expression of envy. Undoubtedly, Lu Yuan had acquired an extraordinary opportunity in the presence of the prince. However, it was fortunate that she had already obtained a chance to evolve her 9-colored devouring python bloodline into one worthy of emperorship. The flicker of envy quickly subdued within her heart as she began to devise a plan to lure the prince into the Danyang pool for an indulgent dalliance. In another chamber, the great General Tian Shui opened her crimson lips and swallowed a droplet of crystalline silver dew, the essence of the Xianyu immortal wood. The rich power of the Taiyin within would bolster her white tiger's fierce spirit, thereby enhancing her cultivation. She too sensed the sudden eruption of that domineering force, but merely glanced at it before retracting her gaze to continue her training. Since resolving all karmic ties with the Daijing dynasty, her heart and mind had become entirely bound to Lu Yuan. The remnants of her past had long since dissipated. She was no longer the renowned Valkyrie of the Daijing, but rather a devoted servant, a white tiger subordinate under Lu Yuan's command. Finally, Lu Yuan successfully refined the source of the devouring divine art, and under Lu Yuan's watchful gaze, she abruptly opened her eyes. The once clear orbs were now replaced by an inky black sheen, deep as a black hole, dense and exuding a chilling aura of darkness. Her entire presence transformed from the delicate charm of early spring willow branches to one of cold, indifferent dominance. Her cultivation realm also advanced seamlessly from the peak of the 6th realm to the initial stage of the 7th realm. Once she fully mastered the source of the demonic art, further significant progress awaited her. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the devouring demon technique surpassed his expectations. Upon hearing his voice, the dark gleam in Lu Yuan's eyes vanished entirely, and her previously cold and indifferent demeanor swiftly receded. With a joyful leap, akin to a fledgling bird returning to its nest, she bounded into Lu Yuan's embrace, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have reached the 7th realm and can now assist you in confronting our adversaries." Her voice radiated with exuberance. Her greatest regret had always been her insufficient cultivation, which hindered her ability to support the prince on the battlefield. However, that was no longer the case. Not only had she broken through to the 7th realm, but she had also mastered a formidable imperial technique, resulting in a significant enhancement of her prowess. Even when faced with slightly weaker 8th realm grand cultivators, she would be more than capable of engaging them head-on. What followed was, Lu Yuan learned some devouring magic techniques from Lu Yuan, such as the ability to condense a pitch-black vortex reminiscent of a black hole. This technique possesses an extraordinarily domineering power of absorption and can reflect an enemy's supernatural abilities in their entirety. When combined with magical immunity, it can yield remarkable results in combat. After a brief moment, as Lu Yuan departed under the reluctant gaze of Lu Yuan, she wiped the moisture from her lips and adjusted her disheveled attire, settling herself with utmost seriousness upon the jade mat. She resolved to enter a period of seclusion, dedicating herself to mastering the art of devouring god-demon technique. Upon her emergence, she would unveil the formidable might of this renowned demonic skill that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. 2 days later, amidst a mountain range shrouded in mist, the tranquility was shattered by the fearsome roars of ferocious beasts. 100 fallen flame dragons, their bodies adorned with black scales and engulfed in dark flames, unleashed a massacre among the creatures, their blood splattering across their forms, amplifying the terrifying visual impact. On the deck of the dragon boat, Lu Yuan gazed at the scene before him, genuinely astonished by the overwhelming power of the fallen flame dragon. The truth that its darkened strength was tenfold was undeniable. Among the myriad of beasts inhabiting the misty mountain range, there were no less than a dozen at the 7th realm, while the 6th realm beasts were countless, transforming the entire area into a veritable forbidden zone within the Grand Territory. Even 8th realm cultivators dared not venture into this perilous domain lightly. Yet, at this moment, a single fallen flame dragon effortlessly traversed the battlefield, dispatching foes with ease and displaying no hint of resistance. Indeed, the fallen flame dragon was formidable. Beside him, the prismatic demon king also expressed his astonishment, recalling the time when the dragon boat passed through this region. Lu Yuan suggested utilizing the demonic beasts within the mountains to ascertain the prowess of the fallen flame dragon. The general's wife and 100 flame dragons expressed no dissent, equally eager to discover the true might of a transformed fallen flame dragon. The outcome was striking. Demonic beasts capable of overwhelming cultivators of the same realm were rendered utterly powerless before the fallen flame dragon. With a single 7-realm fallen flame dragon, accompanied by over a dozen 6-realm and several dozen 5-realm flame dragons, the entire mountain range of demonic beasts stood without the slightest capacity for resistance. If this were transposed onto the battlefield, 100 fallen flame dragons, awakening their bloodline and transforming into their draconic forms, could effortlessly dominate the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Jinfu City, slaughtering with a ferocity surpassing even that of the demon race. Lu Yuan gazed downwards as the system notification chimed. Ding. The host has witnessed the formidable power of the fallen flame dragon and is filled with joy. Reward acquired. Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Random Letter 1. Chapter 95. The Empress Takes the Field. Flame Concubine. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree is an exceedingly rare celestial wood within the realm of immortals. Meditating in proximity to this ancient tree significantly accelerates one's cultivation speed, rendering a single day equivalent to a month of progress. Moreover, its leaves are renowned throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the ancient martial tea leaves. Each leaf possesses unique qualities, encapsulating different Tao rhythms, and the brewed tea can aid cultivators in comprehending the essence of Tao and its laws. Even those supreme beings who dominate their realms cannot indulge in it daily. Plucking a single leaf and offering it at any auction across the realms would incite a fierce and bloody competition. As for the random letter, Lu Yuan opened it. In the realm of immortals, there exists an emperor known as the Sun Emperor. His companion, Lady Yin, inadvertently acquired the essence of the Mingyao continent. When her demands went unfulfilled, she took drastic measures, resulting in the destruction of Lady Yan's physical form. With her soul, which harbors the essence of the continent, she fled to the Emotsong domain, desperately seeking refuge within the consciousness of a cultivator to evade annihilation by the fierce solar winds. Note: a powerful spiritual body or divine physique is more likely to become the target for Lady Yan's refuge. Lu Yuan was taken aback. The Sun Emperor, as his name suggests, is a supreme sovereign. Yan Fei, as his partner, is undoubtedly an extraordinary powerhouse, even if not an emperor. Yet, due to the world's origin, the Sun Emperor struck against his companion, leaving her with nothing but her spirit, as she fled to the Emotsong domain, carrying the essence of the world. Lu Yuan appeared deep in thought. The so-called origin of the world is undoubtedly a significant opportunity. The system would not provide such information without reason. Therefore, it is highly probable that he will soon encounter the Flame Empress, who possesses the origin of the world. Lu Yuan was immediately intrigued. The celestial realm is divided into 9 heavens, while the mortal realm consists of 10 regions. Each region represents a world, vast beyond compare. The Emotsong domain, although immense, is merely one of the 10 regions, a trivial corner among the 3,000 states. In contrast, each of the 9 heavens in the celestial realm is considerably larger than all 10 regions combined. Originally, Lu Yuan intended to initially remain in the Emotsong domain, enhancing his strength before venturing to the other regions of the 3,000 Tao states, or perhaps wandering through the 9 heavens. With the arrival of the demon race and the presence of the Flame Empress, the Emotsong domain has become increasingly bustling. It is conceivable that this may attract the intervention of a supreme emperor. Lu Yuan's yearning for an enhancement in strength has intensified. The essence of the world must be a remarkable treasure, likely pivotal for establishing the foundation of his future ascendance to the imperial path. It is imperative to acquire it. A formidable spiritual body and divine physique are more likely to become targets for the abode of the Flame Empress. In Lu Yuan's mind, a figure suddenly emerged. Deep within the dungeons of the grand capital, a disheveled silhouette sat cross-legged in the darkness, intermittently emitting a sinister chuckle. Lu Yuan, did you not anticipate this? I am the fated child capable of communicating with the essence of the world. Once I emerge, I shall return the humiliation you brought upon me 1,000-fold. And as for the Empress, I granted you the position of my rightful wife, yet after being imprisoned for 2 weeks, you remain indifferent. Once I break through my bottleneck, I will humiliate you thoroughly upon the dragon throne, making you a servant for eternity. Lin Xianran, beset by repeated blows, had descended into a near madness. He voraciously consumed the treasures sent by the master of the nation, laughing maniacally as he neglected his cultivation. At the same time, he connected with the mysterious essence of the world, refining the spiritual materials with astonishing speed, elevating his sacred body beyond measure. Even when faced with formidable opponents like General Tian Shui, a master of the 8th realm, he felt confident in standing his ground. At that moment, with a creaking sound, the iron cell doors swung open, allowing a beam of light to pour in. A girl, heavily pregnant, entered with great difficulty. Upon seeing the disheveled Lin Xianran, she froze momentarily and choked out, "Brother Xianran, you have suffered." Lin Xianran frowned slightly, responding in a flat tone, "What brings you here?" He had not expected Su Kaidai to seek him out at such a time. Regarding Su Kati's child, he could almost definitively conclude it was Lu Yuan's offspring. After all, she had only interacted with him and Lu Yuan, her childhood companion. Furthermore, Lu Yuan had recently exhibited unparalleled strength, far exceeding his power as the regent prince. It was entirely reasonable for Su Kati to have returned to him, especially considering her prior assistance. Despite her impending labor, Su Kati noticed her brother's evident impatience and felt a pang of grievance within her heart. Nevertheless, she bit her lip and spoke, "Brother Xianran, you can leave the dungeon now. However, you must achieve military merit to atone for your previous desertion." She then conveyed the news of the Empress's personal expedition against the invading demon army, an opportunity she had painstakingly secured through desperate pleas to her father, the Prime Minister. If he could attain military achievements, Lin Xianran could establish himself in the grand capital, potentially even marrying her properly. Demon army? Lin Xianran was taken aback. Was this not merely an excuse concocted by Lu Yuan to ensnare 100,000 soldiers? Could it be that demons truly existed, and were indeed formidable? Seeing him stunned, Su Kati presumed he feared the power of the demons and was reluctant to go to battle. She hastily reassured him, though the demons are indeed strong. The Empress carries formidable treasures capable of subduing them. You need not worry, just accompany her to the battlefield. She gazed at him expectantly. This opportunity had been hard won, and she had nearly quarreled with her father over it. If Lin Xianran declined, she would be left without recourse. Lin Xianran maintained his stoic expression. Under Su Kati's anxious gaze, he finally inquired, "Is that treasure bestowed by the Empress?" "Indeed," Su Kati nodded vigorously. "The Empress has not yet emerged from her seclusion. While our territory has faced continuous incursions, the Empress, leading the charge, aims to eradicate the demon forces, restore the faith of the soldiers and citizens, and reclaim the lost fortunes of the dynasty." Lin Xianran fell silent, rising to leave the cell. After sitting idle for so long, he needed to clear his mind. He was also curious to see what the legendary demons truly looked like, which would further validate the extent of his current strength. Approximately an hour later, several magnificent spirit vessels ascended into the air, heading towards the heart of the grand capital's defenses, where a great army had gathered to resist the impending demon onslaught. The news of the Empress's personal campaign had already spread throughout the capital, with the populace eagerly awaiting news of her triumph. Inside the spirit vessel, Lin Xuanran's treatment had drastically diminished compared to previous campaigns. His spacious and quiet quarters had been reduced to a narrow cubicle. He sat cross-legged on the bed, silently gritting his teeth, committing every indignity to memory. Once his sacred body reached its full potential, he would ensure the grand dynasty, including the Empress, felt the full brunt of his wrath. Suddenly, just as Lin Xianran was about to rest and regain his strength, a cool, melodious voice, filled with surprise, rang out. "Oh, such a small realm as Emotsong actually harbors an ancient sacred body? Who goes there?" Lin Xuanran's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet, golden vitality surging throughout the room. Observing his reaction, the melodious voice responded with a hint of teasing mirth. "Little one, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." Lin Xianran remained silent, instead releasing a torrent of sacred energy, attempting to compel the hidden presence to reveal itself. "Do not waste your efforts, little one. Your sacred body is indeed impressive, yet at merely the 7th realm, you cannot inflict the slightest harm upon my divine soul." Lin Xuanran's expression darkened. No matter how he unleashed his golden aura, he could not discern the source of the voice, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Are you a supreme being?" The melodious voice chuckled lightly. "You may consider it so. I hail from the celestial domain and require temporary refuge within your consciousness. Naturally, I shall provide you with corresponding opportunities, such as aiding your sacred body in reaching its full potential." As the words fell, Lin Xianran felt a powerful divine intent boldly invade his being, sweeping through every meridian without granting him a chance to refuse, nor any qualification to do so. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him, his fists clenched tightly. The divine intent arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The melodious voice expressed regret. "Your ancient sacred body, having inherently shattered all shackles, should have soared as a true dragon, yet it languishes here in the trivial Emotsong. A true pity." Lin Xuanran's heart stirred. Eagerly, he inquired, "Elder, do you possess knowledge of the sacred body cultivation methods?" Unlike the heavy pupils, all methods for the sacred body required self-exploration. His only reliance at present was the formidable physicality of the sacred body and the invulnerable golden blood. He was almost entirely ignorant of everything else. Sacred bodies were rare, emerging only once in millennia, and the cultivation methods associated with them had nearly been lost, with only faint traces remaining in ancient lineages. The melodious voice paused for a moment before cheerfully replying, "I happen to know a thing or two." Without hesitation, Lin Xianran declared, "Elder, you may reside within my consciousness, but you must swear an oath to not harm me and to impart the sacred body cultivation methods." Agreed. In the next moment, Lin Xianran felt a chilling sensation surge into his mind, settling deep within his consciousness. Following this, an array of intricate techniques began to flow into his awareness, captivating him entirely as he absorbed every detail. The legendary ancient sacred body is said to possess 9 magnificent manifestations, and what is being imparted to you now is one of them, the chaotic seed green lotus. With your current level and innate talent, You will likely master it in about half an hour. Before he could finish speaking, the void suddenly trembled violently, and a hazy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. As if chaos had just begun to unfold, a towering figure stood proudly, gazing down upon all living beings. Soon after, amidst the nebulous realm, a green lotus broke through the chaos, rising from the ground, bearing 3 leaves, embodying the supreme path that gives rise to all creation, soaring toward the heavens. Within the sea of consciousness, Yanfei stared blankly at this spectacle, utterly astonished that the ancient sacred body could instantly manifest the chaotic seed golden lotus. Although still somewhat unstable, it was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable and terrifying nature of his talent. A sense of admiration blossomed within her heart. Once the sacred body matures, it will rival that of an emperor. As a protector of the path, she would be privileged to enjoy the blessings of the heavenly way and the goodwill of an emperor. Suddenly, a flurry of figures rushed over, encircling the scene, gazing in shock at the terrifying manifestation of the chaotic green lotus. Even some initial stage practitioners of the 8th realm sensed the overwhelming aura that could annihilate them. Just then, Lin Xianyan opened his eyes, meeting the astonished gazes of those around him. A slow smile crept across his lips. He felt unprecedentedly invigorated, eager to unleash his might on the battlefield against the demon race, and he eagerly anticipated the arrival of Lu Yuan to avenge the 2 humiliations endured. Ding! The system detected the sacred body. Lin Xianyan has comprehended the ancient manifestation, chaotic seed green lotus. Feeling empowered, he yearned to confront you on the battlefield, amidst the multitude, and usher you into the cycle of reincarnation. Enthusiastically, he resolved to end your unruly life. Suppress the sacred body and let the maid Lua assimilate the divine devil art. Reward: innate sacred body Tao. On the sacred dragon moonlit boat, beside the Dan Yang body refinement spiritual pool, an empty wine jug lay tilted on the shore. The waters splashed melodiously. The 9-colored demon king leaned languidly against the bank, her jade-like form reclining, hands supporting her behind. Her half-closed eyes exuded a bewitching allure, imbued with a languorous, intoxicating charm, and occasionally, a sweet, sultry sigh escaped her rosy lips upon hearing the system prompt. Lu Yuan ceased his movements, and the once turbulent waters of the pond gradually returned to tranquility. The sacred manifestation, the chaotic seed of the azure lotus. Lu Yuan was certainly aware of the existence of the formidable phenomenon, capable of transcending borders to vanquish foes. It is also one of the 9 extraordinary manifestations of the primordial sacred body. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xianyan, devoid of any orthodox lineage, would find it impossible to comprehend such a phenomenon independently. Coupled with the previous correspondence, there is a 90% certainty that the Sun Emperor's Tao companion, Yanfei, has indeed made contact with Lin Xianyan. The chaotic seed of the blue lotus is highly likely a gift bestowed upon Lin Xianyan by her. The plan to subdue the primordial sacred body and entrust its refinement to Lua was inherently part of Lu Yuan's strategy. This would significantly enhance Lua's devouring divine body and facilitate her breakthrough in cultivation. The reward of the innate sacred body Tao was a cherished boon for Lu Yuan. Following his advancement to the late stage of the 8th realm, the primordial Tao bone was increasingly struggling to keep pace. To expedite his transition into the tribulation phase and achieve the pinnacle of Tao severance, a transformation of his constitution was imperative. The innate sacred body Tao possesses the unparalleled might of the primordial sacred body in close combat, alongside the innate characteristics of Tao, which naturally harmonizes with the Tao and draws closer to the great Tao. It is capable of absorbing the spiritual essence of all things, standing alongside the chaotic divine body as one of the 2 supreme physiques in the world. The annihilation of Lin Xianyan, coupled with the acquisition of the innate sacred body Tao and the spiritual essence of the postnatal Yin Xian body, would yield extraordinary results. Lu Yuan was fully capable of transcending the tribulation period, mastering divine powers that spanned heaven and earth. He then advanced towards the capital, intending to subdue the national master and the empress. At that moment, 2 great white pythons coiled around Lu Yuan's waist. The enchanting voice of the 9-colored demon king, tinged with the intoxicating aroma of wine, floated towards him. Your Highness, why have you paused? Could it be that you are unable to proceed once more? Lu Yuan raised his gaze, meeting a pair of eyes that sparkled with a mischievous challenge. With a cold smirk, he declared, Enchantress, I demand you reveal your true form. Upon finishing his words, he produced another flask of the yin yang burning immortal wine, downing its contents in one go. His eyes ablaze with renewed determination as he surged back into the fray. Soon after, the serene confines of the spirit pool echoed with the demon king's cries for mercy. Chapter 97, The Defensive Line of the Great Realm, Golden Dragon and Phoenix Immortal Wine. 3 days later, within the spacious and brightly lit interior of the spirit vessel, Lin Xianyan had fully mastered the manifestation of the sacred body, the chaotic seed of the azure lotus. He felt confident that he could contend with even the pinnacle of the 8th realm. At the same time, he received a lengthy list of rare materials from the supreme remnant soul known as Yanfei, Tian Feng Grass, Moontear Immortal Wood, 5 Elements Flower, Soul Solidifying Essence, and 10,000-year Golden Lingxi. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Senior, I have never encountered these materials. How can I assist you in procuring them? With intimacy of consciousness, Yanfei replied languidly, Of course, such materials are not found in the Emotsong domain. Once you break through to the 8th realm, You may journey to the 3,000 Tao states and witness a far grander world. There, with the innate talent of your ancient sacred body, you can truly distinguish yourself and gradually gather these materials. The mention of the 3,000 Tao states stirred something within Lin Xianyan, as he felt he was on the brink of entering a new realm. Indeed, Yin Fei continued. The Emotsong domain is merely a small corner of the 3,000 Tao states. At the heart of the 3,000 Tao states lies a central world, home to various ancient doctrines and immortal sanctuaries. There, supreme beings capable of obliterating the Emotsong domain with a mere gesture are not the pinnacle. Legendary emperors exist as well. Furthermore, the 3,000 Tao states is merely one of the stronger regions among the 10 realms. Above these 10 realms lies the celestial domain of the 9 heavens. Knowing this at your current 7th realm cultivation serves little purpose. Only upon reaching the 8th realm, or even transcending to the 9th, will you earn the qualification to traverse this vast world. Upon hearing Yin Fei's introduction, Lin Xuanyan's horizons expanded, igniting a fervent desire within him. He yearned to depart from the confines of the meager great realm in the Emotsong domain, to explore the flourishing central region of the 3,000 Tao states, to witness the immortal doctrines and sacred lands firsthand, and perhaps even establish a supreme force in his own name. Of course, all of these aspirations hinged upon the necessity of robust cultivation. In the Great Realm Dynasty, a mere 7th realm cultivator might establish their own sect, yet within the central region of the 3,000 Tao states, he would be regarded as merely a relatively powerful practitioner. Gifted with the ancient sacred body capable of shattering shackles, he possessed boundless potential for the future. However, he also required immense resources to elevate his cultivation, to achieve military exploits, and to earn the rewards bestowed by the Great Realm Dynasty and its empress. This was the only path laid before him. With a surge of emotions, Lin Xianyan approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sky, his heart brimming with anticipation and longing. In that moment, Lu Yuan's figure naturally surfaced in his mind, prompting a cold chuckle. What did invincibility in the Great Realm Dynasty amount to? The Great Realm Dynasty was merely a diminutive corner of the 3,000 Tao states. With the ancient sacred body and guidance from the supreme being Yin Fei, he would undoubtedly make his name resonate throughout the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. As for Lu Yuan, he had only managed to surpass him slightly due to his royal lineage, which afforded him sufficient resources. When they met again, with the golden vitality of his sacred body and the chaotic seed of the azure lotus, the insignificant Lu Yuan would be extinguished with a mere flick of his fingers. Morning dawned. Lu Yuan awoke, resting upon a snow-white lotus arm. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the exquisite and sculpted visage of General Tian Cui, radiating a gallant and spirited aura. Yet, within his brows and eyes lay a hint of caution, accompanied by a trace of ingratiation. The previous night, after subduing the 9-colored demon king, remnants of the yin-yang burning immortal wine lingered within him, upholding the principle of not letting anything go to waste. Lu Yuan chose to rest here for half the night. Vivid memories surfaced of the valiant female warrior of the Great Jing, her silver armor elegantly unfastened, showcasing her slender and supple waist, striving to present an alluring spectacle for his admiration. Lu Yuan shook his head and slowly rose from his bed to dress. He still preferred the time when General Tian Cui was resolute and unyielding, rather than now, when he had wholly become a sycophant, or rather, a fawning companion. After donning his garments, Lu Yuan arrived on the deck of the dragon boat. It was early morning, the sun shone brightly, the skies were adorned with radiant hues. The air was crisp, and his spirits were elevated by the enchanting atmosphere. Lu Er had emerged from her seclusion, with the enhancement of the devouring god-demon technique. She not only shattered her previous limitations but also advanced her cultivation to the mid-stage of the 7th realm. In addition to her past allure reminiscent of early spring willow buds, her demeanor now bore a hint of the darkness and dominance associated with the devouring god-demon technique. In the future, once she consumes countless physiques, achieving the primal chaos divine body, and perfects the devouring god-demon technique, she would undoubtedly ascend to become an unparalleled and tyrannical empress, capable of subduing an entire domain. As the prince enjoyed his tea, upon noticing Lu Yuan's arrival, Lu Er gracefully presented a steaming cup of spiritual tea, exuding profound Taoist essence. However, upon seeing the radiant General Tian Cui, who appeared revitalized as if nourished, her lips slightly pouted, and a trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Lu Yuan took the ancient tea of enlightenment and savored a sip. The aroma wafted through the air, as if the essence of the cosmos flowed upon his palate. The ancient tea trees of enlightenment were nestled beside the mystical lunar wood in the spiritual cultivation chamber. The lush leaves were ever ready for harvest. Whenever the tea lost its allure, one could casually cast it into the auction of the 3,000 Tao states, provoking a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. Considering the passage of time, the demon clan must be nearing the heart of the Great Jing's defensive line, wouldn't it? Lu Yuan set down his teacup and approached the edge of the deck, squinting as he gazed into the distance. The powerful divine soul, refined through the chaos god's meditation techniques, instantly spread out, enveloping an expanse of hundreds to thousands of kilometers. At last, above a vast swamp, it emerged. Lu Yuan beheld a formidable abyssal dragon, burdened with an innumerable horde of demons, surging forth with relentless infernal flames towards the heart of the Great Jing's defensive line. Given the abyssal dragon's velocity, it was inconceivable that it would take 3 days to arrive. Clearly, this demonic army had already ravaged the territory of Great Jing, transforming the celestial veins of the earth into conduits for releasing dark energy, all in preparation for a complete conquest of the Great Jing dynasty and the establishment of a stronghold. Suddenly, at the forefront of this demonic legion, upon the largest three-headed abyssal dragon, a youthful figure lifted his gaze, colliding mentally with Lu Yuan. An invisible wave of energy surged from their point of contact, causing the trailing abyssal dragon to stagger precariously, nearly plummeting to the ground. Intrigued, the young demon lord smirked. "So you are the regent prince of Great Jing, Lu Yuan? Become my follower, for it would be your honor." Lu Yuan cast a glance at him, swiftly retracting his consciousness like a receding tide. Upon the three abyssal dragons, the young demon king gazed at the vast, empty sky, his exhilaration intensifying. "There is nothing I relish more than shattering the legs of the proud and lofty, bringing them to kneel before me. Lu Yuan, you cannot escape." On the deck of the Holy Dragon's moonlit vessel, Lu Yuan withdrew his consciousness, conducting a rough assessment of the strength of that formidable being from the demon clan. He was considerably more powerful than the Divine Flower's national master, likely having reached the pinnacle of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, with his true combat prowess possibly exceeding that. Such a genius must hold a significant position within the demon clan, as he had personally led troops to this place. The importance of the Emotsong domain to the demon clan appears to be even greater than one might have anticipated. As the thought stirred within Lu Yuan's mind, the system notification chimed. Ding. Contact with the demon prince detected, triggering a random quest. The fallen fire dragon clan, greatly esteemed by the demon prince, must not be jeopardized. After 3 days of waiting without any word from the Dark Soul commander, a sense of perplexity arose within him. Quest. In the presence of the demon prince, demonstrate the formidable power of the fallen fire dragons, allowing him to witness firsthand that the fallen fire dragon clan has become your loyal followers. Rewards. 10 bottles of Golden Dragon's Desire Phoenix Elixir. 1 blueprint for the fallen fire dragon armor set. Chapter 98. Near Lu Yuan, easily extinguishable with a flick of a finger. Golden Dragon's Desire Phoenix Elixir? Lu Yuan's interest was piqued upon noticing the reward notification. This celestial wine, akin to the yin-yang burning immortal wine, is a dual cultivation elixir of celestial quality, boasting effects that surpass those of its counterpart by several magnitudes. A single drop is equivalent to an entire jug of yin-yang burning immortal wine, rendering it even rarer than the revered ancient enlightenment tea. As Lu Run's cultivation advanced to the late stage of the 8th realm, the efficacy of the yin-yang burning immortal wine significantly diminished. The emergence of the Golden Dragon Desiring Phoenix wine could not have been more timely, capable of compelling the arrogant 9-colored Demon King to plead for mercy upon the bed. As for the Fallen Flame Dragon armor set, it is a unique set of artifacts specifically tailored for the Fallen Flame Dragon, allowing for transformation between human and dragon forms, thus greatly enhancing combat prowess. With the support of the Heavenly Treasure Gourd, acquiring the refining blueprint and sufficient materials would enable perfect synthesis. In Lu Yuan's mind, a vivid image materialized, 100 fallen flame dragons clad in armor, rampaging across the battlefield, unstoppable by any foe. A smile of anticipation graced his face as he deftly maneuvered the sacred dragon ship, Wangwei, towards the heart of the Great Jing's defensive line. This was destined to be the battlefield where the Great Jing dynasty would confront the demonic horde. The imperial banner was already thirsting for action, while the ghostly spirits could devour the souls of the fallen demons and collect the overwhelming demonic energy they emitted, enabling the fallen flame dragon clan to expedite their cultivation. For Lu Yuan, this place was nothing short of a land of opportunity. Yunming City, the second most important city of the Great Jing after the capital, stood as a formidable battle